A piercing sound rang out, instantly waking the unconscious man. He opened his eyes, slowly got up from the ground, and quickly scanned his surroundings. After scanning his surroundings, the man froze. He found himself in a strange, dilapidated hut cobbled together from straw and branches, with a small fire burning on the ground, its flames nearly extinguished. But he had no memory of this thatched hut. He clearly remembered sleeping in his bedroom. So how did he wake up to find himself in this place? Was this a prank or... Just as Chun Mu was pondering, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang in his mind. All 5 billion humans on Earth have been teleported. Dear players, welcome to the world of survival. This is a world where resources are scarce, countless terrifying monsters inhabit, and danger and opportunity coexist. Please check your houses. We have prepared some basic survival supplies and a survival manual for you. We hope you enjoy the present. You are about to all participate in a survival game. Upon hearing that cold voice in his mind, Chun Mu's face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. He never imagined that he would be transported to another world and forced to participate in a survival game. But he was just an ordinary person with no survival skills, and he couldn't possibly survive for long in such a harsh and dangerous world, which made him feel desperate. Just as he was in despair, another ethereal system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host's living environment has been detected as harsh. The notification information has been activated. You can view all item, environment, monster, and other notification information. Please try your best to survive. Upon hearing the system voice, Chun Mu froze, his eyes quickly scanning the dilapidated, thatched hut. The next moment, a series of item-related notifications appeared in his mind. Seeing this, Chun Mu understood that everything that had just happened was real. He had truly awakened the system. Thinking of this, Chun Mu no longer cared about his image and couldn't help but burst into laughter, his despair gradually dissipating. With the system's assistance, he had a chance to survive in this dangerous alien world. He needs to use the system's prompts to accurately avoid risks, acquire enough resources for survival, upgrade this dilapidated thatched hut, and gradually become stronger, traversing this perilous world and ultimately uncovering the truth of this mysterious world. After calming down, Chun Mu Bai began searching for supplies inside the dilapidated hut. He quickly went to a corner that was not damaged yet and picked up everything scattered on the ground. A series of words appeared before his eyes. Survival Manual X1, Small Bread X3, Mineral Water X3, Broken Stone Axe X1, and then quickly disappeared. At this point, he reopened the system's inventory interface and confirmed that items of the same type would be stacked in the same slot. Survival Handbook. This book contains a wealth of information about the world, offering guidance for both living and survival. Small Bread. Increases stamina by 5 points upon use. Mineral Water. Increases energy by 10 points upon use. Broken Stone Axe. Can be used to chop down trees. Durability. 78 to 100. It really does resemble a game, but this game doesn't even have an exit option, which is really troublesome. Sitting on the ground, Chun Mu Bai looked up at the dark sky. At this moment, the area outside the house was completely shrouded in darkness. Even though the walls were half broken, they were still restricted by some kind of rule, and the light from the fire could not penetrate through them at all. With no other sounds or new prompts appearing, Chun Mu Bai continued studying the system interface. The combat information section was still empty for the time being. He continued searching and soon found the settings for chat messages and transaction messages. After enabling both options, a small blank area appeared on each side of the virtual interface. Before Chun Mu Bai could even open the page, the information quickly refreshed. 9991. Where am I? I just took a nap. Why was I brought here? 1362. The person upstairs is too pitiful. I suddenly lost consciousness while working overtime, and then the information I was given was scrolling by very quickly. After briefly deviating from the topic, it quickly returned to the main point. 9857. Are there any players with IDs of 5 digits or more? Chun Mu Bai looked at the chat channel, observed the comments for a while, and then sent a message. He wasn't concerned with what these people had been doing before they entered. He was more interested in the basic situation of the place, such as the total number of people. Judging from the numbering, there are likely other partitions besides this one, as well as areas marked with letters. Of course, there may be higher levels of classification above the alphabet, but that is no longer a question he can consider at the moment. 1. I'm player number 1. As player number 1 with special significance, I hereby announce that I will establish a guild where we can develop together, share resources, and distribute rewards uniformly. After a brief half-minute silence, player 1 appeared, but instead of participating in the discussion, he directly proposed forming a guild. This sudden statement silenced most of the others. Subsequently, some people began to complain, while others expressed their willingness to join, but on the condition that the president build the house first and then take them to live there together. A new day has begun. Time to get to work. Friendly reminder: 8 hours during the day, 16 hours at night. Please do not attempt to go outside at night. You don't know what's outside the house, but you must trust that nighttime is their hunting season. As the skies suddenly turned from night to day, the mechanical voice sounded again. Chun Mubai, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and closed the chat interface that had been empty of any useful information for so long, as well as the trading interface that remained blank. He then shrunk the system's virtual interface before picking up the broken stone axe and stepping outside. He hadn't originally intended to use this door, but after trying it, he realized it was the only exit. Although the holes in the walls were large enough for him to pass through easily, this was, after all, a house structure, and he could only truly leave through the doors. Sure enough, there wasn't a trace of anyone around. Standing at the door, Chun Mubai scanned the area with his axe, and after confirming that there were no other houses nearby, he walked towards the small hill behind the house. Growing trees. Are you sure you want to cut them down? You'll likely get very little wood. Mature trees. They yield more wood, but your axe might not be able to support many trees. Standing on the hillside, Chun Mubai looked at the surrounding trees. Whenever his gaze locked onto a tree, a corresponding prompt would appear in his mind. Snap. He refrained from attacking the mature trees for now, wanting to first verify if the saplings truly yielded very little. Snap. Obtain 1 piece of wood. Snap. Take a break. Chun Mubai walked and stopped intermittently, breaking off most of the saplings on the small hill with his bare hands. However, most of the saplings disappeared immediately after being broken, and he had only obtained 1 piece of wood in his inventory so far. That feels good. After drinking half a bottle of mineral water, Chun Mubai put the remaining 200 milliliters of water into his pack, picked up the broken stone axe again, stood up, and fixed his gaze on the mature trees. As for trees in their growth stage, since the hint already states that they yield less, it's naturally not worthwhile. Bang! Bang! Obtain 1 piece of wood. The broken stone axe kept falling, and after 3 consecutive blows, the first piece of wood finally dropped. Fortunately, it wasn't too tiring. At least Chun Mubai wasn't feeling strained yet. Bang! 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 The sound of chopping wood echoed continuously, and system notifications flashed before his eyes time and again. He had obtained 1 piece of wood. After being chopped down more than 10 times, a tree finally disappeared, and Chun Mubai stopped to rest for a while. In the package, 11 pieces of wood were stacked together, looking quite substantial. Not bad. Looks like we can build a house by chopping down 20 trees. Damaged stone axe. Can chop down trees. Durability, 68. Comparing the data, you can basically get 1 piece of wood for every 1 point of durability consumed. Without other ways to obtain wood, it would be difficult to get 200 pieces even if you exhausted all the durability of the stone axe. Although somewhat conflicted, Chun Mubai knew he had no other choice. He continued chopping down trees, constantly moving to new locations. By the time he started to feel hungry, half a day had passed. The scenery here is quite nice. Sitting at the highest point of the hill, Chun Mubai took out a small bread roll and the remaining half bottle of water and slowly ate them. 12:34. Guys, are your axes any good? Mine broke after only chopping 50-odd pieces of wood, and it turned to dust after its durability reached 0. That's ridiculous. Upon opening the chat interface, Chun Mubai immediately noticed this message. 50-odd pieces of wood ruined. He looked down at the stone axe hanging at his waist and couldn't help but wonder if there were differences in the durability of each person's axe. 186. Bro, you're doing pretty well. My axe only used up 30-odd pieces of wood. averaging over 2 points of durability for one piece. That's outrageous. 1086. Your consumption is wrong. My axe started with 78 durability, and now it only has 18 left. It used 60 durability to chop down 40-odd pieces of wood. The chat channel kept refreshing, with most people discussing whether it was more cost-effective to cut down large trees, mature trees, or small trees. After finishing his bread, Chun Mubai picked up his stone axe again and headed towards the other side of the mountain. He chopped down the tree while pondering. It seemed only he could see these clues. Without them, what would he choose? Chun Mubai mechanically swung the axe, his mind constantly analyzing his current situation. Acquired one piece of wood. Another piece of wood entered his inventory. Chun Mubai looked down at the stone axe in his hand that was gradually turning into dust and dissipating, then looked at the 79 pieces of wood that had accumulated in his backpack. He sighed helplessly, turned around, and walked to the shady side of the small hill and began to work on the small trees. Even without an axe, he wasn't completely unable to obtain wood. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking trees echoed continuously from behind the mountain. He often had to break a dozen or so small trees before a single acquisition notification would appear, but this already gave Chun Mubai a sense of satisfaction. As long as he could acquire resources, he wouldn't hesitate. He would work even harder now and collect as much as he could. Weeds. These weeds are a bit strange. Are you sure you don't want to investigate? Is there something under the weeds? Chun Mubai stopped, looking at the thriving patch of weeds with a puzzled expression. Normal weeds would only indicate that it's a single plant, but this one was clearly different. Sure enough, there's something. He took a few steps closer and, after seeing the contents of the bundle of weeds, immediately smiled. Inside was a wooden box. Anyone who's played games knows that boxes often mean rewards. The wooden crate, which looks dusty but usually contains something appealing, still offers a simple and straightforward clue. After confirming there was no danger, Chun Mubai retrieved the crate from weeds. He didn't rush to open it in the wild, but planned to take it back inside before opening it. There was only half an hour left until dark. He quickened his pace to hurry back. When he reached the foot of the mountain, about 100 meters from home, another prompt made him stop. An abandoned bird's nest. There seems to be something on top of it, but it's too high, such a thin and tall tree. If one person climbed up it, the tree would definitely break. The tree was only about 10 centimeters in diameter, and the abandoned bird's nest was at the very top. If he tried to climb it, the tree would probably break halfway up. Besides, he didn't have time to take that risk. Let's go back and figure something out. A hint of reluctance flashed in Chun Mubai's eyes, but reality wouldn't change because of emotions. He quickened his pace back to the thatched hut, went to the still relatively intact corner, and opened the wooden box directly. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. If there was an axe in the chest, perhaps he could reach the things in the tree. Opening the wooden treasure chest yielded 10 bottles of mineral water, 5 small loaves of bread, 20 pieces of wood, 1 lighter, 1 tattered cloth bag, and 1 rusty iron axe. The box was opened, and a pile of items instantly appeared on the ground. But Chun Mubai didn't have time to look at them closely. He quickly packed the items into his bag, turned around, and rushed out the door. Bang! Before he even checked the iron axe's properties, he swung it at the tree. Each swing yielded a piece of wood, and 3 swings brought him 3 pieces. Then, the tree was completely felled. The moment the tree fell, Chun Mubai immediately ran to the right. Only after hearing a muffled thud did he stop and turn back. He picked up the broken iron box from the ground, glanced at it briefly, and quickly returned to the thatched hut. Although it was just a dilapidated thatched hut, he suddenly felt that it was a real home. Even if it was simple, at least it could protect him from the dangers of the outside world. 2 minutes left. Thankfully, I made it. Chun Mubai sat on the ground, looked at the time with only 2 minutes left, breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out bread and mineral water to eat. The extinguished campfire. Are you sure you don't want to light it? In the pitch-black night, a beam of light can keep you warm. His gaze swept over the fire, and Chun Mubai took out a lighter. Consuming 1 unit of wood, campfire burning time increased by 4 hours. A piece of wood can only burn for 4 hours. Chun Mubai thought for a moment, then added 3 more pieces, enough to last until the next morning. The rules of this world are clear: 8 hours of daylight and 16 hours of night. Nighttime is twice as long as daytime, making the environment obviously more difficult. Sure enough, it turned from day to night in an instant. This world is really strange. Eating bread and drinking water, Chun Mubai looked up at the completely dark world outside the house, glad that he hadn't wasted any time. All right, I'm full. Time to open this metal box. After eating 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water, he finally felt full. Sitting on the ground, Chun Mubai took the metal box out of his package. The broken metal box. Because it's already damaged, you're lucky you don't need a key. Upon seeing the key prompt, Chun Mubai's lips curled into a slight smile. He roughly understood the treasure chest mechanics. Aside from wooden chests, most other types likely required key. Alternatively, they could be forcibly opened by destruction. Open the iron treasure chest to obtain 50 wood, 10 mineral water, 15 small bread rolls, 1 empty money bag, and 1 crafting table. The empty money bag contains only 8 coins. The crafting table can craft any item you want, provided you have the blueprint. The familiar prompt style reappeared, giving Chun Mubai a better understanding of the system. He quickly realized a problem. His inventory slots were too few. Should he expand his inventory? Opening the system interface, Chun Mubai put his empty money pouch into his inventory and then found the expansion function in the More Options. Yes, he didn't hesitate. Torn cloth bag -1. Inventory slots +1. Remaining quantity 9. Depleted money bag -1. Inventory slots +2. Remaining quantity 9. The 2 prompts appeared one after another, and the inventory slots were directly expanded to 13 slots. The tattered cloth bag, which had been previously overlooked, could also be used to expand the capacity. This discovery left Chun Mubai unsure whether to be happy or somewhat annoyed that he hadn't noticed it before. Fortunately, they could be used simultaneously. Survival Manual X1, Crafting Workbench X1, Rusty Iron Axe, 99%, X1, Wood X206 or X10, Mineral Water X21, Small Bread X21, Lighter X1. After collecting all the items on the ground into his inventory, Chun Mubai felt a surge of satisfaction looking at the resources that only occupied 8 slots. He opened 2 chests that day, obtaining 70 pieces of wood. Adding the 78 pieces he chopped with an axe, he had a total of 148 pieces. The remaining 62 pieces of wood were accumulated little by breaking saplings with his bare hands. At this point, the fire had consumed 4 pieces of wood, leaving him with 206 pieces in his inventory. After a simple calculation, Chun Mubai had already made up his mind. With enough effort, even without an axe, building a wooden house within 3 days was basically achievable. As for whether ordinary people could do it, that was another matter. Chapter for the one who played the victim is the real lucky one. Next level, Ordinary Wooden Hut. Upgrade materials required, 206 to 200 wood. Upgrade? Chunmu opened the house interface. The materials were sufficient, and the system immediately popped up the upgrade option. He almost didn't hesitate and immediately chose to upgrade. The darkness outside was oppressive, and only a decent place to live could bring true peace of mind. House upgrade in progress. House upgrade complete. Current property. Level 1 wooden cottage, 100% durability. Next level, stone cottage. Required materials, 10 to 200 or 6 to 100 wood. 3 seconds later, the upgrade was complete, and the surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled. Chunmu stood in the center of the small house, which had a wooden door and windows, and most importantly, there was a new cubicle, a toilet. He opened the door and took a look, then froze on the spot. It was a dry toilet. It was only a little past 4 p.m., still early, but there was nothing to do. Bored, Chunmu opened the chat interface to kill time, but was drawn to the constantly refreshing trade information. 10 pieces of wood for 1 bottle of water plus 1 loaf of bread. 1 piece of wood for food, anything goes, 1 bottle of water for 50 pieces of wood. Various transactions were being refreshed frantically, some reasonably priced, others clearly designed to scam people. Chunmu watched for a while, then his mind started racing. Since others could make the exchange, why didn't he try? So he put up 2 trades. 1 small loaf of bread for 2 tattered cloth bags, 3 uses left, and 1 bottle of water for a tattered money bag, 5 uses left. After placing the orders, he continued to check the market. Most people were exchanging wood for food, while a few were hoarding resources. He didn't find anything he particularly wanted, so he closed the interface. Then he opened his backpack and stared at the 8 coins. This was money, which would theoretically be useful later, but the shop wasn't open yet, so he couldn't buy anything for the time being. Coins. 8. Shop not open. Unusable temporarily. After understanding this, he could only give up and return to the chat channel to kill time. At this moment, a message caught his attention. 10,000. I saw someone trade food for broken packages. I opened one today and threw it away immediately. I regret it so much. 186. This stuff is probably all about luck. My luck is just too bad. Shenmue immediately realized that these tattered packages were actually key items for expanding his backpack. Since most people hadn't yet realized their value, he could buy them at a low price. Not long after, transaction notifications suddenly started popping up like crazy. Transaction successful. Mineral water, X1. Empty money bag, X1. 5 consecutive transactions. Shenmue quickly opened the interface and found that all 5 money bags came from the same person. ID 186. This was the player who had just been complaining about his bad luck in the chat. He was speechless. Statistically speaking, this was equivalent to opening 5 treasure chests, and this was considered bad luck? What was even stranger was that the other party was short of water. Normally, opening so many chests should have yielded plenty of food and water. Just as he was wondering, the other party proactively messaged him privately. 186. Hey bro, can I exchange my money pouch for small bread rolls? I have 4 left. Can I exchange them for 4? Shenmue asked casually while preparing for the new transaction. 9857. Sure, I'll place the order first. But how come you have so many money pouches, but no food or water? The other party replied quickly. 186. I dug up a treasure chest, but it was full of empty money bags, not a single piece of food. Shenmue looked at this explanation with some skepticism, but didn't delve into it further. After adjusting the trade, he replied again. 9857. The trade is listed. Actually, you're quite lucky. You can continue to trade with me if you need anything in the future. After sending the message, he waited patiently to receive the goods, but couldn't help but sigh with gratitude. Those who appear pitiful are often the truly lucky ones. This number 186 looks pitiful, but his luck is actually ridiculously good. Chapter 5 Fame. Foolish people with abundant resources. System notifications kept popping up. Shenmue traded 4 small loaves of bread for 4 empty wallets. He immediately chose to expand his backpack and used all the newly acquired items. Originally, his backpack only had 10 slots, but now, after stacking, it expanded to 31 slots, greatly increasing his storage capacity. However, while the backpack is bigger, the supplies have obviously decreased. Trading with number 186 consumed 5 bottles of water and 4 loaves of bread, and adding to the 3 loaves of bread that were previously listed, the remaining resources are not plentiful, so we have to be even more careful with our spending. He scrolled through the chat channels again, where people kept urging him to explain the uses of these items, some even sounding impatient. Shenmue glanced at them, then ignored them completely, showing no intention of responding. As drowsiness crept in, he simply posted 2 more trade listings, 1 bottle of water for 2 tattered cloth bags, and 5 pieces of wood for 1 tattered cloth bag. He couldn't guarantee he'd make any money tomorrow. He could only list the ones he urgently needed first. After settling in, Shenmue lay down a little distance away from the fire. He knew he was a restless sleeper, and to avoid rolling into the fire, it was safer to stay away. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep and slept soundly through the night. When he woke up again, the fire was still burning. Shenmue got up and stretched, shaking off the ash from his clothes. Looking at himself covered in dust, he couldn't help but complain, "If I keep sleeping like this, I'll really turn into a dirt man." He sat down again, opened the house interface, and looked for building options like flooring. But after searching everywhere, he found nothing. He couldn't even find the most basic function to improve the environment, so he had to give up in frustration. Just as he was about to close the interface, he suddenly noticed that the transaction was complete. Opening it, he saw that 9 tattered cloth bags had been deposited into his account. In a good mood, he immediately chose to expand his backpack, increasing its overall capacity once again. The attribute panel also refreshed accordingly. The system's evaluation even mocked him, saying that although his number was low, he was already somewhat famous in this small area and was described as foolish with abundant resources, which left him speechless. He quickly assessed his condition. His physical strength was low, but his energy was decent, and his combat strength was above average among ordinary people. While his resources weren't abundant, they weren't terrible either. I guess I'm not poor anymore. I'll eat something first. I need to keep working hard today. He took out a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread to quickly replenish his energy, then checked the trade and chat channels again. There were still 2 hours until dawn. Most people were still resting, with only a few early risers chatting. Someone in the channel asked earnestly, "Is there a way to chop down trees without an axe?" Soon, others chimed in, some even jokingly offering themselves in gratitude. Another immediately retorted, "Don't believe that kind of talk. Experience tells me it's basically all unreliable." The topic gradually veered off course, shifting from methods of cutting down trees to jokes about appearances and back-view killers, while the original question was overshadowed. Everyone seemed to be having a lively discussion, but very little truly useful information was being shared. Chenmu watched for a while, but didn't participate. He knew very well that in this environment, everyone was more concerned with their own survival. Although they could still joke around, they were essentially unconnected. He got up and walked to the window, carefully opening it a crack. Outside, it was still completely dark, a darkness that even light couldn't penetrate, which involuntarily made him feel depressed and uneasy. He only glanced at it for a few seconds before feeling a pang of fear, as if he were being watched. He immediately slammed the window shut. Clutching his chest, he returned to the fire and sat down, using the firelight to slowly calm himself down. He sat there quietly resting until that familiar mechanical voice sounded again, which snapped him back to reality. It was dawn. Chapter 6, Vegetables, Meat? Or, A New Day Begins. Second day. Have you adjusted? That piercing mechanical voice rang out again, but this time, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Night receded, and the world instantly returned to daylight. They could finally go out again. Chenmu pushed open the door of the wooden house and stood at the entrance, scanning the surroundings. The tree he had chopped down yesterday, the one that dropped the treasure chest, hadn't respawned, so he decided to explore in a different direction. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and noticed several unfamiliar plants growing beside the house. "I'll cut it down." Upon seeing the prompt, Chenmu immediately picked up his rusty iron axe and chopped the plant off at the root. He received 1 leek as expected, and his eyes lit up. Although he couldn't cook for the time being, having a cabin made his food needs more organized, so he quickly harvested all the chives in the area. He received 1 leek. After a series of notifications, he had harvested a total of 51 leeks. When these were put into a package, 50 of them were automatically bundled, occupying 1 slot, becoming 1 bundle of leeks plus 1 stalk. Chenmu shook his head at the setting, didn't think much of it, and continued walking forward with his axe. This time, his target wasn't just trees and treasure chests. He also included the various plants in the surrounding area in his collection. The undefined plant, Chinese cabbage, white and fluffy, wrapped with some pork. These humorous hints inexplicably whet my appetite. I obtained 1 Chinese cabbage. 2 Chinese cabbages take up 1 slot, but thankfully there's still enough space in my inventory. Uncertain fruit, such a big chili pepper. If you're still unsure, you can chew one. Seeing the prompt, Chenmu raised an eyebrow, but still didn't dare to try it. He obtained 1 chili pepper. After picking more than a dozen, he looked at the still flowering chili pepper plant and simply stopped. There were still unripe chili peppers and white flowers on it. This patch was near his home, so he could leave it for another time and maybe continue harvesting. After the tangled vines entered a grove of trees, Chenmu saw a clump of thorny vines and couldn't help but become interested. Meat that gets stuck in your teeth. He guessed it might be a mouse or a small burr, but whatever it was, the vines themselves were quite useful. He could cut them down and weave them into nets, and maybe even catch rabbits. Remembering what number 186 had said yesterday about having rabbit burrows, he was even more tempted. Bang! With a swing of the axe, a section of the vine was severed. He continued clearing the surrounding area. Meow, meow. A weak sound came from within the vines after a few more swings. A cat. Shenmue was somewhat surprised. He had thought it was a wild mouse or something similar, but he hadn't expected it to be a cat. Hearing the faint meow, he restrained himself considerably, trying to minimize the vibration. After clearing away and storing the tangled vines, a small black ball about the size of a palm was revealed on the ground. Meow. The little black cat managed to twitch its ears, but it was clearly badly injured and couldn't even stand up. Shenmue squatted down and held it in his palm. If you can survive, stay here with me. If you can't, then consider it our food for tonight. The kitten just weakly tilted its head, barely having the strength to respond. The kitten, just a month old, should I add a bite of meat? Or give it another companion in its lonely world? This isn't my choice, it's its own. Shenmue glanced at the prompt, shook his head, and continued forward. He tried, but the cat couldn't fit in the package. He had to hold it the whole time. So, he had to continue chopping down trees with one hand. Bang! Bang! As he chopped, Shenmue gradually moved further away from home. He estimated the time and decided not to go any deeper. Even with one hand, the rusty iron axe was still quite effective. An hour before nightfall, he had collected nearly 100 units of wood. After organizing his harvest, he picked up the kitten and hurried back. Although he could make it at a leisurely pace, he preferred to get back to the cabin to rest as soon as possible. We're home. When Shenmue returned to the cabin, there was still half an hour before dark. He took off his knitted vest, placed the kitten on it as a cushion, and then turned to take care of his business. Squatting in the toilet, he suddenly realized something. He had been teleported here fully clothed, having simply stayed up all night playing games and gone straight to bed. That meant he brought what he was wearing. Thinking about this, Shenmue couldn't help but feel a little curious. I'll check the channels tonight. Maybe I can find some juicy gossip. Chapter 7. I'm a cat owner now. Little kitten, looks like you'll still have to mooch off me from now on. No need to sit on the dinner table. Shenmue came out of the bathroom, relit the stove, and hugged the kitten back into his arms. The kitten was noticeably more energetic this time, and its status indicator changed to weak, but recovering. Shenmue noticed the prompt mentioned house's resilience, but he had never seen this attribute before. The system still offered no explanation, and he didn't bother to investigate further. Just as he was about to eat dinner, the kitten on his lap suddenly stirred. Meow, woof! The kitten meowed weakly, slowly opening its eyes, sniffing the air, and quickly fixing its gaze on the torn bread. Seeing its reaction, Shenmue tried to break off a piece and offer it to it. Do you want some? The kitten raised its little paw, pressing his fingers down, and only after barely reaching it did it carefully bite into the bread. Cats are supposed to eat meat, but since this was all they had, it didn't care about being picky. Shenmue ate some himself while continuing to feed it. Slow down, he said, breaking off another piece and handing it to him. After he'd eaten most of the bread, the kitten gradually lost interest and instead set its sights on the bottle of mineral water, clearly thirsty. Drink up, don't spill it, Shenmue said, pouring some water into the cap, which the kitten licked clean little by little with its tongue. He also finished the rest of the water. After they'd eaten and drunk their fill, night had completely fallen. Go to sleep if you're tired. You won't get hurt at home. He gently stroked the kitten's back, placed it on his knitted vest, and then leaned against the wall to check chat and trade information. Today's outing had been quite fruitful. Although he hadn't found a treasure chest, he had plenty of resources: a survival manual, a workbench, a rusty iron axe, 13 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of ore, 12 pieces of water, 11 pieces of bread, some vegetables, and a lighter. However, what he lacked most now was a pot and seasonings. After confirming the kitten was asleep, Shenmue opened the trade channel. The most popular trade was still exchanging water and bread for wood. Clearly, everyone was upgrading their dwellings. He scrolled for a while before finally finding a less popular item: a kitchen set blueprint, pot, knife, spatula, for 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread. The price wasn't cheap, but it was exactly what he needed. With these, he could cook for himself and wouldn't have to eat bread every day anymore. Exchange. After the resources were deducted, the blueprint was in his hands. He immediately checked his requirements at the workbench. He had enough wood and ore, but was missing 3 iron ore. Sure enough, I still don't have enough materials. Shenmue tried to find iron ore in the trading interface, but found nothing. Instead, he discovered something else. The price of bags used to expand backpack capacity had skyrocketed. The empty money pouch needed at least 10 bottles of water or bread, and the tattered bag needed 5, clearly indicating someone had stockpiled supplies. Chunmu realized he might have missed important information, so he switched to the chat channel. As soon as he entered, he saw Player 1 spamming the chat, declaring they wanted to establish an organization and have everyone hand over their supplies for unified distribution. The lengthy statement, seemingly idealistic, actually drew a barrage of insults. The chat was practically flooded with comments, mostly criticizing his unrealistic claims. But number 1 seemed completely unconcerned, repeating the message a few minutes later and even posting outrageous trades in the trading section. He was exchanging useless leaves for any resource, 1 leaf for 1 type of resource, clearly trying to get something for nothing. This action immediately ignited public outrage, and the flame war quickly shifted to the trading channel. Some joked that he was gaining popularity by being criticized, while others helplessly said they couldn't find the other party and could only endure it. Others started asking for help, saying they had gone home empty-handed again. Just then, Chunmu saw a familiar number. His lips twitched slightly, and he immediately sent a message. Let's chat privately on the trading side, quickly posting his trading information. Chapter 8. Now that the pot is ready, it's time to eat better. 1 bottle of water plus 1 loaf of bread, exchange for 10 iron ore. After Chunmu posted the trade, he waited for 186 to contact him to see if he could exchange for some resources he needed. Not long after, the other party indeed took the initiative to contact him. 186. Hey bro, I only have 5 iron ores, plus 1 portion of seeds and seasonings. Can I exchange them for some food? I'm starving. This guy always looks so pitiful. Chunmu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the message. How many chests have you opened with this kind of luck, and not a single piece of food? He thought this guy was really pathetic, seemingly only lacking food. 186. I opened 3 boxes today and didn't get a single food item. I even traded with you yesterday. 186. Oh, by the way, you tricked me yesterday, but it was actually a good item. He casually complained, but didn't think much of it. Chunmu then realized, you finished the water and bread you traded for yesterday. 186. To be honest, I also have a gluttonous kitten. I have to take care of myself first. Upon hearing this, Chunmu immediately understood. He glanced down at the still sleeping kitten and secretly rejoiced that he had a little one, so it wouldn't be eaten out of house and home. He then changed the trade to 2 portions of water and bread in exchange for the other party's ingredients. Before the trade, 186 sent another long message. Hey bro, you can list something nobody's buying. I can contact you if I have any questions later. This game doesn't even have a private chat or friends. It's such a ripoff. He then quickly exchanged the food. Chunmu looked at the message and thought it was a good suggestion. So he casually listed an outrageous trade. 1 piece of wood for 1,000 pieces of wood as a contact marker, and then closed the interface. Next, he began crafting the 3-piece kitchen set. Once all the materials were gathered, the system notified him to begin production with a 1-hour countdown. Chunmu glanced at the time, then sat down to organize his backpack. His inventory was fairly well stocked. Water, bread, vegetables, seasonings, and all the necessary tools. In a good mood, he lay down, using the edge of his clothes as a pillow, and fell asleep with the kitten. He had a dream that night. In the dream, a soft little hand kept touching his face and gently pressed against him, the touch intoxicating. He was about to see the other person clearly when he suddenly woke up. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt the hard ground. Meow. A kitten was standing next to his face, its little paw just retracted, and then it licked him twice. Chunmu opened his eyes and smiled helplessly. I thought it was some beautiful girl, but it's you. He reached out and grabbed the kitten. Come here and let me hold you for a while. The kitten immediately resisted by pushing his face with its front paws and meowing in protest. Chunmu smiled. You ambushed me earlier. Were you hungry? He then took out a piece of bread. It was only 6:30 in the morning, more than an hour before dawn. He planned to eat something first and then go out to find resources when it got light, while also thinking about the locust plague 3 days later. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. He immediately picked up the kitten, went to the workbench, and put the finished items into his bag. With the 3 kitchen utensils, an iron pot, a wooden spatula, and an iron kitchen knife. In hand, Chun-Mu checked the time and decided to cook some cabbage to test the taste. The kitten, seeing the new things, initially bristled, but after confirming there was no danger, it approached to sniff. Chun-Mu put it aside. Don't cause trouble. I'll give you something good to eat later. He used 2 iron pieces as supports to build a makeshift stove over the fire, then placed the pot on it, added water, and started a fire. He poured mineral water into the pot, and it quickly began to heat up. Next, he opened the seasoning packets, tasted it, and said, "Not bad, tastes like salt." He casually added it to the pot, thus creating the basic broth. He then took out a large cabbage. Suddenly, the kitten bristled, jumped up, and grabbed his trouser leg, meowing wildly. Chun-Mu was taken aback. "You're not afraid of cabbage, are you?" Sure enough, the kitten hid behind his legs, looking wary. Chun-Mu was both amused and exasperated. "We'll eat it in a bit. Don't be afraid." He then tore off a few leaves and threw them into the pot. As soon as the cabbage hit the pot and the fire blazed up, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Chun-Mu watched the vegetables bubbling in the pot, but suddenly froze. There were no bowls or chopsticks. "I'll have to make do," he said, picking up an empty water bottle and carving it into 2 makeshift bowls. He'd have to wait for them to cool down a bit before using them. As for the kitten, it couldn't handle hot food. Chun-Mu glanced at it and could only say helplessly, "Wait until I finish eating. Don't burn yourself." Chapter 9 acquires a pet. It smells so good, so much better than bread. Chun-Mu used half a mineral water bottle to hold the food and couldn't help but exclaim after just one bite. This seasoning is nothing special on its own, but once it's used in a dish, the taste is surprisingly good. Just then, a system notification popped up. Player 9857 made boiled cabbage soup, recipe added, reward, blueprint for a 5-piece wooden dining table set. Chun-Mu was stunned, almost dropping the bowl in his hand. He hadn't expected to get a reward for simply cooking a meal. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, if he could keep racking up rewards like this, wouldn't he never need to go on adventures? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The system certainly wouldn't be that simple. After using the blueprints, Chun-Mu didn't even bother to eat anymore and went straight to the workbench to check the requirements. A 5-piece wooden dining table set, 180 wood, craft or not. He chose to craft without hesitation. Craft. Although it required 80 wood, as long as he could have a normal meal, he'd be willing to chop 2 more 80 pieces today. Soon, the crafting countdown began, thankfully not too long. The fire was dying down, barely keeping things warm. He decided to eat what he'd serve first, otherwise it would be a waste. The information about the small portion of boiled cabbage soup, which grants 2 stamina points, gave him even more motivation. This small bowl was practically just a mouthful, a few cabbage leaves with some broth, enough to finish in 2 bites. As Chun-Mu ate, he thought that this food might be worth selling, but filling his stomach was more important first. He quickly finished his meal and then looked at the other bowl next to him. The little black cat immediately bristled, staring intently at its food and meowing loudly, as if afraid it would be snatched away. Its anxious appearance was both funny and endearing. "Don't worry, I have another pot. I won't steal yours." Chun-Mu shook his head and smiled, but in his heart he was wondering if he should make a wooden bowl for the kitten, maybe that would trigger another reward. Many mechanisms in this world are not yet public, but as long as there are rewards, it means there are more gameplay waiting to be explored. Just as he was thinking, the system notification sounded again. Crafting complete. Chun-Mu walked over and arranged the wooden table, bowls, plates, spoons, and chopsticks one by one, finally creating some decent furniture. However, he still couldn't understand why the dining table was included in the 5-piece set. The little black cat looked up at these new things, clearly curious. Chun-Mu used a wooden spoon to serve himself a bowl, eating while browsing the chat channel. The channel was filled with groans. Some begged for food, others complained of being too hungry to move, and still others suggested trading wood for bread and water. But most were arguing, complaining, and even making sarcastic remarks. Chun-Mu saw a player named 186 pretending to be poor and couldn't help but laugh. Others might not know, but he knew this guy opened several chests a day. His luck was practically godlike. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again. Day 3 begins. Disaster will strike tonight. Without a cabin, survival is impossible. The chat channel erupted instantly. Everyone was already worried about food and drink, but now the threat of disaster suddenly appeared, and everyone panicked. The message that no cabin meant certain death sent a chill down many spines. Chenmu glanced at it briefly before closing the interface. He picked up the little black cat and said softly, "I'll name you Kayokyu, how about that?" The little black cat blinked, rubbed against his palm, and let out a soft meow, as if it had accepted the name. "It's settled then. From now on, you'll be called Ko." Chenmu smiled and then added, "I'm going out to find some ingredients later. You stay home and keep an eye on things. I'll make you a bowl when I get back." He was about to leave when Kayokyu suddenly pounced on him, grabbed his trouser leg, and wouldn't let go, barking incessantly, clearly not wanting to be left behind. "It's too dangerous outside. You can't go." Chenmu tried to persuade it, but Kayokyu was so anxious that it kept pacing around and wouldn't let go. Just then, the system notification appeared again, "Pet obtained." Upon opening the pet interface, Chenmu felt a faint connection between himself and the little guy. "Kayokyu." He crouched down and reached out his hand. The little black cat immediately jumped into his palm, rolled over, and looked at him affectionately. Even more amazingly, its meows became clear and understandable to Chenmu. It wanted to go out with him. Chapter 10A Sudden Sense of Crisis. Chenmu checked his updated personal panel and found a new pet section, which appeared after he formed a contract with the little black cat. Below the panel was an unactivated function, which puzzled him. The supplies in his backpack were also clearly visible: water, bread, wood, seeds, and seasonings, a decent amount. He left the workbench and cooking utensils in the cabin, took the rest, and prepared to go out and continue gathering resources. After leaving the house, Chenmu walked while glancing at the little black cat on his shoulder. "Kayokyu, are you even a cat?" The question mark in the prompt made him feel uneasy. "Meow." Kayokyu immediately raised its paw and stomped on him a few times, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Chenmu smiled helplessly. "You don't even know yourself? Oh well, whatever you become in the future, remember to let me pet you to my heart's content every day." After saying that, he took out his iron axe and began chopping down the tree. Tonight might be dangerous. If he couldn't leave the house for the next few days, he had to stock up on enough food to ensure he and Kayokyu wouldn't go hungry. Just as he was about to stop, Kayokyu suddenly became restless, its little tail wagging incessantly and gesturing in one direction. Chenmu looked in the direction it pointed and saw a small grove of trees ahead. After confirming Kayokyu's meaning, he picked up his axe and walked over. Passing through the bushes, he was immediately stunned. There were 2 wooden treasure chests in front of him. He hadn't encountered a single one yesterday. This luck was simply outrageous. Kayokyu rubbed against him smugly, as if asking for praise. Chenmu immediately put away the treasure chest, picked it up, and kissed it. "You're such a treasure. You're practically a lucky cat." Kayokyu looked disgusted by the kiss and waved its paws in protest, but Chenmu was in a great mood. However, he didn't go any further and simply turned and left. A vague unease crept into his heart. The moment he retrieved the treasure chest, he felt as if something was watching him from the shadows, a chill that made him hesitant to take any further risks. Returning to the vicinity of the cabin, he began to carefully chop down trees. The axe fell steadily, wood filling his backpack, but his attention remained focused on his surroundings. Time passed slowly, and more than a dozen large trees around the house were felled. Seeing that evening was approaching, he returned to the cabin half an hour early, because the feeling of being watched lingered. Once inside, Kayokyu jumped onto the table to play. Chenmu gently tapped its head. "Don't run around. Be careful not to fall." He then placed it in the middle of the table. Kayokyu tilted her head and looked at him, clearly not understanding. He was too lazy to explain and turned to go to the toilet. When she came out, Kayokyu was still staring in the direction of the toilet, looking curious. Chenmu was a little embarrassed. "That's the toilet. It's a place to use the restroom." Before he could finish speaking, Kayokyu was already trying to jump in. Chenmu quickly stopped her. "If you go in, you'll probably fall right in. Let me get you a smaller one." He took out half a mineral water bottle, split it open with an axe, and then used a lighter to smooth the edges, thus creating a makeshift cat tool. Although Kayokyu looked disgusted, she still used it reluctantly. Soon, A notification popped up. Cat feces can be made into fertilizer. Hopefully you don't have a taste for cat poo coffee. As Chun Mu was about to dispose of the items, he was stunned by the notification. Using it as fertilizer was normal, but the term civet coffee left him speechless. In his original world, this stuff was considered quite high-end, but he had always kept his distance. Seeing it now just seemed a bit outrageous. Chapter 11 Material Supply from the Lucky One. As dusk fell, Chun Mu lit a fire, poured water into a pot that had already been automatically cleaned, tore the remaining half of the cabbage into pieces, and threw it in to cook slowly, while he began to sort out today's harvest. He glanced at the supplies: a survival manual, an iron axe, bottled water, small loaves of bread, over 200 bundles of wood, and 2 wooden treasure chests that Kayukyu had led him to. Overall, the haul was pretty good. Without hesitation, Chun Mu took out the 2 wooden treasure chests and opened them. The first treasure chest contained water, bread, flour, and an unopened recipe. The second chest yielded even more water, bread, wood, and iron ore. After collecting the supplies, he took out the unopened recipe and, looking at the prompt, couldn't help but exclaim, "You can play like this?" It felt like gambling on jade or opening blind boxes. However, he was currently lacking recipes and didn't hesitate, choosing to start immediately. Soon, the result appeared: a basic 3-piece bedding set recipe. This set included a bed, pillow, and comforter, which looked very practical, but the material requirements were a headache. He had enough wood, but absolutely no fabric or cotton. Chun Mu had learned the recipe, but couldn't make it yet, so he opened the trading interface to see if anyone was selling materials. As soon as he opened it, he saw a message from player number 186. "Hey bro, did you eat a lot today? I have some materials here, but I don't know how to use them. Please help me out." Chun Mu replied, then casually searched for cloth and cotton, only to find that the prices were ridiculously high. He had no intention of using all his resources to exchange for these. Soon after, 186 sent another message, saying that he had been opening chests all day, but hadn't gotten any food, instead getting a bunch of ores, cotton, and cloth. Seeing this, Chun Mu was speechless and a little envious. This luck was too outrageous. All the materials he needed were exactly what he was looking for. Without thinking too much, he directly asked the other party, "I'm interested in all of these. What do you plan to exchange them for?" 186 quickly compiled a list: ores, iron or cotton, cloth, copper, ore, as well as 3 recipes and 2 exquisite little money pouches, a considerable amount. Chun Mu was somewhat tempted, but still asked about the price first. 186. 10 bottles of water and 15 loaves of bread. Is that all right? The money pouches can expand your backpack, adding 3 slots each, but there's a limit. Upon hearing this price, Chun Mu agreed almost without hesitation. Considering the value of these materials, this exchange was already very worthwhile. 9857. Sure, I'll adjust it. On the other side, the boy in the stone house breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the reply. He had been prepared to be haggled over, but the other party had agreed immediately. Beside him lay a huge white tiger, a companion he had brought back from his first day of treasure hunting. It could help him find chests, but it also consumed a tremendous amount of energy. After the transaction was completed, he immediately fed the white tiger bread and water. Although the white tiger was somewhat disgusted that it wasn't meat, it still ate it. After eating its fill, it lazily lay down, letting the boy lean against it. The boy, feeling relaxed, replied to Chun Mu's message. 186, "Boss, thanks. My glutton is finally not watching me anymore. Remember to save some meat for me if you have any." Upon seeing this, Chun Mu simply replied, "I'll be careful. Be safe when you go out." This ordinary expression of concern surprised the boy. In the 3 days since he arrived, this was the first time anyone had said something like that to him. He silently finished the rest of his bread, drank a few sips of water, and then pounced on the white tiger. The white tiger didn't resist, letting him hug it, using it as a pillow and mattress. Chapter 12, A Dangerous Night, Time to Sleep. What an enviable lucky guy. Chun Mu closed the trading interface, marveling at the other party's good fortune and generosity, and then began to organize the supplies obtained from this trade. There were 3 recipes in total, which he examined one by one. They were for an iron axe, a 3-piece furnace set, and a wooden crossbow bolt set. Although he didn't have all the materials yet, he still learned them all to prepare himself. He opened his workbench and saw that he had already mastered 6 crafting recipes. His most pressing need was for bedding. Having slept on the floor for the past few days, he was desperate for a bed. Once he had enough materials, he immediately began crafting. The 3-piece set would take half an hour, and the progress bar moved slowly. Next, he added the 3-piece stove set to the crafting queue. That would take a full 3 hours, so he had to wait patiently at the back. That's enough for now. We'll talk after dinner. Kayako, dinner's ready, he called out. The little black cat, Kayako, jumped around on the table, and he caught it and put it on his shoulder. Dinner was simple tonight. There was only 1 loaf of bread left, but there was enough water and vegetables, and most importantly, he had flour. Unfortunately, he couldn't make a kneading board yet, nor could he make a bowl for Ko. He had tried before, and the result was a complete mess. With that in mind, he simply reopened his workbench and decided to make a set of tableware first. He adjusted the production order, putting the tableware first and the bedding later. Although the wood consumption was considerable, it was enough to last. While waiting, he checked the package again. The supplies were varied but complete, which reassured him considerably. Just as he was deciding whether to make dumplings or steamed buns, suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Strange noises came from outside, and that vanished sense of crisis returned. Kayako, don't move. Chunmu stared intently at the wooden window, pressing down on the trembling black cat on his shoulder. He knew tonight wouldn't be peaceful, but he didn't expect trouble to occur so soon after nightfall. Kayako pricked up its ears and listened intently, quickly giving feedback. There were wolves outside, and they were being attacked. But what was even more terrifying was the sheer number of attackers, densely packed like a migrating swarm. Locusts, Chunmu instantly realized. The previous warning flashed through his mind. Locusts sweep across the land, leaving nothing behind. The sounds of banging continued outside the window, interspersed with the increasingly mournful howls of wolves. He held Kikyu in his hands to comfort her. Don't be afraid, it's safe inside, they can't get in. Kayako curled up into a ball, no longer listening to the sounds outside. At this moment, the tableware was finished, and Chunmu set the table in bowls, redivided the half-cold dishes, and the two of them began to eat. The firelight flickered. Outside the cabin lay chaos and death, but inside, it was quiet and warm. Kayako tested the temperature, looked up, and called out, as if urging him to eat together. Okay, let's eat together. Chunmu smiled, serving himself a portion as well. And so, on this night when a storm was brewing, the two shared a simple yet comforting meal. After finishing his meal, he looked at the self-cleaning pot and started thinking about noodles again, but quickly gave up. He didn't have enough ingredients, and tonight wasn't a good time to cook. Just then, the bedding was finished, so he tidied the room and laid out the wooden bed, pillows, and blankets. Kayako jumped on it and rolled around, clearly enjoying the soft texture. Chunmu lay down on the long-missed bed, completely relaxing. He suddenly remembered something and whispered, I'm a restless sleeper. If I roll over on you, you can gently scratch me to remind me. Outside, the chaos continued, but inside, things gradually quieted down. On this dangerous night, he could finally sleep peacefully. Chapter 13, The Survival Game, has only just begun. Dear players, how was your last night? A mechanical voice rang out precisely at 6 in the morning, reaching the ears of all survivors. It announced that this nationwide survival game had only truly begun from this moment. The system also features personal name cards, friends, private chat, and mail functions, but also issues a warning. Do not trust players you encounter in the wild. There is no real team here, and even if you sign a slave contract, the slave may turn against the master. Then came another reminder. Protect your house at all costs, because once its durability reaches 0, it will disappear. And losing shelter in this world is almost equivalent to death. The last sentence is even more chilling. Dead players will become puppets in the store, available for others to buy and use, without consciousness and completely at the mercy of others. After hearing this, Chunmu sat up in bed, his face looking rather grim. He then realized that the first 3 days were merely a beginner's protection period. The real test of survival was now in store. He glanced down at the corner of the bed, where Kayako was curled up asleep, clearly pushed away by him when he rolled over last night. He reached out and scooped it up, and the little black cat groggily opened its eyes. We're making dumplings for breakfast. If you keep sleeping, you'll be woken up later, Chunmu said seriously, offering a reason. Kayakyu tilted her head, looking puzzled, clearly not understanding the logic. But Chunmu didn't explain. He simply took out the 3-piece stove set from the workbench and started a fire to cook. The stove was much more convenient than the previous campfire. The flame size could be controlled. He set up the iron pot, lit the wood, and retrieved the temporary iron or support, officially beginning to prepare the ingredients. He poured out some flour, added water, and kneaded the dough. The table had a built-in cleaning function, making the whole process clean and efficient. He quickly kneaded the dough, and next he prepared the filling. Without a cutting board, he could only make chive filling. He took out a bunch of chives, clean and neat, and chopped them directly on the table with a knife, making a thump-thump sound. Kayakyu stood on the pillow and looked around, her ears twitching slightly, as if she finally understood. This was what being woken up meant. Just bear with it for a little while. It'll be ready soon, Chunmu casually reassured him, then continued working. After mixing the seasonings, he began pressing out the dough and wrapping the dumplings. One by one, the slightly clumsy but plump dumplings gradually took shape. He repeated the action while casually checking the system interface. The trading area was much quieter, but the chat channel was unusually lively. Most people were cursing the world, and some were breaking down, crying, and wanting to go home. But just then, a friend request caught his attention. Player S29, ID 186, requests to add as a friend. Chunmu paused for a moment, then quickly remembered the incredibly lucky player. He clicked confirm, and the friend function was activated. The other player sent a message almost instantly. Friend 186. Hey bro, I knew you'd be alright. Chunmu was speechless at the tone, but he still replied, mentioning the locust plague from the previous night in order to find out the situation on the other side. The other party replied quickly, which surprised him slightly. Friend 186. Are you getting locusts over there? I think I'm getting zombies over here. Zombies? The word instantly made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Chunmu frowned, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. His side is plagued by insects, while the other side has zombies. If the zombies are transformed humans, it means that there were likely traces of human activity in the area where the other side is located. Chapter 14, The First Meal of Dumplings. The lucky one couldn't resist the temptation. Kayakyu played on the pillows and blankets for a while, thinking that something delicious was coming soon, but now it had lost interest in the blankets and pillows and still hadn't seen anything to eat. It should take about half an hour. Looking at the little black dumpling with its aggrieved eyes, Chunmu suddenly understood the feelings of that lucky guy. A foodie was urging him on, and although his house didn't look fierce, it was just cute, which was a bit irresistible. 9857. There are mountains all around me, so it's probably uninhabited, which is why there's a bug infestation. I'll check the chat interface again when I eat. I should have more messages there. I need to prepare breakfast for my little foodie now. We'll chat again when I'm done. After sending the message, Chunmu focused on wrapping the remaining dumplings and then prepare to cook them. Add water, bring to a boil, then add dumplings. The steps are simple, but they also require a lot of control. If you don't control it well, you might end up drinking noodle soup instead of dumplings. As soon as the dumplings were scooped out, the kitten Kayakyu had already gone to the table and was squatting next to its utensils, waiting. Player S299857 has made chive dumplings using clumsy techniques. The recipe has been generated and automatically added to the system's food recipe book. Reward recipe, wooden spoon, slotted spoon. Chive dumplings, small portion increases stamina by 10 points and speed by 10% for 30 minutes. Eating dumplings makes you feel good and you run faster, that's for sure. This is yet another recipe that gets criticized, but anyway, he's finished it now. The recipes for the wooden spoon and the slotted spoon both require only one piece of wood, and the process takes only 3 seconds. Once the soup was ready, Chunmu served the dumplings and soup and placed 2 dumplings, broken in half, on Kayakyu's plate. Cats can't eat food that's too hot, so for now, he's the only one eating while Kayakyu watches. Meow, fragrant hot pot. Kayakyu approached the dumpling, carefully sniffed it, then went to lie down to the side, let out two pitiful cries, and continued to wait. No rush. There's still over an hour until dawn. Take your time. I'll start eating now. It smells delicious. Shenmue had been very interested in dumplings in the past, but now, eating dumplings made with such simple ingredients, he felt that this was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. In a good mood, Shenmue ignored Kikyu's disapproving look and ate while blowing on the food, and at the same time began to have time to check the information in the chat channel. When he opened the chat channel, he suddenly noticed that there was an extra number after the region category. Regional channel 6318. Looking at this number, Shenmue suddenly felt that the dumplings in his mouth didn't taste so good anymore. This number led him to another hypothesis. It was likely the number of people who survived last night. The chat channel is still constantly refreshing, but this number hasn't changed, which indicates it's not the chat count. 183. I slept so well. The storm outside has stopped. Are you all still here? Say hi. Suddenly a familiar number popped up. Shenmue looked at the other person's message and confirmed once again that although they were in the same region, everyone's circumstances were different. The European Emperor also came out to greet the familiar faces. Ever since he fed the big white tiger, he had been staring at the chat channel looking for useful information. 1234. You guys are really ruthless. Nothing happened here last night, not even a breeze. 10,000. Just popping in to say I'm still alive. I don't know what was outside last night, but the shaking in my little cabin never stopped. I didn't dare close my eyes all night. 13. Hey, everyone's here. We've survived another night. Shall we open a bottle of champagne to celebrate this morning? Every time I see all the familiar faces still here, I feel full of hope for the future. 1234. Dude upstairs, you actually have champagne? 13. Hey bro, watch your words. I'm just a girl, and as for champagne and stuff, I don't have any, but someone else will, right? 1234. Sis, you're busy. I'll go get something to eat first. 183:13. Hi sister. I'm a handsome young man. How about we have an online romance? We won't talk about material things, just feelings. 13. Get lost. I'm so busy collecting supplies every day, I don't have time to worry about your feelings. The topic gradually veered off course. Because of the appearance of this 13-year-old sister, many people participated in the discussion, and some men and women who were unsure of the truth gradually revealed their genders. However, this gender issue can be seen naturally if you've added each other as friends. Seeing the increasingly off-topic post, Shenmue thought for a moment, and then sent a private message to European Emperor 186. 9857. Chive dumplings, small portion. Freshly cooked hot dumplings. Shenmue sent an item information and waited for the other party's reply. As a lucky person, he definitely has a lot of good stuff. So, before leaving home today, Shenmue wanted to search this person's package one more time. Friend 186, boss, don't tempt me, The boy in the stone hut immediately looked miserable. He really didn't have much good stuff left. He couldn't very well exchange it for building materials, could he? Although he still had a considerable amount of building materials, he felt the stone hut wasn't very safe and wanted to upgrade it as soon as possible. But dumplings. He couldn't even afford bread, yet this guy managed to make dumplings. It's just too enviable. 9857. Basic 3-piece bedding set, bed pillow comfort, providing a comfortable sleeping environment for a good night's sleep. Shenmue sent out his own version of the solution and then continued to wait. He didn't believe that this person would really leave nothing behind. Friend 186. Boss, you're ruthless. Friend 186. 200 or 200 wood, 100 iron, or want to trade? Looking at the seemingly comfortable bed, the 186 centimeters tall boy tilted his head and glanced at the big white tiger, but he still couldn't resist. Although he could sleep at the big white tiger's place, he would be kicked out after sleeping for a while, and this happened several times every night. He had had enough. 9857. Add another 200 wood. Crafting this set requires a lot of wood. Shenmue smiled immediately upon seeing the price offered by the other party. But this time, he had to raise the price. Making these 3 pieces requires 200 wood. If you make a bed for him, your own house will not be able to be upgraded. Finally, iron ore. Although it's not shown yet, he can guess that this will be some of the necessities for the next step. Friend 186. Boss, you actually bargained. Okay, I'll add 200 more wood, but I want to keep 50 iron ore. Anyway, I'll trade them with you for other things you make later. The boy stared at the private chat interface, calculated the current resources, and confirmed that he could give wood, but he couldn't give it unconditionally. 9857. Sure, you can give me some wood first. I'm out of wood. Chunmu was satisfied with the other party's reply. If the other party had given it to him as soon as he asked, then he would have to doubt whether this person was suitable for cooperation. Friend 186. I mailed it to you. That way, I don't need to go through the trading channel, and no one will see my transaction history. The boy spent the whole morning researching the new features, except for the online store. Unfortunately, the shop requires a level 3 house to unlock, and he's still lacking some materials, so he can only wait helplessly until later. Chapter 15. Upgrading the Stone Hut. Delicious dumplings. You received a package from your friend 186. Do you want to open it? Next to the friend's information, a gift pack-shaped icon is flashing. Activate. Chunmu is in a hurry to make a 3-piece bedding set, so he naturally needs to hurry up and get the wood. But after opening the gift pack, he suddenly realized that this guy was incredibly lucky. Is this just too trusting, or do they genuinely not lack these supplies? Open the package from friend player number 186 and receive 400 wood, 200 ore, and 50 iron ore. Chunmu, who had thought he could only get 2 pieces of wood to make the product, suddenly realized that he still didn't understand how lucky the other party was when he saw that the other party had even paid the final payment. Basic 3-piece bedding set, bed, pillow, comforter, materials needed. 402 to 200G/M superscript 2 wood, 6 to 5G/M superscript 2 fabric, 7 to 5G/M superscript 2 cotton. Production time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. With the 30-minute countdown beginning, Chunmu planned to deliver the dumplings to the other party first. But his dumplings were served in wooden bowls, so if you wanted to give them to someone, what should we use to store it? Meow, meow, meow. Mine, this is mine. As Kayaku watched its bowl being taken away, it instantly realized that its utensils were about to run away. Although it has a plate, it was made by the owner for himself, and it should never be taken away by anyone else. Tell him to return it after he finishes eating. Don't worry, he wouldn't stoop so low as to cheat us out of a bowl and chopsticks. Chunmu was glared at by Kayaku, so he could only explain that the bowl and chopsticks were only borrowed temporarily and that he could ask the other party for them back later. Kayaku lay on the table, looking aggrieved, and emphasized its principles with tears in its eyes. What's mine is mine. No one is allowed to take it or use it. As for chopsticks, spoons, etc., it's unusable now, but if I ever learn how to use it, it will still be mine. You're right, it's yours, and I won't give it to anyone else. Seeing that he had made his little ones so angry that he was about to cry, Chunmu put the bowl back and decided to make another set. However, he wouldn't give it away for free. He could give the bowl and chopsticks himself, but he would keep the rest for future use. We paused the current production and restarted the production of the 5-piece dining table set. Meow, meow. I'll rub your belly. Kayaku was satisfied and rolled over, revealing its softest belly. My tummy's practically bulging. Your dumplings are getting cold. Go eat first, then I'll see if I can upgrade the house. Chunmu reached out and poked Kayaku's little belly, then told it to go eat first. Now that he has enough materials, his wooden house can be upgraded to a stone house. He was still wondering how to obtain the ore, since he hadn't seen any mines or other minerals to mine in the vicinity. Fortunately, the lucky one is a foodie, or rather, someone who enjoys life. The next level is a regular stone hut. Upgrade materials required, 230 to 200 or 122 to 100 wood. Upgrade? Upgrade. With all the materials in place, Chunmu didn't need to hesitate. House upgrade complete. Currently a level 2 property, a standard stone hut with a durability of 150 to 150. Next level, stone courtyard, upgrade requirements. Iron or 105 to 100 or 30 to 500, wood 22 to 500, rope 0 to 50, plastic 0 to 20. The upgrade is complete. The size of the house remains the same, but the quality has been improved. But the next upgrade is the stone courtyard, this courtyard. Since it comes with a yard, it must mean it has expanded space, right? His current belongings have already filled the house quite a bit. If the space cannot be expanded, it will really hinder development. Upon checking my personal information again, I found that it had indeed changed again. Name, Chunmu, Player number 9857, S29 District. Too many IDs disappeared overnight. You are lucky to be alive. Race, human, nothing particularly special. Stamina, 15. The dumplings must be delicious, otherwise you wouldn't have eaten so many. Energy, 20. The dumpling soup was very delicious. I'm so full. Combat strength, 8. It's a bit weak, but you're lucky you're still alive. Asset, level 2. A standard stone hut. Should be safe for now, but don't you think it's too cramped inside? Coins, 8. Keep working hard. Once your house reaches level 4, you can go on shopping spree. Equipment, none. Pet, cuckoo, probably a cat. Not enabled. Package items, 46 Survival Manual X1, Rusty Iron Axe, 58%. X1, Mineral Water X11, Small Bread X1, Wood X22 or X30, Iron or X105, Copper or X3, Cotton X2, Cloth X1, Flour, 1.75 caddies, Seabag X1, Seasoning, 65%, X1, Cabbage 0.5 head, Chili Pepper 19. Lighter, 88%, X1. There's a ton of stuff in the parcel compartment, but that's all for now. However, Shenmue also realized from the accompanying complaints that he was already luckier than most people to be alive. I opened the chat interface again and saw that the number had dropped by 2 more. Regional channel, 6316. The fact that someone died at this time left Shenmue somewhat stunned. The fact that they survived before suggests they all had cabins, meaning they wouldn't be in danger as long as they stayed indoors. So these 2 people, why do people die? Starve? Die of thirst? Or did he open the door and go out for some reason? Thinking back to the wolf that banged on the window last night, which was later apparently eaten by locusts, 9857. The 3-piece bedding set will take half an hour. I've already made a bowl and chopsticks and sent them to you. I'll send you the dumplings in half an hour. After completing one part of the workbench construction, Chunmu went to retrieve the items. He stacked the new table on top of another empty table. There was no other way, as there wasn't enough space in the room. I took the bowl and chopsticks, sent a slightly cold serving of dumplings and chopsticks along with them, and sent a private message to 186 at the same time. I didn't reply to anyone after receiving the package, and they didn't ask me about it either. I wonder if they were nervous. Friend 186. Hey bro, I received it. The dumplings smell amazing. They're so delicious. 2 minutes or so passed after he sent the message before the other person replied. It seemed they had eaten first before they had the mind to reply. Friend 186. Hey bro, next time you make something delicious, save some for me. My foodie says it wants more. Before Chun Mu could reply, 186 sent another message, and, judging from the excitement in the words, surely half a bowl of dumplings couldn't have turned a big foodie into a pet, could it? Thinking back to when I first brought my pet Kokyu home, fed it, and raised it, it was only later that it initiated a contract with me, and that's when I started using it as a pet. In comparison, this European royal foodie might really not have had any contract in the first place. That's really awesome. This large carnivore, regardless of the creature, is capable of bringing it home to raise as a pet, even when it might be eaten at any moment. This is something most people can't do. 9857. If I'm not busy tonight, I might research other dishes. Oh, and please send the bowls back. I don't have any extra ones here. Shun Mu is now quite addicted to food research, but when he thinks about food, he remembers the bowl that was sent along with the dumplings. If he doesn't get this back, he really won't have any more wood to make it. Chapter 16. A Bountiful Vegetable Harvest. The game's refresh function is now available. Iron Axe, required materials, 22 to 10 wood, 105 to 2 iron ore. Shenmue placed another set of crafting materials on the workbench. He desperately needed something for self-defense. Although he would prefer to make a set of wooden crossbows, the materials didn't allow it, and he had never used one before. After waiting for Kokyu to finish eating, Shenmue put the pot away and set it aside. He turned the flame in the stove to the lowest setting and waited patiently for the daylight to break. The 3-piece bedding set is finished. Upon seeing the notification, Shenmue took out the 3-piece set and mailed it directly to 186. The transaction was complete, and now he needed to pack up and get ready to leave. Iron Axe X1. A useful tool for chopping trees. You might also use it to deal with attackers. The iron axe was finished. Shenmue held the axe in his hand. The round wooden handle and the cool iron axe head felt much better to use than before. Kayakyu, let's go. Chunmu reached out his hand to the little black ball of fur that was resting on the table. It's time to go. A new day begins. The so-called game officially begins. And who knows what kind of disaster has struck the outside world. Meow. Let's go. When Kayakyu heard that it was okay to go out, it jumped up and climbed up Chunmu's arm, finally stopping on his shoulder and tightly gripping his clothes. It's dawn, let's go. Chunmu, holding an axe in his hand, cheered himself on and then opened the door. Meow, meow, meow. Wolf. Master, there's a wolf. The moment the door opened, Kayakyu exerted force with its forepaws and arched its back, clearly ready to fight. Right outside the door, a clean skeleton lay scattered on the ground. The wolf from last night. It's wolf bones. They were gnawed clean last night. Chunmu squatted down and tapped the bone with the axe. The bone was quite hard. Moreover, this skeleton is rather large. When this wolf was alive, it was at least over a meter tall and about 1.5 meters long. Definitely a ferocious predator. If you find the bones of a wild animal, should you pick them up? They didn't leave you any meat, but you can use the bones to make soup, which might help your pet grow a little faster. As Chunmu picked up a piece of wolf bone, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Pick it up. Since it's said to help pets grow faster, he naturally wants to keep it. He'll stew a pot of it when he gets home tonight and give it to Kayakyu to drink slowly. By the way, if you stew too much, you can exchange it for some good stuff for the lucky guy. Player number 183 in Zone S29 requests to add you as a friend. Player number 1234 in Zone S29 requests to add you as a friend. Player number 13 in Zone S29 requests to add you as a friend. Suddenly, 3 friend request notifications rang in my ears. The 3 of them were added together, and there were no other people. Could it be because of his height of 186? Friend 186. Boss, I made a mistake just now. Those guys 13, 183, and 1234, they seem pretty good these past few days, and they're all foodies. I couldn't help but reveal your information. Please don't be angry, boss. Just as Chunmu was about to ask, this person sent the message directly. 9857. What did you say to them? Chunmu was very curious. He didn't have much food right now, so why did they add him as a friend? Did they think he was like them, hoarding a lot of things? In a small stone house on the outskirts of a city, the boy stared awkwardly at the large white tiger beside him. At least when he was sending the message, he didn't feel particularly embarrassed about begging for forgiveness. However, his big white tiger seemed to look down on him and wouldn't let him pet it anymore. I really need to be more careful in the future. If introducing customers leads to my own food-loving family going hungry, and I also lose the chance to have a good meal, then I'll really be in trouble. 9857. Please be more careful next time. I'm going out now. Let's chat tonight. Chunmu shook his head, sent the message, picked up his axe, and went out the door. As for the 3 friend adding messages, we'll talk about it when he's done with his work today and comes back. Meow. Going out, Kayakyu watched Chunmu's actions and was curious about what was going on. We agreed to leave, so why are we still stuck at the door? It's all right, now a few people know we have good food. Once outside the house, Chunmu briefly explained the situation to Kayakyu before picking up his axe and heading to the spot where he had previously harvested the chives. This place is right near the house. If we could get him to build a wall around it, all the chives could be grown inside the yard. He came to check yesterday, and there were no signs of growth at the time. But now, amidst this lush greenery, Chunmu instantly realized another meaning behind the so-called official start of the game. Items can be refreshed, and complete items will appear after a certain period of time, instead of growing step by step. 3 chives. 2 chives. 10 leeks. Leek X. He started by cutting a few stalks, but after discovering that the leeks wouldn't be damaged if he cut them the normal way, he simply started cutting them by the bunch. After harvesting this small patch of chives, 2.5 bundles of chives appeared as package, much more than before, and the chives were also better in terms of luster, width, and thickness. Meow. Do you want dumplings again? When Kayakyu saw the chives that Chunmu had harvested, her first thought was that she was going to have dumplings again. It ate 2 dumplings earlier, and both of them made it quite full, but that didn't stop it from still thinking about them. Not necessarily. Let's go look at other things. We should make more food in the future. If we can get meat, we can make dumplings with chives and pork or cabbage and pork. They'll taste even better. Shenmue isn't exactly a professional foodie, but he used to live alone, so he's fairly proficient in these basic family dishes. Now he just lacks the ingredients and tools. Meow. Kaike raised its head and nuzzled against Shenmue. This time, Kaike didn't have anything to say. It was just in a good mood and wanted to be affectionate with Shenmue. After leaving the leek patch, the person and the cat headed back to the spot where they had previously picked cabbages. One Chinese cabbage. One Chinese cabbage. One Chinese cabbage. One Chinese cabbage. Last time it was 2 large cabbages. This time it's 4, and they're the same size, but even bigger and juicier than before. If this cabbage is cooked with some bone broth. Shenmue shook his head, indicating that he couldn't think about it anymore. Although he had just finished eating not long ago, if he continued to think about it, he would be tempted to go home and cook dinner. In the same spot, I harvested more chili peppers than before. Now it's time to try and see if the treasure chest has respawned. Chapter 17, First Hunt. The ball that can find treasure chests. Owu dash. When they arrived at the location of the 2 wooden treasure chests that Kaiukyu had pointed out earlier, they didn't see any treasure chest this time, but instead saw an injured wolf. The wolf's hind leg had been gnawed down to the bone, and it was now lying on the rock, baring its teeth at Shenmue. Level 1 Wild Wolf. Not all wolves are ungrateful wolves, but this one is currently thinking about how to eat you. The game only displays the wolf's level, but the constantly complaining prompts allowed Shenmue to understand the current situation more clearly. An injured wolf. This is definitely the meal that's about to be ours. A head of bronze, bones of iron, and a waist of tofu. The iron axe in Shenmue's hand gleamed in the sunlight. He muttered words he'd heard somewhere before, searching for a possible way to strike. Tofu waist. Just cut in the middle. You don't need to bare your teeth. Right now, you're just a piece of food. Anyone who sees you can just walk away. Taking a step forward, Shenmue also produced an axe in his left hand, the same rusty iron axe from before. Holding axes in both hands gave Shenmue a greater sense of security. Meow attacked from its right rear. Caillou, perched on Shenmue's shoulder, watched the wolf baring its teeth and suddenly gave a hint. Although it was very small, it had this idea for no reason when it looked at the wolf just now. Good. Shenmue walked around the wolf, and when he reached the wolf's right rear, he threw the rusty iron axe directly at the wolf's waist. Awoo, dash. The wolf was struck on the back by an axe. Although the axe was not very sharp, it was thrown and had the force of being thrown and the inertia of the axe falling. Instantly, the wolf arched its back in pain, seemingly wanting to stand up and bite Shenmue. Now! Stepping forward, Shenmue swung his iron axe at the wolf's arched back. In the past, he had only killed chickens, ducks, and geese, and at most, slaughter a rabbit. But now he has to face a wolf in its normal form, even though one of its legs is crippled. Player S29, server 9857, has successfully hunted a wild creature for the first time, rewarding them with 1 point of combat power and plus 10 coins. Obtain the mangled wolf carcass, which can be collected. Collection. Without delay, Shenmue now needs to hurry up and clean up the scene. Whether it's battle information or reward information, it's best to study it in a safe place. Collect the mangled wolf carcass to obtain 1 animal bone, 20 wolf meat for claws, 2 animal teeth, and 1 tattered animal hide. The items went directly into the package. Shenmue stared at the spot where the wolf corpse had disappeared, then turned around and prepared to walk back. It wasn't that he was afraid of other wild beasts appearing. He mainly wanted to check if the other treasure chest hadn't respawned either. Meow. There's something under the rock below. Kaikyu scratched at Shenmue's shoulder twice with its little paws, pointing out a spot where it felt there might be something good. Right below this stone. This stone. Although he didn't quite understand what could be under that meter-high rock, Shenmue still jumped down and cleared away the grass underneath. When doing these things, he naturally used a rusty iron axe. Good axes should be used sparingly. Even though he can now make his own axes, it is still very necessary to be thrifty. Meow meow, here dig open. Kaiukyu stared at the unremarkable ground after the weeds were cleared. Then suddenly its eyes lit up. It raised its little paw and pointed in a direction, signaling Shenmue to dig it up and take a look. Keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Don't let any wild animals attack while I'm digging. Otherwise, you won't have anything good to eat. Chun Mu used the rusty iron axe to work on the ground for a while also asking Kaiku to help him observe the surroundings. Although he wanted to multitask, he was criticized many times, and he already knew that he was just an ordinary person with no real abilities. Meow. No problem. Kaiku stood on Chun Mu's shoulder, its eyes constantly scanning its surroundings, dutifully doing its job of observation. The digging finally stopped when Chun Mu's axe finally touched something hard in the soil. Obtain bronze treasure chest X1. Look around. There might be a key hidden nearby, since you don't have a lockpicking skill. Upon taking out the treasure chest, Chun Mu was instantly excited, but this hint, he suddenly began to wonder if the key to the treasure chest, which was hidden so securely, might also be hidden so tightly. He has absolutely no desire to dig and clear land now, because this isn't his own land and he can't sow seeds after clearing it. Meow. What's wrong? Kayuki looked at the treasure chest with curiosity. This was the good stuff it sensed, but why wasn't its silly owner happy? It's nothing, we just need to look for the key again. We can't open it without the key, at least not with this axe right now. Chun Mu put the treasure chest away, tapped Kayuki's little head, and then continued searching the surroundings. There's a lot of thick grass around here, so finding the key won't be easy. Meow. I'm looking for it too. After Chun Mu cut down all the grass around him, but still couldn't find anything, Kaidu couldn't help but jump to the ground. The treasure it found, it can't open now. Isn't that a slap in the face to its little ball? This is intolerable. Ball. Chun Mu was already having a hard time finding the key, and now this little Kayuki just jumped down, darted into the grass, and disappeared without a trace. It's not a big deal if you can't find it, since as long as you have the treasure chest, you'll definitely be able to open it in the future. But he can't lose his cat. Meow, 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 meow. Found out, some annoying guy is chasing me. Just as Chun Mu reached out to pull the grass, Kayuki's voice came from around him, followed by a series of ripples in the grass. This was clearly not an effect that a kitten could produce. Kayuki, come back. Chun Mu didn't know what was chasing Kayuki, but since it was a wild creature, it was basically a strange one. Holding the axe firmly in his hand, Chun Mu stared intently at the marks in the grass, worried that Kayuki might be harmed by some unknown creature. Meow, safe return. The little black ball of fur darted out of the grass, grabbed Chun Mu's leg, and started climbing up. It quickly climbed up to his shoulder, put the bronze key it was carrying in its mouth under its paws, and then proudly showed it off to Chun Mu. This attitude makes it seem like a child who has won a competition is now demanding a reward from their parents. Sweetie, I'll make you some stewed meat when we get home, but you're not allowed to run out like that again. If you get into danger, I won't be able to find you even if I want to. Chun Mu put the key away, reached out and grabbed the ball in his palm, then pushed off with his arm and jumped onto the top of the rock. Standing on high ground, he suddenly saw what was chasing the ball. Group. 5 can be considered a group. A group of normal-sized mice. What scared Kayuki so much that it meowed and screamed was actually a few mice. Although the mouse was about the same size as Kayuki's behavior made Chun Mu doubt whether it was a cat. What about innate racial oppression? Not even a little bit. Chapter 18. My luck finally turned around. 5 pieces of rat meat. Your cat would probably love it. The 5 rats were trampled to death before they could climb up Chun Mu's feet. But since it was just an ordinary rat, all that fell out was rat meat. Not a single piece of fur or claws were given. But since he already had the treasure chest and the key, Chun Mu didn't delay any longer. He put away the rat meat and headed home. He also needed to check if other things had respawned, like the treasure chest on that tree. Meow, want to eat meat. Kayuki stood on Chun Mu's shoulder, as if it were the one who had just stepped on the mouse. Okay, I'll stew some meat for you when we get back. Chun Mu has now gotten used to it, but he has stopped questioning the species of the ball. For now, all he has is a kitten on his shoulder, and that's enough. As for the future, perhaps only by living long enough can one see the future. Meow, the box. There's a box the owner likes there. When they arrived at the door, Kaidu raised its little paw and pointed to the area where chives grew, clearly telling Chun Mu that there was a treasure chest. Box. When he was harvesting chives earlier, Chun Mu was certain that there were no hiding places nearby, let alone boxes. Now, that Kayuki has said so, he naturally wants to go and take a look. Obtain a wooden treasure chest. Right next to the leak patch, a wooden treasure chest appeared on the ground. Chunmu reached out and picked up the treasure chest. There was nothing else wrong with it. It seemed to have just spawned. After putting away the wooden treasure chest, Chunmu went around his house to check the tree behind it. The tree had respawned, but it was now a large tree with a bird's nest on it, but there was no trace of the treasure chest. Sure enough, treasure chests and the like spawned randomly. After chopping down a pile of wood near his home, Chunmu returned home just before dark, lit the stove, and began to take stock of the supplies he had collected that day. Survival Manual X1, Rusty Iron Axe, 58%, X1, Bronze Treasure Chest Key, Wooden Treasure Chest, Mineral Water X10, Small Bread X1, Wood X226 or X30, Iron or X103, Copper or X3, Cotton X2, Cloth X1, Animal Bones X2, Wolf Meat X20, Rat Meat X5, Claws X4, Animal Teeth X2, Damaged Animal Hide X1, Flour 1.75 Gene, Seed Bag X1, Seasoning 65%, X1, Chives 2.5 bundles, Cabbage 5, Chili 50, Lighter 88%, X1. The crate was already mostly full. Chunmu looked at the extra wood, vegetables, and various hunting spoils, then closed the doors and windows and prepared to open the crate. First, I took out a wooden treasure chest. This kind doesn't need a key. You can just open it directly. Open the wooden treasure chest to receive 8 bottles of mineral water, 3 small bread rolls, 20 pieces of wood, and 1 pound of flour. The wooden treasure chest contained similar items as before, but this time, Chunmu really liked the flour it contained. Now that there are more vegetables available, if there isn't enough flour, then we can't make more types of food. Meow this, open this. Kaikyu picked up the key and put it down again, urging Chunmu to hurry up and open the box. This key was something it had worked hard to find, and the box was something its owner had painstakingly dug out of the ground. Come on, let's drive this one. Chunmu picked up the key that Kaikyu had pushed to his side, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it. After hearing a click, the key disappeared, and the bronze treasure chest was opened. Meow, meow, meow. The moment the treasure chest was opened, all of Kaikyu's fur stood on end, and a yellow light shot out from the bronze treasure chest. Don't be afraid, this should be something good. Chunmu held the ball in his arms to comfort it before placing it on his shoulder. If you look at the bronze treasure chest again, now, the yellow light is still flashing, and it is something that looks like a piece of paper. Open the bronze treasure chest to receive 1 beginner gourmet recipe, 6 silver or 30 copper or 8 plastic, 10 ropes, 50 cloth, 2 bottled purified water, 25 L, 3 small bread boxes, and 3 exquisite money pouches. That piece of paper emitting a yellow glow is the basic gourmet recipe. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's no ordinary item. In addition to the materials, they were given large buckets of water and boxes of bread, which was a completely different product for what they had received before. Basic food storage cabinet, used to prepare and store food. Required materials, 103 to 200 iron or 33 to 20 copper or 6 to 3 silver ore. The materials for this basic food cabinet are not difficult to obtain. Although there is not enough iron ore, Chunmu is certain that he can find someone to trade for the missing 97 iron ore. I checked the time. It'll take 3 hours. There's no point in rushing. I'd better look at the other things first. Put the materials away for now. Chunmu's main focus was on the bottled water and the boxes of bread that had been provided. 1 bucket of water is 25 L, and the previous bottled water was 500 milliliters, which is equivalent to 50 bottles. 2 buckets would be the amount of 100 bottles of water. 1 box of bread contains 40 loaves, so 3 boxes contain 120 loaves of bread. After putting everything away, Chunmu noticed that the 2 types of supplies were placed in the same empty space as before, and he was satisfied with the user-friendly design of this personal bag. Bottled water X118, small bread X124. The counting unit for mineral water has reverted to the previous format. The same goes for bread. Looking at this 3-digit bread still made Chunmu feel elated, finally experiencing what it felt like to be a lucky winner. Besides these, there was another thing that caught his attention, the exquisite purse. He opened 3 money bags at once, and the amount of coins in the inventory below the package increased rapidly. Obtain 666 coins. Obtain 666 coins. Get 888 coins. All 3 money bags were emptied, and with the 10 coins given from hunting wolves earlier, the total amount is now 2238. Empty money bags can be used directly. After 3 expansions, the number of packages becomes 55, and the exquisite money bag has 5 uses left. Name: Chunmu, player number 9857, server S29. You're in luck today. Race: human, nothing particularly special. Stamina: 5. Are you hungry? Energy: 8. Are you sure you're not thirsty? Combat power: 9. Did you notice your first growth? Asset: level 2, a standard stone hut. It should be safe for now, but don't you think it's too cramped inside? Coins: 2238. Enough to buy some cheap items, but unfortunately you're not qualified to unlock the shop yet. Equipment: none. Pet: Kayukyu, a cat afraid of mice? Not enabled. Shinmu was somewhat conflicted after reading the changes in his personal information. Regarding combat power, he probably didn't really feel much. Perhaps we cut more timber today than before. Should that be considered a discovery? Chapter 19, Who Isn't a Food Lover? Friend 186. Good evening, bro. Any food? I've opened over a dozen boxes today, as usual, but still no food. When it got dark, 186 sent a message. Upon seeing this unusual Versailles-esque message, Chinmu felt only heartache. A dozen boxes. He's only opened 2. 9857. Haven't started yet. Do you have iron? Or? We need 100 right now. I'll make some steamed buns later and add them to the calculation. Chinmu felt upset when he thought about the number of boxes this guy opened. This guy who was full of European style, but like Versailles. If they could meet, he must beat him up first. Friend 186. Yes. I've already sent them to you. What kind of filling are the buns? Are there any meat fillings? My foodie says she wants meat, or she'll eat me if I don't give her some. A package arrived, and the person didn't forget to first inquire what kind of steamed buns they were. 9857. Cabbage and pork. It'll probably take 2 to 3 hours to finish. I'll go prepare it first, and I'll contact you when it's ready. Chinmu took out the 100 iron ores that had been sent to him, and then went to the workbench to make the basic food cabinet. Basic food storage cabinet. Used to prepare and store food. Required materials: iron ore 203 to 200, copper ore 33 to 20, silver ore 6 to 3. In production, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The countdown had already begun, so Chinmu wasn't in a hurry to worry about it. First, pour water into the pot. Chinmu took out a set of wolf bones that he had picked up at the door that morning, chopped them into small pieces, poured them into the pot, covered the pot, and slowly simmered them. Next comes kneading the dough, chopping the filling, and most importantly, adding 2 pieces of wolf meat that we hunted today. While it's uncertain whether wolf meat will taste good, there's no other choice at the moment. Rat meat is not only small, but also unsuitable for use as filling for steamed buns. Once the preliminary work was completed, Chunmu opened the chat interface, first accepting the friend request from the 3 people who had added him, and then began to wrap dumplings with a serious expression. Although a bun doesn't have 18 pleats, it's still relatively evenly thick and the size is about the same. Friend 183. Hey bro, anything good to eat tonight? Looking for food. Name your price. The first person to reply was number 183. Chinmu looked at the profile picture in his friend's list. It was also a teenager. Compared to the sunny, youthful image of someone who is 186 centimeters tall, this guy has pale skin and looks somewhat sickly, but his eyes have a fierce look that is different from the message he sends. Of course, this is just a profile picture on a personal business card. Chinmu had also observed his own photo. This ID photo-like portrait must be what he looked like before he came here. 9857. Tonight's making is steamed buns, but I'm not sure how many I can make. I just started. Chinmu replied to the message and took out a rope and a few pieces of animal bone, barely managing to piece together a support that could hold the pot in place so that the buns wouldn't fall into the bone broth. Friend 183. You truly are a food expert. May I ask what kind of filling the buns are? I'm almost sick of eating bread these days. By the way, I have many recipes here. You can choose one if you need them. Friend 183. Recipes for crafting steel knives, steel bars, wire mesh, iron rods, iron blocks, iron balls, and iron nets. The second piece of information in 183 was 6 recipes. Although they couldn't be made or used at this time, Chunmu could basically figure out after a little thought that apart from the ones that had just arrived, the others should be recipes for some basic materials. 9857. I'm wrapping cabbage and pork now. I'll discuss the exchange price after it's cooked, and I see how it turns out. Without rushing to decide, Chunmu glanced at the pot to make sure there were no problems, and then continued to wrap up the remaining buns to wait for the next batch. Friend 13. Hey handsome, you're so slow at adding friends. I have lots of water here. Can we exchange it for food? Number 13 is a girl with a refreshing short haircut. She can't be described as stunningly beautiful, but she's definitely pretty. Recalling the incident where this guy teased a half-haired brother about whether he was standing or lying down, Chunmu was once again convinced that appearances can be deceiving. 9857. Drinking water? Chunmu had no shortage of drinking water for the time being, but he still asked a question. It seems that this person doesn't mean what he understands. Friend 13. It's either drinking water or river water. There's a river right outside my door, but the water is clear and doesn't seem polluted. I'll send you some first, and you can check the quality before you decide. The 13-year-old girl also knew that the river water here was a bit of a rip-off, as most people drank bottled water. At this point, she started selling river water, and a bunch of people followed suit. The river water was indeed not easy to sell because she didn't have any small containers, and she was reluctant to sell the only 2 buckets she had along with the water. So after obtaining information about 186, she thought of finding someone she could cooperate with long-term. She would exchange water for goods, and then ask the other party to send the water bucket back to her after receiving the water. 9857. Wait a minute. Chunmu saw the package light up, replied to a message, and opened it, wanting to see what the person meant by the river water. You received a bucket of river water, a 100 L bucket. You've probably never seen one like this before. It's probably barely enough to meet the usage standards of the food display case. The complaints left Chunmu dumbfounded. The bucket was indeed quite large, but to say it was 100 L was a bit of an exaggeration. 9857. The water is usable, but I'm not sure how much I can use. I can only test it after the buns are cooked. Can you wait a while? Since it was useful, Chunmu replied to the message. Friend 13. Boss, you can have the water for your research, but you need to return this bucket first. It's the only bucket I have, and I rely on it for food. Although there was an element of gambling involved, the 13-year-old girl thought about it and decided that she should be upfront about it. Otherwise, people might think she gave the bucket along with the food. 9857. I sent it back. Regardless of the test results, this water will count as 1 steamed bun. I'll continue making steamed buns and send them to you when they're done. Chunmu wasn't short a steamed bun, and besides, he had indeed received a lot of money from them. Of the 3 people who added me as a friend, I've replied to 2 of them. There's still no news from the third one, 1234, but since I can still add them as friends, it means they're okay. Send this huge bucket back. The previous bucket of water took up a slot in the package section, showing 100 L of clear river water. Half an hour later, the first batch of buns was taken out of the pot, and Chunmu continued to put the second batch in. Player S2 99857 has crudely made cabbage and pork buns. The recipe has been generated and automatically added to the system's food recipe book. Reward recipe: steamer, cutting board, kneading board, rolling pin. This time, 4 recipes were awarded. After looking at them, Chunmu found that they were all made of wood, so he decided to make these 4 first. The 4 steamers together only used 5 pieces of wood. 3 minutes later, Chunmu took out the steamer, placed it on the pot, and waited for the steam to dissipate before putting all the previously wrapped buns on it. With a steamer, you can not only steam more, but you also no longer have to worry about it falling into the pot. As for those bones from before, after removing the ropes, all the bones were thrown into the pot and continued to stew. Chapter 21. Eat meat buns. Cabbage and pork bun. Increases stamina by 10 points after use, and increases strength by 12% for 30 minutes. A bun with meat inside. Eating it will give you a lot of energy. Looking at the steamed bun in his hand, Chunmu was somewhat conflicted about the 100% power boost. His combat power had increased by 1 point from 8 points, which meant a direct increase of 12.5% in his overall combat power, but he didn't feel it at all. It can't be because I'm too weak that I don't feel anything, right? First, I took one out, broke it into several pieces, and put on Kaiku's plate to cool. Then I put 2 more in my own bowl. This batch of buns only made 12, and there are 9 left. I sent one directly to the girl in number 13, and then opened my friend's list and sent her the attribute to the steamed bun. Friend 186, boss, it really is a meat bun. Friend 186, dude, how do I change this? I am drooling. Tell me how to change it. The boy in the stone hut stared longingly at the chat interface, eagerly awaiting a reply. 9857, do you have ropes or plastic ones? Shenmue still decided to provide the materials. Everything else can wait, but a house is the top priority. Friend 186, I have 20 extra ropes and 3 plastic pieces, but I'm only short of plastic when upgrading my house. The 186 centimeters tall boy made it clear that he definitely wanted to use it himself first. So, you can use a rope, but plastic isn't provided. 9857, 1 rope plus 10 iron or plus 20 ores plus 20 wood. How about exchanging them for a steamed bun? Shenmue noticed that the other party was also short of plastic, so he didn't ask them for it for the time being. He needs many materials. He can search for individual plastics on the trading interface. Let's get the other materials first, and then figure out a solution when we're short of plastic. Friend 186, you truly are a master. Thank you so much. I'll go prepare right away. Please save me some extra steam buns. Having decided he didn't want his plastic, the 186 centimeters tall boy quickly organized the materials and sent a portion over shortly afterward. Friend 186, boss, I'll start with 10. I like them, but you know my glutton doesn't listen to me. Let me see how he reacts before deciding on the next order. The boy, who had no shortage of other supplies, generously sent 10 ropes, 200 oars, and 200 pieces of wood. As for the iron ore, I've already paid for 100, so I don't need to send them out now. But this is just a taste. 9857, here are 5 for you. The ones in the pot aren't cooked yet. Shenmue was impressed by such a bold move, but he still needed to eat his fill first. Friend 186, no problem. Buddy, go ahead and get busy. I'll try these delicious buns with my foodie family first. Looking forward to your good news. The boy replied to the message, took the package, and took out a steamed bun, broke it open, and glanced at it. So much meat. He's definitely a big shot who never lacks meat. Smelling the aroma, the boy sighed and then prepared to take a bite. As a result, he was a little too slow in looking down, and a big head had already come close. He only felt a tongue lick him before the bun in his hand disappeared. My steamed buns. Seeing the big white tiger squint its eyes because it was eating meat, the boy stomped his foot in anger. But there was nothing he could do. He could only hold a bun in one hand, take a bite for himself, and use the other hand to feed the big white tiger. While everyone was enjoying their meal, Shenmue also began to savor his own dinner. Friend 13, the steamed buns tasted amazing. When you finally determine the value of water, please contact me. All I have left is water. After finishing her meal, the girl replied to Shenmue and then didn't rush to send any more messages. Friend 183, hey bro, I was opening chests just now. I was lucky today. I found 2 treasure chests and got a recipe from one of them. How many steamed buns can I exchange for these? Just after Shenmue finished eating a steamed bun, the 183 centimeters tall boy replied to the message. Moreover, a new formula was also included this time. Disposable tableware formula. These disposable tableware items may seem useless, but since they're disposable, there shouldn't be much material, which seems to be exactly what he needs. 9857. These recipes make 3 steamed buns. Should I switch them or not? Shenmue glanced at the previous information. He didn't know what these formulas were for, but he should be able to use them all. Friend 183. Okay, wait a minute. I'll send it to you first. If you manage to make anything usable with these recipes later, remember to sell them to me at a discount. The boy said this with a hint of grievance, but in reality, he was already leaning against the wall with a big smile on his face, waiting to collect the steamed buns. The recipe was utterly useless to him. Moreover, he doesn't have many other things, but he has a lot of recipes. He currently has many recipes that should be very valuable, and he plans to wait before making a deal with his culinary expert. 9857. I've sent the steamed buns. I'll contact you again next time I have something delicious to eat. Chunmu put away the recipe and sent the steamed buns out. So far, number 1234 hasn't sent any messages, so Chunmu has stopped bothering with it. Disposable tableware, bowl, chopstick, spoon, cup. 50 sets require materials. Wood 446 to 3. Disposable tableware can be made starting from 50 sets, and these 50 sets only require 3 pieces of wood, which is a really big surprise. In that case, he can assemble meal kits for people in the future. But this is just a thought. He's not really going to become a cook yet. Steel knife, making recipe. Steel bar, manufacturing formula. Steel wire mesh, making recipe. Iron rod, crafting recipe. Iron ball, making recipe. Iron mesh, making recipe. He then studied all the recipes, but Chunmu noticed that they all required iron ore as a starting point, so he had to put them aside for now. After all, he only had 3 iron ore left, and upgrading his house was still a long way off. When another batch of buns came out of the steamer, Chunmu took the steamer down and looked at the 15 buns, which looked much better now. He sent 5 of them directly to the 186 centimeters tall boy, and then put the rest away. Next, he was going to take a look at the bone broth. It simmered for about an hour and a half. Whether it will help Kayukyu or not, we'll have a try to find out. Less than 2 minutes after the steamed buns were sent, the lucky boy sent a message. Moreover, it looks like the animal was bullied. 9857. There's still 5 left over. Chunmu still has 10 steamed buns left. He ate 2 of them before. Although he is not lacking in energy, it is normal for him to eat more when he has a good appetite. Friend 186. Then I'll have 5. I've already sent all the materials to the expert. This time, the expert went out of their way and sent 1 at a time. I want to keep 2 for breakfast. Having been bullied so badly by the big white tiger, the boy had no choice but to take a roundabout approach this time. Every penny saved counts. The money saved can be used to eat another one in bed, and maybe there will be some left tomorrow morning. Chapter 21 is becoming more and more like a cook. 9857. I've sent it. I still have bone broth simmering in the pot. I'll go check on it first. Chunmu received the gifts, sent out the steamed buns in batches, and then left an enticing message for the lucky young man. Bone broth. The boy, who had just taken out a steamed bun to offer as a treat to the big white tiger, suddenly realized that the bun wasn't actually the best after seeing what was written in the information bar. But thinking about it, it's normal. They've already gotten so much meat to make buns, so it's perfectly normal to have a wild animal's bones to make soup. Friend 186. Hey bro, how much and what do I need to exchange for a bowl of soup? My foodie family wants some. After staring at the white tiger for a while, the 186 centimeters tall boy put the steamed bun to his mouth, took a bite, and then started sending messages. It's just materials like wood and ore. He's already hoarded a lot of them. 9857. No rush, it's not done yet. It'll probably take another hour or 2. I'll contact you then. Chunmu chuckled softly, then continued stirring the water in the pot with a spoon. With more bottled water, he became less stingy when making soup, adding half a pot of water at a time. Meow. What's the owner laughing at? Is someone going to bring something again? Kayukyu slowly ate half a steamed bun on the table. It took her a while to finish the other half. Even though it was a cat, it could tell from Chunmu's smile that there was scheming involved. That's not giving things away, it's exchanging. We'll use what we have to exchange for what we need, and then we can build a safer, bigger house. Chunmu reached out and stroked Kayukyu's back twice. The kitten's soft, fluffy texture felt so comfortable. Meow go, master. We want a big house. Upon hearing that it was for building a big house, the little ball immediately raised its 2 front paws, grabbed Chunmu's fingers, and rubbed its little head against them. The house was already too crowded, and Kayukyu was well aware of this. So in order to have room to move around at home, it naturally longed for a larger place to live. Go eat your steamed buns. The bone broth isn't cooked enough yet. We need to wait a little longer. Petting cats is fun, but Chunmu looked at the half-eaten bun and told Kayukyu to finish it first. Although cats can't eat hot food, it will taste bad if it's too cold. Meow meow. After nuzzling its little head again, Kayukyu went back to eat the half-eaten bun it hadn't finished. During this time, Chunmu took out some chives and chopped them, preparing to make chive and pork dumplings the next morning. Chopping them now would make tomorrow morning a little easier. Completed. After chopping and storing the chives, Chenmu hadn't had time to do anything else when a notification appeared on the workbench. The food display case is now complete. Food cabinet allows you to prepare and store food according to recipes. Currently has 3 recipes and 0 existing food items. Once the food display case was finished, Chenmu took it out and placed it in the corner, filling up the last empty space in the room. The food cabinet is similar to the double-door refrigerator he used to have. On one side is the ingredient storage area and a list of recipes to be made, and on the other side is the food storage area. Opening his system inventory, Chenmu placed all the existing ingredients inside and began studying the available recipes. Please prepare tableware before you begin cooking. I just opened the cabbage and pork bun app to make one and see how it turned out, but then this message appeared. Meow. What's wrong? Kayakyu had already finished eating the bun. It was playing on the table when it saw the large cabinet that had suddenly appeared. Just as it was about to approach it, it noticed that Chenmu had turned around and was going to the workbench. We need tableware. Let's go make some now. Fortunately, disposable tableware is available now. Otherwise, we could only produce 1 or 2 servings at a time, and then we would have to collect them ourselves and put them in the parcel rack before we could make more. Disposable tableware, bowl, chopstick, spoon, cup. 50 sets require materials. Wood 446 to 3. In production, 1 minute and 59 seconds. It only takes 2 minutes to wait. Chenmu played with the ball for a while, and after finishing making it, he took it out and opened the food cabinet again. After selecting to make a cabbage and pork bun, 15 plates instantly disappeared from the tableware in his parcel shelf. Consumes 1 piece of wolf meat, 0.5 head of cabbage, 0.5 gene of flour, 200 milliliters of water, and 1 piece of wood. Cabbage and pork buns, 1 steamer basket. In progress 14 minutes and 59 seconds. 2 messages flashed by. Making 1 batch means 1 basket, and 1 basket contains 15 pieces. After confirming that everything was all right, Chenmu turned to look at the pot on the stove. While a food cabinet can prepare food, there's a prerequisite. It requires a recipe and ingredients, and the result must be consistent. Thick broth made from animal bones provides a growth bonus for pets. You can drink it too, but it won't quench your thirst. A bowl of soup was served with only a simple sentence, but the specific amount of added benefits was not mentioned. Meow, 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 smells so good. Although Chenmu couldn't see the specific information, Kayakyu could smell how tempting the aroma was. It's too hot now. Let it cool down for a while before drinking it. A bowl of soup was placed on the table. Chenmu watched as Kayakyu leaned over to smell it again and again, looking so eager. He smiled, shook his head, and went to ladle out the rest. He used disposable bowls to serve the soup in more than a dozen portions, placing them all on the table. 9857. The soup is ready, but I'm not sure how well it will turn out. After sending the soup information to the 186-year-old boy, Chenmu took the pot off and put it aside. He adjusted the flame intensity in the stove and started checking the trading interface to see if there were any materials he wanted. Friend 186. Dude, give me one to try first. My foodie's been staring at me for ages. I desperately need some supplements from him. The boy, who is constantly threatened by his pet, said that no matter what his pet's attributes are, he needs to make sure his big white tiger is well fed before he can continue to live a little more easily. 9857. Try it out first before discussing the price. I'll have to wait a bit. My little foodie can't handle hot soup. Looking at Kayakyu, who was lying motionless by the bowl, Chenmu decided to send one to that person to try first. It's all good in the end, and the lucky boy always gives him supplies first and then exchanges them for food. Occasionally, he also has to show his trust and sincerity to the boy. Friend 186. Thank you so much. I'll give my foodie a bowl first, and we'll talk about the price after we see the effect. The boy looked at the bowl of soup that had been delivered and excitedly placed it aside, letting the big white tiger drink it by itself. Although he wasn't moved by just a bowl of soup, he was still happy because the other person seemed to trust him. Roar dash. Just as the boy was pondering how to make a deal with the culinary tycoon, the white tiger had already finished its soup. But after just one shout, he lay down on the ground. The boy stared blankly at it, completely bewildered, utterly unable to understand what had gotten into the big white tiger this time. Chapter 22. Kayukyu is too drunk. Meow delicious. Kayukyu slowly sipped her soup, taking tiny sips that looked adorable and endearing. Because it was too small, Chunmu kept an eye on it to prevent it from getting too full from drinking. Even though half of the soup was gone, Kayukyu's stomach didn't change at all. Instead, she drank the soup faster and faster. Won't it make your stomach bloated? Curious, Chunmu continued to observe until Kayukyu finished the bowl of soup, at which point she reached out and held it in her hands. Meow, burp meow, good burp, delicious taste. Rolling around in Chunmu's palm, Kayukyu burped, indicating that it was really delicious. You really are too full. Can't you wait a while before drinking more? Chunmu held the cat in one hand and tapped its little head with the other, but dared not press too hard because it was too small. How pathetic. There's still so many bowls of soup left. Why are you in such a hurry? Meow, sleeping. Kayukyu wanted to play with Chunmu for a while, but it was too weak to even open its eyes. After lazily nudging Chunmu's fingers, she simply rolled over and went asleep in his palm. Pet. Kayukyu, growing rapidly. The little cutie is about to become a big cutie, but is still not getting enough nutrition, so don't expect a big cutie in the short term. The notification made Chunmu twitch his eye involuntarily. He never said he had any expectations. These were all self-reminders and self-reflections. Yet now he's telling himself not to have any expectations. Yarn. He definitely prefers the cutie. Food display case work completed. After staring at the ball for a while, the food display case over there had already cooked a basket of steamed buns. Chunmu went over and opened the food cabinet. Looking at the buns in the storage area, he was a little hesitant because each bun took up 2 plates, but fortunately, they were disposable tableware, so the amount of wood needed was negligible. Cabbage and pork bun. Increases stamina by 10 points upon use and increases strength by 12% for 30 minutes. Although it is mass-produced, the attributes will not decrease. I checked the steamed buns attributes, and they are exactly the same as before. Reassured, Chunmu made 2 more servings of steamed buns, then brought over the animal bone broth and placed it in the food storage area of the food display case. After tidying up the materials in his package, Chunmu carried the little ball to the bedside, placed it on the other side of his pillow, and then lay down to continue browsing the trading interface. He still needs a lot of materials. Next level, Stone Courtyard, upgrade requirements. Iron or 53 to 100, ores 330 to 500, wood 541 to 500, rope 20 to 50, plastic 8 to 20. Besides timber, there is a lack of various other materials. The lucky young man didn't know what was going on either. He probably drank the soup, but as for its effects, looking at the ball on the other side of the pillow, Chunmu could roughly guess that the boy over there was also waiting for the result. 1 iron ore can be exchanged for 5 small breads. Exchange 2 ores for 2 small breads. 1 rope can be exchanged for 10 bottles of mineral water or 10 small bread rolls. Chunmu managed to find a few materials he still needed, but so far, none of them met his expectations in terms of price. Although he has no shortage of bottled water and bread rolls now, it doesn't mean he's willing to be taken advantage of. Nowadays, most of them are still wooden cabins and high-end materials are basically not used or are not available to the average person. Finding no more useful materials, Chunmu closed the trading interface and switched to the chat interface to take a look. 10,000. Cold medicine should only be obtainable by opening crates. I just checked the trading section and there were no such supplies at all. As soon as Chunmu opened the chat interface, he saw this only 5-digit player. But cold medicine? I scrolled up through the chat history and sure enough, I saw someone say that they had caught a cold and that they jumped into the water to save their life because they were being chased by wasps. Wasps must live in the mountains and forests, right? This area is also mountainous and forested. Could there be other dangerous creatures like this around here? Starting tomorrow, be extra careful when you go out. If you see a beehive, try to avoid it. At least for now, he doesn't have the confidence to outrun flying species. The following information mostly revolved around colds or other illnesses, and since there was no information about supplies, Chunmu prepared to go to sleep. But before minimizing the system, he remembered what he had talked to that girl, number 13, about water. Now his food display case can use this clean river water, but since it can only store 50 L, he will probably have to use the water for other things. For example, The face that hasn't been washed since I arrived here. Not just the face, but also the hands or wiping the body. Although he doesn't need a shower and the system has an automatic cleaning function, as a normal person, he still feels a little uncomfortable. 98.57. One steamed bun costs 3 buckets of water. Would you trade? Chunmu realized that there was no water here, and he planned to build a small courtyard to grow some vegetables in the future, at which time water would be a necessity. The river water from the other party needs to be collected from the river and mailed over. It's not troublesome, but I don't have anywhere else to buy it right now. Friend 13. Okay, give me 3 more steamed buns. I'll send them to you in 9 separate orders. The other party seemed to have been waiting for Chunmu's message and immediately replied when they saw that he had sent it. A bucket of river water was sent over, and after receiving the package in the same slot as before, Chunmu sent the water back to the recipient. After going through this process 9 times, on the last occasion, Chunmu simply sent all 3 steamed buns together. Friend 13. Thanks, bro. My inventory was full of water, but now there's an empty slot, perfect for steamed buns. The girl seemed quite happy to have sold 9 buckets of water at once. Moreover, after reading her information, Chunmu suddenly realized something he had overlooked before. This water cannot be stored indefinitely. River water 931-1000L. After deducting the portion used and the 50L stored in the food cabinet, there is currently 931L left, and this package space can only store 1000L of water. 98.57. This water should last a long time. I'll contact you again if I need more. You can also contact me if you have any other supplies. I need a lot of things here. Chunmu will not buy water for the time being, but he believes that the other party can not only have river water, otherwise she would have given up long ago. After all, she dares not use a bucket to fill with water and then go to the trading channel. Friend 13. Okay, if you need water, just come to me. I just bought some materials for a fishing rod today. I'll ask you for food after I catch a fish. Inside the cabin, the girl who was cutting earthworms into segments by the bucket replied to a message and then continued her preparations. You might catch a fish soon with your fishing rod. This time, without replying to the message, Chunmu closed the chat interface, tilted his head to look at the still sleeping Kokyu, and reached out to pet it a couple of times, but stopped when he got close. The ball is growing rapidly at this stage, so don't disturb it. Wait until it wakes up before petting it. Hopefully, after Kaikyu wakes up tomorrow, he'll happily come to him to play and coax him again. Chapter 23. Kaikyu has grown up. Stop fooling around, be good. Reaching out to grab the hand that was stepping on his face, Chunmu muttered something and prepared to sleep a little longer. But the sensation in his hand startled him awake, and he opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. Ball. Sitting on the bed, Chunmu looked at the black cat whose paws were being held and whose hind legs were on the blanket, and suddenly wondered if he was still half asleep. Last night, the ball was just a tiny little thing, barely bigger than the palm of my hand, but now, this black cat, whose body length is about 20 centimeters, is his little ball. Meow. Master, what are you looking at? Kaikyu tilted its head and twitched its ears, somewhat curious about the meaning behind its owner's gaze. How do you see from its head to its tail, then from its hind paws to its belly, and finally to its head? I looked at it several times. Not only did I stop playing with it, but I also kept it in that strange, lifted-up position. I'm starting to wonder if I slept for one night or for a month. Chunmu relaxed his fingers, lay back down in bed, and reached out to pick up the ball. Holding the ball in his arms, suspending it in front of his eyes, Chunmu was still a little unaccustomed to seeing it like this. But this cat is so big, I can finally pet it without worry. Meow? Meow. What about the blanket? Master, be gentle, or it'll shed all the fur. Kaikyu was placed on a blanket and wanted to lie down and play a finger game with its owner. But before it could turn over, Chunmu's big hand had already stroked its back. Chunmu petted the cat from beginning to end, finally free from restraint, and began his enjoyable cat petting spree. But Kaikyu has always been pampered and carefully protected, afraid of getting hurt. She has never experienced such direct treatment before. It was so frightened that it squeaked and screamed for a moment, but soon it couldn't help but make a gurgling sound. Petting the cat, success. It feels really good, Kai. What do you want to eat this morning? Soup or steamed buns, or maybe steamed buns first, and then soup. Chunmu was enjoying petting the cat, so much that he sat sideways and took orders from Kai. If he's satisfied, he'll at least make sure his cat is happy with its food. Meow, 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 meow. That's too much. It's all messed up. It wants to eat yesterday's rat meat. The ball, its first standing on end from being petted, glared at Chen Mu and immediately ordered the rat meat that hadn't been cooked yet. It's ready, but it doesn't want to eat it now. Okay, I'll fry some rat meat for you later. Chen Mu checked the time. It was only 5 a.m., 3 hours before dawn. He could easily chop up rat meat and make meatballs, let alone fry it. Meow, then pet a little longer. The order was successful. Kaikyu rolled over on the blanket, revealing her belly, and then innocently squinted her eyes. That feels so good. Chen Mu continued petting the cat until he was done playing before getting up to put the pot on and prepare to cook. There was no cooking oil available, but the meat itself was very fatty. After heating the pan, the rat meat was slowly fried, and soon the oil started to splatter and pop. Pan fry until cooked on both sides, then take it out and place it on a plate. Chen Mu also sprinkled some seasoning on it. Meow, smells good. Kaikyu jumped onto the table and squatted down as soon as it smelled the aroma. Its little nose twitched. It was used to having to wait for meals every time. Pan-fried rat meat. Felines love it, and eating it can increase their ability to suppress the scent of rats. Don't expect too much. These few pieces of meat will only scare away baby rats. The sarcastic comment appeared again, to which Chen Mu just smiled. After all, he didn't expect that eating 5 small pieces of rat meat would turn Kaikyu into a rat killer. Now that Kaiokyu's breakfast is ready, Chen Mu went to get 2 steamed buns and then brought a bowl of animal bone soup to Kaikyu. As for himself, he could only eat steamed buns and drink bottled water. The soup that was good for Kaikyu didn't do him any good. It didn't even quench his thirst. He really didn't want to waste it. Friend 1234. Hey bro, got any food? I almost died last night and just woke up. I don't know if the stuff I have here will be of any use. Could you send some over and get me some food and drinks too? Suddenly, 1234, who hadn't been in touch for a while, sent a message along with a package. Basic storage cabinet recipe X1, shovel X1, plastic X5, rope X10, cloth X3. There weren't many items, but apart from the fabric, which wasn't particularly rare, everything else was something Chen Mu really liked and needed. 9857. I've sent it to you. Eat your fill first. Chen Mu sent him 5 steamed buns and 5 bottles of water, then put them away and studied the recipe. Basic storage cabinet with 10 storage slots. Required materials, wood 541 to 100 or 330 to 10, cloth 54 to 5, copper or 13 to 3. With all the materials in hand, Chen Mu immediately began making the product. In production 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The 2-hour countdown has begun. Now we just have to wait. Chen Mu returned to the dining table and ate his meal, waiting for the other person to finish so he could reply to his message. Actually, considering the value of these items, it's worth far more than just 5 steamed buns and 5 bottles of water, but the other party didn't ask for a price. Friend 1234. Wow, these steamed buns really work. I finally feel better after eating them. Thanks. This guy, who is usually quite lively in the chat channel, finally replied to Chen Mu's message after a 10-minute interval. 9857. It's good that you're all right. Be careful when you're out there. Now that you're in this place, nobody knows what you'll encounter when you open the door. Only by surviving can you have a future. Chen Mu figured that since the other party had provided the materials he needed, saying a few words of comfort wouldn't delay things. Moreover, he had been targeted by wolves before, and the feeling of impending danger was unbearable. Friend 1234. Yeah, other material possessions aren't the most important thing as long as I'm alive. Yesterday I went out searching, but I went a little too far and encountered a group of people. They greeted me at first, but after they touched me, they tried to steal my bag. Not only that, they tried to cook me like food. If I hadn't risked losing my hand to escape, I might already be digested by them. The information provided by 1234 was so much that it took Chen Mu a while to process it before he could figure out what it meant. There are people in this world. There are people there, and there are human settlements. When you encounter these players, they'll try to befriend you, then steal things from your inventory, and they even eat people. There was too much information, so Chen Mu sorted it out and slowly came to understand it. Then, something suddenly came to mind. From the very beginning, that mechanical voice had highlighted it several times, but it was something that he, or rather most players, had overlooked. Chapter 24, Petting the Cat. So blissful. Survival Handbook. This contains any information you might need. Haven't you forgotten about it? Regret it now? Picking up the book that had been taking up space in the parcel drawer, Chunmu ignored the complaint and opened it to read. It starts with a table of contents page, densely packed with broad categories. Clicking on a category like local customs and traditions causes the manual to automatically flip through pages, revealing even more detailed categories. Clicking on the human tribe section, Chunmu looked at the information, which included pictures and text, and roughly understood why the natives of this world would steal bags and even cook players as food. This world may not be the first time players have been deployed here, but the tribes or cities of the original inhabitants have always existed. One aspect of their tradition is the capture of invading outsiders. Once captured, they are boiled and sacrificed to their gods like animals in order to gain divine favor. The reason why 1234 was able to escape might not only be because of his ruthlessness, but also because he was lucky and encountered few tribesmen who were not very strong. Friend 186. Hey Broth, do you have any more? Could you please order a few more? I also have a lot of wood and ore and some iron or two. What's the price, bro? The lucky boy, having now confirmed the benefits of that bowl of soup, excitedly sent a message, eager to reveal all his wealth so that Chunmu would give him a few more servings. He used to have a big tiger, but he didn't dare to pet it except when it was well fed, and even then, he only petted it lightly. The big white tiger slept all night, and, after he waited all night, just now gave him a huge surprise. His large white tiger can now change its size, becoming either large or small. Now that it's this cat-like in size, he just hugs it and won't let go. Even though the big white tiger was unhappy, it could only swallow its anger for the time being in order to get another chance to eat. Of course, a bowl of soup wouldn't have that much of an effect. It was just that the big white tiger was already stuck at the critical point. Otherwise, it wouldn't have followed the boy home after they met. The main reason was to safely get through this first transformation period. 9857, wood 50, ore 50, iron ore 20. Looking at the chat interface, and then at the dozen or so bowls of soup stored in the food cabinet, Chunmu decided to exchange them for a price that wasn't too outrageous. You could buy animal bones or wild animal carcasses yourself. Although a lot of water is consumed during the crafting process, with clean river water available, the materials are not expensive despite the effort involved. Friend 186. Okay, including the previous one, that makes a total of 10. Mail me 9 more. I'll send the materials over first. Looking at the price, the boy suddenly felt incredibly happy because he really didn't lack this kind of material. But as long as there's soup that gives pets a boost, he can pet his cat anytime instead of being disliked by his own foodie. Obtain 500 wood, 500 ore, and 200 iron ore. The email, brimming with the air of extravagance, arrived. Chunmu put the items away, and looking at the materials, he could only take 9 servings of animal bone soup and send them out. Wow, this guy's incredibly lucky. So many materials. It's not just about quantity, but also about the other party's attitude. Such a generous offer. I wonder how much of this type of material they actually have. 9857. I sent it. Hope your little foodie is alright. My little foodie grew twice its original size overnight. At this time, communication is still very important. After sending the email, Chunmu sent a message to chat for a bit. Both of them had a foodie at home, so the boy received the email, then held a bowl in his arms and fed his big foodie. Then, he couldn't resist showing off in the message that he now has a cat to pet, and it's an all-around cat that can be both cute and fierce. 9857. Mine was only the size of my palm before. Chunmu looked down at Kayuku, who had already finished eating and was now playing with his fingers. He didn't think he would lose when it came to showing off his foodie. Everyone has a cute pet, but when it comes to cuteness, how can anyone beat Kayuku? Friend 186. That's way too small. My little glutton used to take up half the house, bigger than the bed. It was uncomfortable to sleep with. It would kick me out halfway through the night. I thought having a bed meant I wouldn't be able to cuddle it anymore, but now that it's shrunk, it's perfect for sleeping in the bed with me, and I can pet it as much as I want. I'm so happy. Showing off their foodie lifestyle? The boy said his was the cutest. Although neither of them revealed the breed, they went on to boast about how cute, well-behaved, and sensible their foodie was, and how much of a surprise they brought when they went out. In short, when a new day arrived, they both roughly knew that the other also owned a cat before setting off. The difference is that one person was raised from a small one, while the other was raised from an enormous one until it shrank back to a smaller size. They were all cat lovers, and they were in a good mood when they set off. Meow. Let's go. Seeing that its owner had finally stopped laughing strangely, Kayakyu immediately jumped onto its shoulder, ready to set off again to find those strange boxes or delicious meat for its owner. But when it got to the door, why did its owner stop again? Prepare some food first, so we'll have something to eat when we get home. Chenmu turned on the food counter, brewed another batch of bone broth, and even set up the queue for making chive dumplings and boiled cabbage soup. I took the locker from the workbench and put some things that I didn't need while I was away at home. Then, the bread was put up for sale on the trading interface, with 100 small loaves of bread exchanged for 20 ropes, plastic. Regardless of whether he can get it or not, he plans to put it up for posterity so that at least someone who owns it can see it, even if they have to haggle over the price, just to let them know that someone else has it. Let's go, it's a new day. Let's continue to look for the good things around us. Since mining was prohibited in this area, Chunmu took an axe and a shovel, intending to go out and chop down trees or perhaps dig for treasure chests. Meow. So bright. As soon as we stepped outside, Kayakyu suddenly let out a disgruntled cry, its eyes scanning its surroundings, and its fur became a little fluffy. It hates this blinding sunlight. It's completely different from before. Chapter 25, The White Snake's Repayment. Dear players, some of you have already experienced the weather changes. Now, I want to tell you that you should cherish these random perks, because they will bring you greater rewards, but also greater danger. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded, and Chunmu reached out and took the ball off his shoulder, stuffing it into his knitted vest. The sun, which can easily cause sunburn, is too harmful to a baby ball that is still in its infancy. As for the strange laughter emanating from the mechanical voice, Chunmu simply ignored it and continued walking forward with his axe. First, we went to the chive patch. The chives grew even stronger under the scorching sun. We quickly harvested them and were given 5 bundles of chives this time. Indeed, I reaped a lot, but after basking in the sun for a while, my head started to feel hot, and even breathing became tiring. Gurgur gurgura. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Chunmu felt his breathing finally catch up and continued walking forward. There was no need to wipe the sweat off their bodies. Their clothes were quickly soaked and slid to the ground. Meow, meow, meow. Master, how are you feeling now? Should we go home first? Kaidu was inside the clothes, with only its little head sticking out to look at Chunmu. Moreover, because Chunmu deliberately covered it, it was not exposed to the sun. Although it doesn't get any sun, it can still feel how torturous the current environment is, and its owner's health can't be ruined. It's alright. Let's go check the surrounding area. There's no more wood to cut, but there should still be treasure chests. Hopefully, they might contain some good stuff. Chunmu shook his head, wiped the sweat off his face, and continued walking forward. He hadn't explored much of the surrounding area, and now he dared not go too far, only able to search in circles nearby. Meow, meow, meow. Okay then, there's a box over there. Seeing that its owner wasn't coming home, Kayakyu could only try its best to help find the possible locations of the boxes, so that its owner could go home and rest sooner after finding a few more boxes. After twitching its little nose and shaking its 2 little ears, Kaidu raised its paw and pointed in a direction, signaling Chunmu to go and take a look over there first. Kayakyu is so amazing. Chunmu never understood how Kayakyu found the treasure chest, but it seemed to be one of Kayakyu's abilities. Following the direction Kikyu pointed out, Chunmu quickly walked diagonally forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, he saw a small mound of rubble. The mound looks somewhat like a grave, but there is no tombstone or any trace of any possible ritual or offering. Meow. Watch out. Suddenly, Kaika darted out of Chunmu's arms, jumped onto his shoulder, and let out a wary screech in the direction behind her. Snake! Chunmu turned around and saw the grass swaying where he had just walked, and then a snake slowly emerged. The snake was pure white, with a few silver spots along the edge of each scale. Under the blinding sunlight, The snake's scales reflected light, and the points of light refracted strange ripples with each slow movement of the white snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snake raised its head with some difficulty, and when it looked at Chen-Mu, its eyes flashed with a pleading look, but the meaning it expressed was difficult to understand for a moment. After all, there was a vast distance between the two species. You want me to help you? Chen-Mu looked at the white snake, which showed no signs of aggression, and felt conflicted about being asked to come to him for help. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snake was as thick as Chen-Mu's thigh. Although Chen-Mu's physique wasn't exactly burly, he was still a 188 centimeters tall, well-built adult man with six-pack abs. The snake, as thick as a leg, opened its mouth wide at him, and it looked truly terrifying. Meow. It seems to be thirsty. Kaikyu couldn't understand snake language, but it could understand the general meaning the white snake was trying to convey. Want some water? Chen-Mu took out a bottle of water, opened the cap, took 2 steps forward, then showed the bottle opening to the white snake, placed it on the ground, and quickly retreated. Giving this strange white snake some water is no problem, but Chen-Mu has no interest in putting himself in danger. Hiss! The white snake flicked its tongue and only approached after Chen-Mu had moved away. It then used its tongue to hold the bottle of water and poured it into its large mouth. Chen-Mu was stunned by the way the snake drank water. It was the first time he had ever heard of a snake's thin forked tongue that could curl up something and put it in its mouth. This was a snake's tongue, not a frog's sticky, highly elastic tongue. Let's finish our drink and leave. I need to go find something up ahead. Let's not bother each other. I can't afford to support you. Seeing the white snake that had drunk a bottle of water but still wouldn't leave, and even continued to stare at him, Chen-Mu wanted to leave but couldn't, and staying would only make him feel unbearably hot. Moreover, there wasn't much time during the day, and he didn't want to waste it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snake shook its head twice, opened its mouth, and made a somewhat hurried sound, but Chen-Mu still couldn't understand the message it was trying to convey. Seemingly realizing that its message was not being received, the white snake became somewhat agitated, wanting to get closer, but was unable to do so because of Chen-Mu's vigilance. You've received a request from the white snake to become her master. Will you accept? White snake. It said that a certain white snake can transform into a woman. Do you think it can? A notification suddenly appeared, revealing that the white snake had taken the initiative to recognize its master. Chen-Mu hadn't decided whether to accept it, but this comment prompted, Lady White Snake? Hee. His bed is too small. It's safer for him to sleep alone. Besides, petting cats is nice. He doesn't want to pet snakes. Although the white snake is weak, it's definitely more useful than Kaikyu when it comes to guarding the house. The white snake can guard the house while Kaikyu sleeps with it. It seems pretty good. Except, the more I think about it, the better it seems to be to have another pet in the house. As for whether it eats a lot, he can cook, but if he really needs a lot of food, he can just send the white snake out to hunt. You've acquired a white snake as a pet. Please name it. You still seem to prefer that woman. Let's just call her by Swan, but let's call her Su-Su. Chen-Mu wanted to use the name of one of the people mentioned, but after thinking about it, he chose a simpler one instead. Naming successful. Existing pets, Kaikyu, Su-Su. A new name appeared in the pet list. Chen-Mu closed the personal information and could now understand what the white snake was saying. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There's poison ahead, don't go. The white snake Su-Su had been saying that the pile of rocks was not to be touched, but the person who gave her the water just couldn't understand. To prevent its savior from dying and becoming ant food, it had no choice but to actively claim the vessel as its master. Now, however, it suddenly had some doubts. Was it right or wrong to risk its life for a mere bottle of water? But no matter what, the matter is settled. We can only hope that its owner doesn't lose his life too soon, so that it can have the opportunity to reach a higher level. Chapter 26. How strong is the snake's resentment? Poisonous? Ants? Chen-Mu looked at the pile of rubble, paused, and began to figure out how to deal with the ants. But there's a treasure chest inside, which you can't miss, especially at times like this. Meow. Little ant, can't you just wash it away? Ball is conflicted about finding the treasure chest, but bringing potential danger to its owner. But the ants? It knows there are ants, so the owner washes it clean with water, and then it can take the treasure chest home. Hiss. There's no water source here. Where did you get the water from? The two pets can now communicate. The white snake is staring at the ball. almost as if it's about to call it stupid. If there had been a water source here, it wouldn't have almost died of thirst. Meow. Master, look how silly it is. There's no water source, but you have plenty of water. Kayukyu rubbed its little head against Shenmu's face. Because of the time it was followed home by a wild wolf, it was very careful now. It always makes sure its owner is safe before pointing out the way. What does this stupid snake know? Humph. Hiss. How much water? At least several hundred times more than before. The white snake glared angrily. Why was it so worried? This stupid cat dared to mock it. Didn't it know that water was a scarce resource? Meow. The owner has so many buckets of water, so much. Ball, who had been the center of attention for several days, is now very unhappy. Not only has another person appeared to compete for affection, but they also keep questioning their owner's supplies. How annoying. Let's go take a look. We have plenty of water, but the real issue is how to get rid of those poisonous ants. Listening to the two pets arguing, Shenmu suddenly felt that the future was going to be very exciting, or rather, very noisy. Although he didn't have a bucket, the 900 L of water in his inventory should be enough for him to reach the box. Actually, if he wasn't worried about causing wildfires, he would have preferred to use fire. Meow. Here it is. The ants are only the size of a fingernail. Just wash them away with water when they appear, and you'll be safe. Kayukyu huddled inside Shenmu's knitted vest, its little head and two front paws peeking out. It pointed to a corner of the pile of rocks and told Shenmu to get to it. It wasn't difficult to dig through this pile of rocks. Shenmu had brought a shovel with him, so he picked it up and tested its feel. After a few digs, he uncovered a corner and saw the treasure chest buried in the pile of rocks. Moreover, the size of this treasure chest seems to be different from the previous one. It used to be a rectangular, flat box. This is a square bronze box, about 1 cubic meter in size. Poisonous ants are coming out. Don't hit them. Their bodies will release poison gas if they break open. The white snake Su had been following along. When she saw a swarm of red ants emerging from the dug hole, she immediately gave them a warning to prevent her owner from being tricked by that stupid cat. Meow. Master, they've been flooded. Kayukyu was annoyed by Susu's reminder, but she decided to deal with the ants first. That's all. Shenmu watched as the swarm of red ants approached his feet. He then stepped onto the top of the pile of rocks, his hand pointing towards the location of the treasure chest he had dug open. Water cascaded down like a waterfall. The water flow didn't directly wash away the ants. Instead, it first filled the pile of rocks with water and then overflowed, carrying the surrounding ant colonies at least 10 meters away. While the ants were struggling in the water, Shenmu quickly swung the shovel in his hand and dug out the bronze treasure chest. Meow. Master, hurry up and go. Although Kayukyu knew it could wash away the ants, now that it had the treasure chest, it still wanted its owner to go home quickly. Although there was a lot of water, some of the ants died, while the others were still struggling. Once the water disappeared, they would attack again after recovering. Hiss. Now you know you're in a hurry? Come this way. Su was extremely disgusted with this stupid cat. Even when she was in a hurry to turn around and lead Shenmu the way, she still couldn't help but express her contempt for Chiyo. Let's go. Shenmu was amused by the bickering between the two pets and quickly followed the white snake away. As for the ant nest, he didn't have time to care right now. In this hot weather, he should go home and buy some more water from Sister 13. After all, water resources can really be used in a variety of ways. Or next time, try boiling some water and leaving it there, but that would require keeping it warm. Shenmu had many thoughts, but he didn't stop. He quickly left the area with the white snake and returned to the vicinity of the house. It was only 10 a.m., which meant that only 2 hours had passed since they left home. But Shenmu's face was flushed red from the scorching sun, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Let's go home first. Shenmu opened the door and returned home. Su followed him in. There was absolutely no room left in the room. With nowhere to go, the white snake Su ran under the bed, feeling wronged, while Kayukyu jumped on the table happily after returning home. In comparison, Su was even more annoyed, but she couldn't hit the stupid cat because the room was too small and she didn't even have room to move around. You've worked hard. Have some soup first. I'm going to take a shower. Shenmu ignored the fight between the two pets, feeding the cat and the snake a bowl of soup each, and then went to the bathroom, which had been upgraded to have a toilet and a simple bucket and shower. Since the house was upgraded to a stone house, the bathroom environment has improved, but the difference is that there was no water to take a shower before. After filling the bucket with water, Chunmu took off his clothes and threw them aside, then took his first comfortable shower in this world. He then washed the sweat-soaked clothes again. Even though they could be self-cleaning, he still needed to get past that mental hurdle when conditions allowed. Meow, 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 meow. Master, come quick. That stupid snake is shedding its skin. As soon as Chunmu opened the bathroom door, Kayokyu on the table started meowing incessantly, raising a small paw and pointing to the area under the bed, urging him to go and take a look. Although it's a bit silly, Kayokyu has already treated the white snake as its master's private property. So, it's our own property, so we can't afford any problems, otherwise we'll suffer a huge loss. White snake Su-Su, it's just a transitional period. Your pet is full of resentment about only being able to live under the bed, so under the catalysis of strong resentment, it evolved. The notification message made Chunmu retract his outstretched hand. Resentment. My pet has such a strong resentment that it's even pushing me to evolve? Sure enough, I'm the only ordinary person here. I spend my days complaining about how ordinary and unremarkable I am in my own attribute interface. Currently, there are 2 pets, one of which is still suspected to be a cat. The other one, although it appears to be a white snake, evolves when its resentment intensifies, so it's no ordinary snake. As a master with little ability, Chunmu felt inexplicably under a lot of pressure. Chapter 27. The snake slithered into the bed. Su-Su is evolving. It'll be fine once it finishes molting. Chunmu reached out and picked up Kato, who was still staring wide-eyed, and took it with him to check the food they had prepared earlier. Because I returned too early, the bone broth wasn't finished yet, so I just put the chives in the food storage area and went back to my bedside. Meow. Are we just going to wait for it like this? After confirming that the silly snake was not in danger, Kayukyu's previous disdainful attitude returned. Shedding takes quite a long time. Since there's no danger right now, let's go out and collect the cabbages and peppers. We can work on a few more recipes tonight and trade with someone for some things. Although it's very hot outside, opening treasure chests or browsing the trade interface at home is the most comfortable thing to do. But we don't have many ingredients right now. If we don't continue searching and the weather gets even worse tomorrow, it will be even more difficult than it is now. Meow. Let's go. Kayukyu was naturally very happy to be able to go out. Before leaving, it didn't forget to stare at the white snake Su-Su under the bed and wave its little paw. Although the white snake certainly knew nothing at the moment, Kayukyu still finished before crawling back into Chunmu's knitted vest. The freshly washed clothes dried instantly thanks to the automatic cleaning system. After the man and the cat went outside, Chunmu went to check on the chives again and found that in the past 2 hours, the chives had grown nearly 10 centimeters of new shoots. This is definitely not a good time to harvest, but you can harvest it again before dark. Meow cabbage. When they arrived, Kayukyu pointed at the cabbages with its little paws and chirped happily. The cabbage and pork filling wrapped in a round shape is naturally much tastier than dumplings made with just chives, flour, and a few seasonings. The amount of cabbage has also increased. Chunmu pulled up the cabbages from the ground by the roots. This time he had a good harvest. Although he didn't know the exact percentage of the bonus, the 9 cabbages he harvested were enough for him to try various things. After harvesting the cabbages, we harvested the chili peppers. We went back to the place where we had hunted wolves before, but there was nothing there today. Having not visited the small hill behind the house for several days, Chunmu took Kokyu home to check if the white snake Su-Su was still calmly shedding her skin before setting off again. Meow, meow, meow. Fruit on the tree. Just as they reached the halfway point of that small hill, Kayukyu pointed its little paw diagonally upwards. Cherry. Chunmu was surprised that cherry trees could grow in this place. He picked a bunch of cherry blossoms after getting closer, and sure enough, he received a hint. Ripe cherries, fruit, can be eaten or used in cooking. You're in luck. Your after-dinner fruit is sorted. The message indicated that only fruit should be eaten, and it took Chunmu half an hour to pick all the cherry blossoms from the tree. After picking cherries, we continued up the mountain. Although it was hot and tiring for the 2 of us under the blazing sun, our luck seemed to be very good today. A small strawberry field appeared on the mountaintop, and the ripe strawberries looked extremely tempting. After checking and confirming there were no traps, Chunmu began picking the fruit. Meow meow, there's something delicious over there. After circling the top of the small hill a few times to make sure there was no danger, Kaku began to point out one direction after another to Chunmu. In addition to the cherries and strawberries they had previously harvested, they also obtained radishes, potatoes, green beans, and 2 wooden treasure chests. At 3 p.m., the person and the cat suddenly woke up and rushed home. Once they arrived near their home and confirmed they still had enough time, the man and cat went to cut some chives before finally entering their house. Only, meow 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 meow. Where's the stupid snake? Such a big, stupid snake. How did it just disappear? Oh, the white snake Su Su, who was originally under the bed, has now disappeared. Even the snake skin that should have been left behind was gone. Kayakyu jumped to the ground in a panic and started searching the house while meowing. They didn't actually lock the door because there are no locks now, but Kayakyu had tried before and found that it couldn't open the door unless Chunmu opened it. So Susu, who had the same identity, naturally couldn't open it either. Inside the blanket, Chunmu watched Kayakyu running around anxiously and jumping around and helplessly pointed out the direction to it. Meow. A stupid snake in a blanket? And that size? Although Kayakyu was disgusted, it still jumped onto the bed, pawed at the blankets a couple of times, and finally found the sleeping white snake Susu under the covers. Meow meow meow. The stupid snake has shrunk? What's the use of being so small? Kayakyu nudged the sleeping little white snake a few times with its head, pulling it from under the covers to the side of the pillow. Then it squatted on the pillow, retracting its claws, worried about hurting the little white snake, while also being extremely annoyed by this stupid snake that had deliberately shrunk and was clearly trying to compete for its affection. It should be able to adjust body size. Someone's huge glutton was able to turn into a tiny little one before. It seems that our Susu should be able to do the same. Chunmu watched as the little white snake was being tossed around and rolled over several times, but still didn't wake up. Not wanting his new pet to feel wronged after waking up, Chunmu had no choice but to pick up Kayakyu first. But when the topic turned to the foodies on the 186 centimeters tall European boy's side, Chunmu suddenly wondered if some animals were restricted and could only break through after recognizing a master. His bone broth definitely wouldn't have that much of an effect. So could this be a trigger for a tipping point? By this time, night had fallen outside. Chunmu put down the ingredients and prepared to open the box first. The 2 wooden treasure chests were unremarkable. They contained a total of 50 bottles of mineral water, 20 small loaves of bread, 100 pieces of wood, and 60 pieces of ore. Put those things aside for now, and Chunmu set his sights on the square bronze treasure chest, about 1 cubic meter in size. Human remains that have been infiltrated by venom. The venom may have caused some damage, but there are always some materials that are not affected by the venom's corrosive properties. The notification reassured Chunmu. Although some things may break, at least no key is needed. Reaching out to open the special private room, Chunmu looked at the clusters of shimmering objects and prayed once again that his luck would strike again. Compressed biscuits stained with venom. Don't eat them, but if you don't like someone, you can give them some. Mineral water containing trace amounts of toxins. Needless to say, you definitely don't want to personally experience the consequences of trace amounts of toxins. Beef jerky soaked in venom, deadly. A wooden paper umbrella wrapped in oiled paper, perhaps once a cherished possession of a girl, used to reduce the damage from certain weather conditions. A standard rifle with only 3 bullets left, perhaps you would use it. A blueprint for a standard ammunition box, usable with most firearms, but you don't have the essential material gunpowder. 5 exquisite money bags. These bulging money bags are all yours. Chapter 28 House Upgrade, Stone Courtyard. The inventory has been successfully expanded, adding 15 slots. This requires 5 exquisite money bags. Looking at his inventory, which had reached 70 slots, Chunmu was in a very good mood. At least for the time being, he probably wouldn't need to worry about expanding his inventory. Moreover, those 5 bulging money bags just now yielded 10,000 coins for him. The only problem is that the shop can't be accessed right now. Otherwise, I would definitely buy all the missing materials first. Remembering the materials, Chunmu opened the system's trading interface to see if anyone had traded the bread he had previously listed. Small bread -10, row +2. Small bread -5, plastic +1. Small bread -5, plastic +1. Small bread -20, row +4. Small bread -25, row +3, plastic +2. Small bread -5, row +1. A notification appears, followed by a series of redemption records and materials to be collected. I collected one item and received 10 ropes for plastics and 80 loaves of bread that had already been traded away, leaving only 20 loaves still hanging. Looking at the 44 loaves of bread he still had, Chunmu put up another 40, which could still be exchanged for either type. There's still 10 ropes and 3 plastic bags short, but Chunmu isn't in a hurry and has started preparing the new meal. He's running low on flour, so he doesn't plan to make steamed buns or dumplings tonight. Instead, he'll be researching stir-fries. Meow. What delicious food are you making this time? Kayukyu has now become a typical foodie. Whenever Chunmu takes out any ingredients at home, its first reaction is whether it tastes good. Tonight, I like spicy stir-fried shredded potatoes, radish meatball soup, and braised green beans with pork. Chunmu only needs to make one finished product now, and the rest can be mass-produced using the food display case, so he is really not worried. Skillfully peel the potatoes and shred them for later use. Take out a piece of wolf meat, cut it into small pieces, then mince it. Combine it with minced radish. Add seasonings, mix well, and shape into balls. After finishing this, Chunmu started cooking it. Add water, with no excess ingredients. Once the water boils, add the meatballs and simmer. While the meatballs are simmering, cut the green beans into sections and slice the meat. Prepare to make one meatball as soon as the meatballs are cooked. Radish meatball soup, green bean stew with meat, and finally spicy stir-fried potato shreds. After finishing all 3 dishes, Chunmu looked at the finished product and smiled as he sent messages to his friends. Radish ball soup increases stamina by 10 points and warmth by 10 points after consumption. Stewed green beans with meat will increase your stamina by 15 points and your strength by 10% after consumption. Spicy stir-fried shredded potatoes increases stamina by 8 points and speed by 8% after consumption. After the 3 dishes were completed, the recipes were automatically generated, and Chunmu also obtained 3 recipes that were not particularly good, but none of them were duplicates. Simple wooden chair, making recipe. Simple clothes hanger, making recipe. Simple cat litter box, making recipe. Of the 3 formulas, only one is currently usable for Chunmu, a litter box. But the problem is, there's nowhere to put it. The house was already incredibly cramped, and he desperately needed to expand it before he could make any more furniture. Chunmu first started the batch production of the 3 dishes in the food display case before having dinner with Kayukyu. As for the still sleeping white snake Su, let's wait until it wakes up before making a decision. Friend 186. Hey bro, I got a few plastic and rope packages today, 3 dishes, plus 2 steam buns, 10 plastic packages, and 20 row packages. Is that okay? Living in a house where the rooms have doubled in size and now have a small yard, the boy was in a good mood petting the white tiger. Upon receiving Chunmu's message, he quickly packed the bread he had obtained by trading wood into his pack, intending to exchange it for a significantly higher quality meal consisting of 2 dishes, a soup, and steamed buns. 9857. Yes, these are exactly what I need. But it'll take 15 minutes. Besides the portion my little foodie and I are currently eating, the rest are still simmering in the pot. Chunmu readily agreed, but asked the lucky boy to wait a little longer. With delicious food available, the boy was naturally in no hurry. Once the order was confirmed, Chunmu quickly received the materials that had been mailed to him. Next level, stone courtyard, upgrade requirements. Iron are 253 to 100 or 880 to 500. Wood 1030 to 500, rope 60 to 50, plastic 27 to 20. Materials are ready. Shall we upgrade? Upgrade. Why hold back when you can upgrade? Even though Chunmu was still eating, it didn't stop him from upgrading his house. House under renovation. Upgrade complete. The current property is a level 3 property. The simple stone yard house has a durability of 200 to 200, and the surrounding walls have a durability of 100 to 100. Stone courtyard. A house built of stone, surrounded by walls made of wood and ore. The house measures 5 by 5 square meters, and the courtyard measures 10 by 10 square meters. Next level, brick and tile courtyard. Upgrade requirements. Red bricks 0, 200, iron 153 to 300, or 380, 1000, wood 530, 1000, rope 10 to 100, plastic 7 to 80. A series of messages appeared, and Chen Mu quickly finished the bun in his hand and began to add the chair, stool, and cat litter box to the crafting list of the workbench. The house is bigger, which is indeed not easy, but he is even more satisfied with the yard. With a yard, he can grow vegetables there, and then he won't have to worry about not having enough vegetables at all. Meow. Master, has our house gotten bigger? Kayakyu was drinking soup and eating half a steam bun that was placed on a plate in front of it. In the blink of an eye, it looked up and suddenly found itself surrounded by emptiness. The once crowded room now suddenly has a ring of empty space around it. Yes, our home has grown bigger. I will continue to work hard to make our home even bigger. Shenmu reached out and patted Kakyu's head twice before continuing to eat the food in front of him. During this time, he also served Kayakyu a separate bowl of radish and meatball soup, as well as some meat from the stewed green beans. As for shredded potatoes, there are too many dried chilies in this. Even Shenmu himself was sweating from the spiciness, so it's not suitable for Kayakyu to eat. He's hungry. Just as Kayakyu was enjoying her meal, a weak voice came from the bed. It was Baishi Susu, who had just woken up. Now it had turned into a tiny little thing. Susu twisted her body, wondering why it had run to the pillow when it had clearly crawled into the quilt. Surely it can't run around while asleep, right? Come on, let's eat. Shenmu picked up the little white snake that was still staring at the quilt and placed it on the other side of the table. He first gave it a bowl of rich animal bones soup, then half a bowl of radish meatballs, and half a bowl of meat specially picked from the stewed green beans. Thank you, master. This treatment drew the little white snake's attention back. After nodding to Chun Mu to express her gratitude, she slowly and gently began to eat. Chapter 29. Numbers drop again. No one has a choice. While I was eating, the 13-year-old girl who sells water sent me a message. However, the weather on the other side also seems to be very bad. 98.57. 9 buckets of water for 3 steamed buns. Shenmu wouldn't give away the dishes he painstakingly prepared just because his girlfriend wasn't doing well. So, since the 13th girl had nothing else, she could only switch to steamed buns, which were at least better than small bread rolls. Friend 13. Thanks a lot. I'll send the water over in installments. Please accept it. Finding that they couldn't get the 2 dishes and soup, the 13-year-old girl didn't say much. She just quickly sent water and then waited to eat cabbage and pork buns to get through the new day. The water used to flush away the ants was half gone, but now it's not only replenished, but there's an extra 300 L. Seeing that the river had taken up another parcel shelf, Chenmu left the cabbage and pork buns there for now. He needs to prepare a little more water, but some things can't be done all at once. Let's take it slow and steady. Steady development is the best approach. Delicious. The big white snake turned into a little white snake, and its personality seemed to have changed as well. It even learned to act cute and coquettish. Meow, meow, meow. Stupid snake, don't imitate me. Seeing Susu's behavior, Chiyo glared angrily and raised its paw to slap the little white snake's head. Acting cute to get comforted is something unique to it, but now this silly snake has learned it so quickly. If this continues, its own position will be in danger. Hiss. Stupid cat, go away. I hate cats. I hate you. Susu also disliked Kai. She tilted her raised neck and head to avoid the approaching cat paws and opened her snake-like mouth in protest. Meow is bullying its cat owner. It's bullying the cat. Feeling rejected, Katu turned away from Susu and then looked at Shenmu with a pitiful expression, trying to gain sympathy. This sudden change of attitude left Susu, a new pet, completely bewildered. How could it be bullying the cat? It's clearly the cat bullying the snake. But if you ask it to imitate a silly cat's whining and crying, it really can't quite do it. Stop fooling around. I'll wash some fruit for you. Eat first. I'll tidy up the house. It's too crowded right now. Shenmu watched as the cat and snake vied for attention, shook his head, and then put down a plate of chopped strawberries and a small bowl of pitted cherries for them. Hiss, thank you, master. Susu said, although I won't act stupid. I'm good with words. Meow. You stinky snake, what do you mean? Seeing that Chenmu had already gone to adjust the bed and furniture, Kayokyu immediately came over and stared at the little white snake. So she thinks she's cute, huh? And she's being so polite, so overly polite in saying thank you, master. Even though the snake's voice was hoarse, you could still hear the melodious tone and emotion. Ugh, this new guy is so annoying. It's much more spacious now. Next, put the chair here, the litter box over here, and then... Chenmu rearranged the furniture in the room, quickly clearing the space near the doorway, and then added an area in the center where he could place a sofa or other furniture in the future. Although it's still not very big, at least when I get home, it won't all be crammed together at a glance. Meow, meow, meow. Master, master, come and have some fruit to rest for a while, it's so sweet. Kaiku despised Susu, but that didn't stop it from putting its newfound knowledge to use. After confirming that Chenmu was done with his work, it jumped over, climbed up his trouser leg, and nestled on his shoulder, rubbing its face against him. This is for you to eat. If I wanted to eat it, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Chenmu went to the workbench and took out a chair and stool, placed them next to the dining table, and started eating whole strawberries, as well as cherries that needed to be spit out the pits. Meow, okay then. Watching the whole strawberries being eaten one by one, especially with Chenmu's face full of happiness, Kayokyu suddenly felt that the stinky snake must be mocking its failure. Just wait, tomorrow I'll go out with my owner to find other delicious food. After eating until he was stuffed with fruit, Chenmu made some transactions with 183 and 1234, but all they could offer were materials like iron or timber, and that was about it. But the more ingredients, the better. After processing the food in the food counter, Chenmu packed it up and mailed it. Then, carrying the cat and the snake, he went back to his bed in a different spot, lay down, and prepared to check the chat interface before going to sleep. The yard and such. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Right now, he doesn't want to go out and face the dark courtyard. He always feels that the wall, with a durability of only 100 to 100, is not very safe. Upon opening the chat interface, Chenmu immediately noticed the number at the top, which had now changed to 5966. More than 4,000 people have already died. Once the shop opens, perhaps we can buy puppets. The question is, how many players will be left by then? Having been inexplicably brought to this world, most of the players here don't want to participate in this game, but no one has a choice. They can only try their best to survive. As he watched the messages scrolling through the chat interface, Chenmu also noticed today's weather. After comparing it with the weather forecast, he realized that he wasn't facing anything too bad. Those hailstorms, blizzards, gales, and some even encountered tsunamis or tornadoes. Fortunately, it was all just a weather issue. As long as you stay inside the house, no matter how dangerous it is outside, you won't die. But how many people can truly escape this situation without food, water, or the materials to exchange for anything? Some were crying, some were cursing, some were begging for help, and some are even offering to sell their bodies at a low price. The current chat interface is messy, but most of the time it feels okay. If you want to exchange information, you've basically added each other as friends privately. Naturally, there's no need to continue chatting in this area and be infected by these crazy or depressing atmospheres. After confirming there was nothing he wanted to see, Chenmu closed the chat interface and then checked the transaction information. He didn't get the materials he wanted tonight, but while looking through them, he found flour, seasonings, and some seeds. He bought them all as long as the prices weren't outrageous. After sorting through his haul, Chenmu began crafting a wooden crossbow, which he planned to take out tomorrow to test its effectiveness against some relatively harmless wild animals. After tidying up the things that needed to be made in a queue, Chenmu covered himself with a blanket, held the cat in his arms, and had the snake lying on his pillow. He fell asleep early that night. The little white snake Susu by the pillow and Kaido, whose little head was peeking out from under the covers, suddenly opened their eyes after falling asleep in silence, staring at each other with bared teeth, but neither of them made a sound. The fighting will never stop, but when their master is tired, they must not disturb his sweet dreams. Chapter 30. Finally, we have a yard. Good morning, you two little ones. When Chenmu woke up, he looked at the cat and snake in his arms. He felt a little strange that Susu had also snuggled into his arms at night. But since they're all my own pets, I can't show favoritism, so I can only try to adapt to them. Meow. Good morning, master. Good morning. The cat and the snake spoke at the same time, but after greeting each other, they immediately turned around and glared at each other. The cat had just raised its paw when the snake's mouth opened and closed slightly. This appearance. You two have a great relationship. You guys have fun. I'm going to take a shower, and then we'll continue making delicious food. Chunmu seemed completely oblivious, assuming they were simply getting along amicably. After getting out of bed, he wrapped the two of them together and let them continue their interaction. He doesn't want to get involved in fighting or anything like that. Otherwise, he's terrified of trouble at home. Meow, you stinky snake, get out of here. This is mine, and my master's bed is mine. Hiss, 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 stupid cat. Your owner isn't afraid of me. Can't you tell? You're so stupid. Meow, 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 meow. You stinky snake, you're asking for it. Hiss, if you hit me, your owner will scold you. After all, your owner likes well-behaved and cute cats, and he won't want a naughty and stupid cat. Meow, 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 meow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The quiet bickering in bed continued, while Chunmu took a cold shower in the bathroom, ignoring the two's constant squabbles. Whether they knew it or not, as his owner, he could hear everything those two said whenever they were near him. But this dog is quite cute because it argues but doesn't fight. I'll make them some meat soup in the morning because I'll take them out again when it gets light. Sweethearts, I'll stew the meat first. You two can drink some of the rich bone broth, but don't drink too much. There will be more meat to eat later. After taking a shower, Chunmu brought out some animal bone broth for the two of them. However, since this wasn't the first time they had consumed it, and it seemed they had all passed a certain threshold, they only liked drinking it for the time being, without any significant changes. Cut the meat into chunks, tear the cabbage leaves into pieces, and set aside. Then boil the water and season it. Add the meat and simmer until it's tender. Then add the cabbage and simmer for a while longer before serving. It's a simple method, but the food still smells delicious after it's cooked. The meat is served in a bowl and shredded with chopsticks, making it easy for the two little ones to eat. Meow, delicious. After Kayuku was able to eat, it took one bite and its eyes widened instantly. Although its teeth are fine, the meat was stewed so flavorful. Hiss, greedy cat. Su glanced at it with disdain, then continued to lower her head and swallow the small pieces of meat one by one. It's almost dawn. Let's check how big the yard is first, and then try to see if we can transplant the chives back. After breakfast, it had already turned into daytime outside. Chunmu tucked the snake into his sleeve, then stuffed the cat into his knitted vest. He put the ordinary rifle with only 3 bullets left in his backpack, along with the wooden crossbow and the wooden paper umbrella in his hand. After confirming that there were no problems, Chunmu opened the door and went out. This courtyard. Standing at the door, Chunmu didn't know how to describe his current feelings. To be honest, seeing this yard is certainly a happy thing, but the yard goes around the house, so to put it simply, the space is not small but too scattered. There are too many restrictions on what can be planted in these corners and edges. He originally wanted to bring the cherry tree back, but now, forget everything else. Go dig up some chives and plant them. Let's see if they can survive first. Meow. Is the sun no longer shining? Kaikyu poked half her body out of her clothes, looked up at the sky, and felt that the sunshine today made her feel lazy, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Not necessarily. This is our property right now. We'll have to go out and check to find out. As Chunmu spoke, he opened the wooden courtyard gate. Then, meow, meow, meow. It's so hot, even hotter than yesterday. The ball instantly shrank back into its clothes, with only half of its little head sticking out, its 2 little front paws clinging to the collar, afraid of falling off. It's okay, I brought an umbrella. Chunmu bent down and tapped Kayuki on the head. Then he took out a wooden paper umbrella, opened it, and immediately the stinging sensation of the sun disappeared. However, the durability of this wooden paper umbrella left Chunmu somewhat helpless. Wooden paper umbrella can withstand damage from special weather conditions. Durability, 9 to 10, it can shield you from wind and rain, but it can also be damaged. It's unclear whether it consumes 1 point of durability per day or 1 point per opening, but we can't waste the opportunity, so we can only keep going like this for now. After walking a few steps, Chunmu arrived at the chive patch. He took out a shovel, dug up about 1/3 of the chives, put them in his backpack, and quickly opened his umbrella to go home. Opening the courtyard gate, Chunmu placed the umbrella at the entrance and let the 2 little ones play on their own. He then went to the corner of the wall to dig and plant chives. Chapter 31 Planting, Seedling Raising in Progress. Player S29, server 9857, has successfully planted chives. Your homestead planting information interface is now open. A notification startled Chunmu, who quickly opened his personal information and found the planting information in his assets. Planted, chives 1 to 3, 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chunmu roughly guessed that the third of the chives was because all the ones served outside before were added together to make up one serving. The countdown showed that the chives only needed to grow for 6 hours before they could be harvested. After taking Kyokyu and Susu out again, Chunmu simply dug up all the chives this time and planted them all in this corner when he got home. The leek patch has become a complete unit, occupying an area of 1 square meter when integrated. However, since this yard was built for a house, the chives could only be planted in 3 rows along the wall, because he didn't have any land that could be squared up. Right, try watering it. Watching the countdown to the growth of the chives, which varied in quantity due to the planting order, Chunmu sprinkled 2 full rows of water into the chive ditch. Then, leeks, 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 58 seconds. The countdown has been reduced by 2 hours, which means that watering can reduce the growth time. But it was only once because regardless of whether Chunmu sprinkled some water in afterwards or filled the leek ditch with water, nothing will change. It's just a waste of water. Seed bag. Open to randomly receive a packet of seeds. You've just started planting, so your luck seems pretty good. Chunmu took out the seed bag that had been in the package for several days, looked at the instructions, and reached out to open the small cloth bag. Obtain 1 set of cucumber seeds. The bag contained cucumber seeds, but the quantity of these seeds really annoyed Chunmu. 5. These seed bags are the size of a palm, but there are only 5 cucumber seeds in them. This is simply a scam. This is considered lucky? Although I'm a little annoyed, I still have to plant it now. Cucumber, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The cucumbers were planted within 24 hours, and it's uncertain whether they will be harvested directly after ripening and allowed to regrow, or whether they will need to be replanted. Regardless, this is a very good development, giving Chunmu more confidence in having a pastoral life in the future. In addition to these 2 easy-to-grow plants, Chunmu also went to the food section to get a potato and half a cabbage whose leaves had been removed this morning. He cut the potato around the small pit and cut a palm-sized potato into 6 pieces, which he then buried in the corner of the wall on the other side. After watering, a countdown appeared in the planting information, which means that making your own vegetable seeds is very feasible. Next, bury the roots of half a cabbage in the soil, water it, and watch for several small sprouts to grow from the heart of the cabbage. Old Chinese cabbage, in breeding stage 33 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Pay attention to the harvest period. Vegetables grown at home will begin to age as they exceed their maturity period. After watering for 34 hours, Chunmu calculated that it was originally 36 hours or a day and a half. If the planting is done during the day, the harvest will take place at night. There are no lights, and I really don't want to go out so late at night. However, in order to grow some vegetables properly, Chunmu decided to find an opportunity to give it a try. At the very least, if there are no lights, you should at least put a torch in the yard. Meow. Master, what's this? Kyokyu watched from the sidelines as Chunmu planted each type of vegetable. But after the old cabbage was planted, it saw the few small round balls in Chunmu's hand. It's tiny, about the size of its little toe. These are the pits we took from the cherries before. Let's plant them and see. If they survive, we won't have to go up the mountain to find that cherry tree anymore. Chunmu buried the cherry seeds one by one along the wall. Unfortunately, after watering dozens of them, only 2 showed a countdown to successful planting. Small cherry seedlings, germination period 107:59:59. It takes 108 hours for a cherry sapling to grow. Chunmu turned around with some satisfaction and looked at another corner of the courtyard wall where nothing had been planted yet. He wanted to grow chili peppers, but strawberries were easy enough. He could just dig up a few seedlings. And green beans. Maybe there were already some mature beans he could bring back for seeds. Thinking about it this way, there are many things that can be planted, but this yard is still too small. We still have time. Let's go pick strawberries and then green beans. After tidying up the house, Chen Mu checked the time, and it was only 11 o'clock, giving him plenty of time to take a walk in the mountains behind the house. As for that region that produces cabbage and chili peppers, we'll talk about that place tomorrow. Chapter 32. Wolves are cunning. Watch out, there's a wolf ahead. Just as they reached the halfway point of the back mountain, before they even reached the cherry tree, the white snake Su Su issued a warning from her sleeve. Ahead, they're not only wolves, but these wolves are also very healthy. I was going to give it a try anyway, and now it's perfect. In an instant, Chen Mu produced the wooden crossbow in his hand. There was only one arrow on it at the moment, but Chen Mu had studied it at home and found that changing the arrow was very convenient. Meow, master, the wolf is behind the third tree on the right. When Kaiukiu heard Su Su remind him first, he immediately twitched his little nose and accurately reported the location of the wolf. When it comes to guiding its owner, it's definitely not inferior to that stinky snake. Let's go around it. Chen Mu, carrying the crossbow bolt in one hand, retreated 2 trees away in another direction before slowly walking forward, trying to keep his voice down until he reached an area roughly in line with the wolf. This wolf was much larger than the crippled wolf we had seen before. It was much bigger, and its fur was extremely bright in the sunlight. As Chen Mu raised the crossbow and pressed the switch, the wolf's ears twitched, and it was about to jump away from where it stood. However, the crossbow bolts were very fast. Even though the wolf jumped away and avoided its neck, it still managed to get a hole in its left foreleg. The wolf limped around and turned its head, its slanted eyes staring at Chen Mu. Its mouth twitched incessantly, and its sharp teeth were repeatedly exposed, making it look rather intimidating. But Chen Mu knew that the wolf wasn't just trying to scare him. Its slanted eyes were scanning his surroundings, and it was probably preparing to attack. But he had already switched to a new wooden arrow, and this time he aimed for the wolf's belly. However, this wolf has very quick reflexes. To hit it, you can't aim for its belly. So, whoosh, an arrow was fired, and the wolf dodged at the same time. The arrow only grazed the skin on the wolf's hind leg. But just as the wolf jumped away, Chen Mu quickly loaded an arrow, aimed at the part of the wolf's belly near its forelegs, and shot it. With a scream, the wolf swayed, and another wooden arrow was embedded in its already injured foreleg. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the wolf's dodges and howls, Chen Mu discovered that he was slowly regaining the feel he used to have when he went to the shooting club. Although his accuracy wasn't very high, at least now every wooden arrow he fired hit the wolf. As the wolf lunged forward, he retreated and continued to shoot arrows. When the wolf was riddled with more than a dozen wooden arrows, the once tall and strong wolf lay still on the ground. Meow, my owner is so amazing, so great. Kaiukiu's language skills are innate, and these words of praise made Chen Mu a little embarrassed. It's not dead yet. Chen Mu raised his crossbow again, this time aiming at the wolf's waist and abdomen. Although a headshot would certainly kill him, Chen Mu knew that the power of his wooden crossbow bolt was not enough to penetrate so easily, not to mention that the wolf would dodge. Therefore, it's better to find a way that isn't lethal but can slowly wear down the wolf. The wooden arrow was shot out, and after piercing the wolf's belly, it was indeed seen to twitch. But the wolf actually endured it without dodging, as if it were truly and completely crippled. The 2 hind paws, still gripping the ground, clearly told Chen Mu that the wolf was waiting for him to get close before pouncing on him for a fatal blow. Wolves are cunning. However, Chen Mu admitted that he wasn't very strong right now, since the notification message kept criticizing his weakness. So, use wooden arrows first, and wait until the wolf is completely worn down before going to retrieve the bag. And, while this world allows for some actions usable in reality, he knew from his previous experience killing wolves that there would be a notification afterward. Even without other rewards, the loot would appear automatically. Is this wolf pretending to be weak, or is it truly weak? It meant nothing to him. A dash. After being riddled with arrows, the wolf let out a defiant roar. Its hind legs completely relaxed, and after struggling for a moment, it could only fall to the ground lifeless. Player S29, server 9857, killed a wolf and obtained 13 wolf meat, 1 animal bone for claws, 2 animal teeth, and 1 damaged animal hide. The system message appeared. indicating that a large amount of meat and other materials have been added to the package. Under these circumstances, Chun Mu suddenly felt that animals in this world were absolutely tragic, because no matter how they pretended to be dead, as long as they were not mentally unstable, they would not fall into the trap. Meow. My owner is awesome. After seeing the wolf carcass disappear, Kaiukyu remembered the changes that occurred after Chun Mu killed the wolf and immediately began its meow-style praise. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The owner must be tired. They can rest for a while before going to the top of the mountain. There's still time. The little white snake Su Su stopped arguing with Chiu Chiu and just rubbed against Chun Mu's arm inside her sleeve before obediently staying put and offering a rather reasonable suggestion. There's no rush, and rest won't be delayed. But Chun Mu didn't want to rest in the wild, especially since he wasn't sure if there would be other problems ahead. I'm not too tired. I'll finish cleaning up first, then I'll go home and rest in bed. Chun Mu continued walking up the mountain with his crossbow. On the way, he encountered the cherry tree, but the cherries had just started to form, so he didn't need to consider it for the time being. The strawberry field on the mountaintop was still there, and some of the strawberries were ripe. However, Chun Mu did not touch the ripe strawberries this time. Instead, he dug up a few plants with well-developed root systems and then went to the other side to look for the area where the beans were growing. Meow. Master, there are 2 iron boxes at the foot of this mountain. Kaiukyu is extremely sensitive to treasure chests. Just as Chun Mu was about to pick some old beans to take back as seeds, it also discovered the information about the treasure chest in the area at the foot of the mountain. After picking these, Chun Mu quickly pulled off the few plump old beans and then started walking down the mountain. The area at the foot of the mountain is exactly opposite to his residence. Although going back and forth wouldn't take too much time, it's impossible to say whether there are other things guarding the treasure chest. He knew that Kaiukyu wouldn't take him to dangerous places, but many things that Kaiukyu thought were easy might actually take some time to deal with. Chapter 33, Encountering a Tiger on the Road, Danger. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Stupid cat. This is the place you found for me? It's absolutely awful. The little white snake Su Su coiled on Chun Mu's wrist, looking at the thorny area in front of her. She really wanted to grab Kaiukyu's head and ask it, does this place mean that its master should turn into a little bug and crawl in? Meow. I only know there's no danger. Kaiukyu wants to say that it's not omnipotent. As long as you don't touch it, there really isn't any danger in this dense thicket of thorns. However, the chests are inside. Even standing outside, 1 iron chest and 1 bronze chest are clearly visible, yet these thorns are blocking the view. Although it has been arguing with Su Su, Kaiukyu now has to admit that it has indeed caused trouble for its owner. It's alright, we could just cut these down as timber. Chun Mu put away his crossbow and picked up his axe to begin clearing away the thorny branches in front of him. Thorny Vine X1. Thorny Vine X1. Thorny Vines X. Notifications kept appearing, but Chun Mu didn't have time to pay attention to them right now. He knew that cutting this thing down would definitely yield materials, because he would be left with nothing afterward. If it's not a material, it won't disappear, at least not in the short term. With his success, Chun Mu was even more motivated. He cleared away all the thorny bushes in his way and finally got his hands on the 2 treasure chests. But at this point, he didn't have time to look for the key, because time was running out. He only had an hour and a half to climb up the mountain from the foot and then go back home. Although he called this place a small hill, it was by no means small, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would take him at least an hour to get home. But Chun Mu doesn't like extreme sports at all, so now let's go home. Meow. Behind them, a tiger. Hiss. 50 meters to the right and behind a tiger. Just as Chun Mu reached the mountaintop, Kaiukyu and Su Su simultaneously gave him a heads up, their words filled with shock and worry. The house was in sight, but at this time, they couldn't get back quickly, and the tiger was only 50 meters away, a distance that was no problem for the tiger at all. Even if it's a tiger, it's fine. Chun Mu picked up the rifle with only 3 bullets left, pondering how to quickly eliminate the tiger. He's not really good with guns. The ones he's used before were all in shooting games. He doesn't have much control over real guns. But if he doesn't use a gun, what else can he use? Wooden crossbow bolts are absolutely impossible. Those things are practically incapable of piercing a tiger's fur. Besides, beef jerky soaked in venom, deadly. Beef jerky, tigers would eat that, wouldn't they? If they don't want to eat it, How about we send some more wolf meat over? After glancing at the tiger that quickened its pace upon spotting him, Chunmu scanned his surroundings. The trees in this area were quite nice, so I just hope the poison takes effect quickly so it doesn't delay my time getting home. Roar dash. The tiger roared through the forest. With just one angry roar, the forest instantly gained a more oppressive aura. Immediately after that sound, Chunmu put the ball on his shoulder and climbed up a tree thicker than his waist using both hands and feet. I climbed to a height of about 5 meters and held my legs steady to prevent myself from falling. Chunmu then took out the wolf meat, rolled it together with the piece of beef, took out a rope, tied it up, and slowly lowered it down. At that moment, the tiger had reached the foot of the tree and charged at it with force, causing the tree to shake violently in an instant. A tiger, right? Do you eat meat? Chunmu held onto the other end of the rope, the wolf meat swaying back and forth in front of the tiger, yet it was just a little bit higher than the tiger's head. Roar dash. The tiger roared and leaped up, biting into the piece of wolf meat, instantly snapping the rope in two. If you were to throw it to it, the tiger might not even bother with it. But now it's like fishing just dangling in front of it, and the tiger is like it's being chosen. Even if it's not interested, it has to save face. So it not only wants to devour the meat, but also bite through the rope, so that the human who is about to become its food will realize how strong it is. Even though the tiger swallowed the meat, it could only crash into trees. It had to shake the person down to make them fall. It could climb trees with branches, but it couldn't do this kind of single, large tree trunk. Meow. Master, it's dying. Kayukiyu clung tightly to Chunmu's clothes to prevent herself from falling and becoming tiger food. But when Kayukiyu saw blood coming out of the tiger's nose, she instantly became excited. That's a big tiger. His owner is really powerful. He can even kill a big tiger. Hiss, silly cat. The tiger isn't dead yet. It'll be at least another minute. The little white snake, Su also poked her head out from Chunmu's sleeve. Looking at the tiger under the tree, which was banging its head against the tree, but was getting weaker and weaker, she was in a good mood and started complaining about Chiyo. Meow, meow, meow. I mean, it's about to die. I know it's not dead yet, you stinky snake. Shut up. Kayukiyu was so angry that her fur stood on end. Even so, it can't do anything extra now. At most, it can only respond verbally. The tiger under the tree wasn't dead yet, even if it was nearing its end, but at this moment, none of them could cause trouble for their master. Wait a little longer. Chunmu tried to calm himself down. At this moment, he couldn't provoke the tiger, because no one knew whether the tiger would retaliate when it was about to die. Hiss. Master, it's going crazy. Su had been staring at the tiger, and now, looking into its eyes, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Although it looks tiny now, as a wild snake that has lived for decades, Su has far more information about animals than Kayukiyu. Looks like we'll have to use Go Mad after all. Chunmu braced himself with his legs to keep from falling, and at the same time, he took out the rifle again. 3 bullets are precious, but nothing is more important than his safety. At the same time, the tiger under the tree suddenly bristled, its legs trembling as it took a few steps back, its eyes fixed on Chunmu. It didn't notice at first, but now it's on the verge of death. Its internal organs are in so much pain that it can barely stand. But as it was dying, the tiger suddenly realized that the meat this person had fed, it was the problem. Even if it was going to die, it would make sure that person couldn't live. Chapter 34. Good luck, a bountiful harvest. Roar dash. Bang! The tiger roared and was about to pounce on the tree, but at that moment, Chunmu's finger moved. A gunshot rang out, and the tiger, which was leaping up the tree, paused for a moment. Meow, meow, meow. The owner is really the best. This time, it's really dead. As Kayukiyu watched the tiger's enormous body fall to the ground, it meowed and began to praise it. This time, the little white snake Su did not refute, because its gaze remained fixed on the tiger's head, curious about the bullet's destructive power. Player S29, server 9857 killed a level 1 tiger. Reward, +1 combat power. Killing the tiger yields 1 complete tiger skin, 30 tiger meat, 1 tiger bone for claws, 2 animal teeth, and 1 tiger penis. Once the package contained a large number of items, Chunmu finally climbed down from the tree, stretched his legs which were sore from overexertion, and then limped towards home. Fortunately, after running for a while, my muscles recovered, and I was finally able to get home safely. We're home. You guys play for a while. I'll go and plant these things as soon as possible. After arriving home, Chunmu let the two little ones play by themselves. He didn't have time to cut chives or cook. He first went to the remaining corner of the wall and planted green beans, and then went to the wall to plant the strawberries he had dug up. After watering the entire house, Chunmu finally returned inside, just 1 minute before dark. After lighting the stove, Chunmu didn't want to do anything and simply lay down on the bed to rest. Meow. Master, what's wrong? Kai nestled beside Chunmu's face, looking at his listless appearance, and nuzzled his face with its little head. It's nothing, I'm just tired. I haven't climbed a tree in many years. Chunmu reached out and hugged the ball, sighed, and then turned around to hug the little white snake Su as well. The two little ones knew he was tired, so they stopped fussing and stayed quietly in his arms, even though this tight embrace wasn't very comfortable. Half an hour later. You too, don't you know how to move an inch? After recovering, Chunmu looked down at the two little ones in his arms and burst out laughing. They're both so cute. Su's eyes are downcast. She looks like she's given up on life. He just picked it up casually and didn't keep it in that belly-up position. It really was. Don't you know how to turn over when you're tired? Hiss, forgot. The little white snake, Su, closed her eyes sadly. She was heartbroken for her owner, who had almost died. But this posture must be really tiring. Meow. Stupid snake, it really is stupid. Ball wiggled its tail, flipped over with its two front paws, and then began to mock the little white snake that was already playing dead. Although it wasn't very comfortable being held just now, but at least it's not tiring. Next time you feel unwell, just say so. It's not like I'm telling you not to move. After rubbing his palms against the heads of the two little ones, Chunmu put them in the blanket and got up to get some food. Luckily, there was a food display case. After putting the ingredients in, he took out bone broth, steamed buns, meatball soup, cabbage and pork soup, and so on. Meow. My owner is the best. Kayuki jumped onto the table, and before eating, it rubbed its head against Chunmu's hand first, before going to its seat to prepare for the meal. This silly cat, the owner is naturally the best. You don't need to tell me. The little white snake Su wasn't as attentive, but seemed to feel it couldn't be outdone by Kayuki. It coiled up on the other side of the table, raising its little head as a subtle way of expressing that it felt the same way. Let's eat first. I'm really tired today. We'll open the box after we've eaten. Chunmu was pleased with the two little guys' attentiveness and cut the meatballs and meat into small pieces for them, then placed them in front of the cat and the snake. You don't need to worry about the soup. They could just stick their heads out of the bowl and drink it themselves. While eating hot buns and drinking steaming soup, Chunmu received several private messages. Friend 186. Hey bro, can you feed me? I got a red brick. Can I trade it for some good food? The lucky young man knew exactly what Chunmu needed, because he also needed upgrade materials of this level. So after he unearthed the red bricks, he kept only what he needed for himself, and planned to use the rest to exchange for more food from Chunmu. After all, he understands a culinary tycoon's mind best, so he should get some extra perks, right? 9857. I haven't had time to cook yet today. How many bricks do you have? I still have the same amount of food as before, not a lot. If you have enough bricks, I can cook later. I harvested quite a bit of meat today. Chunmu was already used to this lucky young man's luck. At this point, he would see how many materials the other party had before he could determine how much delicious food they were worth. But is the other person a tiger when it comes to eating? Thus, the tiger bones in his bundle. Tiger bone, medicinal material, and food ingredient. It can increase the potential value of tiger pets. Level 1 tiger bone has limited effect, and you don't have a tiger pet. This message made Chunmu realize that keeping this thing was useless to him, and it didn't say what use the soup made from it would be to pets, so it was not as good as the animal bones. Of course, if you have a tiger as a pet, then it's a treasure, even if its improvement is limited. After all, his current combat power of 10 points is still considered very weak by this prompt, but compared to the initial 8 points, this is actually a significant improvement. Name, Chunmu, player number 9857, S29. Today, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Best of luck to you. Race, human, no change. Stamina, 15. You're stuffed, aren't you? You've wasted food again. Energy, 20. Not only does he eat a lot, he also drinks a lot. Combat power, 10, still a weakling. Assets, level 3 house, stone yard. So you like planting? Then you'll have to work hard to upgrade and expand your yard in the future. Coins, 1, 2, 2, 3, 8. Congratulations, your assets have exceeded 5 figures, but unfortunately your house level is still not high enough. Equipment, none. Pets, Kayokyo, a cat afraid of mice. Susu, a white snake. Not enabled. He continued to be criticized, but Shenmue noticed that there was a hint about his fortune after his number. Does that mean that in the future, whenever he goes out, he can check his luck for the day and then make more preparations? But was this thing there when I checked this morning? After careful consideration, Shenmue strongly suspected that this hint was hindsight. He made sure he didn't see it before leaving home in the morning. Chapter 35, The Frightened Boy. Friend 186. Hey bro, 200 is enough to upgrade your house to level 4. How about it? Can you exchange them for lots of delicious food? The 186 centimeters tall, lucky young man sent out the message with a smug look on his face, eagerly awaiting the harvest of a mountain of delicious food. He upgraded his house to level 3 after opening a bunch of treasure chests today. Now, if he wants to upgrade to level 4, he still needs plastic and rope. So, he planned to use the extra red bricks to tempt Shenmue. He thought Shenmue would give him a bunch of delicious food, but he didn't expect Shenmue to respond with something else instead. 9857. Tiger bone, medicinal herb, food ingredient, can increase the potential value of tiger pets. After sending the message, Shenmue continued to feed the two little guys again. He noticed that although there were no changes in their appearance, their appetite had improved significantly compared to before. Before, Kayakyu would have to catch her breath before she could finish a steam bun. Now, she can eat a meatball, a few pieces of meat, a steam bun, and a bowl of soup. But the half-grown cat's belly still didn't swell, and I wondered if it had some kind of extra-dimensional stomach. Not only Kayakyu, but Susu is the same. The food she eats doesn't fill her stomach. The boy's message took 2 minutes to arrive. He was also quite helpless. The tiger bone was too important to his foodie family. He decided to put aside all other food for now and just replace it with the tiger bone for his family's foodie family. Friend 186. 200 red bricks. Let's trade this tiger bone and a dinner set meal. My foodie and I are starving. The pile of delicious food was completely wasted, and the boy reluctantly pleaded that he would just have a set meal. He was no longer hoping for anything else. He thought he had found something good, but he discovered that he seemed to get even more surprises from the food guru each time. 9857. Okay, I'll go prepare a dinner set meal for you. Shenmue smiled and went to the food counter. He ordered 2 dishes and a soup, plus 4 steam buns and a serving of animal bone soup. He packed them up and sent them over. After sending it out, he sent out a whole set of tiger bones. Friend 186. Thank you so much for your generosity. The red brick has been sent. The boy looked at the tiger bone he had just obtained, placed it on the ground to let the much larger white tiger deal with it on its own, and then, with a steamed bun in his hand, he ate some vegetables and drank some soup, replying to the message with a satisfied expression. Then, as he was about to end his trading for the day, he suddenly remembered something very important. Friend 186, wow. You actually hunted down a tiger, a big tiger. The tiger bones still carried the scent of blood, and the boy's message seemed to carry his screams or roars. 9857. Good luck. Looking at the countless emotional expression symbols in the information bar, Shenmue could only say that this depends on luck. Actually, it wasn't difficult at all. He only fired 1 shot. But that jerky containing deadly poison was really a matter of luck to find. Friend 186. You're awesome, boss. My little heart is still reeling from this shock. Let's chat again tomorrow. Goodbye, boss. The disheartened boy closed the chat window after sending the message. Looking at the large white tiger chewing and eating the tiger bone, he suddenly realized that he wasn't so safe after all. Judging by the size of this tiger skeleton, it's about the same size as his gluttonous family member. So, it seems his gluttonous family member might not be entirely unharmed. Indeed, we can't rely on it for everything. As the owner, he should make an effort to prepare for any potential crises, as protecting his pet is also his responsibility as an owner. Meow. Master, what's wrong? Kayakyu was eating and drinking meatball soup when she suddenly saw Chun Mu raise his hand to pat his forehead. Thinking that he had encountered something troublesome, she put down the bowl of soup and ran over to rub her little head against his arm. It's nothing, it's just that we feel like we scared someone by sending a tiger, keep her a tiger bone that we just acquired. Chun Mu only realized this after seeing the 186 centimeters tall boy's reply. It was like someone sending him a giant snake skin. That feeling certainly wouldn't be pleasant, even if his Susu might really need it. Hiss hiss hiss, it's not like I killed his tiger. Why should I be afraid? Susu's snake head stretched out and rubbed against Chun Mu's wrist, then glared at Xiao Qiu with disgust in its eyes. However, Susu genuinely felt that if someone was frightened by this situation, it might mean that the person on the other end of the message had a weak psychological capacity. That's not necessarily the case, but the other party's reaction was indeed quite intense, or perhaps I didn't understand their point. Chun Mu reached out and put Susu and Xiao Qiu back in front of their utensils, then shook his head, no longer trying to figure out what the lucky boy was thinking. He has received several messages now, so he should see what they say first and try to get something useful in return. Chapter 36 confirms that Kayukyu is not a cat. 3 carp, 5 small crucian carp. 3 carp over half a meter long and 5 crucian carp only the size of a palm were traded by Chun Mu with 13 beautiful women for a meal of 2 dishes and a soup plus 3 steamed buns. Silver or X10, rope X3, plastic X2. These materials were exchanged with player number 1234. This player has been very poor since his bag was stolen by the natives last time, and he only got these things from opening a chest today. Because there was really no food left, this person, in addition to the 2 dishes and 1 soup plus 2 steamed buns for tonight, also exchanged for 10 bottles of water and 10 small bread rolls. Chun Mu didn't haggle over the price, since they were all materials that would be useful to him. He retrieved the bread that had been listed for sale, and the uses of the rope and plastic have been revealed. Now, these most needed home upgrade materials, just like the money bag back then, are being sold at high prices. 1 prepared rabbit, 1 full seasoning box, 2 whole chickens. These are the ingredients that the 183-year-old boy used to exchange for dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. Chun Mu also basically discovered that, apart from the unlucky number 1234, who was almost killed by the indigenous people, his friends were actually not poor. Even this guy, nicknamed Half-Hair Brother by someone, should have a level 3 house, or at least a level 2 house where the materials for upgrading to level 3 are not lacking in plastic and rope. Otherwise, almost no one would use such a known scarce material to exchange for food. After preparing the ingredients, Chun Mu cleaned the crucian carp, placed a pot on the stove, added water, and then put the crucian carp in to simmer slowly. There weren't many ingredients, so he planned to cook them and then serve them out to eat slowly. With only 1 person and 2 pets in my family, a pot of soup won't last more than a few days, and that's without even knowing if there will be any more ingredients. Meow. It smells so good, master. What is this? Kayukyu had never seen a fish before, let alone knew what a fish tasted like. But now that it smelled it, it loved it so much that the smell was too tempting for it. Hiss! As a cat, you don't even recognize a fish? What a stupid cat. After Susu finished eating, she lay on the table. When she saw that Kayukyu didn't recognize the fish, her eyes lit up instantly. It had seen many cats before, and even used them as food when it was hungry. But a cat that didn't recognize fish was quite novel. Meow. Fish. Fish. Even after being mocked, Kayukyu remained completely bewildered, having no idea what kind of creature the fish was. Hiss. The cat doesn't recognize the fish. Perhaps you're not a cat. The little white snake, Susu, opened her mouth to smile, but suddenly seemed to wake up, raising her head to stare at the ball for a while, then leaning closer to sniff it. It seems that it might not actually be a cat. It's not a cat, so why does it look like one? Kayukyu may not actually be a cat, or it might be some kind of cat-like species, but whatever it is, it's still our Kayukyu. Chun Mu looked at his personal information panel, and a new notification appeared after the ball icon. Pet. Kayukyu. There is no information about fish in the species memory. It has been confirmed that it is not a cat. Chun Mu no longer needs to doubt the information displayed in the information panel, but he still cannot determine the exact species of the ball. Meow. Wait, isn't a meow a cat? Kayukyu looked at Chun Mu with a blank expression. Didn't they say before that it was a cat? Hiss. Every animal has a racial memory inherited from its genes at birth, and you don't have one. The little white snake, Susu, simply pressed her head against Kyakyu's body. Although it doesn't recognize all the species in its memory, Susu felt it was necessary to search its memory for this silly cat to see if there were any similar species. What it couldn't understand the most was how this guy, who was clearly an animal, could have no racial memory. Let me look for it first. Maybe there's some record of it. Chenmu took out the survival manual, found the animal category, and clicked on it. The pages flipped automatically, revealing various categories. Unsure if Kyaikyu was a feline, Chenmu didn't rush to click on any of them, but instead slowly scrolled down a browse. Sure enough, after the classification of each family, there appeared a classification of mutated species, as well as a legendary classification at the very bottom. Clicking directly into this legend category, Chenmu had a feeling that Kyaikyu shouldn't be considered a mutation, because if it were a mutation, at least it wouldn't lose the memories of its original species. According to Kyakyu's explanation, it really doesn't remember anything. The common sense and senses it has now are all slowly awakened, but it is still inexplicable and cannot be traced back to its origin. The sacred beast, white tiger, that's definitely not it. Chenmu clicked on the Legends series and then clicked on the appearance search. In the cat-like category, the first one was the sacred beast white tiger. But no matter how you compare them, this has absolutely nothing to do with the completely black ball. A devouring beast? That's not quite right either. After turning the page, Chenmu looked at the devouring beast, which resembled an orange cat with a cute appearance but ferocious strength, and could only shake his head and continue turning the page. A soul guide, guardian of the underworld, bringing in wealth. As he turned the pages, Chenmu realized that he had been too simplistic in his thinking. I thought felines are just big cats, small cats, raccoons, wild cats, or some other wild species. But now this survival manual tells him that many creatures that look exactly like cats and make the same meowing sound are not actually cats, or even any species that exist in the animal kingdom. No wonder it's just a legend. These are species that never actually existed. In other words, it's commonly known as making things up. Chapter 37, The Abandoned Cat. Meow. Kyaikyu frowned more and more as she looked at Chenmu, her big cat eyes sparkling with grievance. She snuggled into Chenmu's arms, wanting him to hold her and comfort her. It's worried that if its species information turns out to be incorrect, its owner might reject it or not want it anymore. Don't worry, we're just looking for it now. If we can confirm your identity, it will help you avoid some detours as you grow. If we really can't find any information, that's okay too. We can study it slowly. Chenmu held Kyaikyu in his arms with one hand, comforting him, while turning the pages of the survival manual in his other hand. Page after page, there are so many legendary creatures that resemble cats in appearance. After flipping through a bunch of documents, Chenmu's fingers suddenly stopped. The picture on this page is of a black ball, and this picture of its infancy is exactly the same as when Kyaikyu was found by Chenmu. Abandoned cat. Legend has it that when a pet dies after being abandoned, its soul seeks out its former owner. Only upon seeing the owner can it find release. However, if seeing the former owner fails to dispel its lingering attachment, it will become an abandoned spirit, a soul of the abandoned. Abandoned spirits devour each other, and when they reach their limit, they will reform into new animals, without past memories or racial inheritance. Abandoned spirit cats are cat-shaped creatures transformed from abandoned spirits. They are very clingy, so if you have such a pet, you must treat it well. Because love it, and it will give you everything you want. Abandon it, and it will destroy even your soul. Having found the necessary information, Chenmu checked the pet information again and found new prompts. Kyaikyu, abandoned cat. This cat is not a cat. You are very lucky, but also very unlucky, because once you are entangled with the abandoned cat, you will never be able to separate from it for the rest of your life. No matter what happens, I will never abandon you, so don't worry. Chenmu looked down at the trembling black ball in his arms, tapped its little head with his finger, and made Kyaikyu open its eyes. Regardless of what kind of cat it is, or whether it's a cat or not, it doesn't really matter. He just wanted someone to be with him, and that's when it appeared. If you meet someone, it's for a lifetime. That's fate. Meow, 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 meow. My master is the best. Since Kaiokyu cannot see its own attribute tags, it will never know the species classification of the abandoned spirit cat, nor will it know that its birth actually requires countless abandoned pet souls to devour each other in order to complete a transformation from death to life. Don't worry, you're a legendary being. You don't have any specific abilities. It depends on your own growth choices. But don't worry, we'll make you lots of delicious food in the future, enough to feed you until you grow up. Chunmu did not make up any name, nor did he use the name of any other legendary creature similar to a cat to replace it. But he didn't say anything, and Kyoka didn't ask, because Kyoka didn't want to know these things. Meow meow, delicious food. I love delicious food the most. Kyoka rubbed its little head against Chunmu's chest, its sticky posture and its whiskers twitching with laughter-filled Su-Su, the little white snake lying on the table waiting for news, with disgust. However, at this moment, Su-Su really didn't want to say anything or bother this silly cat. It wouldn't be foolish enough to ask about information that its master wouldn't tell it, but as a snake that had lived for many years and possessed a lot of inherited information about its species, Su-Su still had a rather bad guess. This is a stupid cat that isn't a cat. Its true identity might not be very good, or rather, it might be completely useless. The owner must have deliberately ignored this to avoid upsetting it. If that's the case, then it shouldn't bully this silly cat too much in the future. After all, its only skill might be making fools of itself to amuse its owner. How pathetic, utterly useless. But looking up at the silly cat being held and coaxed in its owner's arms, the little white snake Su-Su suddenly had some doubts. Perhaps what her owner needed was not other abilities. It saw that its owner's happy smile was genuine. So, does the owner really just like pets that can make him happy? Chapter 38, Can It Be Solved with One Axe? Sweetie, let's take out the 2 boxes we got today and take a look. Hopefully, we won't need keys, otherwise it'll be a real pain. Chunmu played with Kyoka for a while, then put on his shoulder. Then he put Su-Su, who was rolling her eyes, on his other shoulder before sitting down on a chair to open the box. With so many pets, it's not good to favor one over the other. You have to treat them all equally. These are all things that must be paid attention to. Meow axe chop. When Kyoka saw that both boxes were locked, her eyes widened, her ears twitched, and then she suddenly figured out a solution. Stupid cats are indeed the dumbest. Su-Su was extremely disgusted by Chiyo-Chiyo's idea, but Chunmu didn't know how to make a key at the moment, so there was really no other possibility besides resorting to violence. As for whether the treasure chest will be damaged, which do you choose? Lose a small portion of your supplies after being damaged, or get nothing at all? In any case, they all share the same idea. Only what they have in their hands truly belongs to them. No matter how much they get, it's much better than getting nothing at all. Bang! With one swing of the axe, the lock on the treasure chest tilted, and the durability of the lock dropped by 1/3. This iron axe, which usually consumes a lot of durability when chopping trees, lost 10 points of durability in one go. Make some more axes. Even if we don't use them all, we can still sell them. Chunmu looked at the iron treasure chest in front of him. This is iron, and it already has such high durability consumption. When we get to the bronze treasure chest, won't we have to wear down several axes for each one? So let's make them. I threw 10 axes in a row and hung them up in a crafting arrangement. Turning back, he hacked at the iron treasure chest again. After 3 blows, the lock on the iron treasure chest fell off, and the treasure chest became an iron treasure chest with a lock already broken. Open the iron treasure chest to obtain 100 wood, 20 ore, 1 hunting bow, crafting recipe, 10 cloth, and 3 ropes. The iron treasure chest contained only 1 recipe and all other materials. This was the first time Chunmu had witnessed what it meant to have no food in a private room. Although he had always heard Lucky Boy 186 say that Chunmu, who always managed to get some food from treasure chests, always felt that the other person probably just didn't get much because he had never seen a treasure chest without food. Now, he believed it. You can't help but believe it because the facts are right in front of you. Put away first, then let's see how much this higher level treasure chest will consume. Chunmu looked at the vanished iron treasure chest, learned the recipe, put away the materials, and then picked up his axe to chop at the bronze treasure chest. Bang! With one swing of the axe, the bronze treasure chest lost 2% of its durability, and the axe, which originally only had 5% durability, was completely destroyed and disappeared. After waiting a while, Chunmu took out a newly made iron axe. After chopping it down, the treasure chest's durability dropped by 3%, but the iron axe's durability dropped by 10%. Once the new axe's durability is depleted, the lock on the treasure chest will still have 65% durability remaining. During this period, a few critical hits would cause the durability to drop a little more, but most of the time it would only drop 3% when the lock was hit. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, the new axe was finished, and Chunmu picked it up again to examine the lock. Consumed again, continue waiting. Once he finally broke the lock, Chunmu put away the axe, rubbed his hands together in a good mood, and opened the bronze treasure chest that had taken so much effort. Sure enough, there are good things in the bronze treasure chest. Seeing the green and yellow lights flashing, Chunmu couldn't help but feel excited. She tilted her head and rubbed her face against Kyakyu's head, then turned around and rubbed her face against Susu's head twice before reaching out to take out the items from the bronze treasure chest. Open the bronze treasure chest to obtain 1 water storage pool crafting recipe, 1 yard expansion coupon, 3 gunpowder, 6 flour, 1-500G, 1 bag of cabbage seeds, 6 plastic, 3 ropes, 66 red bricks, 13 silver ore, and 35 copper ore. The green glow comes from the recipe for the water reservoir, while the yellow glow comes from the yard expansion voucher. But what made Chunmu happiest was the gunpowder. Although he only had 3 gunpowder, it meant he could make ammunition to replenish his supply, making him much safer when he was out and about. Water storage tank construction recipe. This recipe can construct 1 water storage tank with a maximum capacity of 10 tons. Required materials: 320 to 300 ore, 153 to 100 iron ore, 18 to 20 plastic. The water storage tank was a good thing, but when Chunmu saw that it required 20 plastics, he immediately put the formula aside. Right now, what he needs most is to upgrade his house. Everything else is easy to do, but when it comes to the troublesome plastic and rope, he really can't bear to waste the slightest bit of these 2 materials. He still feels a little heartache about the rope he wasted while hunting the tiger. Yard expansion coupon. Each coupon can expand the yard by 1 square meter. The area is expanded around the house, so it's impossible to get a perfectly square 1 square meter. Chunmu, who had initially thought he would have an extra small area to plant, could only abandon his previous idea after seeing this mocking notification. But as long as it works, that's fine, and it's also good to expand evenly from outside the house. If I work hard in the future, one day I can make the yard bigger, and then I can plant whatever I want. Meow, it smells so good, the fish soup seems ready. Although Kyaukyu is no longer a cat in terms of species, it still retains all of its feline habits. At this moment, smelling the aroma of crucian carp soup, Kyaukyu rubbed its little head against Chunmu's face, wanting to drink the fish soup. Yes, a stupid cat is a stupid cat. Even if it's cooked, you can't drink it now. Be careful not to burn yourself. Susu glanced at him with disdain, then continued to perch on Chunmu's shoulder, her snake tail still swaying back and forth on his shoulder. This action diverted Kyukyu's attention from the fish soup, and its tail swayed in the same rhythm. Its mind was filled with the snake tail, and it was only thinking about when it could find the right opportunity to jump over and grab it. You all go play on the bed for a while. I'll go ladle out some fish soup to cool, and then I'll make a braised carp. I'll let you know when it's ready to eat. But until then, you can't touch the fish soup. To prevent the 2 foodies from getting hurt from taking a bite, Chunmu had no choice but to keep them in bed for the time being. So this time, not only was Kyaukyu conflicted, but the little white snake Susu was also a bit confused. Are they both now being suspected in the same way? Did the owner think they wouldn't be able to resist a bowl of fish soup? But this thought didn't last long, because when the Crucian carp soup was ready, the aroma that filled the whole house almost made Kyaukyu crawl out of bed. This smells amazing. At this moment, both the cat and the snake realized that their owner was indeed prescient. If it weren't for their self-restraint in not leaving the area covered by the blanket, they would most likely already be squatting by the bowl, and then they would have been unable to resist trying it soon. Although you'll know to bear it after getting burned, if you wait until you're burned to realize it, It's not just the pain of the injury that's bad, but also the embarrassment of being a cat snake. Chapter 39, they're playing the victim. We're giving them extra food. Small crucian carp soup. Consuming this soup increases stamina by 8 points and energy by 10 points. Tastes good, and it includes food and drink. Surprisingly, there were no complaints. Chun Mu filled bowl after bowl of fish soup and placed them on the table, intending to put them away when they were no longer too hot to handle. The large pot of fish soup yielded 20 bowls. Chun Mu cleaned up the fish bones and scraps in the pot, then took out a piece of fatty meat, sliced it thinly, and began to render the oil. Render the oil, add the carp, and slowly turn it over so that all the carp meat is cooked through. Then add some water, seasonings, and continue to stew. He planned to cook one of the 3 carp to eat first, and then cook the other 2 later when he had more ingredients or when he traded more fish from Sister 13. As the fish slowly simmers to create a rich, milky broth, it continues to simmer until very little broth remains. This process of reducing the broth then infuses the fish with its intense, delicious flavor. Meow. Master, I want to eat. Kayukyu lay on the table, looking at the 3 bowls of crucian carp soup that were left, her gaze drifting to the carp that hadn't been taken out of the pot yet. It no longer dwells on the so-called issues of species and inherited memories. If they don't exist, they don't exist. Anyway, it has an owner, delicious food cooked by its owner, and lives and sleeps with its owner. This is what it wants. The rest is up to fate. There's no point in agonizing over it anyway. Hiss, greedy cat, lazy cat, stupid cat, you're such a glutton. Susu was still lying in bed, not yet out of bed. At this moment, she poked her head out from under the covers, opened her mouth, and stuck out her tongue, expressing her disdain as always. Meow, meow, meow. I'm happy. You dare not eat it. Humph. Once its mood improved, Kayukyu turned around and meowed at Susu. So what if it's a foodie? Even before this silly snake arrived, its owner had said it was a little glutton. Hiss, meaning utterly useless. With no intention of struggling at all, the little white snake simply lay its head on the blanket. Should it give up on its idea of reforming this stupid cat? So what if it's stupid? As long as it doesn't hold us back, we won't provoke it again. But this idiot can sometimes really annoy snakes. Come and try it. We'll have an extra meal tonight. Chun Mu divided the whole fish into several portions and placed them on several plates. There was nothing he could do. All he had at the moment were plates with a diameter of about 20 centimeters, and he couldn't make any larger ones for the time being. Meow, meow. Extra meal, extra meal. Although we had eaten before, who can complain about having too much delicious food? It's not like my stomach can't hold it all. Although it was an extra meal, it consisted of only a bowl of crucian carp soup and a plate of braised carp with incomplete ingredients. By the time they had eaten and drunk their fill, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Chun Mu took a shower, lay in bed with his 2 pets, and began to observe the item information on the trading interface. There's still not much to buy here. Whether it's plastic or rope, anything that isn't outrageously priced will be snapped up. It's clear that many people are currently working hard to upgrade their homes. After browsing for more than half an hour and glancing at the 2 little ones sleeping in his arms, Chun Mu opened the chat interface again. The number of regional channels has decreased again. 5,312. Many more people died that day, and no one knows what the future holds, or whether the number will decrease to a few hundred, a few dozen, or even less. 6333. Guys, does anyone know how to go out in this weather without getting sunburned? I almost got sunburned to a crisp yesterday. As soon as I opened it, I saw someone complaining about the weather. The initial message said that some people would encounter unusual weather, but now, judging from the continuous stream of complaints, it seems that everyone is experiencing all sorts of terrible weather. 99.99. Actually, it's not so bad. Even with bad weather, the harvest is plentiful. I don't have many problems here, just occasional light drizzle. But opening a wood chest only gives me a dozen or so pieces of wood. Do you guys let me like this? Amidst a series of complaints about the terrible weather, a player with seemingly impressive stats suddenly appeared. But the air of bad luck in his words made those who were flooding the screen with complaints stop. 99.91. Dude upstairs, you did pretty well. I opened a chest this morning and only got 8 pieces of wood. I was so angry I almost cried. 1362. I envy those who can open chests. I'm still just going out to chop down trees every day to exchange for water and bread. I heard some people can already afford 4 dishes and a soup. I don't know how those big shots manage to do it. I'm so jealous. 183. Oh well, the big shots are lucky. Someone like me, who wasn't blessed with good fortune, can only manage 2 meals a day, a loaf of bread and half a bottle of water for breakfast and dinner. Several messages popped up, and Chenmu saw a familiar number. If I remember correctly, the 183 centimeters tall boy had just finished eating 2 dishes, a soup, and a meat bun, right? This guy learned it from 186. He's always full of good luck, but has to come out and play the victim to get attention. 186. Oh, well, my luck is just too bad. I dream of having a good meal. Sure enough, before he could even flood the screen, this lucky young man who had helped Chenmu get so many materials also started making his presence known. Then came a series of complaints about their bad luck, to which Chenmu simply glanced and then turned off the app to go to sleep. He hasn't said more than a few words so far, not because he doesn't want to talk, but mainly because he doesn't know what to say. Playing the victim? Not very interested. But he doesn't want too many people to know that he has good food, because that would arouse jealousy from others. Even if you don't know anyone, it's never pleasant to be talked about behind your back. With his eyes closed, Chenmu suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. There are no lights, so there's no need to look around the yard for now. Perhaps something has been forgotten. Chapter 40, The Sudden Arrival of the Blizzard. Standard ammunition boxes, available for most firearms, require the following materials: 3 to 3 gunpowder, 613 to 2 wood, and 45 to 5 copper ore. Chenmu gently placed the 2 little ones in the blankets, got out of bed, and walked to the workbench. He opened the workbench and searched through it. Among the pile of recipes, he found the one that could be used to make the necessary item. The tiger was killed today, but it served as a reminder that at this time, guns are the best weapon. Making, without hesitation, he realized he only had 3 gunpowder pellets left, and now he had used up an entire ammunition box. But for him, gunpowder was something he had to create before he could use it, and it was for saving his life. Ordinary ammunition box being made 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. After 10 hours of production, Chenmu returned to bed satisfied, snuggled under the covers, and hugged his 2 pets, finally falling into a comfortable sleep. Hey, stop biting me. So early in the morning. What are you 2 doing? Chenmu woke up, but he was forced to wake up after Kokyu stomped on him repeatedly. Looking at the little guy with his mouth agape over his ear, Chenmu wondered if he would have to get 2 piercings in his earlobe if he didn't wake up soon. Meow, meow, meow. Master, it's snowing. It suddenly started snowing outside. Go, and bring in our vegetables quickly. Kayukyu hugged Chenmu's face with its 2 front paws. The little paws were soft and gentle on Chenmu's face, not painful at all, and even a little bouncy and cute. However, its voice was very anxious, and it seemed to care more about the vegetables in the yard than Chenmu, the grower. It's snowing. Chenmu jumped up, grabbed the clothes from the chair next to the bed, and put them on. Then he pulled a burning piece of wood from the stove and had to open the door to the room late at night. Such heavy snow. Standing at the door, Chenmu felt a cool breeze and shivered. However, there wasn't much snow in the yard. When Chenmu took a step forward with the torch and looked outside the yard, he realized that the snow outside the yard was already at least 20 centimeters thick. It's only 4 in the morning, 4 hours before dawn. The dense snowflakes outside the yard will probably reach more than half a meter by tomorrow morning. You guys go back first, don't get cold. I'll take these myself. Okay, go back now. After confirming there were no other problems, Chenmu carried the torch to the place where the chives were planted. However, when he saw the 2 little ones about to come out of the room, he waved them back to their beds. Although the snow in the yard wasn't heavy, the sudden cold was still a bit too chilly for them. Meow. Master, am I not able to help? Kaiku tilted its little head, its ears drooping in a troubled manner, saddened that it couldn't help. You're still too young, and it's too cold outside. You'll get frostbite. I'm just bringing in what I can, and letting the rest grow naturally. Chenmu stuck the torch in the ground to the side, and then quickly cut the chives. To prevent the 2 little ones from being disobedient, he also made sure to talk to them at the same time. Meow. Master, I'm not afraid of the cold. I'll hold the torch. Let the stupid snake go back to its bed. Kayukyu meowed twice and ran to Chenmu's side. This stupid cat, making things worse. Although Susu also wanted to go outside, it was still a little unaccustomed to the colder temperature outside. It now feels a bit stiff at the doorway. It's true that its body has shrunk, and its resistance to such changes in natural atmosphere has decreased. Watching the bouncing ball at the door, the little white snake Susu was in a bad mood, and then she made a new decision in her heart. It's just that the weather is cold. Just wait, it won't be cold. When Chunmu saw Kaikyu coming over, he could only put it on his shoulder and continue harvesting the vegetables that could be harvested. Currently, the only harvestable crops are chives and strawberries that have only produced a few fruits. The others are still in their growth period, and the earliest they will be ready is tomorrow noon. That doesn't seem right. Chunmu looked back at the cucumbers that still had 12 hours left. Shouldn't they have been ready to be picked after dawn? Cucumber, growth period 12 hours, 6 minutes, and 42 seconds. After the weather gets cold, the growth rate will be halved. In extremely bad weather, it may even stop growing or freeze to death. But this is your yard, so don't worry, it won't get any colder. The notification also made Chunmu understand the life and death status of the plants in his yard. At least he won't die. Even if the growth rate doubles, it won't stop him from continuing to grow crops at home. Let's go home and get some more sleep. After deciding that there was no need to worry about it for the time being, Chunmu took Kaikyu back into the house, picked up Susu as well, and went back to sleep in the comfortable bed. Because of the heavy snow, Chunmu wasn't in a hurry to go out and slept until dawn. That is, he didn't wake up until 8 o'clock. After waking up, I opened the door to check the situation outside. Sure enough, the snow outside the yard had reached a depth of about 1 meter, and the heavy snow was still continuing, with the snow depth expected to increase again. Chunmu had absolutely no intention of going out today. He just wanted to stay home peacefully and see just how far the snow was going to fall. Just as he was about to go back inside to prepare breakfast for his family of 3, he suddenly heard that mechanical voice again. Chapter 41, A Giant Snake Emerges from the Snow. Dear players, a new storm is about to break. Have you ever wondered why your houses, though seemingly safe, still have durability? That's because I don't want to see you all in this pathetic state of cowardice and desperation. The mechanical voice emitted a piercing, maniacal laugh. Chunmu had already guessed what the voice was talking about, because durability is something that people consume. If it is not consumed or damaged, there will be no durability indicator. For example, that survival manual. Of course, disposable items don't count. Just like food, which doesn't have a durability, but once you eat it, it's gone. As for those decadent and cowardly people, observing the chat channel last night, Chunmu, while finding the sob stories of 186 and 183 quite ridiculous, couldn't deny that some people would simply go out and chop down a tree. Enough would to buy a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread each day, and then never venture out again. Back inside, Chunmu first prepared a rich bone broth for the 2 children, then fish soup, and finally fish meat, meatballs, and vegetables. It was a sumptuous breakfast, and Chunmu felt incredibly comfortable eating it. He temporarily chose to ignore the blizzard outside. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they put the semi-finished products back into the food cabinet for processing. The 2 dishes from yesterday were left untouched for the time, being due to a lack of ingredients, and because he was reluctant to use them. The recipes provided this time, while not the best, are still usable. Easy grill recipe. Simple lantern making recipe. With these 2 recipes, Chunmu can make lanterns, fill them with lamp oil, and hang them in the yard so that he can see what's happening in the yard at night. And that grill is even better. It can be used to grill all sorts of food such as grilled fish, grilled meat, and grilled rabbit. Go to the crafting station, take out the completed ammo box, and then put both of them into the crafting queue. Simple grill for grilling food. Materials needed: iron or 153 to 20, copper or 40 to 3, wood 608 to 2. Simple lantern providing light and wind protection. Materials needed: wood 606 to 10, iron or 133 to 2, rope 15 to 1, cloth 59 to 2. Chunmu didn't care about the other materials, but this lantern actually needed a rope. This one condition made him cancel his original plan to make 4 and hang them in the 4 corners of the house. He decided to make 1 first and carry it with him when he went to the yard. After putting all of these into production, Chunmu returned to the bedside, sat down, and took out the ammunition box to inspect it. He wasn't sure how many bullets could be made from just 3 powder charges. Standard ammunition box, usable with most firearms. Current ammunition reserve 30 to 30. The ammunition box wasn't big, but it held 30 bullets standing upright inside, and just holding in my hand gave me a huge sense of security. A standard rifle, capable of holding 2 to 3 rounds. The rifle's magazine is low, but you wouldn't be sitting still with your gun in front of your prey. Previously, it was said that there were only 3 bullets left, and Shenmue thought he could load in more as spares. However, it turns out that his rifle can only hold 3 bullets. Hiss! Master, there's a snake. Just as Chunmu was slowly studying the gun, Susu suddenly issued a warning from the doorway, and at the same time stood up halfway up her already small snake body. This posture indicates that the enemy has been spotted. Meow. What a huge snake. It's going to crash into the yard. Out of curiosity, I went over to take a look, then immediately bristled, stood outside the door with its tail raised, and looked back at Chunmu, telling him to kill the snake. Seeing their reactions, Chunmu instantly realized there was a big problem. At least Kayukyu's reaction when it saw Susu wasn't that strong. The house's courtyard wall was hit by a large snake, reducing its durability by 1. Chunmu had just reached the door with his gun when the notification appeared. At the same time, he also saw the half-meter-thick yellow snake that was crashing into the courtyard wall. Something this big should be able to swallow a person very easily, right? Hiss. An arrow couldn't penetrate it, so I shot it in the eye with a gun. This snake is afraid of the cold and wants to steal the house. Susu herself isa snake. Although she did not communicate with the snake outside the wall at this moment, she instantly realized the intention of the large yellow snake. I'll give a try first. Chunmu watched as the large yellow snake rolled in the white snow, preparing to crash into his courtyard wall. He raised his rifle and aimed at the snake's raised head. The yellow snake's head is higher than the courtyard wall, but it can't get in. This means there is a protective layer above the courtyard wall, just like how the heavy snow falling in is just a beautiful, drifting snowflake. Therefore, he was not sure whether the safety barrier would also block the shot he fired. But if he were to go out and face that snake that could swallow him whole with a single bite. As an ordinary human being who gets attacked and looked down upon every day for checking personal information, Chunmu still feels that it is more important to keep himself safe as much as possible. Chapter 42, Level 3 Beast, Golden Python. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Chunmu watched as the head of the large yellow snake was knocked to the side, a smile appearing on his lips. If we can attack from inside the yard, that makes things much easier. Taking out an ammunition box and placing it beside him, Chunmu grabbed 2 bullets and loaded them in. As the large yellow snake outside the wall raised its head again to glare at him, he raised his rifle, this time aiming at the snake's eyes as before. The bullet just now only shattered a scale at the corner of the eye. The shot was misplaced, and the rifle's damage was clearly insufficient. But at this moment, there was no weapon stronger than this, and all Chunmu could do was attack the yellow snake's eyes again and again. Bang! The bullet was fired again, but this time it still failed to penetrate the yellow snake's eye. Instead, it was dodged in an instant and hit the eye socket. The scales around the eye socket shattered, and a large yellow snake opened its mouth and roared in Chunmu's direction. But unfortunately, while Chunmu's bullets could be fired, the snake still couldn't penetrate that invisible defense. As long as the courtyard wall remains intact, no wild animal can get in, not even a rat that knows how to burrow. Bang! Another shot, but the courtyard wall also lost 2 durability points for being hit by the yellow snake during this time. Frustrated, Chunmu repeatedly fired shots around the eye of the large yellow snake. Even after most of the bullets in the ammunition box had been emptied, the next bullet fired still missed the eye, instead passing through the area where the snake scales were completely shattered. Hiss! Don't go out, it's not quite dead yet. After the large yellow snake fell down, Susu saw Chunmu carrying a gun and about to walk out of the yard, and quickly stopped him. The courtyard is very small. You can step out of the gate in just 2 steps. The large yellow snake stopped moving, but its final, desperate attack was ferocious. At least Susu felt that, given its original size, it would have been no match for the large yellow snake's tail. I won't go out unless there's something wrong. I'll just wait for it to die at the door. Chunmu walked to the gate of the courtyard and looked through the crack at the large yellow snake lying there pretending to be dead, showing no intention of going out. There are no clues given, so it's definitely not dead yet. Therefore, no matter how well the snake plays dead, it's useless. This indispensable game world still provides players with a lot of convenience in this regard. It's just a pity that these monsters don't have health bars, otherwise he could have whittled them down with crossbow bolts. Unfortunately, there's really nothing we can do about it. We'll have to find another way to buy gunpowder instead of bullets. Meow. This snake is dying so slowly. Should I shoot a few more times? Kaiku climbed onto Chunmu's shoulder, tilted its head to look at the situation outside the door, and was very disgusted by the yellow snake's act of playing dead. But we can't let the owner go out at this time, otherwise. Meow. Master, is there any poisonous stuff? I'm going to pour it over the wall onto its head. Thinking of the piece of meat that had poisoned the tiger, Kaiku remembered the poison water and biscuits that Chunmu had mentioned. Forget about the cookies, the snake wouldn't eat them anyway, but we could try the poisonous water. If you climb over the wall, does that count as being at home or outside? Chunmu tilted his head to look at Koku, who was perched on his shoulder. This little guy's thought process seemed quite unique. If we can't get out, then we're at home. But we can use weapons to attack, and the poisonous water won't be a problem. I'll go up with the silly cat. It'll walk, and I'll pour the water. Susu is getting excited about doing bad things now. Its current size is just right to wrap around the ball's body, and then it carries the water bottle up. Meow. I could do it myself. Kayukyu glared at Susu with displeasure. It had come up with a great idea, but the stupid snake wanted to steal its credit. It was unhappy. How are you planning to carry the water bottle? How to open the cap? How to pour the water? How to keep your balance, Humph? Susu stared at Kayukyu for a moment, then gave a haughty look, indicating that she could do it, but that silly cat was out of the question. Meow. I forgot to hum. After considering the situation with the mineral water bottle, Kayukyu had to admit that it seemed it really couldn't do it. But that didn't stop it from continuing to glare at Susu. Be careful. If there's any problem, just jump over the wall and come in. Never go outside the wall. Chunmu took out the bottle of water containing a trace amount of toxin, and then had Kayukyu carry Susu on her back. Susu used half of her body to roll up the water bottle that he had already unscrewed. After climbing up the wall, Chunmu watched the two snakes head towards the location of the giant snake's head while he waited at the entrance. He could actually reach the height of the wall, but he hadn't thought about the water at first. Then, seeing the look in Kayukyu's eyes, he made sure they wouldn't fall out, and then let them do their thing. Ever since learning about Kayukyu's species identity, Chunmu has been trying to understand it and give it as many opportunities as possible to demonstrate its value. Other pets might only develop a fear of abandonment after being abandoned, but Kayukyu was born with this indelible worry and fear. Since they believe that things are more valuable if they are worthwhile, Chunmu will accompany them, let them do what they are supposed to do, and then offer affirmation and joy. Thump! Bang! Thud! Kayukyu and Susu, working together, poured out a bottle of poison water from the wall. Then they heard the sound of the large yellow snake hitting the wall, and the wall's durability rapidly decreased by 1. Thanks for your hard work. With his arms outstretched, Chunmu caught the cat and snake that were running back quickly. He rubbed his face to show his happiness, and then stuffed them back into his clothes. At this point, the large yellow snake outside was about to die, and it was not the best time for the master and pet to bond. Player S29, server 9857, killed a level 3 beast, the golden python, and was rewarded with +1 combat power. Killing a level 3 golden python yields 1 golden python hide, 1 golden python bone, 55 golden python meat, 2 snake fangs, and 1 snake primary evolution fluid. Golden python bone, level 3 animal bone, food, medicine. It can increase the potential value of snake pets, 2 levels higher than your white snake, a good item. Golden python hide, level 3 animal hide, can be used to craft equipment, slightly increasing defense. Slightly? Well, that depends on what you're comparing it to. After all, you're not a golden python. The notification made Chunmu's lips twitch twice, but it also indirectly told him that these were all good things. We'll give these things to Susu when we get back inside. Right now, we need to repair the courtyard wall first. A simple stone courtyard house has a durability of 200 to 200, and the surrounding walls have a durability of 87 to 100 reparable. Sure enough, it was a reparable prompt. After clicking on it, Shenmue saw that it required 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of ore. Without even thinking about it, he clicked on it, and the durability value quickly rose back to 100 to 100. Chapter 43 Ball is amazing. Let's go back and rest first, and see how to use this while we're at it. After confirming that the courtyard wall was repaired, Shenmue opened the door and looked at the snow outside the courtyard, which had been turned into a mess by the golden python. He had no intention of taking a walk in the blizzard for the time being. After entering the house and closing the door, Shenmue placed the two little ones on the bed, and then took out the snake bone and the snake primary evolution fluid. The snake's primary evolution fluid comes in a tiny bottle, smaller than a little finger. But this snake bone, because of its enormous size, the golden python's bones circled the room several times, and its skull was so large that even Susu sighed silently. Can you swallow this whole? Or do you want me to cut it into smaller pieces before you eat it? Looking at the golden python skeleton, which was over 20 meters long, Shenmue felt somewhat fortunate. At least his walls were sturdy enough. Now, the snake's head was on the ground, and the bones of its body were wrapped around the furniture several times, all supported by the walls. Otherwise, this thing could have smashed his furniture, right? Hiss, meaning, can you swallow this? Master, please don't look. Susu was unusually shy, which made Xiao stand up with its tail raised and its big eyes full of suspicion. This was the first time it had ever seen Susu be shy. Of course, the first day she came to the house didn't count. Kayakyu was certain that Susu was deliberately acting back then. I don't want to look. Do you want to eat the snake bone first, or drink the evolution fluid first? Shenmue knew that Susu possessed the inherited memories of snakes, so he decided to let her decide how to use these things. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Eat the bones first? Master, would you like to go check on the yard? Susu was still worried. It was about to swallow the snake bone, and, at that time, because of the inherited memories, they dared not let Shenmue watch over them. All right then, I'll go out and water the vegetable garden. Take your time eating, no rush. Urged to leave again, Shenmue could only put down the evolution fluid, open the door, and go out. Hiss, silly cat, what are you still doing here? Seeing Shenmue leave, Susu adjusted her mindset and prepared to bite, but when she looked at the little black cat still lying in bed, squinting at her, she suddenly hesitated. Meow, I'm watching you right here. I want to see what you're up to that you can't let your master see. Ball lazily raised its paw, squinted at the little white snake under the bed, and made it clear that it was here to supervise the snake. Hiss, look if you want, but you can't tell your master, or I'll never forgive you. Unable to get rid of the cat, Susu had no choice but to let it continue watching. But it absolutely must not let its owner know what's going to happen next. Otherwise, it will completely lose its image, and perhaps its owner will never hold it to sleep again. Meow. As long as you don't hurt your owner, I naturally won't tell on you. After yawning, Kayakyu lay there waving its little paws, a remarkably human-like gesture that it clearly imitated Shenmue. Hiss, close your eyes if you're scared. I don't want to frighten you. Susu glanced at Xiao again, and then, regardless of whether it would be frightened, her small body slithered to the skull of the golden python. Then, meow, 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 meow. Kayakyu's eyes widened instantly as a huge white snake phantom appeared on the body of the little white snake Susu. No, that should be called a giant phantom of the silver serpent. This enormous silver phantom was just a snake's head, but even this snake's head occupied most of the room. It was only because it was a phantom that it did not damage the surrounding furniture. At this moment, the huge silver snake head opened, and the golden python bone in the house was swallowed whole, starting from the tail. Then, the phantom disappeared. The little white snake remained the same little white snake on the ground, and the silver shadow seemed to have never appeared. Apart from the golden python bone that had disappeared, there were no other changes. So tired, I'm going to sleep after I finish this. Tell my master that I can go hunting with him when I wake up. Susu returned to the bedside, swallowed the small evolution fluid bottle, then jumped on a bed and fell asleep next to the pillow. Meow. Sleeping so fast, Kayakyu gently patted Susu's little head with its paw, as if it had underestimated this silly snake all along. However, that's good too. At least it proves that they can help their owner in the future, and they won't always have to rely on their owner to protect them. But what if this stupid snake evolves while it's asleep? Growing up, without any inherited memories, Kayukyu suddenly felt somewhat lost. How should it grow? Should it devour other feline beasts? Meow, master, the stupid snake is asleep. It will be able to fight when it wakes up. I still can't do anything. Kaka used its paws to pull open the door, walked to Chunmu in the yard, climbed up his trouser leg, and only started to ask for comfort in a pitiful voice when it was perched on his shoulder. It's true that it needs to be coaxed, but it's also true that it has doubts about itself. No matter what aspect it loses to other pets, it will inevitably feel a sense of crisis. Let it rest well. Let's go for a walk. Not far. Just look for treasure chests nearby, okay? Chunmu didn't offer any comfort. He simply took the ball off his shoulder and tucked it into his arms. Meow, meow, meow. Treasure chest? Great. Let's go find the treasure chest. Ball knows what its owner likes, so it really enjoys finding treasure chests. The person and the cat left the courtyard, closed the door, and began to walk around. The snow was already more than a meter thick, but it was still falling heavily, and the wind kept blowing cold air into Chunmu's collar. Meow. There's one there, right in the corner. There's absolutely no other creature around. Caillou poked its little head out, and a paw came out of its clothes, pointing to the corner of its yard where there was a treasure chest. However, when they were in the yard, Kayuku didn't notice anything. A wall separates us from crisis, but it also reduces opportunities. It's a big box. Chunmu walked over, cleared away the snow, and then put away the large, square iron box. The square box represents human-made remnants. But now is not the time to open the boxes. I carried the ball around the neighborhood, and every time I walked a short distance, I would find another box. Wooden treasure chest, iron treasure chest, bronze treasure chest. After wandering around for a while and realizing it was getting late, the two of them, shivering from the cold, finally went home. After returning home, Kaikyu stopped worrying because it had now realized that it was very useful to its owner. Treasure chests. So many treasure chests. It can find so many chests that its owner likes. This is irreplaceable. It's what the owner likes most. So it can play, sleep, and eat delicious food without worry. Chapter 44, The Lucky Boy is shocked once again. Meow. It's been a whole day, and the silly snake is still sleeping. Kayuku jumped onto the bed and gently poked Susu's body twice with its little paws. After confirming that she was still asleep, it suddenly felt a little disappointed. Although they often argued before, the snake was actually quite nice. Now that it's continuing to sleep like this, it seems they won't be able to have dinner together. Let it sleep. This evolution shouldn't be too fast. Let's prepare some delicious food first and save some for it later. Chunmu reached out and picked up the ball, placing it on his shoulder and carrying it to the side to prepare dinner. There are so many ingredients available that he's having trouble choosing. Golden python meat X55, tiger meat X30, wolf meat X21, flour 3 gene, seasoning 1 box, chives 8 bundles, cabbage 5 heads, chili peppers 47 pieces, potatoes 2 pieces, radish 1 piece, green beans 0.5 bundle. The ingredients section of the food display case currently only has these materials. Among them, this box of seasonings is unopened. The original bag has been mostly used up and is currently placed on the table next to it. Kayuki, the meat of this golden python seems pretty good. He took out a piece of golden python meat. The meat didn't look very big in the cabinet, but after taking it out, it weighed more than 10 kilograms. Chunmu looked at the meat and then thought back to the wolf meat he had eaten before. The difference was simply too great. As expected, higher levels and larger sizes mean more resources are produced. Meow. Such a big piece of meat? How are you going to eat it? Kayuki twitched its little nose. The meat smelled quite good to it. Even raw meat had a faint, pleasant aroma. But this piece of meat is too big. The big black ball curled up on Chunmu's shoulder, its tail brushing against his back, and suddenly seemed to question its own existence. Perhaps it should grow a little bigger? Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to eat even 1% of this piece of meat, which is the size of a wolf's hind leg, and its owner would probably think it's useless. Cut it into several pieces, make some into meatballs, fry some, and make some meat patties. Chun Mu shook the meat in his hand, placed it on the cutting board, and began to cut it. I cut off a few pieces of meat that I thought were good, and simply threw them into the pot, added water and seasonings, and started stewing. Since you can't buy recipes anyway, you might as well figure it out yourself. Whether it turns out right or wrong, it's still a dish, but whether it tastes good or not is another matter. If it doesn't taste very good, just put it up for sale in the trading area. Anyway, there's no way you'll have trouble selling meat. The cutting had already started on the stove over there, and Chun Mu continued cutting. After dividing the meat, which weighed over 10 kilograms, into several portions, he began to process it meticulously. Cut the parts to be fried into slices and strips, marinate with seasonings, and set aside. The portion after chopping and mincing is for making meatballs. Fillings for steamed buns, dumplings, and meat pies. In a good mood today, Chun Mu processed the piece of golden python meat into a variety of dishes. Several hours later, the finished products were displayed, and Chun Mu also learned many recipes needed for daily life. Boiled golden python meat buns, golden python meat dumplings, golden python meat patties, golden python meatballs, fried golden python meat strips, fried golden python meat slices. A series of golden python meat products were placed on the table, while most others were placed in the gourmet display case. Meow, it smells so good, master. We have lots of delicious food again. After being overjoyed, Kaiku rubbed against Chun Mu's face repeatedly, her eyes narrowing excitedly. I've sent it to them. Let's eat first, and someone will bring us the materials later. Chun Mu sent a message to his only 4 friends, saying that he had plenty of food, but what he needed would depend on what supplies they could prepare in exchange. Friend 186, Golden Python, a level 3 Beastmaster. How did you do that? I could say you killed a tiger because of your weapon, but this Golden Python, that's a level 3 beast. The young man, seemingly lost in thought, lay on his bed. He sent a message, then suddenly grabbed the half-grown white tiger and rubbed his head against it, trying to find some comfort in his gluttonous companion. It's been pouring rain here all day, but luckily he found an umbrella earlier. He went out and searched around, finding more than a dozen treasure chests, including a silver one. But his initial excitement and joy vanished instantly after seeing the information about each dish. What's so special about a silver treasure chest? You could just pick it up and take it home if you come across it. It's all about luck. But that expert can already hunt level 3 beasts. Those are level 3 beasts. That expert. Is it a person? Roar. You just keep rubbing. Hurry up and buy it. I'm still growing. Hurry up and buy it. The white tiger, which was only about 1 meter long, got angry when it was rubbed and turned around and swatted its stupid owner away with a paw. The golden python is of a high level. Even just eating meat can greatly enhance its abilities. Hurry up and go change it. I'll find some high-value items that we don't need right now, preferably of a high grade. The boy was slapped off the bed by a paw, got up and sighed helplessly. Then, with a grin, he lay down next to the white tiger, hugged its head with one hand, and started rummaging through his inventory in that position, thinking about what trades he could use to get more items. Chun Mu doesn't yet know how the master and pet will get along. He was eating when he heard a message notification. He opened it, glanced at it, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Level 3 beasts are indeed terrifying. If you encounter one in the wild, you really can't outrun him, and even if you have a gun, it's difficult to kill him in a short time, except for sharpshooters. But how should he answer this question from the lucky young man? You can't exactly say that a level 3 wild beast, the golden python, deliberately runs to his doorstep just to be killed. Can't you? Chapter 45, Why I Don't Have Equipment. Friend 1234. Hey bro, I didn't collect many materials today. Can I trade with unopened bronze treasure chests? I have 4 unopened ones here. Can I have a few of them to try? The latest confirmed trade conditions are for 1234. Ever since he was robbed by the natives, his luck seems to have been rapidly increasing, and the chances of encountering treasure chests when he goes out have also increased dramatically. The treasure chest is a good thing, but not having the key is a problem. He could barely chop open the iron treasure chest with his axe, and the loot inside would definitely be enough to exchange for several axes, but the problem was, it's bronze, he can't cut it. Or rather, they can't afford to cut the price. He had gotten quite a few axes from opening chests before, but just now a bronze chest had wasted 3 of his axes, and he hadn't gotten much else from it. This made him think about trading chests. Out of sight, out of mind. No need to gamble on luck. And most importantly, he can exchange his food for a bunch of obviously high-end dishes to eat his fill. 9,857, yes. Chunmu loves treasure chests, so he would definitely trade them, even if it were just 3 or 2 bronze treasure chests, let alone 4. Chunmu sent the other party a complete set of golden python meat feast, and in return, he received 4 bronze treasure chests. He put away for now, as he still needed to feed Kyukyu and see what the remaining ones could offer. Friend 13. Foodie Guru, the river here is frozen over today, so I can't fish. But I have ice. Do you need any ice over there? Super low price, cheaper than water. The 13-year-old girl living by the river was very sad today, but later when she discovered that someone was in an extremely hot environment, she realized the value of these ice blocks. After selling a small portion, it seemed that there was an oversupply of ice in the market, and since there were only so many people who needed ice, the dozen or so inventory slots that were saved up became useless. She almost died from exhaustion that day, trying to shave ice. If it really wasn't worth it, then all her efforts would have been in vain. So now she's sending a long string of messages, but deep down, she has absolutely no idea what to expect. 9857. How many are there? After reading the message, Chunmu suddenly thought of many ways to use ice cubes. Of course, not much food or seasoning is needed. Today is a snowy day, but who knows what tomorrow will bring. Friend 13. 8 slots, can I exchange for the whole set, and then add a serving of fish soup? In the house by the river, the woman stood in the corner of the yard and swung her pickaxe again, digging. The newly formed block of ice went directly into a new parcel, along with an additional 1 to 1,000. She can't leave the house at all now, but luckily she has a yard, and, as if by some kind of bug, a river more than half a meter wide has appeared in the corner of the yard. Although you won't catch anything fishing here, it's very convenient to fetch water and get ice blocks. Otherwise, she would have gained absolutely nothing today. 9,857, yes. With 8 ice blocks, Chunmu was pretty sure that this thing had to be replaced. Although the price isn't high, there are many slots in each slot. He'll probably be saving these 8 slots for a long time. Because the ice cubes were tangible, the other party sent them all directly. After Chunmu received them, he sent the food out, and the transaction was considered complete. Looking at the 8 ice cubes in his pack, Chunmu took one out and examined it. Indeed, these ice cubes had many uses. Ice cubes, don't underestimate these small ice cubes. They are indispensable when making chilled dishes and may be needed for certain household items or equipment. Ice cubes are normal, but they have many uses. After looking at the equipment requirements, Chunmu ate the snake meat and pondered once again what exactly this equipment was all about. As of now, he has no equipment whatsoever, not even a gun. So, what exactly is equipment? When faced with a difficult problem, then naturally, survival handbook. He held chopsticks in one hand to eat, while a survival manual appeared in the other, which he then began to search through. Equipment information. Clicking it automatically flips the page to the detailed equipment catalog. Sure enough, you can find everything here. Equipment can be obtained through crafting in an equipment crafting table, drops from treasure chests in the wild, player trading, and purchasing from the in-game store. All 4 acquisition channels were completely new to Chunmu. Basic equipment slots. Weapon, head, body, arms, legs, shoes. Accessory slots, œil, neck, wrist, finger, vis, pendant. Chunmu now truly understands basic equipment and accessory equipment. He really does understand this stuff. He doesn't even have a single thread. But aren't rifles weapons? Rifles aren't considered weapons. Who are you kidding? This thing isn't a weapon. Do you think you can carry a cannon around and that would be a weapon? Equipment usage restrictions. Player combat power greater than 20. House level 4. After flipping through them one by one, Chunmu finally found the reason. He suddenly realized that the complaint notification he had been receiving was unreliable. Why has such important information never appeared in his personal attribute panel? Is it because he doesn't have any equipment and is too lazy to complain? Or do you think his combat strength is too low and he's not qualified to know about the equipment? Friend 183. Hey bro, I need a set of food items, 20 ropes, 20 pieces of cloth, and 20 pieces of plastic. Please send me the food items. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Chunmu opened the information bar and saw this 183 centimeters tall boy who was teaming up with a lucky guy to play the victim. This person seems to be quite lucky. Ropes, plastic, and even cloth are all rare items right now, since everyone needs to upgrade their houses, and these things are indispensable. 9,857, yes. Chunmu's reply was extremely concise. It seemed that the other party had already guessed that he would agree, and sent all the materials over directly. Another package was sent out. Chunmu put away the materials and continued to look through various information about the equipment. The specific materials needed to make the equipment were not specified. It should all be done according to the recipe. As for when this recipe will appear, it will probably have to wait until his combat power is high enough, or until he upgrades his house to level 4 before he can search for it in the shop. He had been feeling that life was pretty good, but now he had suffered a blow and was once again aware of his own weakness. Since we are weak, we must work even harder to gather materials, build our home, and strengthen our defenses. Chapter 46, Supplementary Materials from the Lucky Boy. Meow. Master, why aren't you eating? Kaidu had eaten and drunk its fill and hadn't disturbed Chunmu while he was busy flipping through books. But now it noticed that its master's eyes were strange, as if he was in a daze. I'm wondering when we can stay home without worrying about getting hurt. Chunmu picked up Kaidu, bent down, and rubbed against it until his face felt warm before letting go. The wall's durability is only 100 points. The previous golden python would lose 1 point every time it hit it, which was really scary. If a pack of wild animals came and rammed into the wall 100 times, the wall's durability would be gone, and all the vegetables he planted would be ruined, right? Furthermore, if a pack of wild animals were to appear, the durability of his house would drop rapidly. This situation put him under immense pressure, making upgrading the house and enhancing its security his top priority. Meow, meow, meow. Don't worry, master. We'll go find treasure chests again tomorrow. We can find lots of chests and get lots of materials. Kaikyu raised its 2 little paws and gently stepped on Chunmu's face twice. It knows what its owner needs, so we'll keep trying tomorrow. The treasure chests are becoming increasingly sensitive. They can even sense things buried deep in the snow. There will definitely be more to come tomorrow. So, could you please stop frowning and relax like before? Don't worry. We really don't need to worry too much. So many boxes haven't been opened yet. We'll open them after we've eaten. Chunmu reached out and rubbed Kayakyu's little head a few times, blushing slightly at being comforted by her pet. He was just making a sudden remark. Besides, with so many treasure chests, if you still can't get what you want, you're probably just incredibly unlucky. No, he couldn't think about it anymore. He should think more about his luck and maybe even greet the lucky boy and try to get some of his good fortune. He forgot to reply after being asked. Before he could even speak to anyone, the lucky young man on the other side had already finished rummaging through his belongings and finally sent a message. Friend 186. Hey bro, I just went to appease my glutton and sorted out some materials. Do you need any materials? I have some left over after upgrading my house, except for plastic. The lucky boy, 186 centimeters tall, had finished organizing the materials and set aside the extras, intending to exchange them for more food. Moreover, he had quite a bit of everything left over this time, except for the plastic. 9857. You're truly blessed with good fortune. I'm so lacking in so many things. Currently, besides red bricks, I don't have enough of anything else, and those red bricks were the ones you sent last time. Looking at the information about the lucky boy, Chunmu couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. He had nothing more to say to the guy whose luck had exploded. He doesn't even have enough timber right now, while others are only lacking plastic. Friend 186. Hey bro, it's okay. You don't have the materials, but I do. Realizing he had inadvertently stumbled upon Versailles, the boy quickly offered to trade Chunmu the parts he was missing for food. Of course, both of them knew that the plastic shortage they mentioned earlier meant that this particular material had to be excluded. 9857. Let me see how much is still needed. Chunmu replied to the message and then began to check the materials he needed to upgrade his house. Next level, brick and tile courtyard. Upgrade requirements. Red bricks 266 to 200. Iron or 131 to 300 or 400, 1000, wood 583, 1000, rope 35 to 100, plastic 38 to 80. Basically, most of the upgrade materials are still in short supply. Although there were many boxes that hadn't been opened, Chunmu didn't bother to estimate how many he could get from them. He simply sent out information about how many materials he was missing. He didn't distribute the plastics, except for those, because everyone was short of them. Friend 186. Dude, you haven't been opening any chests lately, have you? The boy, feeling melancholy, stroked the half-grown white tiger beside him a few times. He never expected that this supposedly powerful culinary master wouldn't even have enough basic ingredients. In his opinion, if you just open the boxes, you can easily find 4 figures or even 5 figures in timber or. At least, he has several types of materials here that exceed 5 figures. But he only dared to say this to his own foodie family. Otherwise, he would incur their envy. 9857. Luck might have been a little bit off. Chunmu looked sad when asked the question, but he had to admit that he was indeed no match for the lucky young man. Friend 186. Don't be sad, boss. I have plenty of basic materials. I'll get the rest you need later. But I only have 30 ropes. You'll have to figure out how to get the rest yourself, or wait a couple of days. The 186 centimeters tall European emperor replied quickly, and the email arrived shortly after he finished speaking. Iron ore x 170, ore x 600, wood x 450, rup x 30. The quantity was more than expected. After this pile arrived, the 186 centimeters tall boy sent another message. Friend 186. Hey bro, can we switch to a different package? Although there were many of them, the boy holding the white tiger knew that among these materials, only the ropes were truly valuable. Other things, not only are they nothing to him, but even in the trading area, it has developed to the point where it takes 10 or so to exchange for a small loaf of bread. He used to buy and stock up on hundreds of small bread rolls, but whether in the past or now, he only used bread to fill his stomach when he had no other choice. He clearly understood the difference in value between delicacies that were priceless and those that were forced into a desperate choice to survive. In particular, if his family's foodies want to eat something, he'll buy it no matter how expensive it is. 9857. Yes, I'll send it to you. Chunmu accepted the materials from the package and then sent out a pre-prepared package. Friend 186. You're so generous, sir. It's just that my foodie is too ruthless. It snatched most of it as soon as I opened it. Hey sir, can we get some more? I have some other things that look like good stuff. Less than 10 seconds later, the 186 centimeters tall young man received the package and sent another message. He wanted more than just one. The materials we've already gathered are just the foundation. The real focus will come later. He brought out a lot of good stuff this time, but it's unclear whether the food connoisseur will have enough food to exchange for it. 9857. What good stuff is this? While eating steamed buns and meatball soup, Chunmu looked at the chat window, wondering what the boy on the other end of the line had obtained. Could it be that this lucky young man got some equipment from the loot box? Because he had just been looking up equipment information, Chunmu's mind was still completely focused on that area. But when he saw the message the other party sent, Chunmu suddenly felt that it was not equipment, but it was better than equipment. Chapter 47, The Dilemma of Advanced Recipes. Friend 186. Equipment crafting table recipe X1. Semi-finished product crafting table recipe X1. Beverage machine crafting recipe X1. Triangular spike crafting recipe X1. Friend 186. Hey bro, how are these 4 recipes of mine? I guess you can make them where you are. So how about I give you a price estimate and we can exchange them for some food? The boy hugged the tiger, ate dumplings, and looked at the 4 recipes in his hands again and again, revealing a hint of reluctance. Unfortunately, he had no use for it after all, so he might as well give it to the culinary master, who might be able to make the finished product. He can sleep comfortably on this makeshift bed for now, but he still hopes to improve his life and his abilities. The other party can't possibly use what they made themselves, so the greatest value of these items lies in exchanging the formula for the finished product or final product in the future. And the shop opens at level 4 housing. Looking at the 6-figure sum of money, the boy is a little worried that recipes might not be as valuable after reaching level 4 housing. 9857. These are all good items. Send me the estimate first, then I'll check the required materials. If I can make them all, I'll make more, otherwise I'll have to make less. Shenmue did not give a price directly because the formula was indeed a good thing, but he could not see if there was any special information or hints without holding it in his hand. Friend 186. Okay. The lucky boy sent it over directly and then continued to fight with his foodie family over the remaining steamed bun and fried meat slices. Anyway, he wasn't worried about being scammed after receiving the goods. After all, once he was scammed, there would be no more transactions. Only someone with a screw loose wouldn't do such a thing. After so many transactions, they were certain that the other party was still quite mentally sound. Meanwhile, Shenmue received the email, took it out, and looked at the recipes with a helpless expression. This is a bit too expensive. How much should we give? Equipment crafting table recipe. Not for sale, extremely rare, and someone actually got it. Semi-finished product crafting table recipe. You can't buy this recipe without a six-figure sum of money. Beverage machine recipe. Not for sale. You can't buy it even if you have the money. Triangular dagger crafting recipe. Basic weapon recipe. Valued at 5 figures. None of the 4 recipes were used, and Shenmue didn't see any information about their attributes or required materials. But this prompt. He was genuinely stunned. 2 items not for sale. One with a 6-figure value and the other with a 5-figure value. This lucky young man has really set himself up for a tough problem. The items are too valuable, especially the crafting table. But regardless, once you get your hands on it, the first thing to do is learn how to use it and check the required materials first. Just as I expected, Shenmue had long guessed that this thing wouldn't be made casually, and now, after looking at the information he had learned from the recipe, he suddenly understood. There are limitations to the recipes for high-level items when they are made. Except for the triangular thorn, which can be made without limit, all other recipes are one-time consumption recipes. Equipment crafting table. Essential materials for crafting equipment. Crafting table recipe 1:1. Silver or 26-30. Copper or 37-50. Rope 65-80. Iron or 301-100. The first item in the materials list is the recipe. This is the first time I've seen it displayed like this. But Shenmue can roughly guess that this recipe is probably something that only extremely lucky people can obtain. Sure enough, her good fortune is truly enviable. 9857. Except for the 3-edged thorn, the others are all one-time recipes, meaning you can only make one, but their value is really high. The price is hard to come by, so you should tell us. Shenmue glanced at all the recipes that couldn't be made, closed the message, sat down by the bed, and took out all of his dozen or so treasure chests, preparing to open them while chatting with the lucky boy about this topic. To open the treasure chest, he's now put in a bunch of axes waiting to be crafted. Who knows how many will be wasted later. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't have the recipe for making the key. Chapter 48 Favors? He didn't want to owe them. Friend 186. Disposable formulas are terrifying. The value is high, but it's also a real ripoff. Friend 186. Hey bro, how about this? You provide my family with 2 meals a day for half a month, and I'll just order 2 portions of whatever you eat there. How about that? Even the luckiest young man wouldn't know how to price an item whose value is hard to determine. Because no matter how many offers are made, there's a high chance the asking price will be too low. So, I decided to treat it as a favor and exchange it for some food. This favor, it's the least valuable thing, but it's also the most valuable thing. 9857. Okay, I'll send you another copy. We'll start calculating tomorrow morning. Whenever it's actually built, if I need to sell equipment in the future, I'll contact you first. This was a huge favor to owe, so after sending out a dinner set meal, Shenmue added another condition. In this way, the favor is essentially converted into cash, although it's unknown when equipment will be crafted and whether it will be available for sale. Friend 186. You're so generous, it's settled then. Remember to tap me when we eat breakfast tomorrow morning. Having received a brand new Golden Python set meal, the young man ate a few bites of the one he hadn't managed to grab before replying to the message. He then stopped sending messages and instead hugged and vigorously rubbed the white tiger that was scrambling for meat. It's true that nobody likes to owe favors. That's better. Everything is clear and there's nothing to worry about. I doubt anyone would guess that the recipe actually came from the first wooden box. Holding the white tiger that was still eating, the boy smiled with his eyes narrowed and buried his head in the tiger's fur, rubbing against it. Perhaps he really was lucky. Otherwise, how could he so easily get good items and then meet such a well-behaved partner? Roar! Get out of the way! Don't disturb my meal. The white tiger, whose teeth had been rubbed, turned around and bared its teeth. Getting some food wasn't easy, and this idiot kept bothering it. Such delicious meat would be such a waste if it fell on the ground. And it is now certain that eating more meat is very beneficial to its growth. Okay, don't be angry. You eat yours, and I'll hug mine. The boy continued to hold on with a grin, but his movements became much smaller. Compared to this lucky young man who was content with his tiger, in a small courtyard by the river, a girl who had just emptied part of her belongings was still working hard in the night, facing the ice block in the corner. In a stone house that didn't yet have a courtyard, a young boy drew his iron bow taut and fired arrows at the howling wolves outside the window. In a small courtyard nestled in a dense forest, a young man wielding a machete opened a gate. The instant someone stepped inside, he swiftly beheaded them. A flash of light appeared on the corpse, and he had gained some more materials. At night, some people's houses remained safe, but others began to be attacked, some more severely than others. Those with weapons, ability, and courage began to confront the attackers, but some people, while their homes were being attacked, hid in corners, trembling with fear, complaining and cursing, or going to chat channels to whine about how miserable they were. Chapter 49 Opening Chests is also a tiring job. Bang! Bang! After smashing away for a while, Chunmu watched his axe disappear, then took out a new one and continued to ruthlessly smash the unopened treasure chests. He has no shortage of axes, but there are quite a few of these treasure chests, and it will take a long time to break them open. Meow. Master, take a rest if you're tired. Ku stood on Chunmu's shoulder, its four little paws gently patting his shoulder as if giving him a massage. Not tired at all. There's still a few left. After we open them all, we'll need to organize our finds. This is the joy of a harvest. Even if it's tiring, it's still a happy experience. Chunmu tilted his head and rubbed Kaikyu's head, then continued to look at the information in the regional chat channel. He didn't want to express any opinion on those who were hiding and waiting for divine intervention to rescue them. In a place like this, where you could die at any moment, how incredibly despicable must they be to believe that lying down and doing nothing will bring divine favor? If there really is such a thing as a god in this world, it can only be the mechanical voice that appeared time and time again, because it is indeed the thing that controls the changing rules of this so-called game world. But that guy, whoever he was deliberately targeting players who were unlucky, weak, and didn't work hard. 1. I'm so angry with you guys. I won't say anything if you don't want to join the guild team, since everyone has their own ambitions. But your houses have been demolished by the creatures outside, and you don't even know how to muster up the courage to fight back. Do you think you're so charming that you let non-human creatures talk to you about the mysteries of life at night? Amidst the flood of cries and lamentations on social media, a rather unique number emerged, sending out a lot of information, but likely receiving almost no response. 3638. You make it sound so nice, but how are we supposed to fight back? You could mail me a weapon right now, and I'd immediately go out and kill those zombies. But I have nothing, and I'm starving. What am I supposed to fight with? You? 3862. Exactly. This guy has lied to a lot of people before, always wanting to be the boss. Now he's popping up again to give orders. I really don't know how someone like this can still live. Why don't those wild beasts go after this ambitious guy? Wouldn't it be better to eat him and let others have some peace and quiet? Several people jumped out and angrily criticized this player number 1. Judging from their tone, they really disliked the way player number 1 used to act like he was the boss. But at this moment, number 1's words acted like a fuse, turning those people's fear into a venting of resentment. 183. I just killed 2 wolves, and you guys are already chatting so excitedly. By the way, please don't attack me. I just came to tell everyone that if your house's durability is damaged, you can repair it with building materials. If you have any building materials, don't save them. Survival is the priority. The boy inside the stone house grabbed a dumpling and threw it into his mouth. Then he popped out and sent a message. After that, he looked out the window again to prevent wild wolves from damaging the house in other locations. The durability lost in the attack was repaired, but he still felt somewhat threatened as he hadn't reserved many materials. Next, We need to think of another way to upgrade the house as soon as possible so that we can go out of the house and clear out the attackers in the yard. 3862. Wow, you're a pro. Since you're so skilled, could you lend us your weapon? I'll definitely return it to you after I've killed those things outside the house. The previous barrage of insults suddenly stopped, and these people turned their attention to the 183 centimeters tall boy. 183? No way. There are at least 3 wolves outside my door. Only a fool would give away something that could save my life. Having confirmed there was no danger, the 183-year-old boy returned to the house, sat on the floor, took out a bowl of soup, ate the meatballs inside, and drank the hot soup. He prepared to have a proper talk with those people. His warning was only directed at those who could still be saved. The guy who doesn't dare to lay a hand on the wild animals or zombies outside the house, but his time to argue with people here has nothing to do with how many people die. But that doesn't stop him from arguing with these people when he's in a bad mood. At least it can refresh him and prevent other wolves from attacking him while he's asleep. 9412. If you're not going to give it, then don't come out and act like a big shot. It's your business if you're capable. At this time, others are in a life-or-death crisis, and you come out to show off. What does this mean? Are you trying to make us see how good you are before we get attacked? 3862. That's right. Whether you're a big shot or not has nothing to do with us, unless you can help us get through this crisis. Since you can't, please shut up and stop disgusting us. We're already in a situation where we don't know if we're going to live or die, and we still have to watch you show off. What grudge do you hold against us? Do you have no humanity at all? The target of the attack shifted, and a group of people set their sights on 183. Chun Mu ignored this completely, his gaze repeatedly sweeping over the number above the chat channel. The number has dropped by more than a dozen since he opened the chat channel. Tonight is another night of cleaning up the players. Bang! With a heavy blow of the axe, the lock on the last bronze treasure chest was smashed open. Chun Mu didn't even look at it carefully before putting away the contents. I checked the quantity of the first 2 boxes I opened, but then I just put them away and will look at them all together now that I've opened them all. Meow. Thank you for your hard work, owner. After seeing that all the boxes were gone, Kayakyu rubbed its head against Chun Mu's ear. It really felt tired after opening so many boxes. The effort must have been much harder than cutting down trees outside. It's not hard work. Let's take a look at today's harvest first. Chun Mu opened nearly 20 treasure chests, including wooden chests, iron chests, bronze chests, and 2 chests containing human-made supplies. This includes for that return from tonight's trades. Now that everything is finished, he should take stock of all the materials and supplies. Chapter 50, the brick and tile courtyard, is finally suitable for farming. Meow. Any good stuff? Perched on Chun Mu's shoulder, Kayakyu tilted its little head, somewhat puzzled as to why its owner was so stunned. Could it be that there's something really good inside? However, I didn't see any light just now. Otherwise, I would have checked it immediately. It's nothing special, but there's a lot of material. Looking at the ingredients in the package, Chun Mu first went to the food counter and put in the 23 small bags of flour, seasonings, and separate oil, salt, and sauce. Of course, some other ingredients are also included, such as dried bamboo shoots, dried tofu, bean curd sheets, watermelon, and pumpkin. After putting the ingredients away, he returned to the bedside, lay down, hugged Kayakyu, and checked the remaining materials and items in the package. Package items: 70 Survival Manual X1, Mineral Water X421, Small Bread X198, Lighter 45%, X1, Gunpowder X9, Wood X3695 or X3866, Iron or X1211, Silver or X186, Copper or X132, Red Brick X632, Plastic X112, Rope X189, Cotton X106, Cloth X316, Claws X8, Animal Teeth X4, Damaged Animal Hide X2, Tiger Skin X1, Golden Python Skin X1. These are the materials currently in the package. The abundance of basic materials made him understand why the lucky young man suspected he hadn't opened the box. As long as you open enough boxes, you really won't run out of this stuff. Now that he had enough materials to upgrade the house, Chun Mu didn't delay and focused on upgrading the house first. As for the recipes, these are all items needed for home use or farming. However, he really wanted it. Next level, brick and tile courtyard. Upgrade requirements: red bricks 632 to 200, Iron or 1,211 to 300 or 3866 to 1,000. Wood 3695 to 1,000. Rope 189 to 100. Plastic 112 to 80. Materials meet the upgrade requirements. Should I upgrade to a level 4 property, a brick and tile courtyard? Upgrade. With the upgrade confirmed, Chunmu could clearly see the changes in the house. The house is getting bigger and upgrade complete. Current property is level 4, a charming brick and tile courtyard. Brick and tile courtyard. An exquisite courtyard with a house built of red bricks. The house area is 100 square meters, and the courtyard area is 201 square meters. The courtyard mode can be adjusted. The house durability is 500 to 500, and the courtyard wall durability is 300 to 300. Next level, 2-story courtyard. Upgrade requirements. Cement 0, 100. Red brick 432 to 500. Iron or 911 to 500 or 2866 to 1500. Wood 2695 to 1500. Rope 89 to 100. Plastic 32 to 80. Plastic steel 0 to 10. Glass 0 to 10. Chunmu looked at the room as it had become larger, and he was no longer in a hurry for the next upgrade. There's no use in being anxious. There's several items in here that he's never seen before, and he doesn't know what drops from chests or the in-game store are. But the online store is now open, but he can't access it yet because there's a notification flashing in his personal information section under his house. Name, Chunmu, player number 9857, server S29. You're having a great day. Race, human, no change. Stamina, 15 from eating so much. Energy level, 20. I'm so full, I haven't even gone to the toilet yet. Combat power, 11. Assets, level 4 house, brick and tile courtyard. 1-to-1 renovation opportunities. Want to make farming more convenient? Then what are you waiting for? Coins, 36088. The shop is now open. Feel free to spend as much as you want, even though you only have this much money. Equipment, none. Insufficient combat power. Pets, Kayako, abandoned spirit cat. Susu, white snake. It has evolved. Will it become another species? Not enabled. The personal information has changed, and the house information now includes suggestions for renovation. Chunmu temporarily ignored the other complaints and finally saw what he wanted after clicking on the modification. A small brick and tile courtyard with adjustable layout. At this point, 5 adjustment directions become available. The first is the current model, where the entire courtyard is square with the house in the middle, surrounded by an open space, and then the courtyard wall. This method was too difficult for Chunmu, who wanted to grow vegetables and trees. The other 4 pictures are all rectangular, with the open space of the yard concentrated together, the house on the other side, and half of the yard wall directly attached to the house to surround it. The only difference between these 4 pictures is the change in the location of the house and the open space in the yard. This is it. After choosing a layout with the house to the west and the land to the east, Chunmu felt the ground shake as soon as he made the selection, and the layout of the entire courtyard was temporarily set. This adjustment mode gives you one chance every time you upgrade your property, and what happens after that is another story. But now that it's been adjusted like this, Chunmu is instantly wide awake. He picks up the simple lantern and goes to check the yard. Meow. Master, it's so big. Looking at the yard, which had doubled in size, and then at the land that could be used to grow lots of vegetables once it was all put together, Kayakyu shook her little head excitedly. If it were daytime, it would probably have already jumped down and run a few laps. Let's collect some shares first, then adjust them. Chunmu was very particular about the vegetables and fruits he grew. At this moment, looking at the messy arrangement on the land, he was annoyed and hung the lantern on a protrusion next to the house. He then took a break and started working. The lantern's light was dim, but it was enough to see the condition of the vegetables. I quickly picked some cucumbers, cut down some chives, dug up some potatoes, and picked some strawberries. After there was nothing left to pick, he used a shovel to turn over part of the ground along the wall, and then transplanted the few vegetables that were already there. Only the 2 cherry trees, which were barely half a person tall, were moved to the center of the land. This takes up a lot of space, and if it's placed against the yard wall, it definitely won't grow properly, but that would take up too much space. Meow? Meow meow. Master, you don't want them anymore? When Kayukyu saw its owner swing an axe and chop down on the cherry tree, it was instantly terrified. The owner painstakingly planted it, and now he's cutting it down. Doesn't he feel bad? Prune the branches. This sapling won't grow straight if it's not trimmed. Chunmu tilted his head and gently touched Kayukyu's little head before continuing to chop at the little cherry tree. After cutting off the messy branches around the cherry tree, it looks like only 2 or 3 branches are left. However, since it's located high up, it's still suitable for planting some low-growing vegetables and fruits, such as strawberries. However, the cherry tree still needs further pruning, so Chunmu is not in a hurry to transplant the strawberry tree over. Meow, my owner is awesome. Kayukyu rubbed against Chunmu's face, looking at the cherry tree that, although the harvest season had been extended again, would grow taller and taller, and in an instant, she understood the principle behind it. This, silly cat, I just woke up and heard you doing something stupid, absolutely stupid. The door to the house suddenly opened from the inside, and Susu's disgusted voice came out. Then a big white head, as big as a bucket, popped out. That physique, that posture. Meow, 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 meow. Scare the cat. You stupid snake, how come you're so big? Are you planning to sleep in a yard from now on? Kayukyu's fur stood on end as it glared at the large white snake that slowly emerged from the house. It looked at Susu, who was much larger than when they first met, with disdain, while also taking the opportunity to tease her. With such a large size, there's no way it can sleep in a house. Unfortunately, just as Kayukyu stopped barking, Susu's large size swayed and shrank in the blink of an eye, returning to her previous petite form. Hiss, master, from now on, Susu can protect you. The little white snake crawled up Chunmu's leg and stopped on his shoulder. It then nudged Chunmu's face with its little head, expressing its good mood with a fawning expression. They've only just begun evolving, and they're already adjusting their size. If they evolve to a higher level in the future, will they one day turn into human form? Chunmu reached out and patted Susu's head twice. Just as he was about to step into the house, he suddenly remembered the hint he had given Susu when he first took her in. Lady White Snake? Is this possible? Chapter 51, Let's Fight for Delicious Food. Hiss. Human? Human form? Why transform into human form? The little white snake Susu's eyes were filled with confusion. It didn't understand what Chunmu meant at all. It's a snake. It would be too inconvenient for it to transform into human form. It can't whip wild beasts away. It doesn't have venomous fangs, and it doesn't have a flexible body to entangle and tighten around its prey. No need to transform into human form. I just suddenly remembered a legend. It's fine as long as I don't transform. Chunmu felt a little embarrassed. He had only asked the question casually. But being stared at so intently, I felt like the scenes that appeared in my dreams were about to be seen through. But he hadn't really thought that far ahead. At most, it appeared in his dreams, and he'd occasionally speculate about whether it was even possible. Meow, meow, meow. I don't want to turn into human form either. If I turn into human form, I can't be held by my owner anymore. No, I definitely don't want to. Kayukyu rubbed its little head against Chunmu's face again and again, showing absolute resistance to the possibility of turning into human form. Although I don't know why, it just feels that there can never be absolute trust between people, so it's just its owner's pet, so it can stay with its owner forever. Okay, let's go back inside, have something to eat, and then get a good night's sleep. Chunmu looked at the 2 clingy little ones, took them back into the house, found some food to feed Susu, and then held the 2 little ones in his arms and lay down on the bed to sleep comfortably. I slept soundly through the night without any dreams until 7 in the morning. It was already quite late for them, so they quickly washed their faces and started cooking. The golden python meat and chives were chopped and mixed together, and a portion of each seasoning was added separately. Cut the kneaded dough into small pieces and roll them out. With your fingers working, in less than half an hour, a whole pot of pan-fried buns will start to smell delicious. Thanks to the separate seasonings and cooking oil, Chunmu's pan-fried buns were a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, far superior to his previous, simpler creations. Meow, smells good, owner is great. Kayukyu still adds a touch of praise to every sentence, but it doesn't understand much, so it always just says the simplest and most direct thing. Hiss, it should taste good, you silly cat, tone your gaze. Susu was very unhappy about having to listen to this silly cat flattering its owner every day, but couldn't learn to do it and couldn't stop it. However, it must still be admitted that their owner's cooking skills are excellent. At least every meal is delicious. So far, I haven't tasted anything that wasn't delicious. This is a bit hot. You two wait a while before eating. I'll send 2 portions over to them. Chen-Mu placed the food he wanted on the table, then packed 20 fried buns and sent them out. These pan-fried buns are a bit small, so these 20 don't even fill half a pot. 98.57. Breakfast, pan-fried buns, and soup for your foodie family. After sending the message, Chen-Mu sent another message before taking out the bone broth for his 2 little ones. Then, under the conflicted gazes of the 2 of them, drinking soup and smelling the aroma of fried buns but unable to eat them, he sat down, picked up a bun, and took a bite. Meow. Is it tasty? Kayukyu could smell the aroma because both it and Susu's pan-fried buns were opened and left to cool, and the aroma had been wafting around them from the very beginning. Now that Chen-Mu has started eating, and it's clearly still a bit hot after taking a bite, the 2 little ones are watching longingly, almost as if they want to snatch a little from his mouth to try it first. It tastes good. It's just that the meat wasn't quite right. After adding peanut oil and various seasonings, it's much more fragrant than with just seasonings. Chen-Mu tossed the half-eaten bun into his mouth, ate it with a happy expression, and even gave the 2 little ones a knowing smile. These 2 can't eat now. They can only smell them, poor little things. Meow. The owner is bullying the cat because it can't eat now. Blinking its eyes pitifully, Kayukyu seemed very hurt. It knew it wasn't supposed to eat it, but its owner not only ate it first, but also smacked its lips. Have some soup first, then you can eat in a little while. Seeing the little guy's aggrieved expression, Chen-Mu still had to coax him, but as for the fried buns. Yes, it really is delicious. Friend 186. Thank you for the breakfast. It tastes amazing. You're awesome. The lucky boy woke up early, but no food was sent to him, and he felt a little embarrassed to urge him. Unexpectedly, although breakfast was a bit late, it tasted absolutely amazing, and he didn't expect the big boss to give him so much food. Surely the big boss's breakfasts aren't always this lavish? Although it's double, it's 20 pan-fried buns. Generally speaking, just 2 pan-fried buns are enough to fuel a day's worth of energy. It's mostly just about satisfying your appetite. With this number, the young man with the best luck truly felt the power of those thick thighs. This is not like the previous trades and exchanges, where the amount of food depended on whether the other party could afford to provide supplies. Now this is all free. 98.57. I originally wanted to make chai boxes, but I didn't have any eggs, so I made pan-fried buns instead. If you find the ingredients there, forget it. I doubt you can get them anyway. As Chen-Mu ate his steamed buns, watching the 2 little ones' adorable, satisfied expressions as they ate, his mood improved considerably. However, after seeing the boy's message, he deliberately sent a message that would make the boy less happy. It's a bit strange that this lucky young man can't get any food, but if he has the materials, he can find someone to exchange for various foods, and he won't have a strong need for food during this time. The more I think about it, the more I realize there's a problem with this. So Chen-Mu wanted to see if he could increase the boy's anticipation for the ingredients. If he did manage to get some, given the boy's luck, it would definitely be a very high level or rare type. Of course, this is just a gamble. If it doesn't work out, I won't lose anything. Friend 186. Dude, you can delete and edit messages, so you're definitely doing this on purpose. You're complaining about me because I can't get the ingredients. The boy, who was eating a fried bun, almost choked. He picked up the soup next to him, drank half a bowl, and only replied to Chen-Mu's message after catching his breath. 98.57. If you can get the ingredients, I'll give you 1/3 of the food I make. Seeing the tearful message, Chen-Mu directly sent over the exchange ratio of ingredients and food. If he still can't get the ingredients, then there's nothing he can do. It just means that this lucky young man is simply not fortunate in this regard. Friend 186. Boss, you're ruthless. Just you wait. Even if I can't get it, I'll go hunting to get it. The irritated young man, looking at the large white tiger beside him, revealed a fierce expression. He made a decision. Starting now, he would teach his foodie family to fight for delicious food. Chapter 52. Should I open a shop to make money? Don't rush out yet. I haven't even checked what's available in the store. I was so excited last night that I completely forgot. After finishing his meal, Chen Mu turned on the food cabinet, added enough wood and water, and started using all the seasonings such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The axes, wooden crossbows, chairs, tables, and other items on the workbench were all mass-produced, and the surplus and useless ones were put up for trading again in the trading area, all to exchange for materials for him. Especially the axe. He still has an axe that takes up about 10 slots in his inventory, along with 2 sets of wooden crossbow bolts and an iron rod. As for rifles and ammunition boxes, use them sparingly, as they are scarce, and the production time for these ammunition boxes is too long. The production of all 3 ammunition boxes is currently in the queue, and it is expected that one will be made as a spare tomorrow morning. After finishing all that, he went to the yard and opened the online store to check things out while harvesting the vegetables. The system shop is where you trade currency. In addition to buying things from the store, there's also a player shop interface here. Only, to open a player's shop, a deposit of 10,000 coins is required, and 50 coins are deducted daily as rent. Additionally, a 1% tax is levied on every transaction. Not only that, but every time tax is deducted, any amount less than 1 is charged as 1 coin. For example, the mall will take 1 coin from each transaction, even if the ratio is 0.1 or 0.01. Therefore, when selling something, if a loaf of bread costs 1 coin and the buyer spends 1 coin to purchase it, the tax is 0.01 coins. However, because of the calculation method that counts any amount less than 1 coin as 1 coin, the seller will receive 0 coins. A bit of a ripoff. Looking at this detailed explanation, Chen Mu was very suspicious that someone might be able to open this player's shop. After opening the player's shop, Chen Mu suddenly realized that he hadn't thought things through enough. There are already over 1,000 shops here, which means more than 1,000 properties at level 4 or above, and they even have the money to open them. This is it. This is everything. Chen Mu casually clicked on a player's shop and was suddenly stunned after seeing the shop owner's ID. He seemed to understand something. Shop a player number 9999 in Zone A1. The shop's name represents the player's ID, so the person who owns this shop belongs to Server 1, which is associated with the letter A. Once you open the shop, besides the shop name at the top, the next thing you'll see is the product listings. So much equipment. Looking at the various levels of equipment and the string of coins on them, Chen Mu initially felt he was doing quite well, but now, this is a true master, an incredibly authentic master. There are 100 slots for sale, and most of them are currently empty. There's a toggle button in the lower right corner. After clicking it, the selling interface changes to buying. They buy all sorts of things, even the most basic timber, but at a pitifully low price, 100 pieces for 1 coin. But it's clear that these irregular numbers indicate that someone has bought a significant amount. After looking at one shop, Chen Mu continued to browse other shops. By looking at these shops with different letters and from different regions, he gained a general understanding. Players must open shops in the in-game store. An iron axe sells for 10 coins, and 10 coins can buy 1,000 pieces of wood or 500 pieces of iron ore. Crafting an iron axe only requires 10 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of iron ore. The profits involved are so enormous, it's absolutely insane. This is just the lowest level axe. Other items, such as the 3-edged spike recipe that Chen Mu already has, although he can't make them now, don't prevent him from seeing the materials needed. 100-fold increase in profit. That's the difference between materials and finished products. Thinking back to when he told the lucky boy that he could exchange 1/3 of his ingredients for food, Chen Mu suddenly felt that he might have been at a disadvantage. After browsing the player's shops, Chen Mu opened the in-game store to check out the categories. Sure enough, after searching around, he found that the materials purchased from the store were actually priced the same as those acquired by players, meaning they could buy them directly from the store. For example, with wood, players can buy it for 100 pieces for 1 coin, and the same ratio applies to the materials sold in the shop. From this perspective, it can only be to increase the store's popularity. Whether buying or selling, he can attract customers to his shop, and with increased popularity, his ranking will improve. Meow. Master, have you seen something good? Kayuki watched Chen Mu's changing expression and wondered what it was that made its owner look at it so intently. We've seen the formula for making money, but what we can do right now is improve ourselves first, and then consider other things. Shenmue closed the online store, put Kaikyu on his shoulder, picked up his axe, and went out. Meow. Over there, master. Let's go get the box. Kaikyu was full of energy. As soon as she stepped out the door, she pointed in a direction and told Shenmue to walk forward on the still, unmelted snow. Although the snow has stopped, Shenmue has to be careful with every step he takes. With nearly 2 meters of snow, he could easily be buried if he's not careful. Hiss! 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 Wolves! The little white snake, Su, was hiding in Shenmue's sleeve when she sensed the wolf's presence and immediately gave a warning. Meow. It's just a wolf cub. It's not dangerous. Kaikyu let out a slightly annoyed cry. The direction it pointed out was safe, so the wolf cubs weren't going to contribute much meat, and there was no need to worry about them. Hiss! Silly cat. The reason the wolf cub is in the snow is because there are other wolves nearby. Susu was once again angered by Kaikyu's lack of common sense. If it were a fully grown wolf, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with, but wolf cubs, if there weren't any adult wolves, would you really think a wolf cub could have gotten out of the snow at this time? Don't worry. Even if there are wolves, let's find a treasure chest first. Shenmue touched Kaikyu's trembling little ear with his head and tapped Susu's little head with his finger to stop them from arguing. In this situation, the wolf cub does represent the wolf pack, but he has a bow and arrow and a rifle, which is enough to deal with a not too large number of wolves. The snowfield around here is very flat now, so there are definitely not many wolves around. After walking for a while, Shenmue saw the little wolf cub lying on the snow. Wolf cubs, be careful. Their parents are nearby. If you don't believe me, just look at the center of those 2 tree branches to the east. The notification message made Shenmue tighten his grip on the rifle, and the next moment he was holding it firmly. Ignoring the wolf cubs, Shenmue continued walking forward. He now wanted to see if the wolf cubs' parents could catch up after he walked past. Chapter 53, Preparing to Raise Chickens for Eggs. This treasure chest is good. Let's continue searching for the next one. Shenmue collected the square treasure chest on the snow. It was yet another human leftover resource. It's understandable if it was buried underground before, but on this snowy ground. The blizzard only stopped last night, but human-made supplies are still on top of the snow. Is this telling me that someone walked across the snow last night and left this behind? Regardless, Shenmue still needs to find more treasure chests. He needs money to open a shop and then make money. He had seen all the materials needed to upgrade his house in the shop, but the price was poverty. Upon arriving in this so-called game world, he once again experienced the devastating impact of a lack of money. Meow. Over here, right here. Kaikyu looked back and then pointed to the right side of Shenmue. It had just seen that the little wolf cub seemed to be shivering from the cold, but it only glanced at it, without intending to express some of its inner thoughts. After all, wolves. Pray, meat, food on the plate. Meow, meow, meow. Master, we're going to collect lots and lots of boxes today. Thinking of all those delicious meals, Kaikyu felt something was missing from its mouth. To avoid being mocked by the silly snake on its shoulder, it couldn't continue thinking about it. Box. We must find more boxes for our owner. Build a big house and cook more delicious food. Let's go. Keep picking up boxes. Shenmue stepped into the snow, where each step left a dent, and searched in the direction Kaikyu had pointed out, getting further and further away from the location of the little wolf cub. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Shenmue looked at the rabbit skin and meat that appeared in the package with a good mood, picked up a box, and continued to walk in the next direction that Kaikyu pointed out. There were rabbits in the snow. This was an unexpected bonus besides finding the box today. He initially wanted to use wooden crossbows, but the snow was too thick, and the rabbit would veer off course if it moved even slightly. The wooden arrows simply didn't have enough penetrating power. Or perhaps his own abilities are insufficient for him to continue saving. Hiss! Master, there's a brood of pheasants. Let's catch them and raise them at home. The little white snake Susu was very quiet today. Apart from pointing out the rabbit or the presence of wolves, she was too lazy to even argue with Kaikyu. But after discovering the taste of eggs, it suddenly remembered what it had mentioned before about not having enough eggs to make chai boxes. Now that we've encountered a pheasant, if we catch it and raise it to lay eggs, wouldn't that give our owner a continuous supply of eggs to make? Are pheasants raised to lay eggs? When Shenmue heard the word pheasant, his first thought was either about the chicken meat or the eggs. There are many dishes he wants to cook, but without eggs, it's all just a dream. Meow. Yes, if we catch it and keep it as a pet, we'll have eggs to eat. It's rare that Kyu and Susu's thoughts are in sync. Although normally cats and snakes should both be carnivorous, pets in this world seem to have a similar sense of taste to humans, with the exception of some that require specific materials for evolution. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I'll go trap the 2 pheasants first, and then... Susu opened her mouth, stuck out her thin tongue, greeted Shenmue, and then darted out from her sleeve. The small, silvery white snake body flashed and disappeared in the snow. Even Shenmue could only detect a trace of it by following the connection between the master and pet contract. About 100 meters to their left front, in a tree hole half buried in snow, were 2 pheasants. They were forced to leave their original nest and make their home in this tree hollow because of the blizzard. Now that the snow has stopped, the 2 pheasants no longer have to worry about being buried by the blizzard, and after getting tired, they forced their eyes shut and dozed off. Hiss! The snake's hiss suddenly came from outside the tree hole, and the 2 pheasants were instantly awakened. But when they saw the snake's head, which was many times larger than the entrance to the tree hole, their legs went weak and they collapsed, their eyes rolling back. Hiss! So timid. Susu's original plan was to use her newly evolved level 2 beast, Might, to suppress these 2 pheasants, which weren't even level 1 beasts, so that they couldn't move and her master could pick them up and take them home. What he didn't expect was that this pheasant was just a very common basic bird. Not to mention a level 2 beast Might. Even a level 1 wolf would be scared into obediently becoming food if it howled at them. In the realm of beasts, there's an absolutely strict hierarchy, but the existence of players has broken this rule. Susu was stuck at the peak of level 1, but due to racial restrictions, she could not improve. If she had not recognized a master, her most likely outcome would have been to become a supplement for some level 2 beasts. However, once a player is found and the beast recognizes its master, the original genes of the beast race will be disrupted. The improvement of genes and strength can be accomplished simply by providing resources for the master. As long as the supply is sufficient, becoming a level 9 beast will no longer be a dream. However, all of this applies only to beasts with a genetic lineage. Legendary species like Kyu are not included. Because they have no lineage and therefore no genetic limitations, they will continue to grow as long as they don't die, but what they will become is completely unknown. Susu had spoken with Chiyo privately before, but the information Susu inherited couldn't offer Chiyo any help whatsoever. They're not dead yet. Take them back and make a chicken coop. Keep them so they can lay and incubate eggs. If they can't work, stew them and eat them. Shenmue walked over, grabbed the 2 pheasants by their wings, and checked that there was nothing else in the tree hole before preparing to head home. Meow meow. Master, there's something under the tree, a golden treasure chest, meow. Kata didn't react much at first, but the moment Shenmue turned around, it suddenly stood up, raised its tail, and stared at the tree below. This treasure chest was definitely not there before. It only appeared at this very moment. Golden? It seems our biggest haul today isn't these 2 pheasants. Upon hearing the word golden, Shenmue couldn't help but think of a golden treasure chest. But whether it is or not, we'll have to dig through the snow layer to find out. Hiss! Master, step back a little, let me dig. There's something next to this treasure chest. Susu saw its owner preparing to use a shovel, and shook its head to stop him. Just as Kyu sensed the treasure chest, it also sensed some kind of beast lurking underground. If its owner were to dig a snow pit, that lurking creature would surely launch a sneak attack. And, unfortunately, it has always had a fondness for those unusual things. Even though it hasn't eaten much raw food since it came to live with its owner, that doesn't mean it's not interested. Chapter 54. The bait thrown out by the wolf pack? Be careful. Step back if there's danger. Shenmue took out a rope and tied it around the pheasant's claws, then tied it around his waist to prevent the pheasant from escaping in the chaos. The rifle ammunition was replenished, and he held it in his hand, ready to fire at any moment. If there are any dangerous animals underground, then Susu cannot be left to deal with them alone. Currently, guns remain the most effective weapon against wild animals. Don't worry, Master. It's just a bunch of snacks hidden under the tree. Susu shook her big head, and after confirming that Shenmue had retreated a sufficient distance, Her entire body grew larger again, her body as thick as a bucket, and she circled around the tree. As it moved, the snow in the area, except for some that was flung away, was all melted. A few seconds later, a crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared, centered on the tree. At the bottom of the pit, the small golden box was on a flat rock under the tree, and next to the flat rock was a hole the size of a bowl. This, Master, catch. With a flick of its tail, Su flung the heavy golden treasure chest out, sending it hurtling towards Chunmu. Meow. Watch out. Kayukyu was too busy watching the treasure chest being thrown at her to even complain about Su's excessive behavior. Fine. Chunmu immediately put the treasure chest back into his pack when it got close to him. The treasure chests collected by his pet, although they cannot be directly stored in his inventory, are considered his by default. If he wants to collect them and they are not far away, they will be directly added to his inventory. Squeak, 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 squeak. After the golden treasure chest left the stone slab, a chaotic noise came from underground, followed by a string of large rats crawling out of the hole in the ground. There were no more than a few. They were biting each other's tails, forming a chain, and then rushed towards Su at an extremely fast speed. Although the rats were large, had hard fur, and sharp teeth, they were no match for Su, a snake that had undergone multiple evolutions. Their appearance did not cause any panic. On the contrary, it made Su's mood soar. Level 1 beasts. One or two of these won't have much effect on Su, but if there are hundreds of them, meow, meow, meow. Master, Su is so fierce. Kayukyu perched on Chunmu's shoulder, watching the huge white snake open its mouth and suck the mouse in and swallow it whole, and couldn't help but feel envious. When will it grow this big? It also wants to protect its owner. That's just how snakes are. You'll get used to it. Chunmu took Kayukyu off his shoulder and held him in his arms, watching as Su cleaned up all the rats in the pit. The ability to swallow something whole with a single, large gulp is something Kayukyu could never learn. After all, the species are different from the start. Even if it's not a cat, its cat-like habits won't change. When eating, Kayukyu still prefers to mash food before swallowing it. If she swallows it whole, it gets stuck in her throat. Hiss, Master, I'm a little full. I need to rest for a while. Let's go home. After eating her fill, Su came out of the pit and shrank back into Chunmu's sleeve as she approached him. She then rested on his wrist. There are too many rats, and they've eaten too much. With so many level 1 beasts, the process of digesting their energy is essential. Let's go home. We've already had quite a good day. Holding Kayukyu in his arms and with Su wrapped around his wrist, Chunmu didn't waste any time and ran home with his rifle in hand. Because I hadn't gone too far, I arrived home quickly, and then a whoop. It's a bit upsetting to have a wolf cub crouching at your doorstep. I saw the tower in the snow before, but it was still several hundred meters away from my house, so ignoring it wouldn't have affected me much. But what's going on now? How could a little wolf cub walk for so long in the snow and then try to scam me at my doorstep? What's going on? Can't we just kill it? Meow. Master, let's take this home and stew it. Kayukyu was very annoyed with the wolf cub. If it weren't for the fact that its owner thought it was too fierce, it would have jumped down and bit the wolf cub to death. Don't worry about it for now. Let's go home and harvest the vegetables. Chunmu only glanced at it and then ignored the little wolf cub. He opened the door and went into the yard, then untied the rope around his waist, took the 2 pheasants off, and threw them aside to let them recover slowly. Meow. Master, are you really not going to do anything? Kayukyu lay on the courtyard wall, watching the wolf cubs still howling outside, wondering what its owner was thinking. It was picked up by its owner and brought home. Su took the initiative to become its owner, so the owner accepted it. What about now? Will the owner bring back a wolf? If a wolf comes into the house? The thought of this possibility made Kayukyu's fur stand on end, turning its already small body into a fur ball. We don't have much wolf meat left, so let it stay put. We should get a lot tonight. We can make meat buns, meat vegetables, and meat soup. Chunmu picked and put away the chives and cucumbers, then walked to the door, picked up Kayukyu, and went straight into the house. As for that wolf cub, a wolf cub about to freeze to death. Someone once said that you can't catch a wolf without risking your cubs, but now a level 1 wolf pack is risking their cubs to catch you. Are you going to fall for it? From the moment Chun Mu saw this warning at the door, he knew that he would soon be surrounded by wolves. As for whether the wolf cubs froze to death, that really has nothing to do with him. It's not even a level 1 beast. This wolf cub is no match for meat. If it dares to come here as bait, then it can just wait for its death. Hiss, master, the wolves can't hurt me, I can. At home, the little Sue raised her head, clearly annoyed by the wolves that seemed to be slowly gathering outside, and even wanted to volunteer for battle. Let's try out the new weapon tonight. Once we've confirmed its effectiveness, then you can go out and clear the area. Once inside the house, Chun Mu quickly placed the boxes on the ground, then went to the crafting table and retrieved a bunch of finished axes, furniture, and other products, all of which he listed in the trading area. He doesn't need to exchange for high-grade supplies now. Some low-grade materials are fine. Now that he had the idea of opening a player shop in the mall, Chun Mu's current task was to prepare enough basic materials and, of course, various types of ingredients. Compared to the many shops that sell equipment and semi-finished products, he plans to take a different approach and create a shop that focuses on food and offers equipment as a secondary product. As for the wolf pack tonight, something they sell in the store looks really good. I can try it out tonight and see how it performs. Come at me, wolves. Chapter 55 Night Hunt, the end of the wolf pack. 9857. Tonight we have to deal with a pack of wolves. There are no new dishes tonight. While eating, Chun Mu packed 2 snake meat sets for the lucky boy, and of course, he didn't forget to change the ingredients for the other 3. After feeding the 2 little ones, he filled the food cabinet and the workbench with food supplies, and then hung 4 battery-powered flashlights he had bought from the mall in the 4 corners of the eaves. Flashlights weren't expensive. The original flashlight and battery only cost 10 coins. However, if it is not turned off, it will only last for 10 hours. After that, the battery will need to be replaced with the old battery plus 5 coins. This should be considered the cheapest home appliance. As for the expensive ones, a light bulb and socket cost 100 coins. Most importantly, using a light requires an electrical cord and power. There's nothing here, so let's just rest and talk about those things later. Since he had bought a flashlight, Chun Mu simply put the lantern he had previously used in the trading area. For people who didn't have access to the in-game store, the lantern was still very useful. After securing the flashlight, Chun Mu looked around and saw that the yard was covered by its light. Although there were still many shadowy areas, he was already very satisfied. Using the wooden ladder he bought for 5 coins, Chun Mu led Kayukyu and Susu to climb onto the roof. The roof tiles were a bit slippery, but he didn't need much room to move around. After securing himself, Chun Mu steadied himself and made sure the 2 little ones didn't run around. Meow. Master, is this really okay? Kayukyu looked at the little wolf cub at the entrance of the yard. The little wolf cub was now silent. It seemed to have frozen to death. But that's not the point. The pack of wolves that slowly emerged from the snow seemed a bit too many. It's all right. This thing will definitely work. Once we have a recipe, we can collect the materials and make it ourselves. Chun Mu took out the weapon he would need this time from the package. Sniper rifle. Moreover, it's a sniper rifle with accuracy and penetration. However, Chun Mu bought bullets. He couldn't afford to buy the gun himself for the time being, so he had to rent it. Buying 100 bullets cost Chun Mu 10,000 coins, and renting a sniper rifle for 1 night cost him another 2,000 coins. This doesn't even include the compensation he needed to pay for the damage, which was an excessively large 7 figures for him. But he believed that if he could leave behind 100 wolf carcasses tonight, he would not only make a profit, but make a fortune. They're coming, they're close enough to kill them. Susu wrapped herself around Chun Mu's arm, this time outside his clothes, and rested her head on his shoulder. After observing the distance from where the wolves appeared, and confirming that this was within the range Chun Mu had mentioned before, they immediately began to give instructions. The hunting game is about to begin. With his sniper rifle raised, Chun Mu looked through the scope at the pack of wolves running across the snow and pulled the trigger on the second fastest wolf. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the second wolf in the pack fell to the ground. The wolf, its skull pierced, fell to the ground, adding an unusual touch of color to the pure white snow. Killing a level 1 wolf yields 12 wolf meat, 1 animal bone for claws, and 2 animal teeth. 1 shot was all it took. Because of the sniper rifle, his kill was now considered normal, and the spoils from hunting wild animals went directly into his inventory. Adjusting direction again, a new target locked in. Bang! Another wolf fell to the ground. Chunmu glanced at the line of loot notifications that floated past his eyes, but he no longer cared about them and immediately locked onto a new prey. One after another. As Chunmu gradually gained control of the rhythm, he was able to match the timing of each pause and his breathing with the sniper rifle in his hands. Although each shot took out one wolf, the wolf pack was still quite large, and soon, led by the alpha wolf, dozens of wolves pounced on the outside of the courtyard wall. The courtyard wall's durability decreased by 1 due to a wolf attack. Automatic repair is in progress, consuming material durability +1. -1, +1, -1, -1, +2, -1, +1. The prompts continued, but Chunmu had already guessed this situation. With the purchase of the automatic repair smart assistant, as long as there were enough materials, it was impossible for the durability to be completely worn away. Bang! After killing another wolf that was crashing into the gate, Chunmu looked at the remaining 20-odd bullets and then at the number of wolves and bought another 50 bullets. This thing is expensive, but since he's already played this game with the wolves, he's unlikely to stop. Master, they want to run away. Even before the newly purchased bullets were put into use, Su could already tell that the wolf pack was about to retreat. We've already bought the bullets and spent all the money, and they think they can escape? These are special bullets. Each one is very expensive. Wastefulness is the original sin. Anyone who dares to run, I'll shoot them. Chunmu scanned the area and, upon spotting a wolf turning its head, shot and eliminated the leader. But at this moment, the wolf pack was unaware of his thoughts. They had already been considering retreating, and now that they saw their companions dwindling, even more of them wanted to run away. Only, bang, bang, bang. After killing several of the wolves that were leading the way away from the yard, the remaining dozens of wolves suddenly realized that whoever ran away first would die first. Looking at the remaining 40-odd wolves, Chunmu didn't care about the consumption of basic materials. He began to scan the pack, and if any of them were a little far from the courtyard wall, he would immediately take them out with a single shot. As the night wore on, Chunmu watched as the last wolf laid down beside its cubs outside the yard, and once again raised his gun. Here's the last bullet. He won't waste it. Awoo. Bang. With the last wolf dealt with, Chunmu put the sniper rifle back into his pack. It would be automatically retrieved when the time was up, so he didn't have to worry about having to pay extra if he was late. If renting a gun didn't require at least one night, he would have preferred to save some money. Unfortunately, the mall didn't offer any room for negotiation. Meow. Master is awesome. Master is even more amazing. Ball continued to cheer and praise, but this time it spoke even more enthusiastically, and it wasn't just empty praise. You were given a reward of 5 combat power points. Chunmu had just dealt with the wolves and was about to check his inventory to see what he had gained, but first he checked the battle information. As he watched the series of kills and loot, Chunmu's smile grew wider and wider, but he soon discovered something different in these lists. The host must kill 100 level 1 beasts consecutively to achieve the Undefeated in 100 Battles achievement, and will be rewarded with 5 combat power points. Chapter 56, it turns out, everyone will be attacked at night. The host must kill 100 level 1 beasts consecutively to achieve the Undefeated in 100 Battles achievement, and will be rewarded with 5 combat power points. This notification message startled Chunmu for a moment. He quickly opened his personal information and, sure enough, it had been added. Combat strength, 16, still weak, keep working hard. Although the evaluation was still weak, Chunmu was quite satisfied. At least, his strength has now doubled. I checked other information and there have been no other changes so far. Opening his inventory again, Chunmu looked at his hunting spoils from the night before and couldn't stop smiling. Wolf meat X 2688, animal bones X 150, claws X 600, animal teeth X 300, damaged animal hides X 150. These are the materials dropped by the wild wolves that he just harvested tonight. There are enough materials to support the initial opening of a shop. Let's go home and rest. Chunmu looked around again to make sure there were no other wolves before taking Kyukyu and Susu back to the courtyard via the stairs. Just as he was standing in the courtyard, a notification suddenly appeared. Player S299857 protected the property during the Wolfpack's night raid and has begun the defense rating process. The rating is complete. Player S29, Zone 9857's protected property battle rating is SS level. Rewards, plus 100 to the wall durability, plus 100 to the house durability, plus 10 square meters to the yard area, and wall renovation is now available. The rewards were directly distributed, and the yard area increased even further. After his initial excitement subsided, Chunmu began to investigate the so-called Wolfpack night raid. Then, meow. Master, are you unhappy? Kayukyu rubbed its little head against Chunmu's face, wondering why its owner had suddenly lost his smile. I'm happy, but I feel there will be more dangers in the future, and our family's assets are still too small. After tilting his head and rubbing against Kayukyu a couple of times, Chunmu closed the game system interface, opened the courtyard gate, and fired more than a dozen wooden arrows at the little wolf cub. Watching the wolf cub's corpse slowly turn into light and disappear, Chunmu's gaze swept across the surrounding snow. He shook his head and gave a bitter smile, then returned to the yard to start collecting the vegetables and fruits he had planted. Protect your property. Once a player's assets reach level 4, level 1 danger zones will spawn nearby and besiege the player's home for 1 to 3 days. Failure to besiege the home will result in the player becoming food, while success will grant rewards. Wolfpack Night Raid. A pack of wolves has discovered your house. They throw out a cub to distract you. Killing the cub will trigger the pack's revenge after 3 seconds. Taking the cub home will allow it to teleport to the pack's location at nightfall. Leaving it behind will result in being surrounded and attacked by the pack. These 2 pieces of information made Chunmu very unhappy. If he had killed the wolf cubs in the wild at that time, it would have been very difficult for him to escape when faced with the rapidly gathering wolf pack. Even with Susu's protection, escaping home would be extremely difficult. Moreover, once they return home, they will continue to face the threat of being surrounded and killed by wolves. As for bringing the wolf cubs home, then there's no need to fight at all. Wherever the wolf cubs are, the wolf pack will appear there. They're already home. Why would there be any need to fight? Looking at the notification that only appears after completion, he's glad he could see the hidden comments. Otherwise, choosing either the first or the second topic will be a fatal mistake. Even on the third one, he still spent 17,000 coins. Poverty. Reality once again told him that he was truly too poor. 9857. I just received this information. Please pay close attention. Back in the house, Chunmu lay on the bed and sent messages to his 4 friends. He sent the notification he had just seen to the 4 people, and then began to check the messages he had received earlier but hadn't had time to read. Since he only told the young man, with good luck about dealing with the wolf pack, it couldn't be anyone else who sent him a message to check on him. Friend 186. Dude, what's going on? Why are there wolves running out of your place? Friend 186. Dude, has war broken out? Friend 186. Hey bro, are you busy? Do you need any explosives? I have a few here. I'll send them to you first. Check the information. Friend 186. Dude, don't scare me. How's it going on your end? My foodie family is so worried they can't sleep. Get back to me when you're done. Friend 186. Hey bro, remember to reply when you're done. My foodie and I are waiting for your message. A series of messages, spaced between 10 minutes and half an hour apart. There were 4 explosive charges in the email, which were sent before the 3rd message. This thing is quite powerful. If it can lure a pack of wolves together, one explosive charge can probably kill more than a dozen of them. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to check his emails at that time. Friend 186, you're awesome, boss. I knew you'd be safe. Less than a minute after the message was sent, the boy, who had indeed been awake all along, replied while holding his big white tiger. Friend 186, hey bro, how are you doing? Is your house undamaged? Do you need any repair materials? The young man was even more excited than Chunmu himself that the culinary master was safe and sound. He and his foodie family only live comfortably thanks to the food provided by the big boss. If something goes wrong, they won't be able to live like this anymore. So, these are our providers, even though we don't need their clothing for the time being. Food is the most important thing for people, so he felt it necessary to send another gift to the big boss's family for the sake of the upcoming delicacies. 9857, no problem. Repairing it will only require some low-level materials. I've sent the explosives back to you first. I rented the sniper rifle from the store before. You can rent one there when you're surrounded in the future. The price is reasonable. Shenmue could roughly guess that the lucky boy would never lack money. He doesn't like owing favors, but he quite likes having others owe him favors. That's why he shared those 2 pieces of information. After all, it wouldn't do him any harm. The person most likely to complete the level 4 property right now is the lucky young man. He probably has so much money that I envy him. I'm explaining the use of them all now as a way of repaying this guy for sending me the bomb. In short, he tries his best to repay kindness when it is shown. However, if anyone has ulterior motives, he will respond accordingly, although he hasn't encountered anyone who wants to harm him yet. He just encountered a wolf cub who was planning to kill him. Friend 186. Thanks a lot. I'm just a little short on plastic. I'll upgrade once I have enough. After that, I'll prepare for the upgrade. But there's zombies around here. I feel like I'll be facing a zombie siege. The boy holding the large white tiger broke down in an instant. Being surrounded by zombies must be awful. Chapter 57, Making Money, doesn't seem so difficult after all. I've been busy all night. Let me grab something to eat first. Then I'll open the shop and make some money. Shenmue told the lucky boy some information about what he needed to defend his home, then closed the chat window, took out some food to have a snack with the 2 little guys, and opened the player shop interface in them all. Opening a shop requires 10,000 coins. Although it hurts a lot, it's an investment, and I have to spend it. Player S299857 has successfully purchased a shop. Do you want to open it now? No. We didn't turn it on immediately because it's not yet midnight. If we turn it on, we have to pay an extra day's rent. After checking the time, Shenmue put the 2 little ones, who had finished eating, on the bed to rest. Then, he went to the food cabinet, looked at the ingredients, and put all kinds of quick cooking foods on it to prepare. The Golden Python meat set meal takes a while to prepare, and tiger meat is not included for the time being because we don't have a recipe for it. However, there is a lot of wolf meat available, and that's the type he's focusing on right now. Cabbage and pork dumplings, chive and pork dumplings, cabbage and pork buns, chive and pork buns, green bean stew with pork, potato stew with pork slice soup, stewed pork chunks. In short, apart from a limited amount of flour and vegetables that have been processed, the rest of the food consists of pure meat. The store has house upgrade materials, but no ingredients, and certainly no food other than bread and mineral water. This is also why Shenmue is preparing to open a small food shop. Because no matter what world it is, there is never a shortage of rich people, whether it is these big shots who have already opened shops, or these lucky players from this region who he added as friends. As long as they have enough resources to protect themselves, they will want to eat better. Of course, this is only a portion of the people, but Shenmue believes that even this small portion is enough to make his shop a success. Food is the most important thing for people. That's a truth. Player S29, server 9857. Do you want to open a shop? After midnight, Shenmue reopened the shop and entered the player's shop interface. Perhaps because he bought the store, this window popped up immediately after he clicked in. Activate. The money's already spent, and the time's up. It will be a real waste not to open it now. Player S29, server 9857 has opened a player shop. Please select your main product type. Once the store is open, there are various options to choose from. The main business is the first choice, looking at equipment, raw materials, hunting, semi-finished products, tools, and others. Shenmue suddenly had some doubts. Did the game's designers never intend for food to be included from the very beginning? Please select your main business type. Another prompt appeared, and Shenmue looked at the options on it, ultimately choosing Other. Player S29, server 9857, selected Other as the main business of your shop. Please create your own category. If you don't have a category, you can continue to the next item. Write it yourself. Shenmue's previously conflicted mood relaxed, and after opening the editable category, he wrote the word food. Next are some terms and conditions for opening a shop and tax deduction regulations. The key point is the tax deduction rules. Although even if you ignore them, it will be useless to refute them later. After a series of operations, Shenmue's shop was finally successfully opened. Shop name, Shop 9857 in Zone S29. Category Food. Boss's message. When circumstances allow, treat yourself better. Shenmue didn't prepare any fancy words to attract customers. He just added a few things that any normal person could understand, and then started stocking the shelves. Boiled cabbage soup, 5 yuan per bowl, 20 servings. Chive and pork dumplings, 30 yuan per plate, 20 plates. Cabbage and pork dumplings, 30 yuan per plate, 10 plates. Chive and pork buns, 10 yuan each, 45 buns. Cabbage and pork buns, 10 yuan each, 45 buns. Regular pan-fried sliced meat, 50 yuan per serving, 150 servings. Regular stewed meat chunks, 60 yuan per serving, 200 servings. After putting up the food they had temporarily, Shenmue looked at the hundreds of items on the shelves and decided to wait until he determined which ones would sell quickly before making any more food. There are very few finished products left in the food display case, but as long as there is a sufficient supply of materials, the production process set up in the food display case will continue indefinitely. After confirming that there were no other problems, Shenmue lay back in bed, hugged the cat and the snake, and drifted off to sleep. Meow, master, I'm hungry. After waking up, Caillou waited for Shenmue to get up, but as dawn approached, its owner was still asleep. After exchanging glances with the little white snake Susu, Caillou came over and rubbed its little head against Shenmue's face. Coupled with its babyish meows, it successfully woke Shenmue from his dream of making a lot of money. Let me masturbate for a while. Shenmue's dream vanished. He reached out, grabbed Caillou, and began to stroke it vigorously in his arms. After more than 10 minutes, he finally released the dazed balloon, patted Susu's head, and then got up to take a shower. I checked the time. It's already 7 o'clock. I had to get up a bit late. I opened the food cabinet, first putting my own breakfast on the table, and then prepared 2 identical portions for the lucky boy and sent them over. Before, he thought it was just about exchanging supplies, but now that he can sell them for money, Shenmue unconsciously converts each piece of food into currency. Friend 186. Good morning, Big Boss. Thanks for the gift. The lucky young man who received the email replied with a message. But by then time was running out, and they didn't say anything more. Sold so many. Shenmue, with a mix of trepidation and excitement, opened the player's shop while eating the stewed meat that had become soft and tender. Then, he was dumbfounded. Yesterday, several hundred items were listed, but now only a dozen or so remain, and these dozen or so are being sold off rapidly. Upon checking the transaction records, it was discovered that the buyer was anonymous. Previously, the information was displayed as letters and the last number. Even so, Shenmue still noticed something amiss in these transaction records. Initially, people would buy 1 or 2 at a time, probably just to try them out. Then they started buying several, then dozens. All I can say is that this world is not lacking in big shots, nor in lucky people, and certainly not in rich people. 490 items were sold, generating 21,400 in revenue. After deducting taxes of 214, the remaining amount available for withdrawal is 21,186. After the last one was sold, Shenmue opened the store management interface and was so excited by the detail numbers that he almost dropped his chopsticks. In just one night, he had already earned more than 20,000 yuan. Shenmue felt that this number made him a little arrogant. After all, it seems he didn't incur much cost. He hadn't even used a tenth of the meat he harvested last night. Because this one portion of meat can be used to make several dishes that could be sold separately. Making money off the rich is that feels so good. Chapter 58 Snowfall Meets Heavy Rain, Flood Block Store. Available withdrawal amount, 21186. Do you want to withdraw? We should just buy some ingredients. We can't buy equipment with this money anyway. Shenmue did not withdraw the money, but switched to the acquisition interface and listed some basic ingredients. Meat purchases are not large. The majority are vegetables and flour, and of course, seasonings are also essential. After hanging up a lot of materials that he wasn't sure he would receive, Shenmue closed the online store section and started checking the information of his other 3 friends. When I sent them a message last night, all 3 of them must have been asleep early, which is why they only replied this morning. After taking a look, without exception, everyone was thanking the expert for sharing and expressing envy for the expert's level 4 housing information. It wasn't very informative, but these people did say a little about what was happening in their neighborhood. For example, the girl in question, Number 13, was worried that sea monsters might appear because her house was right in front of a river. Although the river and the sea are very different, it didn't stop the girl from analyzing the situation. She even imagined that if they harvested seafood, she would cooperate with Chunmu to split the profits. Basically, she provides the seafood, and Chunmu cooks it and shares some with her. Chunmu never refuses such suggestions, since he really doesn't have the ingredients, but he really wants to research more recipes. A preliminary agreement has been reached on future cooperation. The 183 centimeters tall boy also planned to see how things went, and if he could get the ingredients, he would divide them up proportionally. Only, the biggest enemy of that player 1234 was the natives, which made Chunmu sigh helplessly, as he had no interest in the flesh of those natives. But how exactly it will happen is still uncertain since it hasn't occurred yet. After tidying up, Chunmu put away the items he had obtained from the trading area. He sorted through the materials before realizing that he hadn't opened the boxes yet. There were so many things to do yesterday, and I was so tired that I slept until dawn, completely forgetting about something so important. Meow, meow, meow. Master, it's raining so hard. The water outside is overflowing like a river. After eating its fill, Kaikyu opened the door and went for a walk. In just a short time, it had already gotten used to finding a place in the yard to relieve itself. But this time, after opening the door and going out, it only glanced at the door before running back, standing at the door and meowing, begging Chunmu to come out and take a look. This is because the rain melted the snow. Chunmu opened the door and took a look outside. Sure enough, the area outside was in the state of a flash flood. The floodwaters flowed past the yard, and occasionally the carcasses of animals could be seen in the floodwaters. Fortunately, his house is located on high ground, and so far the floodwaters are just swirling around his house and flowing towards a river that is some distance away. In this condition, I can't go out. Susu also came out to observe, but quickly shook her head and told Chunmu definitively that at this time, they could only stay at home. I'll go collect some vegetables first. I'll unpack some boxes at home today and also study some recipes. Chunmu shook his head, completely unconcerned about such a flood outbreak. A pack of wolves can be killed one by one, but a flood of this magnitude, everyone knows to stay away. This is not something he can risk his life with his current combat strength. Meow. Master, what's this? Just as Chunmu was harvesting vegetables, Kaikyu suddenly discovered something it had never seen before. Silly cat, that's an egg, a chicken egg. The situation was no longer tense, and Susu started taking every opportunity to complain about Kaikyu again. Meow, meow, meow. Stinky snake. Kaikyu had never seen anything like an egg before, and when Susu called it stupid, it immediately got angry. I've been so busy these past couple of days, I haven't had time to argue at all. These two chickens are quite well behaved. I'll make an egg drop soup for them tonight. Chunmu came over, picked up the eggs, tapped the two little ones on the head, and then continued picking cucumbers and planting cabbages and potatoes. Although the previous heavy snow made the air colder and slowed down the growth of the vegetables in the yard, they will eventually ripen when the time comes. This reminded Chunmu once again that this was not reality. It was merely created by some super powerful being to put them through a life or death game. Meow, meow. Egg drop soup. It must be delicious, meow. Kaikyu doesn't care whether it's something it's never eaten before. All it knows is that its owner always makes the best. Hish, silicat, gruton. Although Susu would seize any opportunity to make a sarcastic remark, she was also quite looking forward to it. It has eaten raw eggs and even bird eggs before, but it had never actually tried making something that it was already familiar with. But it won't say this out loud, otherwise the silly cat will mock it back. Come here and tidy up the branches. We can use this as a support for the cucumbers later. Listening to the cat and snake bickering again, Chunmu smiled and asked them to come over and do some work that wasn't easy to complete. The cherry tree he pruned has only grown in height so far. The canopy is only now beginning to grow, and the base of the canopy is a single trunk about 1.5 meters long. Such cherry trees might not even grow in reality, but here, there are many possibilities that don't exist in reality. Meow. Let me try. Kaikyu ran over with its short legs, but it was stunned when it saw the branch on the ground that was more than 3 centimeters in diameter. Open your mouth, but can't bite. Even with its claws raised, it seemed unable to grasp anything. What should we do? Hiss. Susu opened her mouth triumphantly at Xiao, then used her tail to curl up a twig and drag it toward the cucumbers by the wall. Meow, meow, meow. Don't think you're the only one with a tail. I have one too. Ball wiggled its tail, but when it tried to entangle its tail around the branch, it found that it wasn't what it expected. Meow, meow, meow. Feeling annoyed, Kayakyu stared at its tail for a few moments, then circled around the branch. Suddenly, it realized that the branches and leaves could be bitten. So, Chenmu, who was in the tree, watched as the two little guys glared at each other, one using its tail and the other using its mouth to drag the branches, which were not very big for him, to the wall. However, even though it was a bit tiring, the two of them had a lot of fun. After Chenmu finished pruning, he hesitated whether he should prune a few more small branches so they could play a little longer. Chapter 59. If the axe doesn't work, try the gun. Meow, meow, meow. Master, but didn't lose to it. When Kaiku saw Chenmu come down from the tree, it ran over and rubbed against his leg, wanting some praise. Kayakyu is amazing. Thank you for your hard work. I'll stew something delicious in a bit. Chenmu bent down and picked up Koku, who was rubbing against his leg, while also reaching out to let Susu cling to him. You should pamper your own pets, but you can't favor one over the other. After putting away the ladder on the tree, I planted the branches among the small patch of cucumber seedlings. When they grow, they will naturally climb up the branches. However, simply sticking branches into the ground won't be considered as completing the cucumber trellis in the game, but sometimes it's enough as long as it's useful. After tidying up the vegetable garden and planting the new seeds, Chenmu went to a corner to feed the two pheasants before returning to the house to prepare for another important task for the day. Open a box. Without a key, and since keys cannot be made or purchased, he can only continue to use up those iron axes. Fortunately, because he needed to make axes to exchange for those basic materials, after making them again and again, the crafting table finally gave him a surprise. The axe-making skill has been improved to over 100, and the axe-making technique has reached a high level of proficiency, reducing the production time to 1/3. It used to take 15 minutes, but now it only takes 5 minutes. The previous 100 iron axes took 1,500 minutes to work on, adding up to a total of 25 hours. Although he could make it himself, as long as he adjusted the order, the time it took was still very distressing for Chenmu. Even the ammunition boxes were repeatedly pushed back from the queue. Of course, this is also because the store allows you to rent guns and buy bullets. Otherwise, he would definitely put the ammunition box first, since it's essential for survival. Meow. Master, where's that golden box? Kayakyu looked at the pile of treasure chests, examined them over and over, and finally realized that the most important one was missing. The golden chest is here, but I can roughly predict that it can't be opened. Chenmu thought about how many axes had been used up to get that bronze treasure chest, and felt quite helpless about the gold chest in his hand. This is a good thing, but he's using those iron axes to open the gold chest? He'd give it a try. If an axe could earn him 10% or even 5%, he'd give it a shot. But if that doesn't work, bang! Chenmu swung the axe heavily at the lock. He looked at his hand, then at the lock's durability displayed on the golden chest. Why, a brand new axe with 100% durability, gone in an instant. What upset him even more was the number displayed on the gold box. A locked gold treasure chest. The gold lock has a durability of 99.95%. At 0.05% per attempt, it would only be 5% after 100 attempts. That means it would take him 2,000 iron axes to break the lock on this golden chest. Chenmu not only wouldn't do such a thing, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Even if low-grade materials are worthless, there are just too many of them. He'd rather keep the gold chests in his inventory, so that he can still be dazzled by their golden sheen every time. Hiss, Master, would you like to try your gun? As soon as Susu entered the room, she ran to the quilt, curled up, and lay down to rest. Seeing Chenmu's dilemma, she roughly analyzed the power comparison of the current weapons and still felt that it was worth trying more. At most, if it fails, it's just a matter of one bullet. Anyway, you can buy more. Its owner isn't poor. Gun. Chenmu glanced back at Susu, brandished the rifle, and then stopped just as he was about to make a move. Meow. Is this not allowed either? Kaiku lay on a bronze treasure chest next to her, wondering why they hadn't tried it. Try it in the yard. In case of any other situation, it will be safer in the yard. Putting away his rifle, Chunmu carried the small gold box, opened the door, and walked into the courtyard. The floodwaters outside the courtyard continued to roar, but because of the peculiarities of this world, his courtyard never even lost its durability. Meow. Go, owner. Hiss. That should work. Kiku and Susu waited at the doorway, watching Chunmu place the gold box on the ground, then step back a few paces before picking up the rifle that had rendered so much service. Load and aim. Bang. After the shot, the two pheasants in the yard trembled in fear in a corner. Kaiku and Susu, standing at the door, stared wide-eyed at Chunmu, awaiting the outcome. It's feasible, but it will waste another bullet. Chunmu aimed again, and after speaking, fired another bullet. Bang! After the gunshot, the small golden box automatically opened its lid, leaving it slightly ajar. It's open. Chunmu put away the rifle, rubbed his hands together, and squatted down in front of the golden box. 2 bullets opened a gold chest, which was a very good result for him. Chunmu was excited because he had found many good items in the previous boxes, and his anticipation for the items inside this time was greater than ever before. Meow. Is the owner nervous? Kaiku tilted its little head curiously, raised its paw, and patted Susu beside it, wanting to ask why its owner was acting a little strange. Hiss. If there's something really delicious coming out of the pot, are you nervous? Susu glanced at the cat's paws, which were already used to patting it, then bent down and touched Chio's head, asking a question that would leave the greedy cat to think for itself. Meow. Of course I'm nervous, so does my owner want to get something delicious from that box? After being bumped on the head, Kaiku was happy about Susu's affection. Looking up at Susu, Kaiku said that no one could be nervous when the delicious food was ready, not even its owner. Hiss, hiss, hiss. You, the gluttonous cat, like to eat this, but that doesn't mean your owner only likes to eat it. Just wait and see. There's bound to be something good inside. She moved a little to the side, deciding to keep her distance from this glutton. In its memory, it seems that cats and similar creatures also like to eat snakes. If one day this cat falls asleep and dreams of something delicious, it might just open its mouth and devour it. Even if pets belonging to the same owner cannot harm each other, being bitten is never a pleasant memory, even if they don't get hurt. Purple blue also comes in gold. Chunmu silently recited the number 186 several times, as if trying to reassure himself of his good luck, before finally opening the treasure chest. When he saw several beams of light emerge from the treasure chest, Chunmu couldn't help but smile. Just based on these colors, it must be something good. Chapter 60, The Deceptive Wishing Box, The Red Pet Egg. This recipe is for a sniper rifle. It can be used 1-to-1 times and requires a crafting table. Although the materials are expensive, you certainly don't want to spend money to rent one every time. The golden sheet is a recipe. It seems we need to hurry up with the materials for the equipment crafting station. Chunmu wanted to learn the recipe, but since he needed a crafting table to do so, he had to suppress his excitement for the time being. Putting away the highest level recipe at present, Chunmu reached out and took out the purple item. This is a small box. The wishing box lets you write down your wish and receive a result. It can be used 1-to-1 times. Don't believe it. It will explode if you exceed its capacity, and you'll be injured or even killed. If it weren't for the hints on the little box, Chunmu might have really thought it was an all-powerful device. Unfortunately, we'll have to figure out the limits of this ability later. As for the possibility of injury or death from the explosion, he would definitely only use it after confirming that there was no danger. Ensuring his own safety has always been his priority. Now, 2 flashes of light have been brought out. The golden sniper rifle recipe is not available for production, and the purple wishing box is a bottomless pit. Reaching out, Chunmu took out the blue one and looked at the one in his hand. It was probably an egg? An unknown pet egg. I'll take a gamble. It might be able to fly. I have a red pet egg in my hand, and that notification. Chunmu felt that he could open a zoo here in the future. A cat that isn't a cat is turning into a snake that isn't a snake, and then there's one that can fly. Will we have to dig a water pit and then have something swim in it? Not knowing exactly what it was, Chunmu, as always, put it away collecting the materials that didn't have any special aura. Iron or X500, copper or X260, silver or X100, gold or X20, plastic X120, glass X50, high-temperature fusion material X10. There were many materials, including 20 portions of gold or that Shenmue had never seen before, and 50 portions of glass. As for that high-temperature fusion material, Shenmue really didn't know what it was used for at the moment. Taken out of context, there are no special hints. It simply states that these are additional materials used in crafting equipment. Meow. Master, are there many good things? After seeing the golden box disappear, Kaiku toddled over on its short legs, rubbed against Shenmue's legs, and then raised its little head in front of him. Even without inherited memories, Kayukyu is still an absolute master of acting cute and charming. We have a lot of good stuff, but we're not sure how to use it yet. Let's go open the other treasure chests first. Although many of them were just left unused for the time being, it didn't dampen Shenmue's good mood. Master, the gun works well, right? Su stood at the doorway, watching Shenmue prepare to carry the axe inside to open the chest again, and had to make a sound to remind him. This axe is cheap, but it's so tiring. Is it really worth it? I hadn't thought about using a gun before, and there wasn't much ammunition to waste, but now that I can buy one in the store, wouldn't it be better to save time and rest more? It works well. We'll use the gun to take out the bronze and silver treasure chests, but we'll use the axe for the lower level ones. We can't waste them. Shenmue awkwardly put the axe back into his pack. He couldn't say that he hadn't thought about bullets because he believed they could save his life. As for now, I simply forgot. Master needs to rest more. The flood won't last long, and we should be able to go out tomorrow. Susu nodded seriously, without exposing Shenmue's inner turmoil. Anyway, it had said everything it wanted to say. Then Su went back to the quilt, found a soft spot, curled up, and quietly watched its owner in Xiao, who had been given the title of Greedy Cat again. Even though it always seemed to dislike it, it actually really liked the little black ball. Bang! Bang! The few wooden treasure chests that were locked were all smashed one by one with an axe. After opening these, the next thing is the iron treasure chest, which will require a bit more effort to open with an axe. Soon, all of these were sorted out. You all rest for a while. I'll go to the yard and open all of these. Shenmue looked at Kaiku lying by the bed and Su lazily watching them from the blankets, put away the remaining treasure chests, and went to the yard to take out the troublesome locks one by one with a single shot. One shot, one treasure chest lock. After opening them, I put the items away. During this time, I only got one yellow one, which was the yard area expansion voucher that appeared before. This thing is used directly, but it's only 1 square meter and evenly distributed throughout the yard, so there's not much visual change. I'm lucky this time. I'll lie down for a while and organize the materials first. Back in his room, Shenmue first placed all the food items in the food cabinet. He walked to the bedside, picked up the cat and the snake, laid down on it, put them down, and began to organize his supplies. All the food items are in the gourmet display case, and I haven't seen any special ingredients yet. But the materials in his package were quite substantial. Wood X4315 or X5861, iron or X1893, copper or X631, silver or X356, gold or X20, red brick X210, plastic X310, rope X216, cotton X166, cloth X411, glass X50, high-temperature fusion material X10. These are most of the materials we have so far, along with some hunting spoils such as claws and animal hides, which Shenmue has temporarily put into the storage cabinet. As for the formulas that couldn't be used temporarily, Shenmue simply made a storage cabinet specifically for storing the unusable formulas. Baked egg. The pet egg and the wishing box were placed on the bedside table. Shenmue opened the survival manual and began searching. Information about pet eggs isn't hard to find, but finding this red, seemingly flying pet egg is a bit tricky. Flying pets range from sparrows to phoenixes, and even dragons are included in this category. As for color, the color of pet eggs is very random, so it doesn't mean that the hatched egg will definitely be that color. Chapter 61 Wishing Box. Can it be used to exploit a bug? You'll only know the specifics of a contract after it's signed, but it doesn't explain how to sign one here. Shenmue scrolled through the information for a long time and saw a wide variety of pet information, but he couldn't find the one he wanted. Ultimately, all they could do was look into how to make the contract, but a master pet contract can only be completed if both parties agree. Is it really possible to dismiss someone with just one sentence? If he can accept this pet egg, then why would he need to hesitate? However, pet eggs require a contract to hatch, and a contract requires the consent of both parties. It's exploiting a bug. Meow. Master, what is this box for? It looks dangerous. Kayuki shifted its gaze from the pet egg, stared at the wishing box for a few moments, then suddenly shook its head, its fur gradually becoming fluffy. This is a wishing box. It can only be used once. You need to write your wish down and then put it in here. Looking at the wishing box, Chunmu wondered if it was a matching item for the pet egg. It can't be such a coincidence that one side presents an unsolvable bug, while the other side gives you a wishing box that lets you wish to contract this pet egg. But if that's the case, then isn't he at a loss? The pet egg is of blue quality, while this wishing box is purple. According to the color grading system described in the survival manual, this blue is definitely much weaker than purple. Gray, white, yellow, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold, red. 9 colors. These are the 9 colors that have been activated so far. Of course, there are other qualities after that, but the survival manual indicated that he was not strong enough to view the subsequent information. Meow, meow, meow. Making a wish? Master, what do you wish for? Upon hearing about making a wish, Kayakyu instantly became very energetic. It pawed at Shinmu a few times, ignoring the pet egg it had been curious about earlier, and just wanted to know what its owner would wish for. It's probably related to our family. Shinmu looked at the wishing box, and although he was wary, he still wanted to give it a try. He decided to write it down first to see how to use it and what level it could achieve. Open the box. Inside is a piece of paper and a pen. Picking up the 2 items, Chunmu sat on the bed, placed Kekyu and Susu beside his pillow, and began to write. House upgraded to 10. Before he finished writing, a prompt appeared on his paper. Wishing paper, level 10 house? You're thinking about food. Really? As Chunmu saw the notification appear, the corners of his lips couldn't help but turn up. Having a hint makes things much easier. Your house size has doubled. Your house will still be upgraded according to the rules the next time. Upgrade the house by 1 level. What a waste of resources. What's the point of saving this little bit of material? If you still insist on upgrading and simply expanding your house, you will definitely regret it in the future. Each property upgrade requires no materials. Exploit a bug to soar to the sky. Want to experience the moment of being blown up into the air. Real estate. The property area doubles with each upgrade. Dangerous. Think it over. After trying again and again, until Chunmu had almost lost count of how many times, he finally received a slightly less harsh, or rather, less disdainful prompt. Doubling the entire area wasn't an option, so now he could only choose the planning area, which was the size of the yard. If none of that works, then he'll have no choice but to form a contract with that unknown pet. The house upgrades normally, and the plannable area doubles with each upgrade. It's barely manageable. If you upgrade another level, it won't be able to do that anymore. It's a rare moment when you no longer find fault. After looking at the written paper and confirming that there were no bugs, Chunmu put it into the wishing box. The wish box has received the wish and is currently fulfilling it. Wish is fulfilled. The total area excluding the house doubled. Brick and tile courtyard. An exquisite courtyard with a house built of red bricks. The house area is 100 square meters, and the courtyard area is 312 square meters. The house durability is 600 to 600, and the courtyard wall durability is 400 to 400. The original yard area was 200 square meters. The house area was 100 square meters. The planning area was 100 square meters, plus an additional 12 square meters. The area planted has now doubled to 100 square meters. The total area is 312 square meters, consisting of a house area of 100 square meters, a planning area of 200 square meters, and an expansion area of 12 square meters. Because of his wish, every subsequent upgrade doubled the area outside the house's floor space. This way, he can grow a lot of vegetables, cook them, sell the money, and then use it to buy materials to upgrade his property. Based on the previous prompts, the reason he was able to make a wish this time was largely because his current yard is too small, which is why the wishing box judged it as achievable. In short, I guess you could say he exploited a bug. After all, if it can be upgraded to something better in the future, the area of the yard can be expanded again. Although it's not an overlap, his planting area is always twice as large as others, which is already quite good. At least, he felt quite satisfied. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The courtyard wall has been expanded. Su glanced out the window and, noticing the changes to the courtyard wall, urged Chunmu to go out and take a look. With a bigger yard, it means more delicious food and more space for it and Kayokyu to play. It seems pretty good. Chunmu carried the two little ones out of the room. Looking at the doubled amount of arable land, he took out his tools and turned over the newly appeared land, then sowed a patch of seeds. These are all cabbage seeds that I cultivated myself. After sowing them, they can be harvested tomorrow. After harvesting another batch of chives, Chunmu looked at the cabbage patch that had quickly sprouted tender leaves and contentedly carried the two little ones back into the house to rest. As for that pet egg, he left it by his pillow for now, figuring he'd deal with it later when he had a better idea. Chunmu didn't go out that day. After resting for a while, he started preparing dinner when it got dark. It's just an egg. Naturally, the lucky boy wouldn't get one. 3 bowls of chive and egg soup, with only a few egg droplets floating on the surface because they didn't have any other eggs available. But besides that, Chunmu also packed 2 golden python meat sets for the lucky boy. Friend 186. Hey bro, I just upgraded my house to level 4, and then I checked the shop. Guess what I found? A few minutes later, the lucky boy finally replied to the message. Moreover, judging from this information, Chunmu really couldn't guess what new discovery he had made. 9857, what did you find? I didn't check it today. Tell me. Chunmu wasn't sure what it meant, so he simply asked directly. Friend 186. I saw a food shop, the kind run by players. It's categorized as food, but right now only has materials for acquisition. I don't see any food items for sale. The young man with the lucky stature looked conflicted as he ate his meal, still wondering why a food shop hadn't stocked any items. After seeing his information, Chunmu opened his player shop and searched with some skepticism. So far, he was the only one who had opened a shop in this category. Did this lucky young man not see the number on the shop's name? Is that possible? I send him food every day, and this kid still hasn't remembered his own number in this world? Chapter 62, Want a Rooster to Lay Eggs? 9857. Have you paid attention to that store name? Chunmu couldn't help but ask what this lucky young man meant. With such a large shop name hanging there, how could he not realize that he was the one running the shop? Friend 186. I saw it. This person seems to be from our region, but I don't think I've seen them before. The boy replied to the message very quickly, so quickly that Chunmu suspected the guy was doing it on purpose after reading it. Never seen. 9857. Can you set nicknames for friends on your end? Chunmu checked the settings of his friend list again to make sure there were no notes or annotations. How did that guy manage to send me several messages every day and send me all sorts of food? He didn't remember? Is this possible? Friend 186. No way. I didn't find this feature. The lucky young man seemed to be still in shock. 9857. So, player number 186 in zone S29, you still don't remember my number? Unable to bear it any longer, Chunmu quickly sent a message. It's like a colleague you've known for a long time who wants to tell you about someone, and after they finish, you ask who the person at the center of the gossip is, and they excitedly blurt out your name. Although there are some discrepancies, this feeling is indeed a bit irritating. Friend 186. I only remember 857. In the small courtyard that had been built but not yet tidied up, a lantern hung at the door, its faint light illuminating half of the yard. The boy hugged the big white tiger beside him and rubbed its head with both hands, especially paying attention to its 2 cute ears. The white tiger was speechless for a moment, but because the boy kept whining about how miserable he was, the tiger could only sigh helplessly and temporarily tolerate the boy's nonsense. Big White, what should I do? My brain seems to have suddenly gone blank, and I'm reacting slowly. Why didn't I carefully check his entire number when he asked me the first question? Now I'm so embarrassed. Will he think I'm a pig-headed idiot? After realizing that the big white tiger hadn't shaken him off, the boy became even more unruly, but he still continued to wail pitifully about how pathetic he was. Roar! Get out of here, don't insult pigs. Even pigs remember who feeds them every day. Your head is just a pile of wood chips. The white tiger shook its head irritably, raised a paw and pinned the boy to the ground, glared at him, then arrogantly turned and strode off with graceful tiger steps. It doesn't matter if the owner loses face. The dog believes that with its shamelessness, it won't really offend the person who can cook. At most, I'll take him to find some good treasure chests next time, and then we can open them and give him some high-level items as an apology. The boy, who had been left on the ground and ignored, realized that playing the victim was no longer effective on his gluttonous friend, so he could only send another message in the private chat interface. Perhaps because this wasn't the first time he'd tried to gain sympathy. He laughed as he got up and chased after the large white tiger that had already entered the house. 9857. Your foodie is right. Even pig brains can be used to make a stew. With your brain only recognizing 857, you should take a break and focus on the defense of the yard. I'll also go check on the shop's restocking. Chimu looked at the messages this person kept sending and smiled helplessly. Regardless of whether they were true or false, he would just assume that the person genuinely hadn't noticed. After all, the boy was quite generous, or occasionally he could bring him some surprises. Although the in-game store is now open, it's impossible to have the same opportunity as before to sell high-level recipes here, but we can still exchange ideas in other areas. The online store is user-friendly and has a wide selection of items, but not all of them are affordable or meet their needs. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chunmu closed the chat window and opened the shop to put the food on the shelves. The food display case diligently produced many portions of food, but because flour has become a scarce commodity, Chunmu only put up pure meat. For example, meat broth, meatballs, fried meat slices, stewed meat chunks, and fried meat strips. But shortly after he put it up, he saw that most of it had already been sold. Meow. Master, don't you like this? Kayukyu watched as Chunmu picked up a steamed bun, was about to put it in his mouth, but then suddenly put it back on the plate. Kayukyu wondered if its owner didn't like steamed buns anymore. I was thinking, there are so many rich people here. Watching his goods being sold, Chunmu made money, but he also became more suspicious that he and these people might have been brought here in the same batch. But considering that so many districts exist, and that he, without any special abilities, has survived to this day and even upgraded to a level 4 property, it wouldn't be surprising if there were even more. Chunmu broke the buns apart for his two pets to cool down faster, and continued eating his own dinner. Now that he's had his fill of food and drink, it's time for him to go on a shopping spree. The store doesn't have any ingredients, and the only items available, such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, are very expensive. He has acquired a considerable amount of meat, but after a whole day, he has only received a dozen or so pieces, all of which are wolf meat, which he has no shortage of. While eating, Chunmu looked through all the shops, and then he discovered something strange. The number of shops did not increase by more than a few after a day. In fact, it decreased by nearly 10. There are new shops, though he won't remember them all, but there are a few that sell items like hammers and axes that weren't there when he browsed yesterday. Therefore, at least a dozen or even dozens of players who had opened shops died in a single day. Dangerous world. Meow. Master, the egg drop soup is delicious. Could you get the other pheasant to lay an egg too? Maybe we can find 2 eggs tomorrow. Kaikyu ate the half-cold steamed buns, occasionally taking a sip of egg drop soup. Her eyes narrowed, as if in bliss. But with only 1 egg and 3 bowls of soup, there wasn't enough egg drop soup. So, it racked its brains and set its sights on the pheasant that hadn't laid any eggs. A chicken lays 1 egg a day. If both lay eggs, then there will be double the number. That might not work. The other one is a rooster. Chunmu was still thinking about the reduction in the number of stores, but Kayukyu's interruption made him smile and temporarily put his mind back on the matter. Only, isn't it a bit unfair to the 2 wild chickens in the yard that the rooster is laying eggs? Chapter 63, The Chicken and the Egg. Which came first? Meow, meow, meow. A rooster? Kayukyu looked a little confused, then looked up and blinked. First look at Chunmu, then look at Susu. Wanted to hear a more detailed reason. Hissing. The rooster doesn't lay eggs. Only the hen does, the greedy cat. Susu was stunned by Kayukyu's previous request. Isn't it common sense that roosters don't lay eggs? But then it thought again, and could only helplessly drink the soup. inwardly cursing this guy with no inheritance, saying his thoughts were truly terrifying. Meow. So, what's the point of keeping that rooster? Tilting her little head, Kaio looked at Chunmu, her innocent big eyes seeming to say, "Can we eat pheasant then? They should hatch into chicks. Let's check first. If they are hatchable eggs, let's keep them to hatch." Chunmu shook his head, refusing Kyokyu's desire to eat the rooster. However, he still has 2 whole chickens in the food display case, which probably won't taste very good. He'll stew them tomorrow morning. Meow. Hatching chicks, then lots of pheasants, chicken meat, and eggs. Although Kayokyu has no inherited memories, it is not incapable of counting. The thought that an egg can turn into a chicken and then produce more eggs is truly remarkable. The chicken lays the egg, and the egg hatches the chicken. Let's eat first. After we're full, I'm going to check the regional trades to see how I can get more flour. What Chunmu needs most right now is flour. Although we don't grow many vegetables ourselves, we can make a dish by mixing some of them in. But he really has no way to deal with flour right now. Meow. I'm full. Before long, Kayokyu had finished eating and even ate all of its portion. Because Chunmu was also eating his portion, he didn't see how Kayokyu ate it all. On the contrary, Susu saw it, and saw it clearly. His foodie. Susu was stunned for a moment after watching Chiyo's phantom-like eating speed. In the end, she could only glare at it with disdain before continuing to eat with her head down. That speed just now was definitely not normal. Its inherited memories contained no information about this silly cat. But besides treasure hunting and being cute, this guy definitely possesses exceptionally strong combat abilities, which just haven't been awakened yet. You guys go to sleep first. I'll see how we can buy more flour. After finishing his meal, Chunmu took a shower and lay down on the bed. Even with the automatic cleaning function, he still didn't intend to change his 20-year-old habit if conditions allowed. As for my friends, the other 3 didn't have much new to gain today. They only had some ordinary ingredients, which they exchanged for some simple 2 dishes and a soup to take home. Holding a cat in her arms, a snake perched on her shoulder, and a red pet egg beside her pillow. In this position, Chunmu lay down and began to check the chat interface. The chat interface is much quieter than before today. But that number of only 4210 is already telling the players in S29 that most of the people here have died by now. Although the information on the screen kept refreshing, everyone was basically discussing how to survive. They described how to fight against natural disasters, man-made calamities, wild beasts, zombies, and even unknown creatures in various dangerous situations. Aside from the wild beasts, Chunmu himself had little concept of any of this. Natural disasters, blizzard, flood, these things actually happened before his eyes, but he, staying in the courtyard, never truly witnessed the crisis. Even if he went out in a blizzard, he would be holding an umbrella and carrying a ball that could find the location of treasure chests. Moreover, Susu, who could devour hundreds of level 1 rats after an outburst, was still a bit far away from him. As for the natives, zombies, and unknown creatures, none of them have appeared in his vicinity yet. And they also mentioned tornadoes and freezing temperatures. Watching so many people talking about their experiences and recounting the disasters they had recently encountered, Chunmu realized for the first time how much of an advantage he had. Even after seeing so many people exchanging information, Chunmu still had no intention of speaking. The more he knew, the more he wanted to protect himself. According to these people, there are roughly 6 types of environments. The forest, the environment he's currently in, is mostly infested with wild animals. Urban ruins are an environment where zombies pose a danger, but wild animals are not common. Near the indigenous tribe, this is the kind of place that 1234 mentioned before, where they would steal players' packages and then boil players alive as priests. Near water, like the area where number 13 is located, there's a river or lake right at the doorstep. As the property is upgraded and expanded, even small rivers may appear in the yard. There are 2 other categories that Chunmu is not yet able to classify, but he deduced them from their conversation. One type involves unknown creatures that appear at night, damaging the house's durability, but only affecting the building itself. Another type attacks during the day. According to them, it's either a ball of water or a ball of fire, mostly elemental. Of course, both of these claims are still being questioned in the chat channel, with most people suspecting that they are fabricated stories. Regardless of whether the latter two are true or false, the first four have already given Chunmu a general understanding of their S-29 district. Wild beasts in the mountains and rivers, zombies in the city ruins, and indigenous tribes appearing in the forests. This is a world where technology has vanished after the apocalypse. The survivors hid in the mountains. The zombies still occupied the ruins of the city, and the animals in the forests reproduced undisturbed. Even if it's not entirely correct, he felt it was close enough. Forget it. Let's make money first, buy materials to arm ourselves, upgrade our houses, and then we can think about the current state and future direction of this world. Looking at his two pets sleeping in bed, Chunmu's eyes softened. He needed to focus on making money first. Everything else is meaningless. Only making money can truly empower you. Switching to the trading interface, probably because the number of players has been halved, the quality of the items and their exchange prices are relatively more reasonable. Chunmu actually found a few samples of flour by searching for it, but the price. 1 gene of flour can be exchanged for 10 small bread rolls. 3 gene of flour can be exchanged for 30 bottles of mineral water. 5 gene of flour can be exchanged for 30 bottles of mineral water and 20 small bread rolls. Basically, 1 pound of flour makes 10 small bread rolls, which is currently the lowest price. However, if you use 1 pound of flour to make bread, the amount will definitely exceed that. After all, you need to add water, yeast, eggs, and other things. Although he didn't have any of those, he needed flour to make new dishes. What are you waiting for? Purchase. Chunmu bought everything within this price range, and this sudden display of extravagant spending gave him a quiet moment of satisfaction. Chapter 64, A Lucky One? All you need is a cat that isn't a cat. Meow, master, it smells so good. Before even opened her eyes, she twitched her little nose and crawled out of bed, drawn by the fragrance. No rush. It will take a while before it's ready. The one on the table needs to sit for a bit longer. It's very hot right now. Chunmu glanced at the little gluttonous cat by the bed, waved it back to its place, and continued to flip the fried chicken in the pan. He bought a lot of things last night and slept very soundly. After waking up, I first made a stewed chicken. He added some potatoes, dried bamboo shoots, and dried tofu, and stewed a whole white chicken in a pot. The one in the pot now is deep fried, and given the current conditions, it has also been marinated with seasonings. Hiss, greedy cat, come with me to the yard and help the owner harvest the vegetables. Susu had also woken up and nudged Kyokyu's paw with her tail, telling it to stop staring at the table and pot. It can eat when it's ready, but it's embarrassing for the cat to just stare at it like that. Meow. Harvesting crops. Kyokyu jumped off the bed out of curiosity and followed Susu out of the room. When they arrived at the place where the potatoes were planted, Susu directed Kyokyu to dig. The cat's paws, which had barely done any work since being rescued, became a substitute tool for digging in the pitch-black night. But Susu was watching it from here, and Chiyo looked back at the faint light coming from the house and started digging again, unwilling to give up. It's just digging a hole, right? Since Susu says other cats can do it, Kyokyu will never admit that it can't. When Chunmu finished cooking the fried chicken and came to the yard with a flashlight, he saw potatoes on the ground and Kyokyu climbing up the cucumber trellis, using her fingernails as knives to harvest cucumbers. For some reason, I felt a little sad. This little guy, is it really necessary to work so hard just because Susu said it doesn't do any work? Meow, meow, meow. Look, master, I dug all of this myself. Kyokyu's face was still covered in dirt. When it saw Chunmu, it raised its little paw and waved, its big eyes sparkling in the beam of the flashlight. Hiss, it's the one that dug this. Even the greedy cat is turned into a little dirt cat. Susu wagged her tail, placed the cucumber she had just picked on a small pile on a plate, then came over and rubbed against Chunmu's leg, while also praising the little gluttonous cat covered in dirt. I'll take you all for a bath later. Once I make some money, I'll buy a puppet to grow vegetables, so you won't have to work so hard. Chunmu stepped forward and picked up the two little ones. After collecting the dug-up potatoes and cucumbers, he took the cat and snaked to the bathroom and gave him a good bath, washing off all the dirt. Even with the automatic cleaning function, the two little ones were exceptionally energetic after their bath. Especially Kyoku, after shaking Susu all wet, changed his pitiful little appearance and took the initiative to get wet, then chased after Susu and started making a fuss. The two little ones were having a great time playing in the small bathroom, while Chunmu had to worry about stepping on them while taking a shower. Fortunately, due to the house upgrade, the bathroom has long since been changed from a squat toilet to a Western-style toilet, so there are no other dangers for them. After showering, I carried the two little ones out, dried them off, changed their clothes, and then went to eat. As Chunmu cooks more and more dishes, he now has a wider variety of home-use recipes. The room is equipped with towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, toothbrush cups, and even toilet paper for cleaning. In addition to the existing tableware, there are some brand new pots, pans, and bowls for the kitchen. Even the refrigerator recipe is available, but since there is no electricity at home, there are no plans to make it for the time being. Meow. Delicious, so delicious. Kayako sipped its chicken soup, its eyes narrowed, and its fur exuded laziness. Chunmu scooped some vegetables and soup from the bowl of chicken soup, along with steamed buns, fried meat slices, and other food, and sent them to the lucky boy. But even after I sent it this time, and finished breakfast, they still hadn't replied. On the contrary, his other friends sent messages to Chunmu and then exchanged the food for other things. That 13-year-old girl also gave out a lot of river shrimp and crabs this time. Chunmu plans to save these relatively scarce aquatic ingredients for now and cook them for the two little ones when he has time. Meow. I'm so full, master. Let's go out. After eating and drinking its fill, Kayako took a stroll around the yard before returning to Chunmu's side and climbing onto his shoulder. It had just checked and found that the floodwaters outside had receded. Although it was still a bit muddy, now was the perfect time to go out and collect the treasure chests. It has many treasure chests brought by the flood, and it will make sure its owner finds many, many more before returning home. Let's go, let's set off. Chunmu glanced at Kayako perched on his shoulder, reached for the bedside, and only after Susu clung to him did he tidy up his weapons, close the door to the room and the gate to the courtyard, and begin today's exploration. When we first arrived here, cutting down trees was the first step to survival. But now, crates have replaced trees and ore. It's said that some players live in areas with mines, and when they mine, in addition to basic ores, they also find various high-level products. Iron ore is common, copper ore is rare, and silver ore is a rare find. But whether it's cutting down trees or mining, it's not even in the same league as opening chests. He used to envy the luck of the lucky boy who could open boxes all day long. Now, although he can't open the boxes for a whole day, he can collect them for a whole day. Wading through the muddy water after the flood, every time Kayako pointed out a spot, he could find something or dig up a treasure chest. Moreover, perhaps due to the flood, not a single wild animal was found in the mountains surrounding his house today. Even mice have never had one. Chunmu went home at just past 2 p.m. It wasn't that he wanted to be lazy. It's just that he had cleared out most of the packages before he left, and now the place is full. Unfortunately, treasure chests cannot be stacked. He collected about 60 treasure chests this time. Meow, meow, meow. Master, wasn't I great? Kayako rubbed its little head against Chunmu's face. It didn't know what abilities it was supposed to have, but it knew clearly what its master wanted. Ball is great, fantastic. Chunmu tilted his head and nuzzled back twice, naturally giving Kayako the highest praise for her taking credit. Back home, with some time before dark, Chunmu gathered all the vegetables in the yard and tidied up the newly grown cherry tree branches, removing any unnecessary twigs. After finishing all that, he picked up his daily share of eggs. This egg already shows signs of life. If you're not in a hurry, you can keep it and let the pheasant surprise you. The egg's clue made Chunmu laugh, and he put the egg back into the chicken coop made of grass leaves. Chapter 65, The Sacred Beast White Tiger. No wonder he's incredibly lucky. Let's rest for a while and then start cooking dinner. Chunmu opened the pumpkin and winter melon, took out the seeds, and placed them in the yard to dry. Whether they could be planted and germinated would be known tomorrow after they were dried. After doing all that, he went to put the food from the food counter into the shop. Seeing that he already had more than 70,000 coins, Chunmu, in a good mood, decided to have an extra meal tonight. Winter melon and meatball soup, steamed pumpkin, steamed carp, fried shrimp, braised lion's head meatballs, pumpkin buns. With all sorts of food being prepared quickly, Chunmu has noticed that he is increasingly developing into a chef. Just as he was putting the pumpkin buns and steamed pumpkin into the steamer, The lucky boy who hadn't replied to his messages all day sent him a message. Friend 186. Hey bro, I need your help urgently. Do you have any food? Can I borrow food for the next 10 days? My foodie is seriously injured. Please help me with food. When the boy sent the message, Chunmu was stunned for a moment after seeing it. I upgraded my property to level 4 yesterday. Does that mean I'll be facing a zombie siege today? In that case, the pet that resembles a tiger is at a significant disadvantage in terms of fighting ability. 9857. We've prepared meat for you. Please receive it. Chunmu's diet consists mostly of meat, and naturally, the tiger also prefers meat. After sending out some of the cooked wolf meat, Chunmu thought for a moment and then sent a message to the lucky boy. 9857. Does your foodie eat raw meat? Would it eat tiger meat? Chunmu hadn't touched the tiger meat he'd had before and only remembered it now that he suddenly saw it again. People say you are what you eat. So, do pets that resemble tigers eat tiger meat? Friend 186 eat. It said raw food would be best. By the way, my dog to buy isn't a tiger, although I really think it is. The lucky young man replied to the message very quickly this time. After receiving his message, Chunmu immediately took out the tiger meat and sent it over. 9857. It's been sent. After sending the message, Chunmu began to calculate how many things he had just sent to the boy. Although it was an emergency, he still had to keep track of the costs. Friend 186. Received, thanks. I'll start exchanging materials with you for food tomorrow morning. Oh, and I sent you my wallet, but I've already put all the money away. This time, the lucky boy's reply was a little slower, and at the same time, a package arrived. After Chunmu opened it, he saw 10 folded wallets. Although he already knew the result, he still couldn't help but open one and take a look. Folding wallet, poor thing, a wallet without any money, but you can use it to expand your inventory. A wallet is a good thing, but the money in it has already been taken. Folded wallet -1, package slots +4, 9 usable quantities remaining. With his wallet empty, Chunmu opened his inventory, found the expansion option, and used up all 10 folding wallets in succession. Looking at the 40 extra slots in his inventory, Chunmu nodded in a good mood. Now, if he went to collect boxes for another day, he definitely wouldn't have boxes to store. 9857. Received it. This wallet reminds me of the past. Chunmu replied to the message, then adjusted the production order of the food display case, making some steam buns in advance, since steam buns are a really convenient food. He glanced at the shop just now. Although he couldn't see the whole thing, he could still guess from the letters at the beginning and the last few digits that the person who bought a large amount of meat was the lucky boy. This person seems to have calculated things before sending the wallet. They're the kind of guy who's afraid of owing favors. Friend 186. Hey bro, my foodie was seriously injured just now, almost scared me to death, but oh well, it evolved. The boy, finally able to relax, replied to the message and began to tell Chunmu about his situation. 9857. It has evolved into the sacred beast, White Tiger? Chunmu glanced at the message, replied, and then began inspecting the ingredients again. It seems there are some things he hasn't even tried making yet, such as, there was one that had been tucked away in a corner. If he hadn't just taken out the tiger meat, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. Tiger penis, food ingredient, medicinal herb. Given your current situation, you probably won't need it. How to use this thing, or rather, how to sell it? That is the question. Or how about soaking it in alcohol? Checking the time, Chunmu realized the food in the pot would take a while, so he opened the online store and quickly browsed through the individual shops. After searching for a while, he actually found a player who sold high-proof liquor. 65-degree sorghum liquor, price $66.66. This price seems quite expensive compared to the food Chunmu sells. But after searching around, Chunmu couldn't find any other sellers, so he had no choice but to buy it and soak the tiger penis, which he didn't know how to handle in it. Tiger penis wine, an aphrodisiac, some people might need it. The complaints this time were somewhat weak, but Chunmu, seeing the word effectiveness on the product description, still posted it directly in the shop without any hesitation. Tiger penis wine, price $199.99. He listed it at what he felt was a very high price, and then Chunmu didn't pay any more attention to it. Just as he was about to browse other shops' items, his own shop notified him that something had been sold. When I clicked in, it turned out not to be food, but this tiger penis wine that he thought was overpriced. Holy crap, there really are people here. Chunmu couldn't help but blurt out a classic line. Although he put it up for sale, he was prepared for it to remain unsold for a long time. In retrospect, he underestimated men who weren't physically strong. Friend 186, dude, how do you know my foodie is evolving in this direction? Is yours too? The boy replied to the message, albeit slowly, probably because he had asked his dog, Big White, first. Moreover, his big white dog was actually evolving in the direction of the sacred beast white tiger. 9857. My cat is black. I saw information about the sacred beast white tiger while searching for information about my little foodie. Chunmu looked back at Kano, who was chasing the snake all over the bed, his eyes full of tenderness. He had read about the sacred beast white tiger, but it required the white tiger to possess the bloodline of the sacred beast white tiger in order to evolve. So he understood. While most people were still chopping down trees and mining, both he and 186 were able to bypass this basic method and directly collect chests to obtain more resources. All of this is because of pets belonging to legendary species. This type of pet will develop abilities to meet its owner's needs. A pet that understands its owner's thoughts at all times is something you can only spoil. Chapter 66, The Human Desire to Share. Friend 186. This is information I saw. Hey, where did you see this? Could you share the information? How do I raise this sacred beast, the white tiger? I feel like the more it evolves, the less I'll be able to afford it. The message from the lucky young man came, but he really didn't know anything about the sacred beast white tiger. If his attribute panel hadn't already displayed the species information of that big white tiger, he wouldn't have been able to confirm it at all. 9857. Survival Manual. Haven't you read it? Chunmu rearranged the order of the food preparation in the display case, hung the freshly made cabbage soup on the shop, and then returned to the bedside to pick up his two little foodies. Looking at the message the boy sent, he wondered if most people, like him, had been forgetting the survival manual that had been deliberately reminded of. Friend 186. I think I'm definitely not the only one. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll look for some information and tell you later how I led my foodie to wipe out those hordes of zombies. After replying to the message, the boy went to find the survival manual that he had ignored from beginning to end and temporarily put aside the information he originally wanted to share. There was no other way. He had to find information about Bimax first, and even more information about zombies otherwise. It's very likely that he made a stupid mistake and was still smug about it. If word got out, he would be incredibly embarrassed. Another one who didn't read the survival manual. Your master isn't actually that stupid, is he? After petting the ball for a while, Chunmu felt quite good and improved his self-awareness. At least he remembered to look for the survival manual as soon as he realized there was a problem, while that lucky boy still hasn't thought of it. What does this mean? It means that I'm quite smart. Just like that boy said, there must be others who haven't read the survival manual yet. That's for sure. Meow. My owner is the best. My owner is the smartest. Kayukyu has always blindly praised its owner. In its eyes, there is nothing wrong with its owner. Hiss, 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 you gluttonous cat. Susu watched as Chio-Chio's fur stood on end from being rubbed, and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the little guy. At the very least, if its scales popped up, it must have felt very painful. But before it could even feel sympathy for a few seconds, it was suddenly angered by Kakyu's statement. Is this what you call mindless worship? Even if it's your own master, it's not like there's anything wrong with him making stupid mistakes. Is it? Meow. You're right. The owner is the best, the most wonderful. Even if they occasionally forget something, they're still the best. Caillou rubbed its little head against Chunmu's palm, and as if it wasn't enough, it raised its two paws to hug his hand and continued to rub against him in circles. Hiss! The little white snake turned its head in one direction, and Susu let out a meaningless sneer before turning to look for the red pet egg next to her pillow. It shouldn't have any expectations of a stupid cat. But it has to be said that silly cats are indeed the most beloved by their owners. Fortunately, they have no interest in competing for affection, otherwise they might get angry. Rather than playing with its petting-addicted owner and the petting-addicted, greedy cat, it's better to stay with this unhatched egg. At least it can bring peace to its mind. At least. Let's wait quietly until it's time to eat. You guys play for a while. I'll go get the dinner. Smelling the aroma emanating from the pot, Chunmu quickly got up put down the ball that had been rubbed until it was static-filled, and went to retrieve the dinner. The steamed pumpkin buns look plump and round. Even though there's no yeast now, these buns are still big and white. There was also steamed pumpkin, its color so enticing that the aroma filled the entire room the moment the steamer lid was opened. Next, place the cleaned and marinated carp on the steamer, cover it again, and wait for the fish to cook before they can eat. When night fell again, Chunmu had already set out a table full of delicious food, and then the two little guys consciously went to their respective spots and stayed there. This fish tastes pretty good. Can you two eat fish bones? Chunmu wanted to give each of them a piece of fish, but he suddenly realized the problem of fish bones. Could they handle it? Yes, it's edible. Whether it's bones or thorns, neither I nor this silly cat will get hurt. Even if it's not a proper cat, it still has all the typical cat habits. Before Kayokyu could possibly whine, Susu preemptively stated that they were completely unafraid of the fish bones. Meow, master, I can do it. I can even eat fish bones. Kayokyu blinked her big eyes after being interrupted, and then expressed her new meaning. It actually wanted its owner to remove the fish bones, but since Susu had already said so, if it said no, wouldn't it be deliberately causing trouble? So, let's just eat it like this. At most, it might subtly reveal a less than cute side, but it will avoid its owner's sight. I don't know how to pick out small fish bones, but I can handle the big ones. Chunmu was used to the cat and snake glaring at each other. He then picked out the larger bones from the fish, cut the fish meat into 3 pieces, and set the bones aside to be dealt with after the meal. The steamed fish was delicious, and the fried shrimp was also good. After finishing the delicious meal, Chunmu took a shower and received a message from the lucky boy. This time, the boy only shared with him the process from the start of the zombie siege to the victory. Around 4 a.m., 186 received a notification that the courtyard wall was under attack, with constant notifications indicating that durability was dropping and automatic repair was in progress. The boy also rented a sniper rifle, but unfortunately, his skills were lacking. According to him, he had never touched one before, his aim was off, and the recoil almost made him fall off the roof. This approach won't work, but this guy has a lot of money. So this guy simply bought a bunch of explosives, the kind that could blow up a whole bunch of zombies just by throwing them out. After a while, only a dozen or so zombies remained. These zombies were quite powerful and could even dodge the detonation range of the explosive packs. The boy could only manage to clear out the remaining zombies through clumsy aiming and shooting. As for the tiger's injury, it was a sneak attack by a zombie that was pretending to be dead, which almost injured him when he tried to go out. But he wasn't injured because the white tiger blocked his way. 9857. I'll wait until I receive the reward before going out. Chunmu watched as the boy repeatedly claimed that it was all because he was stupid that the boy got hurt, and then helplessly replied with a message. Most people have a desire to share. They like to talk to someone about anything, good or bad. Looking down at the ball nestled in his arms, if he had nothing around him, would he be like most people? Go to a chat channel, or find someone you get along with, and tell them about your experiences. Chapter 67, A Strange Dream, Suffering Upon Waking. Friend 186. Dude, I just asked several people, and I found that at least half of them haven't read the survival manual. Having finished recounting the story of resisting the zombie siege, the boy then began to tell Chunmu other news. This time it's about whether or not you read the survival manual. 9857. So how many people did you ask? Chunmu lay in bed with Kukyu in his arms, while Susu, who was sleeping with her pet egg wrapped around her pillow, was beside him. As for whether or not people read the survival manual, Chunmu still thinks many people will, because for most people, the night is boring and sleeping for so long is impractical, and the only book they can read is this survival manual. Of course, it's not surprising that people with pets might forget about them, because pets are well-behaved, cute, and it's easy for people to become absorbed in them. Friend 186. I asked all my friends. 3 said they had been watching it from the very beginning. 7 said they only started watching it later when they remembered, and 9 said they hadn't even noticed it yet. The lucky boy immediately announced the number, which was the result of asking all his friends individually. 9857. It seems everyone is very busy. Chunmu counted and found that the boy had at least 20 friends. This guy was indeed the kind of person who socialized a lot. Unlike me, I've always been too lazy to go out and make friends, and I don't like to add friends on my own initiative. I hardly ever even chat with anyone. His ideal life is one where he has his own private space, 2 pets, good food, and his own safety. Friend 186. Dude, have you ever thought about how many people can survive in this area? I've observed it before. If the shop numbers all follow the same pattern, that's 26 letters, 10,000 zones, 10,000 people per zone. Now, there are less than 4,000 people left in our area. After surviving the crisis, the lucky boy chatted with his friends for a while, and then, while flipping through the survival manual, talked to Chun Mu about survival topics. He had been in this world for a long time, but he had never talked to anyone about something that could be so devastating. Sometimes it's not that I don't want to chat, but that I don't want to put too much pressure on my already tense nerves, or even cause them to break down. He originally had over 100 friends, but now all of them have left him a goodbye message, and then permanently disappeared from his friend list after he saw it. This wasn't sent to him by those people, but rather a farewell message to a close friend after death. Every time he sees these things, his mood worsens. If it weren't for Bimax always being there for him, he might go completely crazy. 9857. This is an elimination game. Whether it's luck or skill, only by striving to survive can you have a future. Are you willing to let your gluttonous pet be devoured by wild beasts like a lump of conscious meat after losing its owner? Chun Mu could sense a kind of sadness and decadence from the boy's messages. So, he used the potential future of a pet after losing its owner to give this somewhat lost teenager a wake-up call. To be truly decadent requires one to be completely free of all attachments. Sometimes people are like that. They can give up on themselves, but there are always too many things around them that they can't bear to part with. Thinking more about these things you can't bear to part with not only gives you motivation, but also makes you feel that you can create endless possibilities. Friend 186. Dude, I was just feeling a bit sentimental. Don't make it sound so scary. Even if it's just for my foodie, I have to try my best to live. It risked its life for me, so I can definitely protect both of our lives. The message came back after a while. The boy seemed to have found a new goal, so Chun Mu stopped worrying about him. 9857. I'll work hard now. I'm going to sleep cuddling my foodie. It'll wake me up again tomorrow morning when it's hungry. Chun Mu replied to the message, then closed the message window, held Kukyu in his arms, covered himself with the blanket, and fell asleep. Was he acting out of kindness? Maybe. Who could blame him for being so lucky, always bringing him surprises? And one letter represents 100 million people and 10,000 districts. Previously, the elimination process involved the natural environment within the region. What about the future? Could it one day turn into a situation where each district acts as a unit, with districts vying for resources or even engaging in a life or death confrontation? It's hard to say anything. They can all be brought into this so-called game world in their sleep, so it wouldn't be surprising if they had any requests in the future. With his eyes closed, Chun Mu pondered possible future directions and fell asleep while thinking. Then he had a dream. In his dream, he saw a chaotic battle involving tens of thousands of people. The battles between humans range from bloody head-on clashes to fights between various pets, and there are even some people who seem to possess magic. But before he could figure out the reason for the chaotic battle, he suddenly saw some strange things. Or rather, humanoid organisms. Birdman, Orc, Dragonman. Head. Chun Mu suddenly woke up, clutching his head, which was throbbing with excruciating pain. He couldn't resist the urge to roll around a couple of times, but somehow his body was already bound to the bed, bound by an enlarged Su-Su. Meow, meow, meow. Be careful. Don't strangle your owner. Caillou lay on the pillow, rubbing its little head against Chun Mu's face, but this did nothing to relieve Chun Mu's splitting headache. Hiss. Move aside. Something's wrong with Master right now. He'll slap you away in the next slap. Su-Su rested her head on the headboard and could only wait helplessly in the face of Chio-Chio's worries. They were sleeping when they suddenly felt their owner getting hot and cold alternately, and there were signs that they might be sleepwalking out of the house. There was no other way, so Su-Su had to use this method to tie the person up first. But now that the person is awake, their appearance has left both the cat and the snake completely baffled. It's nothing. Please don't make a fuss. It's just a headache. Chun Mu tried his best to calm himself down, but the pain in his head made his willpower feel like it was being taken away, and his body became less obedient. If it weren't for the large Su clinging to him, he might have already banged his head against something or gone mad. The root of all this seems to be that strange dream. The scene he saw in his dream caused him to act strangely, and then the two little ones discovered him and trapped him here, just in case. Chapter 68, he evolved, but he will always be human. Name, Chenmu, player number 9857 in server S29. Your luck is off the charts today. Race, human. Your evolutionary path will not change. Stamina, 3. Dreaming also consumes stamina. Energy, 5. You sweated a lot, but at least you survived. Combat power, 30. Evolve in your sleep. You're lucky to have survived. Skill, soothe. Can soothe the emotions of any living being. Level and friendship level are key. Assets, level 4 house, brick, and tile courtyard. Keep trying to upgrade. There are already higher level ones in your area. Coins, 113241. Finally 6 figures, but barely enough to buy a puppet. Equipment, none. You can try wearing equipment now. Pets, Kayako, abandoned spirit cat. Susu, level 3 snake king. Not enabled. After waking up, Chenmu was finally released by Susu. He sat up and immediately opened his personal information to check, and what he saw stunned him. It seems that unbelievable luck isn't a compliment. Defying the heavens. Won't I be struck by lightning? Although he didn't see the heavenly lightning, the increase in his combat power was met with criticism that he was lucky to have survived, which made him break out in a cold sweat again. There's an extra skill now. Soothing. It can soothe any living being. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hold me for a while. Let me catch my breath. Not quite figuring out how to use this place, Chenmu looked at the two still nervous pets and reached out to hug them. After patting their little heads, and especially after rubbing their faces against the ball, the comforting experience points actually increased by 3. I checked the battle information list, and sure enough, I saw the skill upgrade notification. Soothe the pet Susu's emotions, skill proficiency +1. Soothe US emotions, skill proficiency +2. Chenmu wasn't quite sure why there was such a difference, but he was now certain that his skill was actually no different from how he had coaxed Kikyu and Susu before. After closing the battle information panel, Chenmu looked at the other comments in his personal profile and wondered if the person who had reached level 5 in their homestead was a 186 centimeters tall boy. But there's still more than 4,000 people in this area, and it's hard to say whether there are other lucky players. It's not like he's the only one who's quietly developing his luck. As for the 6 digits after the coins, Chenmu was happy, but he also began to think about whether to buy a puppet, equipment, or upgrade his house. Furthermore, you can only buy one low-level puppet and only relatively low-level yellow equipment, while houses buy upgrade materials. The higher the house level, the faster you'll earn money. Some people have reached level 5 property and are now feeling a lot of pressure. As for the scenes I saw in my dream, he had already guessed the reason after he woke up, and only Kayukyu could have done it. As long as it's what he wants, Kayukyu will always provide guidance within the limits of what she can do. Last night, before he fell asleep, all he could think about was the future of this game world, and whether there were other species among the players in this world. He found the answers to all his questions in his dream. Meow. Master, are you really all right? Kaido was sitting quietly, without moving until she saw the corners of Chenmu's mouth turn up slightly. Then she moved her little head, raised her head, and stared with her big eyes. Now that everything's settled, let's go make some fish soup. After we've eaten and drunk our fill, we'll be full of energy for another day. Chenmu rubbed Kayukyu's little head. He was feeling weak all over, probably because he was hungry and thirsty. Of course, being bound by a snake that was much thicker than one's thigh caused a lot of muscle soreness that was not something that could be relieved in a short time. But after he put the two little ones down and stood up to stretch, he found that his hearing, sense of smell, strength, and speed were all much stronger than before. He had increased his combat power many times before, but he never felt that it made much of a difference. Find the last remaining carp, chop it into pieces, throw into the pot, add water and seasonings, and start cooking. After finishing this, he returned to the bed that had been automatically cleaned, lay down, and began to flip through the survival manual while holding the two little ones. Regarding the issue of combat power, after searching around, he quickly found the information he wanted. Combat power is calculated based on overall physical attributes. Reaching 20 points may unlock an evolutionary path. After searching through the text, Chenmu looked at this entry and began to contemplate his current evolutionary path. According to that comment, no matter how he evolves in the future, he will only ever be human. That's a good point. If he were to become a half-human, half-beast, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Currently, he only has an additional soothing skill, which doesn't allow him to know for sure what the direction of his evolution is. Furthermore, after searching through the survival manual for a long time, I still can't find any information about evolution. Or perhaps this survival manual doesn't intend to let players know about the future races of other players. After we finish eating, we'll continue building the big house. After putting down the survival manual, Chenmu rolled over while holding Kukyu and tapped Susu's little head with his finger. Thinking about such distant futures is a waste of his brain cells. First, upgrade your house to earn more money, then buy materials to build a status panel, after which you can craft equipment to arm yourself. This is the kind of thing he should be thinking about most right now. Hiss, Master, I still suggest you don't go out during the day. Susu lay under the covers, nuzzling her head against Chenmu's palm, still feeling that her owner was a little dangerous. He used to rush out in his sleep like a madman, but now that he's calmed down, it doesn't mean danger won't come knocking at his door. Then let's not go out. Let's open the boxes at home today. We collected so many boxes yesterday. After we finish harvesting the vegetables, we'll open them all. Chenmu glanced at the boxes in the parcel compartment. He hadn't originally planned to go out. Although there aren't any high-tier treasure chests, opening these chests will at least give you more materials. Then you can see what else you need and buy it directly from the in-game store. Although he's not exactly rich right now, he's the only one selling food, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to earn the money back. Meow, meow, meow. Opening the box. The owner loves opening boxes the most. Kayakyu rubbed its little head against the ground repeatedly, leaving Chenmu somewhat exasperated. She's so clingy and adorable, and so well-behaved and intelligent that it's almost heartbreaking. The soup is ready. Let's go eat first. Carrying the two little ones out of bed, Chenmu placed them on the table, then opened the pot lid and ladled out the fish soup. The large chunks of fish meat have been stewed until thoroughly tender. The fish bones are strained out using a strainer, and then a pot of fragrant fish soup is served. Served with dumplings and buns featuring the golden python meat, plus a few servings of fried meat slices and strips. Meow, delicious. Master, eat more. There was only a little bit in Kaiokyu's bowl, because if there was too much, it would cool down more slowly. When the drink finally cooled down and hit her lips, Kaiokyu's eyes narrowed. While happy, she didn't forget to urge Chenmu to eat more. The previous situation really terrified Kayakyu. Its primary expectation for Chenmu now is that he be safe and healthy. Chapter 69, The Deadly Trap Hidden Outside the Courtyard Wall. Friend 186. Hey bro, good morning. What ingredients do you need lately? I'm here to exchange for food again. As dawn broke, the lucky young man sent a message to Chenmu. Moreover, judging from this, he must have all kinds of materials on his end. 9857. Good morning. I'm short of PVC windows here. Do you have any? Chenmu smiled as he read the message. He remembered hearing that someone in this area had reached level 5, and he wanted to see if it was the young man on the other end of the message. Friend 186. Dude, I really don't have any of these. Upgrading a property requires 10, and I haven't gotten a single one yet. The same goes for glass. I don't even know what kind of chest I need to open to get it. The boy, who had just thought he had everything he needed, suddenly became timid. He urgently needs these types of materials, but he received a lot of materials yesterday except for these two. However, he could actually buy it from the store, but if he needed to use coins, he would rather just take the money and buy food directly from this food connoisseur shop. He's short of money. He's extremely short of money right now. 9857. Then get some fabric or similar materials, and I'll send you the food. Chenmu didn't specify how much he wanted, and simply sent breakfast for 2 people. As for whether the sacred beast, the white tiger, is full, that big white tiger probably never got enough to eat from beginning to end, because even he couldn't afford to feed it. Friend 186. Okay, just a moment, I'll send it over right away. The boy received the food, took it out, calculated the price, then found materials like fabric and cotton, calculated the shop's purchase price, and only sent it after confirming it was a little more expensive. Overall, he didn't make a profit, but he definitely didn't lose money either. Moreover, what he bought from the shop was not in the same league as what he got through a direct exchange. The food at the shop is delicious, but there are only a few varieties, and most importantly, it's uncertain whether you can even get a reservation. 9,857 received. After collecting the vegetables, Chun Mu sent a message and then harvested all the vegetables in the yard. I went to check over at the chicken coop and found another egg, but this one couldn't be hatched, so I had to keep it to use as food. Bang! The rifle in his hand fired a bullet, the lock on the treasure chest was opened, and the items inside were taken out. Time and again, after opening all the half-package boxes, Chun Mu put away his rifle, sat on the ground holding canoe, and began to calculate the items he had collected so far. In addition to basic house repair materials, there are also many things like ropes and plastics. But most importantly, he produced many seeds. 20 watermelon seeds, 6 loofah seeds for tomato seeds, 30 scallion seeds, 1 gene of ginger, 3 gene of peanuts, 1 gene of soybeans, and 1 gene of mung beans. Although each box may contain only a small amount, or even none, the total quantity of these items is still quite considerable when there are many boxes. More importantly, these things can be planted once, and then have their seeds saved. As for the PVC windows he wanted, he still didn't get any this time. Fortunately, he found several wallets, each containing a different amount of money, but the total amount was over 10,000, which was a pretty good result. Meow. Master, there's something strange outside the door. Come take a look. The sound of Kaiukiu's chirping came from behind. At this moment, Kaiukiu was standing on the courtyard wall, looking out of the courtyard with Susu. The two little ones were full of curiosity. This was something that Susu did not recognize. Although very curious, Chun Mu still took out a ladder, climbed up the courtyard wall, and looked out of the gate with the two little ones. Red phosphorus butterfly, highly venomous. Any normal creature that comes into contact with it will die instantly. It is rarely seen. Its lifespan is only 1 day. A flock of fiery red, phosphorescent butterflies were perched on the gate and the nearby wall. If it weren't for the protective perimeter of the property, they would probably have already rushed into the yard and attacked Chun Mu. However, this highly poisonous butterfly is only effective on living organisms. It will not cause any harm to things like wood or stone. This is why, despite their large numbers, Chun Mu had not received any information about the attack on the courtyard wall. Red phosphorus butterflies are deadly if they touch you. Anyway, we're not going out today. Let's see how long they can hold out. Standing on a ladder, Chun Mu looked at the red phosphorus butterflies that were quietly lying in ambush and wanted to ask the controller of this game world, why was he being targeted like this? It's just starting the evolution process. If everyone who awakens the evolution ability receives this treatment, wouldn't there be no one left? Sure enough, I had a feeling that going out would be dangerous, and it seems that this is what was waiting for me. Susu lay on the courtyard wall, looking at the red phosphorus butterflies with a conflicted expression, but they weren't venomous snakes. Moreover, even if it were a venomous snake, he didn't believe it could be more venomous than these things, so he still dared not eat it. It's a good time to renovate the courtyard wall and see if we can kill these things that want to poison people. Chun Mu climbed down the ladder, then carried the two little ones back into the house and began searching for usable items in the storage cabinet. Poisonous thorns, thorny thorns, that's a good thing. Take them all out and choose to renovate the courtyard wall in the house renovation. Courtyard wall, durability 400 to 400, with level 1 modification, thorn counterattack. When the courtyard wall is attacked, it may trigger thorn burst. Thorn burst. This attack has a chance to occur only when attacked. Thorns and vines burst forth, stabbing at enemies and inflicting a mild poison. The durability remained unchanged, but the counterattack effect made Chun Mu smile instantly. The courtyard wall can repair itself. It won't break as long as there are enough materials. Even if the chance of triggering this thorny counterattack is not high, it is impossible for it to never be triggered if there are enough attempts. Therefore, by accumulating materials and continuously repairing, the reflected damage can wear down the attacking enemies. But this is on the premise that the thorns can pierce through the attacking enemy. Based on my experience playing games, this basically equates to attacking and defending, or even dodging and hitting, among other possible counterattacks. Chapter 70. staying home, no matter how tempting. Meow. Master, look over there. Isn't that golden box tempting you to go out? Suddenly, Kaiju twitched its ears, ran out of the house, stood on the courtyard wall, stared at the golden treasure chest outside, and suddenly felt that the whole cat was in trouble. This is such an obvious treasure chest. It's outrageous. Previously, it would have happily urged its owner to retrieve it, but the red phosphorus butterflies are still waiting. Even if their owner doesn't go out, they and Susu still can't escape those poisonous things. Never mind that. Even if there were gold chests everywhere, I would never leave the house today. Chunmu looked at the golden treasure chest, snorted coldly, and carried Kaiju back into the house. The survival manual doesn't currently provide an answer to the question of whether the creature will be attacked after evolving. But since it can evolve and has that kind of future, it must not be constantly hunted down. The reason he's facing so many challenges now is largely because his evolutionary path seems to be on the right track. Of course, this is just his guess. Meow. Master, what are we going to do today? Kaiju lay on the pillow, playing with the red egg. This pet egg cannot be hatched, and has now become a toy for Kaiju and Susu. Let's tidy up the house first today. You guys play for a while. I'll go by the PVC windows. Chunmu lay on one side of the bed, opened the system store interface, and directly searched for PVC. Currently, no players are selling PVC steel because it is an essential upgrade item, and its production is extremely limited. Purchase 10x plastic steel, coins minus 20,000. It was made of plastic steel, which cost 20,000 coins, but that was nothing to Chunmu. He's the only restaurant in the area, so as long as the food he puts up isn't too outrageously priced, it's guaranteed to sell. Making money isn't difficult. As long as he has what he has now, he can do it. But the fact that no one has been selling food for so long seems to say something quite serious. Next level, 2-story courtyard. Upgrade requirements. Cement 102 to 100. Red brick 1,130 to 500. Iron or 2,966 to 500 or 7333 to 1,500. Wood 6822 to 1,500. Rope 285 to 100. Plastic 399 to 80. Plastic steel 10 to 10. Glass 50 to 10. All upgrade materials have been collected. Shall we upgrade the property? There are many materials needed, but we have plenty of boxes available recently. Except for the plastic steel boxes that haven't appeared yet, we've already gathered all the others. Now that the PVCU steel was purchased, Chunmu didn't hesitate and immediately clicked to upgrade. Property upgrading. Upgrade complete. Currently a level 5 property. The 2-story house with a yard has a durability of 800 to 800, and the yard wall has a durability of 600 to 600. 2-story courtyard house. Sturdy walls built of red brick and cement, with doors and windows made of PVC and glass for added strength and transparency. The house has an area of 150 square meters, and the courtyard area is 612 square meters. The courtyard mode can be adjusted. House durability is 800 to 800, and courtyard wall durability is 600 to 600. The next level, simple manner, requires the following upgrades. Cement 2 to 800, red bricks 630, 2000, iron or 2466 to 2000, or 5833, 8000, wood 5322, 8000, rope 785, 1000, plastic 319 to 800, plastic steel 0, 100, glass 40 to 100, steel reinforcement 0, 100, and wire mesh 0, 100. A series of messages flashed before Chunmu's eyes. The house upgrade was complete. But the materials for the next level of upgrade made him feel a little uncomfortable. Can't afford. We're too poor. Sure enough, we're still too poor. However, he is very satisfied with his current house. 150 square meters is just the ground floor area, but now it's a 2-story building, which allows him to completely separate the rest area from the work area. Moreover, due to the previous wish issue, the original yard area was 300 plus 12, but now after the upgrade, it is 300x2 plus 12. With a floor area of 612 square meters, minus the 150 square meters of the house, the area he can plant is a full 462 square meters. This means he can divide the vegetables and fruits into sections and also plant some of the newly acquired seeds. A large yard, a comfortable house, and doors and windows made of glass and PVC. It really feels so good. Meow, master, our house is so big. While Chun Mu was checking the house information, Kayakyu had already run upstairs for a stroll, and even Susu couldn't resist running up with her. After getting down, Kayakyu jumped straight into Chun Mu's arms, rubbing its little head against him, its restless little paws revealing its excitement. The yard is bigger. Let's go tidy it up first. Chun Mu picked up Kato, then put Susu on his shoulder before opening the door and going out. Because the upgrade was just completed, the increase in the size of the courtyard started from the area around the house, so the layout of the courtyard has become awkward. Now that the yard is big, let's leave some areas that don't get much sunlight. Looking at the available adjustment plans, Chun Mu ultimately placed the house back in the very center of the yard. Previously, the area was too small, so the arable land was grouped together to increase planting space. But now that the yard is so much bigger, Chun Mu is ready to plant vegetables and fruit trees separately, so that he can have some in front of and behind the house, and it will be easier to harvest them. This, master, the chick has hatched. After seeing the yard rearranged, Susu turned her head and stared at the makeshift chicken coop that was still in the corner. As an egg-laying snake, it was more sensitive to the sound of animals hatching than Kayakyu and Chun Mu. Meow. Are there chicks? More eggs to eat. The ball's attention was instantly drawn, but all it could think about was eating. It's a rooster. Chun Mu walked over and took a look. Before him, the chick was clearly marked as male. Meow? Rooster? The egg is gone? Wasted an egg. For a moment, Kayakyu's eyes went blank. The egg it had been waiting for was gone? Not only are the eggs we were hoping for gone, but the previous one was also wasted? The rooster can be eaten when it grows up. Susu was amazed by Kayakyu's logic. The egg-to-chicken transition may not have been successful yet, but the chicks that hatch can still be eaten when they grow up. So how can it be considered a waste? Let it grow first. At least we can make another pot of chicken soup. Chun Mu shook his head, feeling a momentary awkwardness at Kayakyu's thought process. Even if a certain loop fails, you really won't lose money. Meow meow, chicken soup chicken soup. Finally, her thoughts returned to normal, and Kayakyu happily twitched her ears and twitched her mustache again at the thought of inspirational quotes. You guys keep playing, I'll go move all of these to a suitable place. After letting the two little ones play freely on the ground, Chun Mu began to renovate the planting area in the yard. The cherry tree was moved to a corner, and the ground was covered with strawberries that had grown haphazardly. Kobebayu, Chivis, Bukhoi, Scallions, Yingner, Galik. Apart from chives, all the other plants are planted and harvested once, and they are all planted in sunny areas. Watermelons, cucumbers, and tomatoes are planted in front of the house, so we can pick and eat them whenever we see them. The others found their own places to be planted, and half a day later, the yard was once again filled with plants. Indeed, there's still not enough land. After taking a shower, Chun Mu stood by the second-floor window, looking at the vegetables and fruits planted in the yard, and felt that the land was no longer enough. Chapter 71, Level 5 Property. This time the wolf pack has upgraded. A big bed is so comfortable. After dinner, Chun Mu continued to exchange ingredients for food from several friend shops, and then put the food up for sale in their shops. Finally, he went to the workbench and took out the 5-piece set of comfortable double bed that he had made. A solid wood bed with a thick mattress, fluffy sheets, 2 pillows, and a not too thick but very soft quilt. Lying in bed, Chun Mu held the 2 little ones in a cheerful mood, with a red pet egg, whose hatching method was still unknown, next to his pillow. He slept incredibly soundly, but just after 4 in the morning, he was woken up again by Kayakyu stepping on him. However, this time he didn't ask why, because the moment he woke up, a series of messages made him clearly understand the reason. His yard was besieged again. Moreover, this time it wasn't a wild wolf, but a level 2 black wolf. Although Chun Mu didn't understand why changing color would turn someone into a level 2 beast, the fact that it was now being attacked by a group of level 2 animals meant that their attack power was far more ferocious than that of a pack of wolves. The durability of the courtyard wall rapidly deteriorated. If he hadn't had enough materials, it would have been completely worn away in no time. The chances of a counterattack are too slim, and the damage is too low. Climbing onto the roof, Chun Mu looked at the battle information and was somewhat disappointed by the thorny counterattack. Even if it's a bit disappointing, it's still much better than nothing. At least it's already caused some damage. Meow. Master, how do I hit it? Kayokyu lay on the roof. Even though it didn't have a flashlight this time, its night vision was excellent, and it could still see how many black wolves were outside the yard in the pitch-black night. The only light at the moment was the flashlight in Chunmu's hand. The beam swept across the outside of the courtyard wall, causing the black wolves to chase each other in a small area. Let's be extravagant for once, and start with a few explosive charges to test their power. Seeing the black wolves pairing up outside, Chunmu temporarily put aside his previous idea of buying a sniper rifle and quickly bought 5 explosive packs from the store. The price of this explosive charge is 2,000 each, and the blast radius is 5 meters in diameter. In other words, how much damage it can cause depends entirely on how many prey are within that radius. Moreover, this is only the blast radius. It cannot guarantee a 100% kill. Hiss, Master. I'm going to throw this on the wall. Susu shook her head. She could use her tail to curl up the explosive charge, carry it to the wall, and then throw it out. No, the blast radius of the explosives will affect the surrounding area. We're already far enough here to throw it out. Chunmu didn't let Susu take any risks. Although the courtyard wall won't collapse from the explosion, if something unexpected happens, it won't be so easy for someone who gets out to come back. He dislikes direct contact with danger and naturally doesn't want his pet to face it either. The first step now is to get all these black wolves together. After comforting Kyoku, Chunmu put the flashlight aside and took out the other 3 he had bought earlier. All 4 flashlights still had some power left, and even if they didn't last until dawn, recharging the batteries wouldn't cost much. This I can do. Susu's original idea was thwarted, but holding up a flashlight and letting the black wolf move slowly with the light was definitely not a problem. Take 1, and then move them eastward. Chin mokindid a flashlight to Susu. Next, Susu used her snake tail to wrap the flashlight up, and then slowly guided the black wolves that were still attacking the courtyard wall. Meow. What can I do? Seeing that Susu could help, Kayokyu became a little anxious. Sweetie, hold this flashlight down, don't let it move. Chunmu picked up a flashlight, adjusted its position, and placed it down. Then, he had Kayokyu lie down on the spot and pin it down. The spot where the flashlight was shining was the burial ground he was about to prepare for these black wolves. Now, as a ray of light shines through, the black wolves around are still attacking the courtyard wall, but as they charge, they always stealthily move closer to the part of the wall near the light. No rush. We have plenty of wood or enough to last at least a few more hours. Let's take it slow and guide them this way gradually. Seeing that the results were quite good, Chunmu became even more patient and even bought 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of ore directly from the mall, just to ensure that the self-repair of the courtyard wall would not cause any problems. There's no way around it. These 2 materials are just too cheap. After waiting and waiting, Chunmu and his 2 pets waited on the roof for more than half an hour before finally taking out the explosives he had bought. Looking at the black wolves outside the yard, he tested the feel of the device, then suddenly turned off the 2 flashlights in his other hand and threw the explosive charge out. This is ultimately a game world. You don't even need to light the explosives. Just throw them at the locked target, and they'll explode the moment they hit the ground. Boom! As expected of a bomb that cost 2,000 yuan, the moment it landed, it immediately brought Chunmu a huge windfall. Killing a level 2 black wolf yields 26 black wolf meat, 1 animal bone for claws, 2 animal teeth, and 1 torn animal hide. Killing a level 2 black wolf yields 14 black wolf meat, 1 animal bone for claws, 2 animal teeth, and 1 torn animal hide. Kill a level 2 black wolf to obtain. The information about the harvest is flooding the screen, but the quantity of wolf meat is truly random. But it directly killed more than 30 wolves, which, when you calculate it, is cheaper than renting a sniper rifle. Meanwhile, apart from a dozen or so wounded black wolves remaining in that area, the rest scattered quickly after the explosion. Taking a quick look at the package, Chunmu discovered that neither the animal bones nor the claws were in the same package category as before. Upon closer inspection, it shows that this is a level 2 material, which is clearly not the same level as the previous ones. Although it takes up more space in the parcel rack, this is a good thing because it means he can produce higher quality finished products and naturally earn more money. Chapter 72, The Siege by the Black Wolf Pack. They held back. Meow, wow, you're amazing. Your owner is so great. Kaio lay motionless on a flashlight, but that didn't stop it from praising Chunmu a couple of times. Okay, let's keep waiting. This time, let's slowly clear out the injured wolves. They'll gather together again later. Chunmu took out a hunting bow, which had a longer range than wooden crossbows, but it required 2 hands to operate. The arrow with the iron tip pierced through the top of the courtyard wall the moment it was shot, and went straight through the head of a black wolf. Although it was slightly off-center towards the mouth, its penetrating power was sufficient to take down a black wolf. Killing a level 2 black wolf yields 21 black wolf meat, 1 animal bone for claws, 2 animal teeth, and 1 torn animal hide. Except for the meat, which is random, everything else remains completely unchanged. Under the beam of the flashlight, the other black wolves reacted and immediately grabbed the legs of the injured wolves, seemingly trying to drag them aside. But they are still wild animals. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and it seems to make no difference to wolves. The light flickered, and the wolves' eyes followed it, but then another arrow was shot out. Healthy wolves could dodge when they heard the sound of the arrow cutting through the air, but the wounded could only passively take the hit. Meow. My owner is so amazing. Kaio still promptly offered 2 words of praise. Susu, who was waving her flashlight, simply glanced at the scene without offering any opinion and slowly moved the beam of her flashlight around in that spot. That's about enough. Give them 1 more. After dealing with a few black wolves that couldn't run away, Chunmu threw the explosive pack out again when he saw that they had gathered together again. Boom! With a loud bang, there were also flying sand and gravel, and the corpse of the black wolf. Fortunately, this world is designed so that items are automatically acquired and picked up in the game. Otherwise, if it had just been blown to pieces, there would have been no chance of collecting wolf meat and bones. After setting off a bomb, Chunmu continued to use the beam of his flashlight to locate the wolves. But curiosity has its limits, and after the 2 explosions, the black wolves began to avoid the area illuminated by the flashlight. But this made it much easier for Chunmu to deal with the black wolves. He simply used the beam of his flashlight to scare them away, and slowly, the wolves gathered together again. Boom! A bomb. Boom! Another explosive charge. Boom! The last explosive charge has been used. After using up the 5 explosive charges, Chunmu felt much more relaxed. The durability of the courtyard wall was now deteriorating very slowly. More than 80% of the attacking black wolves were killed by the bomb, and most of the remaining ones were injured. Looking at the time, it was still a long time before dawn. Chunmu didn't want to wait until dawn to deal with it. After all, although wood and/or were cheap, it was better not to consume them if possible. With each arrow he fired, the 30-point increase in combat power not only enhanced Chunmu's accuracy and strength, but also greatly improved his endurance. After several rounds of firing, only a dozen or so black wolves remained outside the courtyard. However, these wolves hid and continued to attack along the courtyard wall. The depletion of the courtyard wall's durability annoyed Chunmu, but fortunately, it had a very low chance of reflecting damage, which would cause the black wolves to occasionally dodge backward when injured, thus appearing in Chunmu's field of vision. There are 3 left, and these 3 actually just obediently hid away. Holding the hunting bow in his hand, Chunmu had some doubts about the intelligence level of this black wolf. Meow. Master, we can climb the yard wall. Kaio, clutching a flashlight, lay on the roof. Although it wasn't tired, it disliked the black wolves hiding and bothering its owner. Come on, let's go up the wall. Chunmu reached out and put away the flashlights, picked up the 2 little ones, and went down the ladder into the yard. However, he didn't rush to climb the wall. Instead, he carried a ladder and carefully inspected his own yard wall bit by bit. He couldn't actually see the location of the black wolves through the thick courtyard wall, but Kaio and Susu were no pushovers. After circling halfway around, Kaio pointed its little paw at a spot on the courtyard wall. Bang! The ladder was lowered gently, and Chunmu, carrying his rifle, tiptoed up it. Now there are only 3 black wolves left, and Chunmu is focused on getting rid of them as soon as possible, so he doesn't need to worry about conserving bullets. With a single shot, the black wolf lying in the corner was hit in the hind leg. Before it could get up and run, Su, who was lying nearby, had already shown her flashlight over. The other two black wolves had just gotten up when they were suddenly shot down by 2 bullets. Reloading the bullets, Chunmu watched as Black Wolf dragged his broken leg to the side, picked up his gun, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the last Black Wolf was also blown off its head. At the same time, Chunmu also received a series of message notifications. Not in a hurry to look at the pile of messages flooding the internet, Chunmu carried the 2 little ones down from the courtyard wall, put away the ladder, and went back into the house. He took out the turtle soup from the food cabinet, drank a few sips to calm himself down, and then began to check the information he had just received. Player S2-99857 protected the property during the night raid by the Black Wolf Pack and has begun the defense raiding process. The raiding is complete. Player S29, Zone 9857's protected property battle rating is S rank. Rewards: plus 150 wall durability, plus 100 house durability, plus 20 square meters yard area. Kill over 100 Black Wolves without taking damage to achieve the Black Wolf Hunter achievement and receive a reward of 5 combat power points. Chunmu glanced at the last 3 lines of the battle information and was quite satisfied with the reward. Although this S rank rating caused him a little hesitation, since he believed his defense was solid and the repair of the courtyard wall had cost him nearly 20,000 in materials, it was a pity. But whether it's the increase in area or durability, the most important thing is the enhancement of combat power, which is an absolute surprise for him. As for the materials dropped by the Black Wolf, they all have a level 2 label, which is obviously much better than the previous ones. Obtain 3120 Black Wolf meat, 150 level 2 beast bones, 600 level 2 claws, 300 level 2 beast teeth, and 150 level 2 damaged hide. Looking at the extra pile of meat in the package, Chunmu really wanted to make the semi-finished product crafting table and the equipment crafting table right now, so that he could make a full set of equipment and turn these materials into usable items or items that could be exchanged for money. Unfortunately, we're still too poor. Now we're back to having 5-figure sums of money, and we can't even afford the materials needed for a half-finished production table. I have no idea how those experts who can craft equipment manage to gather all the materials to make so many pieces of equipment. He didn't believe that all the equipment in some shops was obtained from opening boxes. Chapter 73, is it fashionable for big shots to cry poverty and play the victim? Hiss, master, take a nap. Su watched Chunmu finish a bowl of fish soup, then came over and rubbed her little head against his arm. It can't stick to the surface like a ball, but its owner hasn't been able to get a good rest for the past 2 nights, and now the most important thing is to get some sleep. Sleep. Let's sleep together. Chunmu reached out and picked up the 2 little ones who had finished their soup, went upstairs, lay down in bed, and decided to ignore everything for now and deal with it after they woke up. Meow. Asleep? Kaikyu twitched its ears, widened its big cat eyes, and looked at Chunmu, who had just fallen asleep. It blinked its eyes with some hesitation. Its owner was truly exhausted. Then we won't have to wake up our owners at dawn, right? Hiss, don't shout. Let the owner sleep a little longer. Su stuck out her tongue, wriggled out of Chunmu's arms, and gave up her spot to Kalu. She then went to the pillow to continue curling up with the pet egg. I had no dreams that night. After dawn, Chunmu finally got out of bed and took a shower in the bathroom shower room, which had been moved to the 2nd floor, to greet the new day feeling refreshed. Friend 186. Hey bro, good morning. What's good to eat? I'm here to share some new food. Friend 186. Dude, it's not up yet, is it? Friend 186. It's dawn. Hey buddy, is everything alright on your end? Don't scare me into bay. The first message was sent at 7 a.m., but Chunmu was asleep at that time. The second message was at 7:50, and Chunmu was still asleep. The third message was sent at 8:30, which is about 10 minutes ago. It seems that I haven't received a reply yet, so I sent it again. Now that he was awake, Chunmu didn't delay and replied to the message. 98:57. Just woke up. I'm gonna go find out what to eat. Chunmu replied to the message, and then saw that several other friends had also sent messages. After looking at them, he saw that they all wanted to exchange food, so he sent the same reply. Now that it's already daylight, the diligent ones should have already gone out to search for treasure chests or prey. Sure enough, after he picked up the 2 little ones and went downstairs and put the food on the table, Only the 186 centimeters tall and 183 centimeters tall boys replied to his messages. Friend 186. It's good that you're okay, bro. See if there's anything good to eat that you can get me some. My dog, Dubai, didn't eat breakfast and doesn't want to go out to play with me. As always, the lucky young man works hard every day to ensure his beloved dog, Bimax, has enough to eat. Friend 183. Hey bro, do you have any food? I collected a batch of meat last night. Can I trade it for food? The information provided by the 183-year-old boy, this time, successfully made Chun Mu's eyes light up. He's naturally satisfied with any kind of meat, as long as it's food. Only, last night, based on his own experience, the most likely reason why this 183 centimeters tall boy was able to collect a batch of meat at night was that he was the result of the property guards. As expected, they're all very strong. First, send 2 sets of golden python meat to the lucky boy. Afterwards, Chun Mu sat down in a chair, ate a steamed bun, and sent a message to the 183-meter-tall boy. 9857. Of course, you can exchange food for it, but I don't know exactly what kind of meat it is or how much it will cost. Chun Mu sent the message, slowly ate his steamed bun, and waited for the other party to reply. Friend 183. Wild boar meat. 1 serving is about 5 jin, 2.5 caddies. There are 1,200 servings. How much food can you exchange for these? The reply came quickly, and the other party also sent some information about wild boar meat. Wild boar meat. Looking at this information, Chun Mu felt that the wild boar meat was not so simple. He opened his inventory and looked at the comparison between level 1 and level 2 meat, and instantly understood. The level 1 meat was marked with a gray name after it was sent out, while the level 2 black wolf meat was marked with a white name. I was too tired last night to notice these details. Looking at the wild boar meat displayed in the chat window, the white text clearly indicates it's level 2 wild boar meat. So, the person who upgraded to level 5 property wasn't the lucky young man, but this kid with a fierce look in his eyes. Indeed, he's been keeping a low profile. 9857, level 2 beast meat. The resulting dish should have a slightly different effect. If you exchange it for food of the same level, you can get 1/3 of the food. If you want to convert it to cash, I can set up a special purchase option in the shop, buying 1 portion for 100 coins. Chun Mu explained both transaction methods to the other party, and he was certain he would make a profit no matter which one he chose. Hurry up and hang all the food in the food display case up for sale. Once this batch is sold out, we should be able to make another 6 figures. 1,200 servings of wild boar meat are enough for him to make a lot of food. This time, the 183-year-old's message didn't come over very quickly. Perhaps the other party was also searching in the player's shop. However, since this is the only restaurant of its kind, the price of the ingredients is entirely up to him. Previously, Chun Mu would charge 10 yuan per serving for level 1 meat. Now that his wild boar meat is level 2, it's already very expensive at 10 times the price. But the selling price is ridiculously high. It's an incredibly profitable business. Therefore, in his opinion, it would be best if the other party chose to exchange it directly for money. Friend 183. Let's exchange it for money. I need it right now. The message took more than 10 minutes to arrive, but the boy ultimately chose to ask for the money. In those 10 minutes or so, almost all the food that Chun Mu had hung up had been sold out. I don't know how these people managed to list their items at such an uncertain time, and then have them bought by someone else. But when Chun Mu checked the food sales information, he was dumbfounded. One of the buyers actually purchased most of them. Moreover, he carefully counted the details used to conceal the buyer's identity. Player S1. Player number 1 in zone S29? That player number 1 who kept talking about forming a group, but ultimately failed? Of course, this is just a guess. Based on previous findings, each letter is followed by 10,000 zones, so there are naturally many possibilities for double-digit numbers. But since he had just discovered that the 183-year-old boy's property was at level 5, Chun Mu no longer believed the chat logs where these guys were playing the victim and crying poverty. Chapter 74 slaves are too dangerous. We still need to earn money to buy puppets. Player S3 sold 1,200 servings of level 2 wild boar meat, deducting 120,000 coins. After Chun Mu set up the acquisition and sent a message to the 183 centimeters tall boy, the boy went directly to the shop's acquisition interface and sold the wild boar meat to him. Although taxes will be deducted, There's nothing anyone can do about it because once the money is taken out, it can't be put back into the pocket. Friend 183. Done. I'm gonna get busy now. If you manage to cook the wild boar meat, remember to let me know. I still have some recipes and ingredients. The 183 centimeters tall boy seemed quite anxious after receiving the money. He sent a message and then didn't intend to continue the conversation. Chun Mu, having obtained the meat, has already begun researching how to maximize its value. Meow. This meat looks even tastier. When Kayukyu saw Chun Mu take out the newly acquired wild boar meat, she curiously came over, smelled it, and then squinted her eyes. It seems I should focus on harvesting vegetables today and see how things go tomorrow before deciding whether to go out. Chun Mu looked at the pork and wolf meat in the package. There was a pile of these level 2 meats. If he didn't clean them up and turn them into money, how could he justify all the hard work he had put in? The previous level 3 golden python meat had some special effects, but Chun Mu didn't pay much attention to it, since the quantity was limited. But now there's over 1,000, plus the 3,000 or so I had last night. If we don't earn more money and upgrade our property and equipment, how can we survive well in the future? It's hard to say about other regions yet, but in their region alone, there are already many powerful players who have been secretly developing their strength. Today is not a good day to go out, so the owner doesn't need to worry. Susu went for a walk in the yard and came back to tell Chun Mu that today was not a good day to go out. Although there was some exaggeration in those words, Chun Mu still shook his head and laughed, realizing that it was his little ones trying to comfort him. But he really didn't feel the need to go out. If he did go out, it was only to look for new treasure chests or other supplies and prey. But he can still reap rewards at home, and he can turn everything he has into money. Let's collect the vegetables first, and check the eggs while we're at it. Chun Mu carried the 2 little ones into the yard and put the previously reserved level 1 meat into batch processing. He picked up the egg, examined it, and saw that it was hatchable. He put it back in the hen house and began his morning vegetable harvesting work. While collecting the vegetables and fruits, Chun Mu, unusually during the day, opened the chat interface, looked at the number 3219, and quietly sighed. The population is plummeting every day. If we don't properly strengthen our defenses and accumulate resources, he also worried that, perhaps before long, he might not be able to get through a night or even a day. 9991. Those who want to make a living by signing slave contracts, shut up. Do you really think you can still have a chance to jump around after becoming a slave? 1. What's wrong? Is a slave plotting to kill its master? If you ask me, we should just buy a puppet. Even though puppets eat, at least they know to stand in front of their master when danger arises. 9991. Boss number 1, you don't understand this. The puppet is useful, but if it gets killed while blocking my way, it's such a waste considering the price. The slaves don't want to take damage, but I've already tried it. As long as I ask them directly, they have to stand in front of me even if they struggle. A bunch of trash who want to kill their master. 1, you can do that. Now that you've said that, I'm even thinking of taking in a few. Recently, some people have asked me if I want slaves, but I've been hesitant to take them in, afraid they'll stab me in the back. 3838. It is indeed possible to stab someone in the back. The current situation is basically clear. If a slave can stab someone in the back, then he can replace the original master. But this requires the original master to give the slave the opportunity to get close. 13. What you're saying is making me a little uneasy. Just yesterday, someone asked me to take him in. Now it seems it's best to just mind my own business. 9991. It's not that scary. As long as they don't have any weapons to harm anyone and are always outside your safe zone, they won't have a chance to cause trouble. 1. It's too much trouble. I still think puppets are easier to use. Although it costs money, I don't have much else, but I have plenty of money. As this big shot suddenly flaunted his wealth, a group of people on the chat screen immediately expressed their disdain and condemnation. Regardless, this incident confirms that although the person in question initially made people uncomfortable by calling for a group, their actual strength is genuinely impressive. But their subsequent teasing and complaints were not of any concern to Chun Mu. He only wanted to know whether the slaves were safe or not. Meow. Master, what's wrong? Kayukyu was picking cucumbers with Susu, though they were more like playing. Seeing that Chun Mu's eyes were wandering while he was picking vegetables, she immediately knew that something had happened, so she came over and rubbed against his calf. I just discovered that I can take in slaves, but I'm wondering if these slaves are actually safe. Chenmu picked up Kyukyu and sat on the ground, talking about the slaves. He wasn't asking these two for advice. It's just that he couldn't discuss this with anyone else, and for his own safety and that of his pets, he must not hire any slaves. Although he can't compare to those big shots who might have excessively much money, if he wanted to buy 2 puppets, it wouldn't be too difficult after just a few days of hard work. Master, since there is danger, I think we shouldn't take it. Susu has always been a rather rational person. When she heard that there was a great deal of danger, she immediately shook her head and firmly stated that she did not want any slaves. Meow, meow, meow. Master, let's make money. Make money to buy puppets, okay? Make money, make money. Kaikyu rubbed its little head against Chenmu's face, afraid that he might really do something rash and go and bring back a slave. Yes, the puppet is very cost-effective. I can forget about fighting. I just buy the puppet to harvest crops and do chores, so it won't die so easily. Seeing Kyakyu's performance, Susu quickly said that with it around, there was really no need to worry about the puppet dying and it being a waste. Anyway, if a fight can't be resolved even when it gets bigger, then it's not something a puppet can accomplish. As for whether puppets can evolve, I don't have any puppets at home right now, so I can't research that. After all, the contents of a survival manual are not always explained without limits. Chapter 75 High-quality ingredients are simply fragrant. Let's not worry about making money. First, we need to make money to buy materials, build a big house, and make equipment. Chenmu smiled, picked up the 2 little guys, let them play on the side, and then turned around to continue harvesting vegetables. Put those troublesome things aside for now. Money is his top priority, and making money is the only way forward. The money he had saved up, plus the income from selling food in the morning, was all used to exchange for the pork that the 183-meter-tall boy had hunted. Now, if he doesn't make money, he won't even have money to buy materials. Although there aren't many people selling ingredients each time, there are some intermittently, and it's a business that's guaranteed to make a profit. After receiving the package containing vegetables, including scallions, ginger, and garlic, Chenmu returned to his house and began studying the recipes. While no other food shops are opening, he'll try to earn as much as he can. Meow, master. These bones will taste even better when stewed. Kayakyu was playing in the yard, but after smelling the aroma, she ran in and started standing on the table to wait. It can smell the bone broth simmering in this pot. But this time the bone broth tasted much better than before. It'll be ready to eat in a little while. You guys play for a bit. I still need to cut all this meat. Chenmu arrived at the specially made meat cutting board, and the knife in his hand was also specially designed for cutting meat. Although his skills were not top-notch, the equipment was definitely not lacking. Take out several pieces of meat, slices, strips, and cubes. In short, prepare all the ingredients by chopping them, and then chop the vegetables on the other table. Once everything is cleaned up, the soup in the pot can be taken out, and then it's time to start stir-frying the vegetables. Although the cooking routine remains the same, with the addition of scallions, ginger, garlic, and even cilantro, Chenmu's dishes are not only more effective, but the recipes are also more sophisticated. He had just finished cooking a stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts when he was given a recipe for an intermediate-level storage cabinet. How do you feel? Is there a big difference compared to before? Chenmu watched as the 2 children finished the bone broth, filled with anticipation, wanting to confirm its effectiveness. He had no choice. The soup only showed that it would increase the pet's growth, but it didn't show much. Apart from a name changing from gray to white, nothing else was displayed. Of course, when he ladled it into the bowl, the feedback notification did tell him that this soup was much better than before. But what are the specifics? He wanted to know the specific differences. Meow, smells better than before. Kaikyo blinked and finally told Chenmu that this one smelled better than the previous one. Chenmu was genuinely a little disappointed with this result. After all, if the only difference between level 2 animal bones is that they have a slightly stronger aroma, then there is no real difference. Hiss. Silly cat, the energy in this one is about 5 times that of the previous one. And you didn't even feel it? Susu slowly lifted the bowl with her tail and then poured it into her mouth. After finishing the drink, it glared at Kayukyu and then told Chenmu about the effects. Actually, it wasn't very sure at first, which is why it needed to finish the whole bowl so that it could have a complete comparison. 5 times is not bad. Chunmu reached out and stroked Kyokyu's back a few times. He was already used to Kyokyu being different from other pets. Fortunately, Susu was here too, otherwise he would have really thought that there was no difference between level 1 and level 2. Meow. Why don't I feel anything? Kyokyu rolled over, its 2 front paws wrapped around Chunmu's hand, and its head nuzzled against his palm. It was actually feeling guilty for its previous misjudgment. It's probably because of your race. Chunmu naturally wanted to comfort his pet, who was feeling guilty and sad. Moreover, we need to offer some guidance. Hiss. I've heard that the stronger a race is, the slower it grows. Maybe that's why you can't sense the difference between faint and very faint. Looking at Kyokyu's listless appearance, Susu initially wanted to laugh at it, but in the end, she changed her words and offered it some comfort. After all, it was just a child who hadn't even received any knowledge. Compared to it, it was nothing more than a little brat. Meow. Really? Kyokyu always felt that this kind of comfort was a bit fake. It is actually quite self-aware of its own capabilities. Aside from being cute to please its owner, it can only go out to look for its box. But its owner hasn't left the house for the past 2 days, and it seems that it has no other purpose than eating and playing. Even when picking a cucumber, Susu was the one playing along with its antics. I've looked it up. Kyokyu is a legendary species, and its future evolutionary direction is unpredictable, but it certainly won't be weak, so it's normal for it to grow a little slower. Do you feel comforted now? Do you want to eat something else? Chunmu watched as Kyokyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, then took out a plate of fried shrimp and waved it at Kyokyu and Susu. Meow. Eat. Hiss. I want to eat. The 2 little ones spoke at the same time, their eyes fixed on the fried shrimp. Because only the 13th girl can trade for seafood like fish, shrimp, and crabs, these aren't things you can just eat casually. It tastes good. You guys keep eating. I'm going to continue cooking. I'll make a lot today, then we'll prepare to sell it. Chunmu picked up a fried shrimp and put it in his mouth. He was quite pleased with the insulation and freshness-preserving effect of the packaging. After finishing one, they would grab another and put it in their mouths. The rest were for the 2 little ones. Meow, 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 delicious. I'll eat more so I can grow faster. After being told it was a legendary species, Kyokyu instantly regained its energy and even started fighting over shrimp when it was time to eat. Even though it tried its best to grab it, it still couldn't keep up with Susu's swallowing speed. There is a huge difference in how fast snakes and cats eat. Chunmu never demanded that the pets be fairly distinguished, because that would reduce the fun of playing together. The 2 little ones ate and ate, while Chunmu cooked and stir-fried various dishes. After each dish was made, Chunmu would serve a portion on the table to cool, taste it himself, and then let the 2 little ones eat it. Sometimes when Chunmu eats spicy food, he worries that the 2 kids will feel unwell. But as it turns out, this is not the real world he knows. Here, he can do things that conform to common sense in his understanding, but there are also many things that cannot be judged by his past understanding. In short, don't dwell on it. For example, this cat, which isn't a cat, can eat half a bowl of extra spicy boiled pork slices, which really makes him shake his head. Chapter 76 Food that can boost combat power. Boiled sliced pork. Level 2 restores 12 stamina points upon consumption and increases combat power by 5 points for 30 minutes. Braised cabbage with pork. Level 2 restores 10 stamina points upon consumption and increases combat power by 5 points for 15 minutes. Potato stew with meat. Level 2 after consumption. After Chunmu and his group finished eating, the meat dishes were put into the production sequence, just waiting to be made and put directly into the shop. Compared to the previous slight improvements in strength and speed, combat power is a directly observable statistic. However, these things cannot be stacked. He just ate something, but the current status in the information bar is that there is now a new strongest status that increases combat power by 5 points within 1 hour. Currently, he has made more than a dozen types of level 2 meat, the most of which increases combat power by 5 points, and the least by 2 points. This seems to be determined by the proportion of meat in a dish. However, the timing is not fixed. Currently, the strongest dish is 4 happiness meatballs, which adds 1 hour to the duration. So, the dishes he is selling now, besides being delicious food, are essentially selling combat power. This will inevitably require a price increase, and a significant one. But now these dishes are so effective. Why was the golden python so weak before? It was level 3 meat. This doesn't make sense. Master, what's wrong? Susu watched as Chunmu took out a piece of golden python meat from the food cabinet and curiously leaned over to see if he was going to make some new dish. But upon closer inspection, it realized that things weren't quite as they seemed. The owner's gaze makes it seem like he's disgusted by the golden python's meat. I'm thinking level 3 meat is worse than level 2 meat. That doesn't make sense. Chunmu placed a piece of golden python meat on the table, feeling quite dissatisfied with the dishes he had prepared earlier. Because there's no combat power stat when you're at level 1, he thought it was normal, but now, there is no harm without comparison. Meow. Do it again. Kayukyu looked at the piece of golden python meat. It was such a big piece of meat, it could make a lot of boiled pork slices. Give it a try. With a sigh, Chunmu cut off a piece of meat and began slicing it. It was still boiled pork slices because the two little ones liked it more, and they also liked the spicy and refreshing feeling. When a brand new plate of boiled pork slices was ready, Chunmu ladled a portion onto the table and couldn't help but smile. Meow, meow, meow. Master, this smells even better. Especially good. Kaikyu jumped onto Chunmu's lap, smelling the aroma, and couldn't help but marvel at how tempting this golden python meat was. Before, it was because of poor skills and lack of ingredients, but now this truly brings out the deliciousness of golden python meat. Chunmu scooped some for Kokyu and Susu and put them on plates to cool, then scooped some for himself in a bowl. Boiled sliced pork, level 3, restores 15 stamina points upon consumption and increases combat power by 10 points for 3 hours. 3 hours, and this 10-point combat power value. Having personally experimented with it, Chunmu ate another half portion of boiled pork slices and then went to the yard to test the effects. The house has 2 floors, with the first floor being 3 meters high, but the second floor doesn't currently have floor-to-ceiling windows, so an additional meter needs to be added. He had tried before, but he couldn't reach the second floor windowsill by jumping. Now, with just a little effort, he grabbed the windowsill and flipped over to get into the second floor window. Of course, this operation is only allowed to be performed by the homeowner, so that it can be unrestricted by obstacles. Otherwise, it would be blocked by the house's defenses. Meow. My owner is amazing. They jumped right up. Kaiko scurried up to the second floor, her big eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Chunmu. Only, its behavior is completely irrelevant. After all, no matter what new things Chunmu does, it admires and praises him. This is called climbing up. When you can jump straight up to the second floor, then your master will truly be amazing. Chunmu picked up Kokyu, rubbed its little head, and then carried it downstairs. In high spirits after such a significant increase in combat power, Chunmu prepared several other dishes using the golden python. This time, the increase was not as great, suggesting that it would only add a maximum of 10 combat power points. 9857. Here's some exquisite food I prepared. Please take a look. Chunmu sent some food, made with level 2 meat, to his 4 friends. Of course, the price will definitely not be low, since he is currently short of money and materials. However, while sending messages to these individuals, he had already listed all the level 2 food items for sale. As for the price, the minimum price is 500 yuan, and the 4 happiness meatballs, which increase combat power by 5 points per hour, cost 1,500 yuan. He believed someone would buy it. After all, the effect of this combat power value could be a lifesaver in certain situations. After eating his fill, Chunmu went to collect another batch of vegetables and also checked on the chicken coop. The 2 pheasants there were diligently incubating their eggs, while the little rooster, which had grown to about half grown in just one day, was not yet ready to be used as food. It got dark, and Chunmu was a little full. After browsing through all the other players' shops, he finally carried the 2 little ones to bed. He had only just received a reply to the message he sent when it got dark. It's clear that everyone is very busy and working very hard today. Friend 13. This food is giving me a bit of a dilemma. The first to reply was 13 Miyazi. Seeing the effects of this dish, she naturally understood that the key to its value was its combat power. Moreover, these delicacies are not suitable for eating at night, because she doesn't plan to fight certain creatures at night. 9857. I'm really torn. Shenmue replied with a message and then ignored it. We eat at night for the taste, and also because we need to rest at night. But now that he's done it, it's just to let them know whether they want to change this or something else. It's up to them. Judging from the current situation, these people are all quite generous. Even the 13th girl, who has only ever sold water, fish, shrimp, and crabs, is not as simple as she says. Being able to survive when only a third of the body remains is definitely not just a matter of luck. Friend 186, boss, if there were a God's conferment ceremony here, you would definitely be the god of food. Friend 186, come on, give me a little of everything. Hey bro, what supplies are you lacking? I encountered a group of zombies today, and after dealing with them, I discovered they dropped treasure chests. The items inside were mostly junk, but the chest they dropped contained semi-finished products, clothes, and even 2 pieces of equipment, though they were broken. The lucky young man had no shortage of supplies. When he saw food, he seemed to completely disregard whether his combat power would be wasted and simply packed up a portion of everything first. Moreover, the information he provided gave Shenmue a completely new understanding of how zombies fall. Chapter 77, The Egg is Broken. 9857. We're currently short on supplies, but I reckon you need them too. Could you perhaps prepare some cloth or something similar for me? Shenmue didn't ask the other party for the materials he urgently needed to upgrade his house, since those weren't things that could be obtained easily. Furthermore, the story of the lucky young man claiming to have obtained a box from zombies and opened it to get a half-finished product is quite something. He then remembered his recipe for the semi-finished product production table. It costs 6 figures to buy from the store, and it doesn't even start with the number 1. I have a feeling that if the boy saw the value of this formula, he would cry. And that's something you can actually buy. That equipment crafting table, on the other hand, is a non-sale item. Without a lot of luck, you really can't get it. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly worry that one day the boy will stab me in the back, and that I might have gone a little too far in hurting him. Maybe just a little bit. Friend 186. Hey bro, I have a great recipe. Can you make equipment there? If you can, this is a really good item. Friend 186. Swift Boots crafting recipe. The boy probably couldn't find any fabric, so he simply sent Shenmue a formula. Equipment crafting recipe. This is indeed a good thing, and the item is purple. According to the survival manual, this purple color should be quite good. 9857. Okay, I'll pack it and send it to you. Among the limited number of recipes available in the store, purple recipes start at a minimum of 100,000. Just moments ago, Shenmue was thinking that he might have tricked the lucky young man, but now, seeing the recipe, he chose to trade without hesitation. Since we've already ripped him off, what's a little more? Let's just give him a few more bowls of bone broth. Friend 186. Hey bro, I've sent it to you. This soup is really delicious. Along with receiving the food, the boy also sent Shenmue the recipe. He seemed to feel good after drinking it, and he even praised the soup for being delicious. 9857. The soup is for your dog, Dabai. It's good for pets' growth. 1 serving is enough for you. Shenmue was worried that the bowls of soup he had sent over would end up in this guy's stomach, so he quickly reminded him. This time, the boy didn't reply immediately after a message was sent, and it was unclear whether something had happened. Perhaps. At most, I'll just get petted by this big white tiger. Anyway, pets won't kill their owners, so there doesn't seem to be anything to worry about. This guy's stuff is pretty good too. Instead of receiving a message from the lucky boy, Shenmue saw a reply from the half-son brother. Moreover, this person directly sent him item information. Friend 1234. Lightweight wristband. Just got this one. I'll get a 4 happiness meatball instead. I'm almost exhausted by those natives. They're so hard to deal with. Shenmue laughed instantly after reading the message. This person is probably protecting the property. Without much talk, I sent them a serving of 4 happiness meatballs. Then, Shenmue received the wristband equipment. Lightweight wristband. White equipment that provides some protection for the wrist and increases combat power by 2 points. Equipment requirement. 25 combat power points. Poor equipment, but you can't afford better quality ones right now. There was only 1 wristband. Shenmue took a look at it and, ignoring whether the complaint was upsetting, put on his wrist. Finally, having acquired a piece of equipment, Shenmue looked at it again and again in a good mood. He particularly liked the simple, white, long wristband. Meow. Master, can I catch it? Kayakyo looked at the white equipment on Chunmu's wrist, raised its front paw, and touched it, somewhat curious about what it was for. The owner's previous clothes didn't have this, and it stuck to the arm. Want to feel tight? Wristbands are a type of equipment. Try grabbing one and see how it works. Chunmu rolled up the sleeves of his clothes a little so that Kayakyo could use his wristbands as a scratching post. He also wanted to test whether scratching the ball with his fingernails would cause damage. Meow. Then I won't be polite, meow. Kayakyo's little paws wiggled, and its nails suddenly appeared. It squinted at Chunmu and gave him a smile with a spiky mustache. It won't hurt its owner. It definitely won't. Hiss! A greedy cat attacks its owner. It's ferocious. Susu lay on the pillow beside her, circling the red pet egg. She raised her head, sighed, and then lay back down. Meow. No, you stinky snake. I was just testing it out to see if it would work. With its paws resting on a wrist guard, Kayakyo glared at Susu, then carefully scratched her with its sharp claws. It looks like the quality is very good. Chunmu looked at the wristband that hadn't even been scratched, then at the twisted lines on his clothes that Kayakyo had torn off. His test wasn't just about the damage from the attack. After all, Kayakyo is a pet, so it can't be tested for normal attacks. But as a cat owner, I'm concerned about whether clothes can still maintain their original shape after being played with by my cat. This is really important. Meow. This isn't fun, master. It's not fun at all. After scratching the ball a couple of times to make sure it really wouldn't change shape, it quickly lost all interest. No matter how you try to grab these clothes, you won't feel any sense of accomplishment, and they won't attract the owner's attention either. It's so boring. All right, here are a few more clothes. You can play with them for a while. It's time for bed. Chunmu felt helpless about Kayakyo's disdain. Luckily, he was still wearing this outfit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anything for Kayakyo to play with. Once she was sure no one would be sending any more messages, Chunmu hugged Kayakyo, closed her eyes, and began to fall asleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days, and he thought he had solved the defense problem after upgrading his house and wouldn't be disturbed tonight. But as it turns out, he was oversimplifying things. It was indeed an attack in the middle of the night without any external enemies, but he was still asleep when Kayakyo stepped on his face again, forcing him to wake up. What's this? When Chunmu opened his eyes with a helpless expression, tilted his head, and was instantly dumbfounded. Kayakyo and Susu were staring longingly at his pillow, and that red pet egg cracked. Chapter 78 hatches a crow. What kind of bird is that? Chunmu looked at the tiny head that had just emerged from the eggshell. It was indeed a bird, no doubt about it. But what kind of bird is this completely black bird? It can't be that I didn't follow the plan, so the little black bird is underdeveloped? Hiss, crow. Susu was also completely bewildered. The egg was red, but after hatching, it turned black. Could it be that the creature inside the egg was changed color because of the paw that Kayakyo just used? But it slept with this egg for several days. If it could be infected by the person who touched it, it should be white. Meow, meow, meow. It's just a chick. Let's raise it and see. Maybe it'll become more beautiful. After all, chicks look different when they're young compared to adults. Ball rolled over and lay down, absolutely refusing to admit that the broken eggshell was its fault. But it did it on purpose because that villain just wouldn't show up. If you can't cook it and eat it, and you still want your owner to remember it, then you might as well not keep it at all. But it never expected that there would be such a dark thing inside the eggshell. The chicks were bright yellow and fluffy when they hatched. So cute. But now, crow, pet, contracted, don't be fooled by its black color now. If you can afford to feed it, it will grow up to be golden. Chunmu didn't care what the two little guys were saying. He stared at the little black bird with only half its head showing for a while. And finally his familiar Tu Chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical remarks, appeared. Only, crow, golden? We can't exactly evolve him into a golden crow, can we? How much good food would they have to eat to evolve like this? Meow. Master, do you dislike his dark color? When Kayakyo realized it wasn't getting a response, it rolled around twice more, then snuggled up to Chunmu's shoulder, rubbing its little head against him to try and get his attention. No, it's not that dark. If we're talking about dark, you're the darkest. Chunmu reached out and hugged Kayakyo. He was just a little unaccustomed to the lack of prompts, so he waited for a while. Regardless of what the future holds, The one currently gnawing at its eggshell is a crow. Moreover, the contract was automatically formed the moment he hatched, and he didn't even have a chance to refuse. However, there's no need to refuse. We already have two, so having a few more won't hurt. If we're talking about who eats the most, he believes he's currently ranked very high. Chirp, 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 Master, I'm hungry. The baby crow nibbled away at the eggshell bit by bit, and its first words to Chenmu were that it was hungry. Hiss, another foodie here. Susu watched as the little creature finished eating the eggshell and prepared to go back to rest, but she didn't expect that the little creature would be so ungrateful. They didn't even bother to greet their owner or get to know their elders. They just blurted out that they were hungry. Such a tiny bird, yet it has such a big face. All right, I'm just here to cook for you guys. Kayukyu, Susu, come and eat something. Anyway, you can't sleep now. Chenmu reached out and pressed the little crow's tiny head. The little guy was so small, its head was even smaller than the tip of his finger. Calling them to get up together, Chenmu carried Kiku and Susu, with the little crow perched on his shoulder, and together they went downstairs and brought out a bunch of food, which they placed on the table. Then, without him saying a word, the little crow flapped its wings, flew over, and began to bite into the golden python's flesh. Moreover, it is not picky about food at all. It can only pick up a tiny bit of meat with each bite, but it's fast. In the blink of an eye, it has already eaten half a meatball. The speed at which they were just about to eat left Kayukyu and Susu completely dumbfounded. Moreover, the little crow drinks soup much faster. All I could see was a small mouth putting the soup into the bowl, and then, under the watchful eyes of 3 pairs of eyes, the soup quickly moved towards the bottom of the bowl. Chirp, chirp. Master, please use a shorter bowl next time. I don't want to take a bath in meat broth. When the little crow reached the bottom of the bowl, because it was so small, its claws were on the rim of the bowl, so it accidentally fell into the bowl. Fortunately, the soup was gone, but everyone was watching it. After the little guy came out, it lowered its head and pecked at the meat a few times. Then it raised its head and looked at Chenmu, directly protesting that the existence of the bowl was discrimination against it. From now on, your name will be Jump Jump. Looking at the little crow's eyes, Chenmu had already decided what to name it. It's jumping around so much, it could practically jump into the bowl. That's fine. What can you do when he has absolutely no talent for naming things? Chirp? A name? Master, do you name people so casually? I'm meant to fly, not jump. The little crow, who had been so confident just moments before, was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing the name. It can fly, what's its name? Jumping. Even if you can name a bird randomly, you shouldn't treat it like this. Be good. I'm the boss at home. If you have any objections, we'll talk about it after you evolve a few times. Chenmu raised his hand and patted the little head, sending the puffed-up blackbird flying onto the meat on the plate. As the owner, he can pamper these little guys, but only if he wants to. I really want to treat him like a farmhand. This little guy is still a bit out of touch with reality and doesn't understand the situation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You're bullying the bird, master. Just you wait. I'll eat you out of house and home sooner or later. The little hopping crow, who had been photographed, looked aggrieved. Its round eyes, barely bigger than a mung bean, blinked, and it looked like it was about to shed tears. But before it could gather its tears, a plate of meat skewers suddenly appeared in front of it. The moment the meat skewer appeared, all the grievances vanished instantly. Now, only one thought filled its mind. Eat. It wants to eat. Eat as much as you want. It will eat all the food prepared by this cruel owner, and when it sees its owner crying, it will pat his head. Meow. Stupid snake, see that? This is a real glutton. Kaiku leisurely ate the dishes made from golden python meat, and then, with a hint of smugness in her eyes, she made sure Susu saw clearly what a real foodie was. I said before that it could eat, but it didn't eat much, especially compared to this one now. The little crow wasn't even as big as its head. It drank 3 bowls of soup, a serving of 4 happiness meatballs, a serving of fried pork strips, 2 servings of pan-fried pork slices, and 3 steamed buns. Moreover, it seems it can still eat. So where did all that food go? Kaiku raised its paw and tried it on its own belly. It rarely eats more than its own size, and it was already big enough to grow bigger, but it didn't grow bigger because it didn't want its owner to have to carry it. But this little guy has just hatched, and his current appearance is his true form. So, Does this little crow have a special space inside its stomach? Chapter 79. Having just evolved, he was already feeling discouraged and questioning his very existence. As expected, a foodie. Chenmu had always heard that lucky young man talk about how the foodie had eaten his master of house and home, but he just thought that it must be because the young man couldn't cook or couldn't find the right food. But after feeding the newly hatched pet, he suddenly understood. Keeping a pet in this world isn't just about giving it some food. It really requires a great deal. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, how do you have so much food? I'm so full. I can't take it anymore. I need to sleep. When I wake up, I'll definitely research how to evolve. Absolutely. After eating its fill, the little crow hopped, and this time it actually jumped into Chenmu's palm. Before I could finish speaking, it suddenly collapsed into my hand. It tried to open its two little eyes twice, but still couldn't get up. Chenmu's eyes twitched at the sight of this series of actions, and he wondered if the crow was going to die from overeating. Because of what I just did, it really felt like I was about to die. Hiss, Master, perhaps you should control yourself. This is too much to eat. Susu thought she ate a lot, but compared to this bird, she was in a completely different league. If every meal is eaten like this, even if the owner can cook, the energy expenditure is still a bit excessive. It's okay. It'll remember next time. Chenmu carried the little crow upstairs, placed it on the bedside table, and then hugged Kiku and Susu to sleep for a while longer. It's only midnight now, and there's still a long way to go before dawn at 8 o'clock. Chenmu woke up around 6 a.m. He wanted to sleep more, but anyone trying to sleep would find it impossible to fall asleep if there was always a bird chirping incessantly beside them. Are you hungry again? Before Chenmu had even opened his eyes, he reached out and grabbed the little one in his palm. But the way he touched it instantly stunned him. It's only been half a night, and it's already evolved? Chirp. Master, I didn't eat for nothing. Look, don't I look good now? Jump's call remained unchanged, but it had not only grown a little bigger, but even the color and feathers of its fur had changed. You're all black and red. Are you trying to evolve into red? Chenmu released his hand, opened his eyes, and looked at the little guy in front of him who had broken out of his crow form in just half a night. He suddenly doubted whether the golden crow mentioned in the prompt was correct. The feathers, which were originally completely black, have now turned a dark reddish black, with a hint of red within the black. It looks like an ominous object, no matter how you look at it. Meow. Red? What kind of bird is red? Kaikyu crawled out of the blanket, raised one front paw, and slapped it directly on Tao Xiao's back. Then, the little black and red crow, Jump, who had just been showing off, was slapped onto the pillow by Ball's light paw. Hiss! Oh no, I didn't laugh. I'm going downstairs to check the vegetables. Susu watched the whole thing from the side, and after seeing the disbelief and despair in Tao Xiao's eyes, it decided to leave first. However, after Kiku proved its status in the family, Susu felt it was necessary for it to do something as well. So, in this space on the second floor that only contained a bed and a bathroom, a huge white snake, almost too big to fit inside, slowly went out the window and actually went to the yard to check on the ripeness of the vegetables and fruits. Jumpy, who thought he could show off after evolving, now really wants to play dead. A paw pinned the cat down, rendering it immobile, and there was also a huge white snake. Why did they all seem so dazed last night, but suddenly transform and launch a surprise attack? This is really going to kill the birds. Be good. Eat as much as you like, but don't misbehave at home, or I'll really cut back on your food. Chenmu looked at the bird, who was completely terrified, shook his head, and hugged the little one to his chest, finally giving the little guy his freedom. Chirp. I'm not just eating for free, I just want to evolve. Master, keep it up and prepare more food. I will definitely surpass them. It hopped up reluctantly, jumped to the head of the bed, stood up, looked up at Chenmu, and clearly expressed its determination. Today the cat and snake bullied it, but sooner or later it will definitely get its revenge. But before that, it needs to eat more, eat as much as it can. The more it eats, the faster it evolves. Its genes carry the attributes of a glutton. As long as you can eat as much as you want, but you can't waste food. Nodding, Chenmu was naturally not picky about the food his pets ate. If eating more could lead to evolution, he would have liked to feed all the things he made to these little guys, but the reality was not so simple. The evolution of Kayukyu seems to be completely unpredictable, while the evolution of Susu also requires suitable materials. The food he created accelerated their growth rate, but it didn't increase it indefinitely. Chirp chirp, no waste, absolutely no waste. For the sake of food, Tiao Yao decided to accept the name and learn from these two seniors. Since it's currently the weakest, it has to work hard to avoid being treated as a useless animal and strive to improve its status within the family. If you're tired, take a nap. We'll go harvest the vegetables first. Chunmu gently stroked Tiao's little head, then turned and went downstairs. This evolution, which has changed nothing except for color, means he doesn't expect this little guy to be able to do anything for the time being. Let's raise it slowly. There's plenty of space at home anyway. Chirp chirp, I'm going to. Watching the cat that had stepped on it being carried downstairs in someone's arms. Jump instantly realized that it had to take the initiative to behave. After flying out of the window, it looked at the little white snake on the cherry tree and almost lost its rhythm when flapping its wings. Hiss, if you want to eat, find a branch yourself. Cherries are hard to pick, so don't wait for the owner to pick them for you. But don't touch the tree next to you. That's for the owner to eat and use. Susu was eating cherries when she saw the bird trying to take the branch from her. She glared at it and told it to move to another spot. As for the fact that cherries are meant to be eaten from the tree, it was only yesterday when it was playing with Kayukyu that it suddenly felt it was too much trouble to pick them for them, so it simply climbed the tree instead. It can be played with, eaten, and saves its owner some effort, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. As for the cherry tree next to it, the owner can pick the cherry blossoms for himself to eat or use them as food. In short, you must never let your owner get tired, and you must never take away your owner's favorite food. Chapter 80. Put on your gear and head out hunting. Meow. Master, that bird is so stupid. It's having such a hard time eating. Kayukyu perched on Chunmu's shoulder, and when he saw Susu teaching Tiao Yao how to eat cherries in the tree, the corners of his mouth were twitching. It thought spitting out the pit was easy while Susu swallowed a whole, but that bird, the cherry was already quite small, and when it was picked off, it ended up getting stuck in the mouth, unable to spit it out or eat it. I didn't see you having trouble swallowing when we were eating, and now it's just a cherry pit. Why are you making such a fuss? Chunmu looked back, sighed helplessly, reached out, and let Tiao Yao land in his palm, then took the cherry out of its mouth. Chirp chirp, they're bullying the bird. Master, they're all bullying the bird. Jumping flapped its wings twice, lowered its head, and rubbed its mouth against Chunmu's palm, its wet little eyes showing how aggrieved it was. Different species require different approaches to learning from them. Chunmu stroked the little one's back with his fingers, picked a cherry, and taught the little guy how to eat the whole fruit. Go ahead and eat slowly. This can't be rushed. Chunmu gestured for the little one to go up the tree and find what he liked to eat. Then he went to harvest the vegetables again. More and more vegetables were planted in the yard, and the chives had grown lush and green in this area, with about 10 bundles being harvested each time. Chinese cabbage, radish, and cabbage are all vegetables that are harvested once after sowing seeds. They are also planted very densely when they can grow their own seeds. Fortunately, this is a game world. If this were real life, such dense vegetation would have suffocated them to death in the ground. With the increasing quantity of vegetables, harvesting a single batch now takes at least 2 hours. After Chunmu finished harvesting the vegetables and returned to the house, he first listed the level 1 and level 2 delicacies in the shop before taking out the new dishes made from golden python meat and having breakfast with the 3 children. Friend 13, good morning, boss. I caught these fish and shrimp all night. Let's see how much food I can exchange for them. The first message I received this morning was from 13 Miyazi. Although she said that catching fish and shrimp overnight was hard to believe, Chunmu wasn't interested in dwelling on it. 9857. Okay, how many did you catch? And what are you going to exchange them for? Chunmu replied to the message while eating and then waited for the other party to show off the goods first. Friend 13. 3 large carp, 19 shrimps 10 centimeters long, 3 lobsters weighing 1 pound each, and 13 river crabs. Friend 13. That's all I got last night. Can I trade 2 servings of 4 happiness meatballs? When a girl makes a request, she naturally chooses the one with the best effect. Of course, she did provide quite a lot of ingredients. especially seafood and freshwater fish. Chunmu has been sourcing many kinds of ingredients, but so far he hasn't received any. 9857. Sure, I'll send it to you. Chunmu picked up 2 portions of 4 happiness meatballs and sent them directly to his sister. He also received the ingredients at the same time. But this lobster, this isn't a crayfish. Shouldn't this be something that only lives in the sea? Does this mean that all rivers and seas in this world are interchangeable, and that one can fish out both river and sea products from a single river? Friend 13. Thanks, bro. Wish me luck today. If I succeed, I'll prepare an extra batch of ingredients for you tonight. The girl seemed very happy to receive the food and sent Chunmu a message back. 9857. Good luck. I'll be waiting for your message tonight. Although he wasn't sure, Chunmu had a rough idea of what was going on. After replying to the girl, he opened other messages and emails. This time, the lucky boy specifically requested which documents, and then prepared all the materials and sent them to him in advance. Chunmu had roughly calculated that the materials the boy provided each time were basically neither of them at a disadvantage, and he could even make a small profit. After all, he saved on the handling fee. Although he couldn't exchange it for money, he essentially bought the materials at a low price. Next up was the guy with the 1234 set. He gave me the same wristband and a belt of the same white quality. Of course, what I got in return was 2 servings of 4 happiness meatballs. Equipment: simple rifle, lightweight wrist guards, lightweight waist belt. The rifle, which wasn't considered equipment before, has finally become part of the equipment now that Chunmu is holding it. Simply put, you couldn't wear equipment before, so even if you did, the effects wouldn't be calculated. These 4 pieces of equipment increased Chunmu's combat power by 9 points, making him feel refreshed and giving him more confidence in his plans to go out today. The last message was from the 183-year-old boy. This time, he didn't ask for the best, but only asked for 2 level 1 foods, exchanging them for 2 ordinary blueprints. After the trading session ended this morning, Chunmu finally had a full meal. The equipment was organized, the ammo boxes were placed in an easily accessible spot in the inventory, and there was also food with bonuses. Fully armed, with a cat and a bird on his shoulder and a snake tucked into his sleeve, Chunmu opened the gate to the courtyard he hadn't left for several days. Meow. The box is gone. It really was a scam? Kaidu perched on Chunmu's shoulder, looked around after leaving the gate, and then, disappointed, pressed its ears to its head, instantly losing its spirit. The day before yesterday, there were so many treasure chests outside, including golden ones. As it turns out, there isn't a single one left. It was all a trap. They were just trying to fool me. It's all right. There's no treasure chest. Let's find prey. Chunmu looked around. The land still bore the marks of the flood, but because 2 days had passed, flowers, grass, and some newly sprouted trees had appeared on the ground. The nearby bushes were originally just grass, but now there are some inconspicuous little flowers, which makes him more enthusiastic about searching the surrounding environment. Chirp, chirp. There's meat over there, meat with skin on. Less than 10 minutes after they left, before Kayokyu could find any trace of the treasure chest, Tiao Yao flew around once and pointed Chunmu in a direction. When the 3 pets and the person arrived at the designated location, Chunmu looked at the corpse on the ground and suddenly realized that he needed to give Tiao Qiao, who seemed to have no inherited memories, a proper lesson when he got home. This thing is a corpse, and a human corpse at that. This is not meat. Hiss, master, to a crow, carrying his meat. Seeing Chunmu's conflicted expression, Susu gave her owner a helpless reminder. After all, it's a crow. No matter what species the meat is from, once it's dead, that's all that's left of it. It's really not surprising. Chapter 81, The Indigenous People Appear. The bodies of indigenous people. Be careful, some indigenous people have already started eyeing the nearby forests. The notification appeared again as Chunmu stared at the corpse. Moreover, the information provided this time left Chunmu somewhat conflicted. Aboriginal people. Previously, I received information from player 1234 that these natives seem to have always wanted to hunt outsiders in order to perform sacrificial rituals for their gods. The body of this indigenous person is now located on the hill behind his own house. This small hill ultimately couldn't stop his home from being coveted by these indigenous people, who considered it more dangerous than wild animals. Meow. What's wrong? Kayukyu could sense Chunmu's emotional fluctuations. That momentary murderous intent made Kayukyu's fur stand on end. Its owner rarely shows murderous intent. The previous wolf cub incident counts as one. This should be the second. Our enemy is about to appear. I'm thinking about how to take them out before they appear. Chunmu glanced at the indigenous person's corpse, took out a rope and threw it on the ground. He then used a shovel to flip the corpse onto the rope, tied it up, and dragged it to the other side of the mountain. He wanted to see where these indigenous people came from. Master, why are you carrying a corpse? Susu emerged from the sleeve, climbed up the arm to the shoulder, and looked back at the dragging corpse. Suddenly, she felt that this state was very strange. The owner has always been very gentle. How come he's changed so suddenly? The corpse may not be of much value, but since it's an enemy, we can't leave it here to cause us trouble. Who knows if there's some kind of signal on the body? Let's look around the road. Maybe we can find a suitable place to dispose of it. Chunmu has not forgotten that wolf cub from before. Back then, he was a harmless little brat. This time, we'll give him a corpse that will never come back to life. We absolutely cannot keep this thing alive. Who knows how many pitfalls this game world has? After all, hundreds of people die every day. If you don't think things through, you might become one of those who disappear. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What kind of place is my master looking for? I'll go find it in the sky. The little black and red crow hopped and spread its wings, flew up and circled once, confirming that it was definitely the one who should be doing the work of finding things in the distance. And once it's useful, I won't have to put up with cats and snakes anymore, which sound wonderful. Be careful. There are many birds in this forest. Don't get caught and eaten. Your master can't fly. As for the location we're looking for, ideally, it should be a place where his kind would fall in, unable to get out for a while, or never have to get out at all. Chunmu stretched out his finger and stroked the head of the hopping creature that had come closer, letting it fly out to look for it. Although it's uncertain whether such a place truly exists, we'll only know by searching. Chirp, I'm going. Jump is small in size, but in the instant it flies into the sky, its speed is so fast that only a blur can be seen. Standing atop the mountain, Chunmu felt a bit disoriented by the speed. It seems he's raised an extraordinary pet. At this speed, why worry about being caught and eaten by other birds of prey? Based on his past understanding, there shouldn't be anything faster than this. Meow. Wow, that was fast. Kayukyu looked up at the sky, seemingly startled by the speed at which the hops were going. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It has evolved once, and the direction of its evolution should be speed. It seems that we can't underestimate this little guy in the future. Susu rested her little head on Chunmu's shoulder, wrapped her body around his arm, and looked at the sky with a hint of longing in her eyes. It possesses inherited memories, so it knows that its kind can never fly. What we cannot have, we will desire. It is no exception. Chirp, master, I'm home. In less than a minute, a tiny black dot appeared before Chunmu's eyes. Fortunately, the little one knew not to crash into him directly. After circling around once, it slowed down and gently landed on Chunmu's shoulder. Have you seen a suitable place? Chunmu took out a cherry, pinched it with 2 fingers to remove the pit, and then fed the remaining fruit to Tiao Tiao. Chirp, chirp. Yes, it's just ahead, not far away, a very deep pit. Jumping up and eating the cherry meat, then happily circled Chunmu twice before pointing him in the right direction. Let's go over there and set a trap for them too. Chunmu dragged the corpse of the indigenous person and walked out in the direction Tiao pointed out. They walked, and it was already noon, but they still hadn't arrived at their destination. Around 1 p.m., Chunmu saw the pit and was dumbfounded. This isn't a pit. It's a cliff all around. Meow. Master, there's a box down there, a golden box. Suddenly, Kayukyu stared wide-eyed down the cliff. Its excitement indicated that it hadn't lost its sense of the box, but that didn't mean it could retrieve the box from below. There's nothing we can do even with the boxes. There's no time left. Once we pack this up, we should head home. We'll leave early tomorrow morning and come back here to check on things. Chunmu saw that there were still 3 hours left. Even if he was told that he could get the box in just 10 minutes, he would never waste any more time here. Chunmu tossed the Aboriginal's body down, held Kayukyu in his arms, stuffed Susu back into his sleeve, called out to Qiao Yao, and ran home. It's too dangerous outside at night. He absolutely shouldn't try it this time. Meow. I need to teach Jumpy how to calculate distances when I get home. On the way home, while Chun Mu was carrying Kevu, she couldn't help but complain about how awful Qiao Yao was. Yes, it needs to know that the distance is not calculated based on its speed, but on the speed of its owner. Susu wrapped the bracelet around her wrist and listened to Kyokyu's complaints, and couldn't help but say something herself. The speed is different, and that stinky crow's sense of distance is completely different from theirs. I suspect you two are complaining about my slow speed, but this is how it is for now. I'll buy the materials when I get home. The equipment needs to be crafted. Chun Mu had always been at home or in the vicinity of his home, so he didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. So, every time something happened, they took action in a safe place to clear out the attacking beasts. But now that he's outside and time is of the essence, he can only be grateful that this combat power value represents all aspects. Otherwise, he would really be exhausted. Even so, once Chun Mu got home, he closed the front door, went straight up to the second floor, and lay down on the bed to rest. He's tired. Let's talk about dinner later. Chapter 82. Finally, it's time to leave the comfort zone. Equipment crafting table. Essential materials for crafting equipment. Crafting table recipe 1-1. Silver ore 402-30. Copper ore 650-50. Rub 253-80. Iron ore 2310-100. In production, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The equipment crafting table is not difficult to make, and the materials required for crafting are very simple for Chun Mu. The only difficulty is that one recipe can only be used to make one product. Semi-finished product crafting table. Materials required to craft semi-finished products. Semi-finished product crafting table recipe 1-1. Gold or 25-10. Silver or 372-100. Copper or 600-200. In progress 1 hour. A beverage machine adds a touch of happiness to your daily life. Materials needed. Beverage machine recipe 1-1. Glass 60-10. Gold or 15-10. High temperature fusion material 10-2. Silver or 480. In progress midnight. After preparing 3 recipes in a row, Chun Mu began to prepare dinner. He's feeling weak after running this lap today. Even though he ate 4 happiness meatballs a few times before leaving home, his energy is still being depleted too quickly. This kind of exhaustion left him somewhat dumbfounded, but he was running on the road at the time and didn't have time to look for the answer. Chirp, Master, are you angry? Dinner was served, but the little black and red crow, Qiao Yao, stood there, hesitant about whether or not to eat. Although it was really resentful when those 2 guys were disciplining it, its owner seemed to be exhausted because of a miscalculation on its part. Since coming home, I haven't scolded it, and I've even prepared a lot of food for it. Angry? I'm not angry at all. I'm just thinking about how to get out of this comfortable environment and see what's going on. First, I need to fill my stomach, and then I'll harvest another batch of vegetables. Chun Mu was already quite hungry, and when he looked up at the little crow's round little eyes, he instantly realized that his resting and thinking since he got home might have frightened the little guys. Meow. Master, wouldn't it be better to relax a bit? Kaikyu lowered her head and drank half a bowl of soup. After hearing Chun Mu's idea, she looked up and her eyes showed a hint of worry. Leaving comfort would mean facing many dangers, and it didn't want its owner to take any risks. However, if the owner continues to live in such an environment, how can the security system protect the owner if danger comes knocking in the future? The corpse today, the cliff the master was looking for, and the wolf cub from before. The more Kaikyu thought about it, the more it realized that what it needed now was not its owner's answer at all. It needs to think about how to bring more benefits to its master, as well as how to enhance its strength. Comfort is nice, but the world doesn't allow comfort for too long. But we don't need to worry. We can make more equipment to wear, so that we can be safer when we go out. Chun Mu saw that the 3 little guys were staring at him, gave a helpless smile, and explained his plans to them. Danger must be faced because it cannot be avoided. But he still needs to take precautions first and be prepared for any potential dangers. But that doesn't mean he has to put himself at risk. All right, stop staring at me like that. Eat, and then go harvest your crops. Seeing the 3 little guys staring at him with wide eyes after he finished speaking, Chenmu urged them to hurry up and eat. If they kept staring like that, he might blush. Meow, 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 eat, eat. Master, keep making equipment, then let's go fight the enemy. Kayako blinked her big eyes, and then suddenly laughed. It knew what to do. The master needed equipment, the equipment needed to be crafted, and crafting required materials. We still need to keep searching for those boxes, and it needs to eat a lot and grow up quickly so that it can serve as its owner's mount when danger arises. With a sudden clarity of mind, Kayako squinted its eyes, lowered its head, and continued eating. It no longer needed to struggle with its thoughts. The owner is right. If safety is guaranteed, what is considered dangerous may not necessarily be a real danger. This greedy cat, that's mine. Seeing the suddenly excited Kayako, Susu realized that its meatballs were about to be taken away. So it hooked its tail and pulled the plate of meatballs in front of it. The snake's head, which was originally small, suddenly opened its mouth wide, and the two dumplings went into its belly at the same time. Chirp! You can eat like this. Watching the cat and snake fight over the food, and then looking at the pile of food in front of it, Jump Jump suddenly felt like it was being treated differently. But, with so much food, it doesn't want it to be taken away. It wants to eat so it can grow up quickly and eventually fly with its owner, so the owner won't have to run around so much. Running on two legs is incredibly slow compared to running on wings. After eating and drinking his fill, Chenmu went to collect a batch of vegetables. When he returned to the house, the equipment crafting table was already finished. Equipment crafting table. Can craft equipment, requires recipes. You finally remembered it. Arm yourself well. The chaotic era is coming soon. Chenmu had just placed the equipment crafting table near the window when he saw this complaint notification appear. Akaoti Kera. The image of this complaint sent a chill down Chenmu's spine. He just discovered the indigenous people during the day, and now he's thrown into a chaotic era. What's the point of all this? A chaotic battle? Players and natives? Or will players also go to war with each other? When encountering something he didn't understand, he would consult the survival manual. While pondering, Chenmu opened the survival manual once again and began searching for information related to the chaotic era. Although some things may be hard to find, most of the settings for this world can still be found. After searching through the historical records, Chenmu finally found a small clue about the chaotic era. According to historical records, chaotic eras have occurred 6 times, each time bringing devastating disasters to the world. According to the records of the previous 6 instances, when the chaotic era begins, 3 tiers of spatial portals will appear: intra-regional teleportation, regional teleportation, and world teleportation. Chenmu carefully examined the records. These spatial gates were passageways that allowed players to travel to other regions, but they all had time limits. If a player could not return before the spatial gate disappeared, they would have to rely on their own journey home. If you leave home for too long, the property you worked so hard to build will become ownerless after 7 days. Of course, it is also possible that the courtyard wall will be broken down by wild animals or humans before it can last for 7 days, and it will be completely taken away. Therefore, what we need to guard against next is not only wild animals and natives, but also players who may appear at any time. The thought that some players might be much stronger than him, and that they might not even be of any particular species, instantly gave Chenmu a headache. His comfortable days have only lasted a few days, and now they're about to come to an end? Chapter 83. Finally, I put on my half-body armor. Swift boots. Increases speed by 50%. Increases combat power by 5 points. Requires 30 combat power to equip crafting materials. 0 to 10 fine animal hide. 0 to 10 fine cloth. 0 to 3 iron ingots. 0 to 10 copper nails. With the equipment crafting table in place, Chenmu naturally wanted to make the swift boots he had been eyeing first. The name itself suggests that it's about increasing speed. After placing the recipe on the crafting table, Chenmu indeed saw the attributes he wanted. Speed increased by half. But the problem was, the materials needed to make this equipment were all semi-finished products. In other words, he cannot do it yet. He can only wait until the semi-finished product production table is completed before he can make the materials and then synthesize them. Although he had to wait a little longer, Chenmu still added the other recipes as well. Sniper rifle, gold 100% accuracy, increases combat power by 20%, requires 20 combat power points to equip crafting materials. Sniper Rifle Crafting Recipe 1-1. High Temperature Fusion Material 8-10. High Temperature Metal Parts 0-10. Perfect Animal Hide 0-10. Perfect Alloy 0-10. Triangular Dagger. Inflicts bleeding effect. Increases combat power by 15 points. Requires 30 combat power to equip crafting materials. 0 to 5 fine iron ingots. 0 to 3 fine animal hide. Lightweight armor. Prevents minor scratches. Increases combat power by 5 points. Requires 25 combat power to equip crafting materials. 0 to 10 fine animal hide. 0 to 10 fine cloth. Lightweight shoulder pads. Prevent ordinary scratches. Increase combat power by 2 points. Requires 25 combat power to equip materials needed. 0 to 3 fine animal hide. 0 to 3 fine cloth. I've already learned the recipes, but each of the necessary ingredients is only a semi-finished product, especially the exquisite animal hide and fine fabric, which can only be obtained through the production of semi-finished products. The recipe for a semi-finished crafting table, which costs 6 figures, is definitely worth the price. Without it, there's no way to craft equipment. Meow, master. Jump Jump says the newly hatched chick is a mother hen. A mother hen. Kayakyu ran in from outside the door, grabbed Chun-Moo's trouser leg, and jumped onto his shoulder. Its chicken and egg chicken to come later plan is finally showing promise. That's good. We can raise them and wait until we can eat their eggs. Chun-Moo took Kayakyu outside and glanced at it. The little chick was indeed a mother hen, and the eggs today were also incubatable. Since it's hatchable, let's keep it. After all, there's so few eggs, it's not enough to cook them all. After waiting a while, the semi-finished product preparation table was ready. After taking it out and putting it away, sure enough, a bunch of cocoa-making options appeared. Fine hide. A repaired and fused complete hide with a glossy finish. Required materials. Damaged hide, 1786-10. Flawless hide. Hide with blemishes removed, making it more durable and comfortable. Required materials. 0 to 10 pieces of fine animal hide. Perfect hide. Exquisite crafting. Perfect hides can further enhance the crafting of equipment. Required materials. 0 to 10 flawless hide. Not just animal hides, but everything else is also upgraded based on a base of 10. Chun-Moo looked at the tattered animal hides he currently possessed. Fortunately, he had received some more, otherwise it really wouldn't be enough. First, we made the materials needed for the Swift boots. The production time for these semi-finished products was not long. Each one only took 1 minute, but it still took more than half an hour to gather all the materials. Swift boots increases speed by 50%, increases combat power by 5 points, requires 30 combat power to equip crafting materials, 10 to 10 fine animal hide, 10 to 10 fine cloth, 3 to 3 iron ingots, 10 to 10 copper nails. Swift boots in production, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Finally, production began. Chun-Moo looked at the half-hour production time and went to the semi-finished product production table to put in the materials needed for the clothes, shoulder pads, and the triangular spikes to line up for production. Once all this is done, when he goes out tomorrow, he can not only take a walk around that cliff, but also find the treasure chest that is suspected to be under the cliff. After all the equipment was made and put into the queue, Chun-Moo hung up the food from the food cabinet, then carried the 3 little ones, who were full and had even had their dessert, upstairs to sleep. This time, he finally slept soundly until he woke up naturally. Morning! After waking up, Chun-Moo picked up the 3 little ones who were already awake but were glaring at each other, went downstairs to make breakfast, and also listed all the food produced by the food display case that night on the shop. As Chun-Moo earned more and more money, he found that he was receiving more and more materials, including some level 3 beast meat and bones, although the quantity was still quite small. Meow. Master, can I catch this? Kayakyu watched Chun-Moo put on his armor, shoulders, and boots, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, his little paws already itching to pounce. Sure, these white items should be enough to protect against your little claws. Chun-Moo looked at his outfit. He didn't actually need to wear clothes. He just needed to equip them in his personal information section. He has now replaced all his clothes with white-quality white outerwear, except for the pants he used to wear. The shoulders are connected to half of the arms, which are connected to the wrist guards. This armor, made of leather and cloth, is similar to the type of ancient short armor. The waist area is a bit loose, obviously lacking the restraint of a belt. These Swift boots are a level higher in quality. They glow with an orange light, but are classified as yellow equipment. The mid-length boots didn't match his original trousers at all, making him look a bit odd. But after putting on his gear, Chunmu stretched and found that not only did his speed increase, but he also felt much more relaxed when running and lifting his legs. Meow, not fun, can't catch it. Kayukiyu clung to Chunmu's shoulder for a while, but eventually realized that this equipment was too different from the previous clothes. If it wanted to grab on and climb up, it could only follow the faint patterns. Looks like the protection is pretty good. Let's go eat. I made stewed pork ribs and potatoes this morning. You should like it. Seeing Kyukyu's aggrieved look, Chunmu picked her up in a good mood, went to the stove, and served her the food. Breakfast was the same as before, with the same ingredients exchanged with his friends. Then, as dawn broke, Chunmu held a triangular dagger in his hand. The package contained a rifle and ammunition boxes. He simply didn't have the materials to make a sniper rifle. Wearing only the half-body equipment he had, he locked onto a direction after leaving the house and ran towards the cliff. Yesterday, he had no choice but to run back, but today he is determined to find out about the golden treasure chest and the indigenous people. Chapter 84, First Encounter with the Frankenstein's Monster. Meow. Keep going, we're almost there. Kaikyu perched on Chunmu's shoulder, feeling the speed more than twice as fast as yesterday, and excitedly meowed every now and then. Aren't you tired? Chunmu was helpless about Kaikyu's excitement, but he was also in a very good mood. A pair of shoes increases his speed by 50%, and the increase in combat power makes him even faster. All added together, it will be at least double what it was before, or even more. Because he had only been running for about an hour, he was already near the cliff. Hiss! Master, be careful. There's something dangerous down below the cliff. Susu suddenly reminded Chunmu when he was about to reach the edge of the cliff. It was only after getting close that it could sense that what was under the cliff was definitely not simple. I saw it. Chunmu was already standing on the edge of the cliff, so he naturally saw the creature below. Half human, half beast. This creature appeared in that dream. However, the ones in my dream were relatively sophisticated, while this spider with a human head on its body looks excessively ugly. Meow. Master, isn't this the head of that corpse from yesterday? As Kokyu perched on Chunmu's shoulder, the moment the spider lifted a human head at the bottom of the cliff, she instantly recalled the face of the indigenous corpse from yesterday. It couldn't be mistaken. This was the corpse's face. But was it the corpse that had turned into a spider, or had the spider eaten the corpse and transplanted its head? It really couldn't understand it. Whatever it is, kill it first. Chunmu really disliked this Frankenstein-like creature. He raised his rifle, ready to take action right there on the cliff. But just as I locked onto that spider-stitched monster, the previously hidden comment finally appeared. Low-level stitched spider. What incredible luck. This creature has a high chance of dropping enhancement potions, but do you have a high-level sniper rifle? The system prompted that a high-level sniper rifle was required, so Chunmu glanced at the low-level rifle in his hand and simply put it away. However, this enhancement potion, I saw it in the survival manual before. This thing can permanently increase combat power. Although there is a limit to the number of uses, just like with package expansion, the number of uses is calculated separately for each level. It's just a high-level sniper rifle. We can't make it ourselves right now, but he can rent it. He spent another 10,000 yuan to rent a sniper rifle and also bought 100 packs of high-grade bullets. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he's doing quite well with small amounts now. Since I'm going to make sniper rifles anyway, buying these bullets won't go to waste. The sooner I use them, the better. Chirp chirp. Master, it can climb the wall. Once they arrived at this place, Jumpy flew in the air and observed the surroundings. Seeing the spider-stitched monster climbing up the cliff, it immediately shook its fur, annoyed that it couldn't grow bigger so it could at least carry its master and fly. Don't worry, I'll let it climb the wall and see how long it can climb. With the advanced sniper rifle in hand, Chunmu stepped forward and stood on the edge of the cliff. He quickly aimed and fired, hitting the spider-stitched monster directly in the head. Bang! The bullet pierced the hard shell, instantly blasting a hole in its head and the spider-stitched monster let out a series of roars. But it only roared a few times, and then it began to heal rapidly. There was definitely a problem. Shenmue had long anticipated that the stitched monster wouldn't die in one shot. This time, he locked onto the extremely bizarre-looking dead man's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! Why? The bullet didn't miss, but as it approached the dead man's head, the spider-stitched monster inexplicably flipped over, using its body to absorb the damage, while simultaneously sliding to the very bottom of the cliff. The wounds on his body healed rapidly under the effect of special effects, and the spider-stitches once again got up and climbed towards the top of the mountain. Having already bought plenty of bullets, Chunmu no longer bothered with anything else but to aim repeatedly and shoot the monster that had climbed the cliff down. After numerous attacks, he finally discovered a pattern. This stitched monster takes at least 5 seconds to heal before it can get back up. Moreover, its healing speed slows down considerably after it attacks the same spot repeatedly. After realizing he couldn't hit the dead man's head, Chunmu decided to wage a war of attrition. The sniper rifle fired again and again, this time preventing the spider-stitched monster from climbing the wall and piercing its wounds again before they could heal. Player S29, server 9857, has defeated a low-level stitch creature for the first time and has been rewarded with 5 combat power points and 1 low-level enhancement potion. Defeating a low-level stitch spider will reward you with 1 low-level enhancement potion, 3 low-level enhancement materials, and 1 golden treasure chest. After finally grinding the stitched monster to death, Chunmu didn't even need to go down. The loot went directly into his inventory. The enhancer was something he had guessed before. The exact enhancer material was currently unknown, but the golden treasure chest. The reason why Kayukyu couldn't sense the location of the golden treasure chest from yesterday was because it was taken away by the spider stitcher. It's getting more and more interesting. Meow. A golden box. Kaidu looked at the treasure chest in Chunmu's hand, then at the cliff below, and suddenly felt that her brain was not working properly. It was clearly still down there yesterday, but now that it has killed that strange spider, it has directly given the treasure chest to its owner. This makes it realize that its own value has been infinitely diminished. That spider-stitched monster took the treasure chest, which is why you couldn't sense it. But it's okay. These kinds of creatures are rare. Let's go around and take a look. There's bound to be something good nearby. Chunmu packed up the box, picked up Kayukyu and Susu, and ran to the side. The aerial jumper quickly followed, pointing them in the right direction after searching the surroundings. After running for nearly 2 hours, Chunmu saw the village that Xiao had pointed out. In a somewhat crowded mountain range, a huge statue stands out. The upper body of the statue is human, while the lower part is shaped like a horse. Is it a centaur? Surprisingly, he was regarded as a god worshipped by this tribe. According to the information obtained before, this statue is the god worshipped by these indigenous people, but Chunmu never expected that this thing would not be human, or rather, it is a kind of Frankenstein's monster. Chapter 85, Su turned into an egg. We have a general understanding of the situation. Let's go home first. We don't have much time. We'll think of a way to cause them trouble later. Chunmu carefully observed the tribe again to confirm its situation, and then turned and left with the 3 children. He needed to get home before dark, and time was running out. But this time, besides the reward of killing the spider-stitched monster, he also discovered the situation of the native inhabitants of this world. He had just seen that in front of the centaur sculpture, there were indigenous people kneeling and praying, and judging from their appearance, it seemed that they were offering some chickens and ducks as sacrifices. Although he couldn't see anything from a mountaintop, he had a sniper rifle, and the scope could be used as a somewhat unsuitable telescope. Meow, master, that hole seems a bit strange. Kayukyu stayed nestled in Chunmu's arms. On the way home, she suddenly thought of the cliff below. That place is surrounded by mountains, but there is a cliff around it, forming a pit-like depression. There might be some kind of method for making Frankenstein monsters in that pit, but we don't have much time now. Let's go take a look after we get up tomorrow. Chunmu glanced in the direction he was going, his pace never faltering. But because of his increased combat power, he was now running very easily, and having a simple chat was no problem for him. Master, I need to eat more when I get home. I should be able to complete an evolution overnight. Susu was still wrapped around Chunmu's wrist. When she heard about the deep pit at the bottom of the cliff, she suddenly thought that if she could grow up again, she could take her master down there. Of course, going down is easy, but climbing up is difficult. Even with ropes, safety isn't guaranteed. Who knows if a native or some other creature might appear and cut the rope. It's best to be able to move freely up and down. That way, safety is more guaranteed. Okay, I won't cook when we get back. You can eat all the level 2 bone broth and golden python meat you want. Chunmu thought for a moment. There were plenty of ingredients at home, but not many that could help Su evolve. Besides the bone broth, there was only the remaining golden python meat. Although the meat was really delicious, he could buy other level 3 beast meat from the shop, but he hadn't actually seen any snake meat yet. So, let's eat something else first, Kayokyu and Tiao Yao. Meow. Are you evolving again? Kayokyu tilted her little head, looking in Su's direction, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. When will it evolve? Ideally, it should develop in multiple directions, so it can carry its owner, help its owner fight those annoying creatures, and so on. Suddenly, Ball paused, realizing it might have been a bit greedy, wanting everything. However, these are all things that the owner needs, so it should do its best to fulfill those needs for the owner. It could have evolved earlier, but we weren't in a hurry because we didn't have enough energy and we didn't eat much. But if we're going down the cliff tomorrow, I think it's better to have some safety in mind. Su rubbed her little head against Chunmu's wrist. She had genuinely thought that it would be good to eat sparingly and grow up slowly on her own. After all, if it really ate whatever it wanted, the little bit of savings its owner had accumulated wouldn't be enough to feed it for even 2 days. The little crow had previously thought it ate a lot, but in reality, it just didn't want to. Meow. That makes sense. Then eat more. If there's no food later, I'll take you to catch snakes. There aren't any near our house, but I have ways to find them. Kayokyu is currently unaware of its own evolutionary direction and process. So after determining that Su and Tiao Yao can grow as long as they eat more, it came up with an idea. It's okay if it can't evolve. We'll find a way to make these two evolve, so they can help their owner too. On the way back, the two little ones chatted slowly about their next development plan, while Chunmu just listened without getting involved. Meanwhile, the little bird flying overhead, listening to the two chatting, almost fell off several times. When they arrived home, there was still more than half an hour before dark. Chunmu took out the food and ingredients and let Su take care of herself. He took advantage of the daytime to quickly harvest some vegetables and fruits. There are no eggs to harvest because they have all been hatched. 5 chickens, 2 wild pheasants, a rooster that had just come of age, and 2 hens, 1 big and 1 small. Next, this brood of chickens will continue to grow, producing more and more eggs and chicken meat. Meow, meow, meow. Master, come quick. That stupid snake seems to be acting strange. Just after finishing harvesting the vegetables, Chunmu heard Kaiokyu's terrified cries. But when Chunmu opened the door, he couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the big white egg being held in Kaiokyu's arms. He knew Su didn't want him to see the eating scene, so he deliberately went out. But he didn't expect that this evolution would have to go through this step. It turns back into an egg and then hatches. This is an evolutionary hierarchy. It's species mutation, isn't it? Just as he finished complaining in his mind and reached out to take the palm-sized white egg, the familiar complaint notification appeared again. Su, evolving. Is it the snake's good luck or yours? It's just an upgrade, but an extremely rare species mutation has occurred. When it comes out, it might grow a little more. The familiar sarcastic commentary confirms it. It's indeed about species evolution. But this thing is a bit longer. What can grow from it? Paw. Or does it have horns on its head? Is this direction in which we are evolving into the legendary dragon? Chunmu didn't know if it would be like this, but he was still very much looking forward to it. After all, when things were peaceful, he had read some novels and comics about dragon knights, and the scenes must have been very shocking. Meow. Master, is it all right? Although Kayokyu often bickers with Su, the two little ones have a very good relationship. Seeing Su turn into an egg before its own eyes, it was naturally worried. It's nothing, it's just evolution. We don't know in what direction it will evolve, but it will definitely become stronger. Let's get ready and eat, don't worry. Chunmu held the white snake egg in one hand, then picked up the ball as well and put them down at the dining table. As for jumping, the little guy still had a blank look in his eyes, squatting on one side of the dining table, staring intently at the white egg that Su had turned into. Chirp, chirp. Master, how big is it? After seeing Chun Mu put all the food on the table, Tiao finally calmed down. But it was still puzzled. Wyatt had only seen a blurry image of a snake's mouth before all the ingredients and food were swallowed up. But the phantom's mouth. It seemed to see a gigantic mouth, its largest moment appearing to be much bigger than a house, but it only flashed by in an instant. Chapter 86, Let's Evolve Together. Master and Pet. It's probably quite big. Shenmue had never seen Su's complete form, because there was no room for it at home. As for going out, either it won't be Su's turn to act, or it's not suitable for her. So all we knew was that it was growing, but we didn't know its specific form. Meow, meow. I know how big Su is, so big. Her head can grow bigger than the yard. Kaikyu raised its paw and patted the white snake egg, meowing as it revealed Su's little secret. His head is bigger than the yard. He thought he had reached the limit, but now he realizes that he lacks imagination. His yard covers an area of 632 square meters, not 6 square meters. If what Kaikyu said is true, then why did he spend money to fight the Stitches in the first place? He could have just sent Su out to devour the spider Stitches. So this time, he felt that Kaikyu's description was really a bit too exaggerated. Meow. That's right, it will grow to this size when it grows up, but I don't know when it will reach its final form. Kaikyu knew its description was a bit of an exaggeration, but that's what Su told it. Once evolved to its final level, it could become as large as a mountain. It wasn't clear what kind of mountain it was, but it was at least much bigger than the yard, right? You scared me. That level of achievement would require at least many evolutions, which would take a lot of time and various resources. From now on, your master, will strive to find the resources you need. So if you know what you need, you can tell me first. Even if we can't get it right away, we can put it on our tab and get it when we see it later. Shenmue sighed and reached out to rub Kaikyu's little head repeatedly. He still believed that, without his knowledge, Su had evolved to an unimaginable level. It was fake after all, and thankfully it was fake. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford to keep such a big pet. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You stinky cat, you really scared me. If that's the case, I'll be big enough to blot out the sky when I grow up, but the reality is I'm still this small now. Jumping tilted its little head, and after finally understanding what Ball meant, it spread its wings and made a gesture as if it wanted to beat Ball up. It was already frightened by the phantom, and this stinky cat was trying to scare it even more. Eat. You all should eat more so you can grow bigger soon. I'm looking forward to the kind of size that can blot out the sky. Shenmue set out the food for the two little ones, but of course there wouldn't be a portion for Su tonight. After finishing his meal, he went to the courtyard and unlocked the golden treasure chest with a single bullet. Open the golden treasure chest to obtain Pet Evolution Pill X1, Pet Accessory Box X2, High Temperature Fusion Material X3, High Temperature Metal Parts X5, Flawless Wood X100, Flawless Iron Block X100. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, Shenmue saw 3 golden lights flashing. I initially thought it was equipment or blueprints for myself, but after seeing the specific information, I excitedly checked it several times. Pet Evolution Pill allows your pet to evolve once. Cannot be used on top-tier pets. This incredible luck is something to watch out for. The familiar complaints appeared, and Shenmue no longer wanted to say anything. Generally speaking, anyone who is described as unbelievable will definitely be targeted. Pet Accessory Box. Opening this box will randomly grant you 1 pet accessory. It really depends on luck. You might get something from anywhere, whether it's in the sky, on the ground, or underwater. The items that come out of the accessory box are random, and there are too many uncertainties at the moment, but it is definitely a good thing. Only, how to use accessories on pets. Aside from these 2, the rest are all materials, and they are exactly what Shenmue needs right now. However, the quantity is limited, so it is still impossible to manufacture sniper rifles for the time being. After opening the treasure chest, Shenmue went to trade with those people, put the food from the food cabinet into the shop, took out the materials he received, and put them into the food cabinet and storage cabinet, and then carried the 2 pets and the egg upstairs to rest. First, he fed the Pet Evolution Pill to Kaikyu, and then he drank the low-level enhancement potion himself. As soon as the medicine entered his mouth, Chun Mu felt as if his whole body was on fire. But as soon as he took off his clothes, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. One moment I feel cold, the next I feel hot, and then my whole body aches. In short, he was tormented by all sorts of uncomfortable feelings, but this time Su was no longer binding him. After eating the pet evolution pill, Kayukyu collapsed and slept soundly while hugging the white egg that Su had transformed into. Jumpy just stared blankly as its owner rolled around on the bed. When it saw that it was about to roll to the ground, it wanted to help it up, but then suddenly realized that in its tiny state, it would definitely get squashed if it went over. So, when Chun Mu woke up in the middle of the night, he found him sleeping on the second floor, leaning against the corner of the wall, with a pillow that had somehow ended up in his arms. He looked like a pitiful little thing who had been kicked out of bed and was now helplessly huddled in a corner. However, although the enhancement potion was a bit uncomfortable, the effect was still quite good. Name: Chun Mu, player number 9857 in server S29. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Race: human, very good. Stamina: 6. Strengthening the body will consume stamina. Energy: 3. Are you thirsty? Hurry up and drink some water. Combat power: 53. Not bad, not bad. With a little more effort, you'll be able to cultivate. Skill: soothing. Looks like you're focused on this. Assets: level 5 house, 2-story courtyard. There are no higher levels in your area. Coins: 136663. Is making money difficult? Equipment: none. You not only take off your clothes when you sleep, but also your equipment. Pets: abandoned spirit cat. Evolving. Su, evolving. Tiao Yao, level 2 raven. Not enabled. Looking at his own attributes, Chun Mu's previous worries instantly disappeared. Feeling refreshed, he got up and put his pillow back on the bed. Chun Mu took out a bottle of water and gulped it down. Then he opened the battle information to check what had just happened. Low-level evolution potion successfully absorbed. Combat power +1. Low-level evolution potion successfully absorbed. Combat power +1. Low-level evolution potion absorption failed. Combat power +0. Low-level evolution potion successfully absorbed. Combat power +1. Low-level evolution potion. Chun Mu counted the information one by one. He could absorb it 10 times in total. If he succeeded, he would gain +1. If he failed, there would be no loss. After 10 attempts, there will be another prompt. Player S29, server 9857, uses a low-level evolution potion for the first time, rewarded with 3 combat power points. Low-level evolution potion can be used 1 to 5 times. After quickly glancing through the information, Chun Mu told Tiao to find a place to sleep, while he went to sit down in the corner, picked up another low-level evolution potion, and drank it down. Chapter 87, The Two-Headed Serpent of Ice and Fire. Meow. Master, it's dawn. Do you still want to sleep? Kayukyu stomped its little paws on Chun Mu's face, tilted its head with a hint of confusion, and a look of disappointment flashed in its eyes. It knows its owner is not in danger, but it just won't wake up. What's wrong with it? Let the master sleep a little longer. He's come here to stay. Something must have happened. The newly hatched Su looked even shinier. She bumped into Kayukyu to quiet it down for a moment. They had just asked the little black and red creature, but all they got was that its owner had drunk 2 bottles of medicine. Thinking about the evolution medicine that Kayukyu had eaten, they could probably guess what was going on. Even if they're trying to evolve, why do they have to lie in a corner? Are they afraid of hurting them? Meow. I wanted to surprise my owner, but he's sleeping so much. Kayukyu blinked, twitched its ears, and snuggled into Chun Mu's arms, remaining still. It has evolved. Although it can no longer serve as a mount for its master, it can fight and help its master kill those strange creatures. But why did the owner sleep for so long? You're surprised, but I feel like my evolution is more of a shock. Thinking about its current inherited information, Su suddenly felt a little worried about whether her owner could accept it. After all, it didn't improve in the normal way. Even the species has changed, which is really perplexing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You guys are going too far. Master is really fine. He's just tired. Jumpy, who had shakily flown up from downstairs, stood at the window, looking so aggrieved that he was about to burst into tears. The good stuff belongs to the cat, and it doesn't want to dwell on it, since the cat is its owner's darling. But those two went too far. One of the things done after its evolution was complete was to test its effects. When it tried to greet us, one of the creatures was restrained and thrown down. After a long wait, it was freed and flew back up. Then, the creature that had just broken its shell breathed fire and ice at it. Still stiff and not fully recovered, it fell down again while trying to dodge. Stinky cat, stinky snake, you all bully the bird, you all bully the bird. Just wait, it will evolve eventually, and then it will definitely pay back. I think I overslept. How are you all feeling? What happened to Xiao Yao? She looks so pitiful. When Shenmue woke up, he was in a daze. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yao, who was standing alone and looking aggrieved on the windowsill, and reached out to make it come over. Seeing that its owner was concerned about it first, Xiao Yao rushed over and began to accuse the two guys of being so unreasonable. It's good that you weren't injured. You can return them to them when you evolve. Shenmue looked at the crying little one, then at the cat and snake whose gazes were shifting, and shook his head, indicating that they could resolve this matter privately. After all, competition is what drives motivation, and that's how you grow faster. Since they're all his pets, even if some of their abilities have an effect, they won't actually hurt the other party, so he doesn't need to care so much. Meow. Master, I've evolved. Evolved. After realizing that its owner wasn't angry, Kaikyu ran over and rubbed against his arm repeatedly. Then it was emphasized that it had evolved once, so it could help its owner in the future. What force drives evolution? Shenmue opened the pet section of his personal information, where he could naturally see the pet, but he still cooperated by letting Kaikyu show it off. Meow, meow, meow. Binding, currently the kind that can bind a jumper for 3 seconds, preventing it from opening its wings. Ball is quite satisfied with the abilities it has evolved. It has no advantage in terms of size, and it doesn't want to evolve away from its current appearance. It really likes this ability to provide assistance. A very good ability. 3 seconds is enough time to aim and deliver a fatal blow. Shenmue picked up Kaikyu and rubbed his face against its little head, feeling once again that this little guy was his lucky star. If he were to encounter that kind of spider-stitch monster again, he could easily lock onto the stitched-together head during the 3 seconds that the ball restrained it, and a single bullet would be enough to kill it. Meow, meow. Master, this is the evolved form of the silly snake. It's so amazing. Kaikyu had already shown off and received hugs and cuddles as a reward. So when she turned around and saw Susu shrinking into the corner, she decided to kindly lend a hand. Although the evolved form is a bit strange, its owner certainly won't mind. Hiss, stupid cat. You should tell me I'm already pretty good. Susu glared at Chiyo, shook her head, and awkwardly came to Shenmue's side. Hiss, master, if you think it's ugly, I can usually change my true form. There was no way to avoid it. Susu rubbed her little head against Shenmue's finger, but still released her true form's phantom image. The room has limited space. If it were to revert to its original form inside the house, it would damage the house. No, not ugly. When Shenmue saw the illusory figure behind Susu, he couldn't help but swallow. With a head almost half the size of the bed, she is indeed quite large, but the problem isn't the size. It's that Susu is currently 2 heads. I thought it was evolving in the direction of a dragon, or perhaps a Jiao, a type of dragon-like creature, or a Tangshi, a type of serpent-like creature. But as it turns out, the direction of evolution has exceeded the scope of his previous thinking. Pet, Susu, level 3, Ice and Fire Twin-Headed Serpent King. Have you heard of the ancient ferocious god Xiong Liu? You might see him if you have enough materials. The message gave Shenmue a general idea that Susu's evolutionary path was not that of a dragon, but rather that she had mutated into the category of ferocious beasts. Xiong Liu. Legend has it that it is a 9-headed serpent, enormous in size, with highly venomous blood. But whether each of the 9 heads possessed a different elemental attack, he truly couldn't remember. If there's anything you don't understand, consult a survival manual. Shenmue picked up Susu, who was still struggling with her thoughts, and started flipping through the book. Xiong Liu, a legendary creature, can evolve from snakes, difficulty. Xiong Liu, a legendary large and ferocious beast capable of self-healing, with highly poisonous blood. It has 9 heads gathered on one body, and cannot be killed unless all 9 heads are destroyed. The abilities of its snake heads evolve randomly. With an evolution difficulty of 5 stars, Shenmue looked at Su Su in his arms. He hadn't thought the little guy was that ferocious before, so why did he suddenly go in this direction? So, was this just her own luck, or Su Su's desire? Chapter 88 Below the Cliff. How big is Su Su's true form? Friend 186. Hey bro, a zombie king has appeared on my end. They have strange powers like some kind of superpower, or maybe magic. Just as Chun-Mu was having breakfast with the 3 younger children, the message from the lucky boy came through. But instead of exchanging food, they started talking about zombie evolution. It's clear that the world is evolving in a different direction, no longer limited to size, species, and weapons. 9857. I encountered a spider-like monster yesterday. It regenerates at lightning speed. It's absolutely ferocious. When the other party shared information with him, Shenmue naturally also explained the situation on his side. With a zombie king possessing superpowers already appearing, it wouldn't be surprising if other zombies appeared as well. Friend 186. It's so tough. My dog, Big White, keeps getting injured lately. I've even rented a sniper rifle to carry with me. But it still feels like the survival environment is getting harder and harder. The young man, who was blessed with good fortune, was holding a large white tiger that had recovered after resting at home. His messages revealed his exhaustion. 9857. With more crises, we will become stronger. Judging from the current situation, the world will still leave us some hope. Only by striving to seize it can we survive. Early in the morning, Shenmue's mind was also drawn to these philosophical questions. The world is gradually increasing in difficulty, and they can only passively endure the threats, struggle to become stronger, and then survive. Friend 186. Dude, do you think we might one day actually meet each other, or maybe one day form a team and fight side by side? The boy's thoughts suddenly jumped to the topic of teaming up to fight monsters. In games, teaming up is not unusual, but here, 9857. Maybe, since initially there were no friend or private chat functions. As Chunmu ate his meal and looked at the private chat channel, he suddenly had a feeling that the team-up system might actually come to fruition. However, that's for later. Now that he's eaten and drunk his fill, he doesn't even have time to pack up the vegetables and is preparing to go down the cliff to check the situation. Friend 186. You're right. Anything is possible. You're probably already busy by now, so I won't bother you any longer. Let's chat again tonight. The boy looked at the message bar, replied to the message, closed it, and then stared at the big white tiger next to him. Then, he took out 2 potions, and the man and the tiger opened their mouths and drank them. Regardless of whether there will be problems, the first priority is to survive so that we can have a chance to find out. Chunmu was naturally unaware of this matter, but he could guess that the boy had gained a great deal. He could get a power-up potion by killing the spider stitches, but the other party was incredibly lucky and killed the zombie king. Who knows, he might just get some high-level potions. Anyway, apart from food, this lucky young man has never lacked anything. Let's go, let's set off. Although waking up late and needing to eat had already delayed him by an hour, Chunmu still had to go out. I left the vegetables and fruits aside and didn't even check the eggs. After leaving the house, I ran straight towards the cliff and the deep pit. He drank 2 evolution potions yesterday, and his current combat power is 59 points. In addition, there are 2 points for wrist guards, 5 points for armor, 4 points for 2 shoulder pads, 5 points for swift boots, and 15 points for trident. In total, the combat power has reached 90 points. Even though the swift boots only increase the speed of the user by 50%, after last night's enhancement, the effect is still much greater than the original 50%. After about half an hour, Chunmu stood on the edge of the cliff, feeling as if he were flying the whole way. Oh, that feels so good. Yes, master, I'll take you down. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Su Su raised her little head from his wrist, looking smug, indicating that it was finally her turn to show off her strength. Go ahead. I also want to see just how big your true form really is. Chunmu nodded and told Su Su to go down and transform back into her original form to take a look. When he first brought it home, it was a huge snake. Now it's become more and more exquisite. If he didn't see its real appearance soon, he would think he had ruined his high-class pet. It's very, very big. Su Su darted off Chunmu's wrist, her small snake body plummeting straight down the cliff. Then, A flash of white light appeared, and white pendants appeared on the cliff from top to bottom. Is this the current complete form? Chen Mu roughly calculated that the cliff was about 100 meters high. Susu only has 2 heads now, and she's already taller than the cliff. No wonder it is said that Xiang Liu has 9 heads, and its body is enormous. Each of the 9 heads must go to 9 different mountains to find food. With its size, if it were to reach that level, it would be a mountain in itself, wouldn't it? Meow, master, look, this stupid snake is so thin. Let's find some food for it and give it a treat. Kaiokyu jumped off Chen Mu's shoulder and landed directly on one of Susu's heads. It patted the scales under its feet with its little paws, still somewhat dissatisfied with Susu's size. But it wasn't wrong. Even though the huge head in front of him was putting a lot of pressure on Chen Mu, compared to his body length, his figure was still a little slender. Let's go downstairs first and look around later. Maybe we can find something down there to give Susu an extra treat. Chen Mu knew Kaiokyu was right, but he didn't want to admit that Susu was thin and weak, because he had realized that after his pets evolved, they would all become enormous creatures, and at that point, the difference would be like that between an ant and an elephant. Chirp chirp. Yes, yes, I see a cave over there, and there's food inside. Jumping can fly. So when Chen Mu was holding Kaiokyu and standing on one of Susu's heads, the little one had already circled the valley below the cliff. Hiss, master, we've arrived. Susu slowly turned her body, maintaining a steady position, and brought the man and the cat to the bottom of the valley. Then, she transformed back into a little white snake and leaped up, wrapping around Chen Mu's arm twice more. Unless it's needed, it still prefers its small size so it can be close to its owner. Otherwise, it's afraid that even the slightest movement might crush its owner. This valley is really big, even after we came down here. Chen Mu held the cat and the snake, while the little black and red thing above his head circled around, pointing out what was around him every now and then. After wandering around for a while, they soon arrived near the cave that Tiao Yao had mentioned. Chapter 89. Entering the spider cave. The boss is hidden on the next level. It's a spider again. Chen Mu put the ball back on his shoulder, and with a flick of his finger, he picked up the sniper rifle. He hasn't been able to build his own yet, so he can only learn from the lucky young man. He rents one to carry with him when he goes out, because it's a real necessity. Meow. Master, there are many boxes in the cave, but the terrain seems a bit strange. Kaiokyu squinted at the cave. It sensed the presence of many boxes, but their positions were a bit off. Some were even overlapping. Perhaps the cave is divided into layers? It's okay. Let's take it slow and deal with them one by one. Chen Mu looked at the giant spider, raised his sniper rifle, and aimed it at its head. Bang! With a gunshot, the giant spider that was still moving around at the entrance of the cave had its head blown off. This time, it was just an ordinary spider, so a headshot resulted in death. Killing a level 2 enhanced spider yields 2 spider legs, 12 spider silk, and 3 metal accessory fragments. The harvest was different from what Chen Mu had imagined. The spider's legs were not damaged, yet he only received 2. This was truly random. But the spider silk and metal parts fragments surprised Chen Mu. Spider silk. Material. Although spider silk is fragile, it will have special effects after being crafted. Metal part fragments. Can be used to craft metal parts. The final product is uncertain. It might be heat resistant or cold resistant. Chen Mu was in dire need of high-temperature metal parts, and now that these fragments could be synthesized, he naturally wanted to farm more of them. Carrying his sniper rifle, Chen Mu continued forward. Just as he was getting close to the entrance of the cave, he finally saw the second spider crawl out. Bang! Using the same method, after solving the problem and obtaining randomly dropped materials, Chen Mu officially stepped into the spider cave. There must be some issues with the settings. After the 2 shots were fired, the other spiders in the cave were completely undisturbed and continued to crawl around slowly. Meow. Master, can this spider, this stupid snake, be eaten? Kaiokyu looked at the huge spider swaying back and forth every 10 meters or so in front of her and thought, if this thing could be eaten, Susu should be able to fill her stomach, right? Hiss, greedy cat. Shut up, this doesn't taste good. Susu wrapped half her body around Chen Mu's shoulder, and then used her tail to wrap around a torch that had just been taken out and lit. After hearing Kaiokyu's suggestion, it really couldn't resist anymore, spiders, and such didn't taste good at all. Chew, this doesn't taste good. It'll definitely stick to your mouth if you eat it. It seems that Jump Jump possesses a portion of its inherited memories, which is why it can clearly state what the effects of eating these spiders will be. Only, sticky lips? Chunmu imagined it for a moment, and then felt a little nauseous. Sure enough, it was one shot, one kill. Let's take them out of the head first. On the first level of this cave, Chunmu dealt with more than a dozen spiders. These spiders seemed to be deliberately waiting to be killed. No matter how many shots he fired, as long as the distance between them exceeded 10 meters, the other spiders would not be disturbed. At the location of the treasure chest pointed out by Koko, Chunmu not only found a silver treasure chest, but also a bronze supply chest. After putting everything away, Chunmu found the downward entrance nearby. Is this a copy? A sense of unease arose in Chunmu's heart, but he checked the time, and it was not yet 11 o'clock. If he were to retreat now, it would seem a bit too cowardly. Meow. Master, there's a golden box down here. Kayukyu's sudden prompt made Chunmu stop in his tracks. A golden chest? Is there a golden chest under the stairs? This instantly reminded him of the golden chest that had appeared outside his yard. You can get it simply by going outside, but you'll be poisoned by the red phosphorus butterfly while doing so. What awaits him in this golden chest? Master, there's a spider below with half a human body, much bigger than the previous one that only had a head. After handing the torch to Chunmu and circling the cave entrance on the ground, Susu had determined what was below. Of course, this only applies to the area below the opening. It can't sense anything beyond that. On the way here, Chunmu opened the two pet accessories. One of them was a detection type, but because it was restricted to land creatures, he gave it to Susu. The pet equipment slot, which wasn't originally there, opened up after Susu obtained the pendant-like accessory, but there was no visible indication of it. Otherwise, a snake whirring a jade pendant. Anyway, Chunmu couldn't quite picture that scene. Another accessory is a universal small bead that opens up 10 slots for the pet, which he naturally equipped on Jump. A spider with a half-human body, just one. That's easy to deal with. Chunmu reached out and let Susu return to his shoulder, then handed the torch back to her before preparing to go down and fight the boss. I said before that this is a completely dungeon mode, so how can there be no boss? It turns out the boss was hiding on the next floor. If it hadn't been detected, I wouldn't have known that this setup was such a trap. Having obtained the treasure chest, I thought I had finished clearing this floor, and naturally, I felt a bit more relaxed. Upon reaching the next level, it's hard to imagine that the opening scene would be a boss battle. Meow. Master, wait and see. Ball hadn't had a chance to shine the whole way, but this time it was determined to freeze that half-human, half-spider monster in place. Good. Chunmu prepared his sniper rifle and walked step by step toward the entrance to the next floor. This is a downward slope, stretching for over 10 meters, surrounded by sticky cobwebs, some covered in dust, others still very fresh. Just as Chunmu stepped onto the flat ground of the second level, a ball of spider silk suddenly enveloped him. Watch out! The phantom image on Susu's body flickered, and a ball of fire shot out forward, burning away the spider webs that were about to fall on them. Meow. Restraint. Kayukyu stared at Susu's performance, wide-eyed at the half-human, half-spider stitched-together monster, and then several lines of white light appeared on the monster's body. The spider-stitched monster is motionless. Bang! Chunmu, who was already prepared, had his gun raised and aimed at the face of the spider-stitched monster and fired a shot directly at the center of its forehead. But this time, the spider didn't die. It should be said that the human part died, but the spider is still alive. Freezing. Susu reacted quickly. When she saw the spider open its mouth, the other head of the phantom opened its mouth, and a burst of cold air flew out, covering the spider's body with a layer of frost. The frost slowed the spider's movements, and as it opened its mouth to spit out webs, Chunmu's sniper rifle fired again. Chapter 90 Snake Swarm Attack. Susu serves dinner. Bang! Taking a step back, Chunmu fired his sniper rifle again, drilling a large hole directly in the spider's head. But this spider was incredibly resilient, and even though there was no sign of healing, the shot failed to kill it. Meow. Restraint. Before Chunmu could fire again, Kaika used a new binding force once more. At the same time, Another head opened its mouth on the phantom on Susu's body, and a ball of flame shot towards the spider's head. It didn't burn to death, but the fire turned the spider's head to ashes. Bang! With the gun's cooldown time restored, Shenmue launched another attack. This time, we finally managed to take down this higher-level spider-stitch monster. Killing a level 3 stitch spider yields 5 spider legs, 29 spider silk, and 2 toughness fusion materials. Shenmue looked at the information and saw that only 5 spider legs were given. It's not just random, it's incredibly random. However, this time they gave us some pretty good stuff. Toughness fusion material, crafting, synthesis, essential for crafting certain equipment. The material is good. Although it's not the high-temperature material Shenmue needs, it's still of the same grade and quite good. After dealing with the level 3 spider stitch monster, Shenmue confirmed that there were no other monsters around for the time being before turning around and heading towards the very obvious golden treasure chest. Now, whenever there's a gold chest, he has to first consider whether it's a trap. Meow. Master, let's go back. Just after putting away the gold box, Kaio suddenly perked up its ears, shook them twice, and urged Shenmue to leave. It knew there were good things inside, but they couldn't take them away in their current state unless Susu's true form went out and crushed them. But this would inevitably result in Susu being seriously injured, or even... Come on, we've had a pretty good haul today. Seeing that Kaiokiyu's fur was standing on end, Shenmue didn't hesitate to take them and run up the slope, then headed out of the cave. Upon arriving at the valley, the group of 1 person and 3 pets immediately ran in the direction they had come from. A sense of crisis resurfaced in Shenmue's heart. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Shenmue signaled Susu to act, and then stood on the giant snake's head and was sent to the top of the cliff. As they climbed up the cliff, Susu followed, and then shrank again. "This, master, what's that?" After Susu shrank and looked at the valley again, she suddenly discovered that in that short period of time, mist had appeared in the valley. I came out of the cave, ran over, and got to the cliff. It was only a dozen minutes. How could it have suddenly changed? Moreover, it did not detect the presence of any wild beasts or the stitched-together monsters. It's probably because we didn't follow the rules they set and left halfway through, which angered one of the controllers in this valley. Shenmue stood on the cliff, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings before finally settling on the white mist that permeated the valley. Fog. It may not seem to have any special effects, but if you're below it, you'll be completely disoriented. There was no attack, but that from above. In the valley below, the fog may have reached a point where you can't see your hand in front of your face. Even though the fog has nothing to do with them now, Shenmue's sense of crisis has not disappeared. On the contrary, it has intensified. Is there something he overlooked? Chirp, chirp. Master, snakes, lots of snakes. Jumpy was circling around the cliff when it suddenly returned, flapping its wings to tell them that many snakes were swarming towards them. Snake? The delicious thing you mentioned before, was it a snake? Shenmue was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized that the food that Qiao Qiao had mentioned was not the spiders at all. I never thought of that before. It said that spiders have sticky mouths, so they can't be food. As expected, a mistake was made. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Snake, delicious. I'm too small to eat it now, but a stupid snake can. Jump, jump flapped its wings, and it was so excited that it almost flew around a few more times, as its owner finally understood what it meant. It had originally intended for Susu to eat the snakes, but the spiders on the first level were a bit disgusting, so it forgot to remind her again. But that's all right. Now that the snakes have come out, we don't have to go down, and Susu can still eat her fill. Sure enough, I really want to grow up. And when I'm grown up, it'll be just like eating noodles. However, noodles? I don't seem to have any specific memory of this. I'll ask my owner when I get back. It must be delicious, right? Meow. So it was a snake? No wonder cats can't like it. Kaito nestled in Shenmue's arms, yawned, and suddenly relaxed. As for the snakes, Susu, go and start them up. If we're full, we can save on food supplies at home. Our owner hasn't been hunting much lately, so we probably don't have much food left. Susu, can you eat this? Shenmue looked at the swarm of snakes that had begun to appear in his field of vision. The smaller ones were a few tens of centimeters long, while the larger ones were more than 10 meters long. Indeed, none of them could compare to Susu's true form. But this number seems a bit too much. I can eat it, but I need to turn back into my original form. Master, please go away for a moment. Su looked at the swarm of snakes rapidly approaching from the direction of the valley, and her mouth was much wider with joy than before. It's not easy to get a full meal, so hopefully these snakes will be more proactive. They'd love to experience what it feels like to eat until they're stuffed. Be safe. Chunmu glanced in the direction, then quickly ran away into the distance with Kayakyu in his arms. As for Susu, there shouldn't be any problem. With a snake of this size, Susu should have no trouble eating it. After running several hundred meters, Chunmu climbed to the top of a tree. Before he could even see how Susu ate the snakes, Tiao Tiao flew back, looking aggrieved, to comfort him. You can eat it when you grow up. Chunmu's fingers stroked over Tiao Tiao's little head. This little guy still wants to eat those snakes? In its current state, it's not even as big as the eyeballs of those giant snakes. However, Susu was truly ferocious. With her two heads searching for food, she swallowed the snakes as soon as they got close. At first, I swallowed them one by one, but gradually I found it too tiring, so I started to open my mouth and suck them up in one go. If it weren't his own property, he would definitely be afraid if he saw it. Chapter 91, Preparing Materials, Building the Manor. Good day, master, let's go home. I can't turn back now. After dealing with the snakes, Susu leisurely walked over to Chunmu, put her big head on a tree, let Chunmu stand on her head, and then continued on her way home. It didn't want to be like this, but it ate too much and now it can't shrink even if it wants to. Although it seemed slow, its large size meant that its travel speed was actually not much slower than Chunmu's. Go home and rest. You've had a great day. Chunmu originally wanted to see what lay beneath the valley, and now he had a general understanding of it, and was certain that somewhere below the valley, someone was controlling and watching those who entered. Enveloped in mist, the valley was no longer safe to explore, so their original plan was to prepare to go home. On the way back, Chunmu simply sat down, and Kayakyu rolled around on the scales on Susu's head. If Susu hadn't tried her best to stay steady, it probably would have fallen many times over. Meow. Master, there's a box over there. When they reached the small hill after arriving home, Kayakyu suddenly jumped onto Chunmu's shoulder, pointing its little paws in the direction to the side, excitedly indicating that it had finally sensed the box on the way. It used to be able to help its owner find many boxes, but ever since the appearance of the red phosphorus butterfly, the boxes around it have become extinct. Now, it has finally reappeared. I thought your sensor for the box had malfunctioned. Susu turned around, her large body sweeping across the ground, pushing away the trees that were in the way. Given its size, even the largest trees here couldn't withstand a single bump from it, but thankfully it doesn't need to be that big when it gets home. Otherwise, if it can't shrink, the yard will just be big enough for it to make a nest, and once it's inside, it can't move around freely. It's a silver treasure chest. After seeing the treasure chest, Chunmu jumped down, picked it up, and reached out his hand to Susu. Master, I could turn back into my original form again. After rapidly shrinking, Susu wrapped herself around Chunmu's arm and rubbed against his hand in a flattering manner. It's actually that it can't turn back after eating it at first, but it's fine after a little activity. But because it's so interesting, I never said that. Seeing Chunmu's obviously knowing look in her eyes, Susu suddenly felt even happier. Let's go home. Without exposing Susu's little scheme, Chunmu carried the cat and headed home. Besides the snake on his arm, there was also a small crow flying in the air. After arriving home, Chunmu let the animals play while he went to collect vegetables and fruits. Harvesting vegetables, planting vegetables, and picking a batch of fruit, Chunmu was already very adept at handling these tasks. After the harvest was finished, they slaughtered and disposed of the rooster that would never grow any bigger, and also collected the unhatched eggs. Then, Chunmu opened the 4 boxes he had collected that day. There wasn't much new stuff. The gold chest contained a low-level enhancement potion and a recipe for lightweight pants. With the pants in hand, I naturally rushed to make them. Wearing them made me feel full of energy and vitality. Now, he's only missing the headpiece from this complete set of equipment, but he doesn't have the recipe and doesn't want to buy those ridiculously expensive items from a store. In the end, I'm still a poor man. Chunmu tidied up, took the 3 children out for lunch, and, after cleaning up the shop, went upstairs to lie down. Today, he plans to drink the low-level potion during the day, so he can get a good night's sleep. As for the question of whether or not they are poor, let's talk about it after I wake up. Perhaps due to the enhancement from the previous 2 potions, which increased his attributes, Shenmue fell asleep immediately this time and slept until after 6 o'clock in the evening. After waking up, Shenmue sat on the bed and watched his combat power increase, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He succeeded 9 out of 10 attempts at enhancement, which means he gained another 9 points of combat power. Although he was still far from 100 points, Shenmue wasn't in a hurry. It seemed that he could buy some more materials with his current money. Given the current situation, should he prioritize building the sniper rifle or upgrading the house? Steel bars and wire mesh are materials used in the semi-finished product manufacturing process, and Shenmue has already gathered them all. The other materials were similar. The ones I acquired myself were enough to barely meet the requirements. But Shenmue was a little worried about facing wild animal attacks after upgrading the house. He wondered if renting a sniper rifle would be insufficient. Master, wolves can actually fill their stomachs too. As long as they're not spiders, the defense task is mine. Seeing Shenmue's dilemma, Susu nuzzled his hand with her little head to make her presence known. Having eaten so much outside today, it has since the threshold for upgrading, so it really wants to have another big meal. It shouldn't be a spider, right? The last 2 times it was wolves. This time it'll probably be a tiger, or maybe a golden python or something. Shenmue thought for a moment and realized that if he upgraded the house, there was a high probability that it would still be wolves and probably a level 3 wolf pack. Although Susu is also a level 3 pet, it is much stronger than other pets of the same level after species evolution. After calculating in this way, he decided to upgrade the house first. Even if Susu can't handle it, he can still buy some grenades. Those things are more accurate and their damage is much stronger than explosive packs. It all comes down to money. I've truly experienced how sad poverty can be once again. Meow. Master, are we building a house again? Caillou, lying nearby, noticed that Susu had made her presence known, and it came over as well. Yes, our house is still a bit small. The vegetables we grow in the yard aren't enough. If we expand the house, we can grow more vegetables and earn more money. Shenmue hugged Kayukiyu and rubbed his face against her. In terms of combat, Susu's strength already gave him a little sense of security, but the yard wasn't big enough, so he still needed to continue leveling up. I just don't know what kind of model this simple manor is. Since it's a manor, it should at least look like a manor, right? The next level, Simple Manor, requires the following upgrades. Cement 802 to 800, red brick 2103 to 2000, iron or 2300 to 2000, or 21866, 8000, wood 23612, 8000, rope 1002 to 1000, plastic 800 to 800, plastic steel 100 to 100, glass 100 to 100, steel reinforcement 100 to 100, and wire mesh 100 to 100. Shenmue prepared the semi-finished products and then went to the mall to buy some cement and PVC. Both of these require recipes to make, and without the recipes, he can only rely on opening boxes. But recently he hasn't been opening many boxes, so he has to buy the missing ones. Once all the materials were gathered, Shenmue saw that he still had more than 110,000 yuan left. He decided to save this for later and decide what to buy after the next herd of beasts appeared. Chapter 92, I became the leader, and I was exposed. Manor under upgrade. Upgrade complete. Currently a level 6 property. Simple Manor house durability, 1500 to 1500. Courtyard wall durability, 1200 to 1200. Simple Manor. Main house, 150 SQM. 2-story building. Workers hut, 100 SQM, undeveloped. Breeding area, 200 SQM, undeveloped. Planting area, 600 SQM, undeveloped. Area to be determined, 832 SQM. Suddenly, an operation panel appeared in front of Shenmue. In the huge, square courtyard, only the 2-story building where he was located remained unchanged. The rest was empty space. But now he must plan these areas well. He moved the house closer to the entrance of the yard so that he could leave the house more quickly. Next was the workers' hut, which Shenmue had designated as the corner furthest from his own house, with the breeding area next to it. The planting area is located in the center of the yard, and the rest of the yard has been converted into a planting area. However, such a large planting area must need warehouses, right? He browsed through the Manor construction interface, and sure enough, he found the warehouse and a tool shed tucked away in a corner, both placed next to the workers' hut. Besides the produce they produce, farming and animal husbandry also require water. The reservoir has finally come in handy. Shenmue had never known what the reservoir was for, but now it came in handy. The water storage tank was naturally placed in the planning area, but he adjusted its location to be closer to the breeding area, making it more convenient for the workers. Worker, Shenmue cannot buy this yet. At least not until he completes the house protection mission. He cannot do anything about it. The general layout of the courtyard was completed, but Shenmue found that he still couldn't close the interface. Looking around, he found that the construction of the courtyard wall had not been adjusted. Several new construction directions have emerged on this side of the courtyard wall. The original wall was very thin, only about 10 centimeters thick, but now it has been transformed into a 1 meter wide reinforced concrete wall. Furthermore, it can be equipped with lighting equipment, fortifications, and personnel elevators, among other equipment. Kayakyu, we're still poor. Shenmue wanted to simply hang a row of lighting lights, and then add 2 rows of automatic defensive cannons. But unfortunately, he was poor, so poor that he couldn't even afford the most basic electrical wires, while that automatic defense cannon cost at least 7 figures. Forget it, we're poor. Let's try a poor man's way. Make a few lanterns and hang them up, then change the fuel regularly every day. As for defense, he'll stick to manual defense. He can't afford to buy one. Even the cheapest automatic defensive crossbow platform costs at least 100,000, and its durability doesn't reassure him. Meow. Master, our enemy must be very rich. Kayakyu squinted, shook her head, and then suddenly said this. A wealthy enemy? Shenmue had initially thought it was a wild beast, but now he was dumbfounded. The wealthy enemy. These are the indigenous people. He almost swore, staring blankly at the still on the work interface. Oh, please, I just want money. I don't want to face a bunch of rich enemies. You're such a lucky star. Whatever I want, you get it for me. This? Money? Can't we eat it anymore? Susu was originally planning to have a big meal, but now, she's rich? It really can't be eaten. If it is, the owner won't get the money. Meow. Yeah, I feel like they'll be rich. Looking at Shenmue's changing expression, Kayakyu pitifully indicated that it really did sense it suddenly. But didn't the master want money? Isn't this a good thing? Having money is a good thing. We can farm money while simultaneously preparing our defenses. Shenmue sighed. The type of enemy had been identified, which was a good thing overall. After finalizing the manor settings, Shenmue finally exited the settings interface, which he could then access and adjust at any time. Standing in the room, Shenmue looked at the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him and suddenly felt that he needed to make some curtains. The house's size hasn't changed, but its form has been altered due to the upgrade. Floor-to-ceiling windows with clean glass offer a wide and unobstructed view from the second floor. Although it's still wood flooring, the quality has improved significantly. The bathroom has also been renovated, and a bathtub for soaking has been added. Carrying his pet downstairs, Shenmue made a bunch of lanterns and walked up the courtyard wall in the pitch-black night. Lanterns were lit and hung up one by one. Shenmue looked at the courtyard and the surrounding environment as it lit up. Although he was worried about the attack that was about to be carried out by the suspected natives, he was very satisfied with the scope and assumptions of his own home. Player S29, server 9857 built a level 6 house, ushering in a new era for server S29. In this new era, you will face more dangers, but also more opportunities. I believe that those of you who have survived to this day will strive even harder to live on. Just after Shenmue hung the lanterns around the circle, that mechanical voice that hadn't been heard for a long time suddenly rang out again. The voice came from the air, so it can be assumed that it was not just said to Shenmue alone. Damn it, we've been exposed. Shenmue looked up at the sky. He usually didn't even speak in the chat channel, just thinking about developing quietly. In the end, how come he still started a new era? This is going to be a disaster. Friend 1234. Boss, you're a real boss. Awesome. Friend 13. As expected of a master. Awesome. Friend 183. Ushering in a new era. Boss, you've been exposed. I wonder how you're feeling now. Friend 186. Hey bro, my dog, Big White, asked me to ask around. Are there any new foods in this new era? The messages from his friends arrived almost simultaneously. After reading them, Chenmu replied to each one with "I'm helpless too. But after all, we had been friends for a while, and I knew he had made a lot of money from food." What's really bothering Chenmu right now is the constant stream of friend requests. Currently, in their S29 district, there are 12 people left, and the number of friend requests has now reached 1,000. These people are insane. But Chen Mugong ignored the notification in the information bar, and the system gave him a separate reward the next moment. Player S29 server 9857 has ushered in a new era, rewarded with a leader's chest, leader's aura, plus 100,000 coins, and plus 10 combat power. Level 6, housing construction completed. Next level, basic manor. Upgrade requirements: 0 to 5 workers, 0 to 2 guards. Upgrade materials. Chenmu looked at the series of material information. The materials were no different from before, except that the quantity had at least doubled. But now it's not just about materials. There are also personnel restrictions. In other words, he must purchase puppets or acquire slaves to ensure that the personnel in both positions reach their goals before he can open a new manor. It's money again. Chapter 93, A New Era Begins, Team Mode launched. Open the leader's chest to receive 66,666 coins for automatic defense crossbow towers, 1 small circuit device, 2 intermediate evolution potions, 1 one-time automatic defense cannon, 3 hours, and 1 purple leader's belt. The purple guide's chest was opened, and looking at the contents, Chenmu suddenly realized that being exposed wasn't such a big deal. The coins were put away, the defensive crossbow platforms were placed at the 4 corners of the walls, and the electrical equipment was installed directly in the manor. But now he doesn't have a generator, so he can only recharge when needed, which is too expensive. When there's nothing to do, he'll just keep hanging lanterns. I'll drink the evolution potion later. There's only 1 defensive turret, so I'll save it for after we've finished defending. However, this belt is a good thing. Leader's belt. Purple increases combat power by 10% and speed by 20%. Equipment requirements: none. Untreatable. Leader aura. Equipping this aura increases the combat power of allies by 5%. Chenmu put on the belt, adding a wide purple belt inlaid with more than a dozen gems to his white outfit. Chenmu himself shook his head at the sudden increase in a luxurious style. This is the complete opposite of the minimalist style of white, lightweight gear. But for the sake of his attributes, he had no choice but to wear it like that. And he also had to make the belt Kaiukyu's new toy. There's no other way. The only thing on my body that Kaiukyu can grab and play with right now is this gemstone belt. Meow. Master, this is easy to catch, it won't fall. Ball's claws gripped the gem on its belt, and it began to play a rock climbing game, completely ignoring whether the snake and crow beside it were looking down on its childish behavior. Take your time playing. Let me see what's new in this new era. Chenmu patted Kaiukyu's little head twice. The little guy was really excited to have a new toy. However, is this the beginning of a new era, a time of chaos? Opening the survival manual, Chenmu searched through the table of contents and found no record of this pioneering new era. What wasn't recorded was basically native information that didn't belong to this game world. Is it a new era for gamers? Friend 186. Hey bro, can you turn on your team up information? I can't team up with you. While Chenmu was pondering the issues of the new era, this lucky young man sent a message more than a dozen times, finally catching Chenmu's attention. 9857. Team up? Opening the friends list, Chenmu saw the team settings. This is a new feature, and there are also voice settings. After checking the team information and confirming that there would be no other problems, Chenmu chose to start the team and then receive a team invitation. Friend player number 186 invites you to join the team. When the team invited him, Chenmu accepted. Wow, I'm 186. Congratulations on achieving the title of famous throughout the region. As soon as he joined the team, a slightly cheerful voice rang in Chenmu's ears. Looking at the newly added team information, it is indeed the icon for 186 that is lit up. But the voice was clear and cheerful. It really sounded like a young person's. Hello, this announcement was so sudden, I'm still a little confused. Chenmu greeted him, and somewhat helplessly indicated that he really didn't want this achievement. Although I'm a little envious, I still want to thank 9857. If you hadn't leveled up first, we don't know how long it would have taken before we could team up and chat on voice. The girl's voice is very gentle. Although it's not exactly sweet, it makes people feel relaxed without them even realizing it. However, this voice, at least after Chenmu heard it, felt very different from the photo on the girl's business card. The woman in the photo looked like a very tomboyish woman. "Hey boss, I'm 183, a poor low-level unlucky guy. I'll have to rely on you for good food in the future." Another young man, and he sounds like a very sunny type. Unfortunately, this 183 centimeters tall boy was already associated with ruthless people in Chenmu's eyes, which only proves that voices can be deceiving. "Hey boss, this is 1234. As someone who joined the team earlier, I feel it's necessary to warn you. Don't be fooled by these guys, especially that woman. She's terrifying when she curses. She's a real tigress." After everyone else had introduced themselves, player number 1234 gave the final introduction, and then, incidentally, it exposed the shortcomings of certain people. "Hey, half-faced brother, that's not fair of you. What did I teach you? To greet the big boss properly. How dare you reveal all my secrets? Don't you want a beating?" The girl number 13, who was just gentle, instantly switched to arguing mode after being called a tigress by 1234. Especially the way he addressed her, which made everyone burst out laughing. After all, losing half a brother is probably the thing 1234 regrets the most. "Hey boss, ignore those two. They've been arguing ever since I created the team. Actually, I wanted to bring you over for a chat. Something about future developments." The 186 centimeters tall boy's voice came out. He cleared his throat and silenced the two. In short, they weren't just chatting idly. They were looking for ways to live more safely and comfortably in the new era. The future development is a difficult problem. At present, the information I can confirm is basically about pet evolution, combat power increase, enhancement potions, and some information about natives and Frankenstein's monsters. Chenmu carried Kagu and Susu up to the second floor, lay down, and then began exchanging information with these people. Everyone's area is different, and the enemies they face are different, but ultimately they're all in the same area. If you go far enough, you will inevitably come into contact with the same enemies or environments as the other party. For example, indigenous people. Now, at least 3 of them in this group of 5 have met the indigenous people, right? I've also found some indigenous people here, but I haven't received any pets. It seems I'm not suited to keeping pets. 183 spoke again, his tone now back to normal, revealing a hint of coldness. This was his true nature. The previous commotion was just playful antics during the waiting period. My biggest enemy here is the indigenous people. But recently I've discovered some strange creatures that only come to cause trouble after dark every day. During the day, the tracks look like animals, but the way they destroy things is by using tools, which is very abnormal. As someone who almost died at the hands of the indigenous people, the information revealed in 1234's intelligence reminded Chenmu of the spider he saw in the valley. Although the half-human body was killed with a single shot at the beginning, the humanoid portion in that state could indeed use tools like a normal person. Chapter 94, it seems that everyone is not very far apart. There's a valley near me where there's a type of stitched creature where parts of a human are fused into the bodies of animals. They have extremely strong regenerative abilities, but it's currently uncertain whether they'll use weapons. Chenmu shared the information about the stitches, but his knowledge is still limited, so he is unsure what other factors might be involved. While chatting, Chenmu also began to adjust the planting areas within Manor. The 4 chickens, plus an egg that was about to hatch, were all transferred directly to the breeding area after the upgrade. The equipment in the breeding area will probably need to be built gradually later, but he doesn't have time to worry about that right now. A suture. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. 1234 thought for a moment, and it seemed that he had seen this type of being before. But where was it? Were the totem statues of the indigenous tribes you visited before? Remembering that this guy had been captured before, Chenmu reminded him, and he also wanted to know if this 1234 was near the tribe he had discovered. A horse, a centaur. I remember now the indigenous tribe where I was captured had a huge statue there, a half-human, half-horse statue, with a human body, arms and head, but a horse's body. 1234's excited voice rang out, but after hearing what he said, everyone suddenly fell silent. This centaur. It either evoked unpleasant memories, or it felt magical. 3 days ago, I killed a centaur, so we're not far apart. After a moment of silence, a cool voice came through. It was the voice of the 183 centimeters tall boy. He had killed centaurs before, and they dropped some good loot, but he naturally wouldn't reveal what they dropped directly. About an hour away from here, there is an indigenous tribe whose statues are of centaurs, and the Stitched Monsters lair is not far from the indigenous tribe. Shenmue gave a rough idea of his location. He actually thought it was quite normal for someone to have killed a centaur. After all, he sensed from the moment he first added this 183 centimeters tall boy as a friend that he was definitely not as simple as he seemed. At the current speed, it will take me about an hour here. 1234 still feels a lingering fear when talking about the indigenous tribe that almost treated him as a sacrifice. But because he was captured and almost boiled alive, he became even more concerned about that place and even kept thinking about how to make that tribe disappear. Few people who have survived to this day are without grudges. I'm closer from here. It'll only take about half an hour to get there, but my location isn't great. Besides the natives, there are wild beasts around here, and there's a river nearby where sea fish occasionally surface. Oh, and a few days ago, a zombie floated down from the river, but it was dead, so we didn't find anything. The 183-year-old boy said that he could see almost anything from his location. Moreover, it seems that he has combined all the characteristics of the other people. Indigenous people, zombies, a river mixed with marine life. Even zombies can float across it. If we draw a rough map, it is very likely that it is located around an indigenous tribe. 186 is a city and zombies, and it's in the upper reaches of the river. 183 is in the center, while 1234 and I should be in the other two directions of the tribe. As for whether point 13 is upstream or downstream of the river, it cannot be determined at this time. Shenmue went to an open space in the yard, took out a steel bar, and slowly drew the connection between each person's area on the ground. If that's the case, what about the other players? Could there be many other players near this tribe, but they are all in their own activity areas and therefore unable to contact each other? Because our houses can't be moved, we have to limit our time outside to returning within a day. This way, even if the distance between us isn't very far, as long as it takes more than a day to travel, we won't run into each other. Everyone knows that not going home is tantamount to death. With all communication blocked, Shenmue became increasingly convinced that there must be other players around him. Moreover, it's impossible for him to be the only one with high combat power now. And with high combat power, he will have enough time to discover the residences of other players. Just like now, if 1234 and 183's words are true, they can meet around the Centaur tribe without delaying their return home. How about we give it a try tomorrow? 1234 was increasingly eager to see people. Before coming here, he was truly an ordinary person, an ordinary family, an ordinary school, an ordinary university graduate who found an ordinary job. And like most people, he pursued an ordinary girl. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to experience the most ordinary life, a wife, children, and a warm bed. If he could meet the same people again, he might be able to regain some of the mindset of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would really get sick from being so stifled. People with pets might be okay, but he can only stay at home and sleep for 16 hours straight every day. Who can stand that? Unable to stand it. He could only chat with people in chat channels. But because the number of people was decreasing, he had witnessed many people who liked to chat disappear. Even though he couldn't see the other person, he felt as if he could see countless people dying for all sorts of reasons. If there's no property protection battle here tomorrow, I can go check it out. Shenmue also wanted to take a look, but he suddenly realized that after the house was upgraded, he could no longer go out and about freely. If he runs away and his house is besieged, he won't be able to go home and carry out his operations. Alright, I forgot about that. 857. After your house was upgraded this time, did you get any notifications like what kind of enemy attacks you might face or when they would come? The 186 centimeters tall boy, holding a large white tiger, was genuinely curious about the enemies that a level 6 property would face. This is level 6, leading a new era. It might not be that simple. Absolutely none. Shenmue looked around his large courtyard, thinking about the possible attack by enemies carrying money, but he was still unsure whether it was really as he suspected. So, he really wasn't sure about anything. Chapter 95, An Early Defensive Battle, Supporting Teammates. 857, why don't you take a rest first? You might face an attack at any time. We're fine, but if you don't rest, you'll be fighting exhausted. The girl's voice had lost its initial gentleness, and it was no longer as irritable as it had been with 1234. But it has to be said that when a group of guys chat for a long time, a girl comes along and says a few words, and the atmosphere instantly eases a lot. I am from 9857. Shenmue always felt a bit conflicted about his number. He used to be a true homebody, entertaining himself at home, and his life was relatively stable. It really has nothing to do with 857. I know, 9857, it's 857. 1234 also joined in the teasing. After all, his code name was much more complicated than 857's. So, I finally have a chance to tease others. I can't miss it. Whatever, I really need to sleep. The last two raids were in the middle of the night. I hope I can get a good night's sleep tonight. Checking the time, Chunmu memorized the information he had drawn on the ground again, and then prepared to go back to his house to rest. He had originally planned to lie down and sleep, but there was no paper or pen at home, so he could only write and draw in the yard. He always likes to draw out the details step by step when calculating numbers or practicing maps. There's really no way to stop him from doing it. Hey bro, you don't need to leave the team. The team has a voice mute feature, so you won't be disturbed by us. There's also a notification feature that lets you send reminders to teammates who have muted their voices. But we won't do anything so outrageous while you're sleeping. The 186-year-old suddenly realized that this big shot didn't seem to be used to studying how to use those functions. Therefore, in order to prevent this person from leaving the team as soon as they wanted to sleep, he had to give them a quick reminder. Okay, then I'll turn off the voice chat. I'm going to sleep now. You guys should get some rest too. Shenmue didn't want to leave the team, but since they had already told him he could mute the voice chat, he didn't deliberately try to leave. He carried the two little ones upstairs. As for Jump, the little black and red creature, it would at most stand on Chunmu's shoulder for a while, but most of the time outside of sleeping, it preferred to fly around and train itself. Back upstairs, Chunmu took out the two intermediate evolution potions. He definitely needed to use them. Every bit of extra power meant a greater chance of winning in battle. Meow. Master, we're here to protect you. You don't need to worry. Kayukyu saw Chunmu staring at the two medicine bottles and assumed he was worried that the house would be unattended after he drank the medicine and fell asleep. There should be enough time. Chunmu looked at his own materials. He had quite a few self-repairing materials, but he was still not entirely reassured, so he bought some more. After all, basic materials were cheap. Once he was certain that it would last until the man woke up, Chunmu poured both doses of the intermediate level enhancement potion into his mouth. It doesn't say that these can't be drunk together. It just tells you that only 3 doses can be effective. In this way, he can simply wait for the results. Cough cough, really. Worried that he wouldn't have enough time, Chunmu drank it all at once. But after drinking it, he thought he would fall into a deep sleep, but he never expected that it would make him awake and endure the pain of this upgrade and transformation. The pain was so intense that I could hardly breathe. My whole body ached, and I couldn't quite describe the exact nature of the pain, but it just wouldn't stop. After enduring the pain for more than half an hour, Chunmu finally fainted from the agony. After he fell unconscious, Tiao Yao squatted by the bedside to take a look, then flapped its little wings and flew to the ground. He picked up the pillow that had fallen to the ground and gestured for Susu to help him adjust Chunmu's sleeping position. Then she tried very hard to pull the blanket over him and cover him up. Meow. So familiar? Kayukyu watched curiously as the little creature completed this series of actions. It wasn't surprising that it could pick up things many times larger, but it just felt that the behavior was a bit too skilled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Last time, when Master went to sit in the corner, I used this as his pillow. You two are such big, yet you don't know how to take care of Master. You two idiots. Jump stood at the head of the bed, glanced at Chunmu, who was still frowning in his sleep, and then flapped his wings at the cat and Snake watching him on either side of the pillow. He finally had a chance to train them. Hiss, a silly bird, showing off. Susu admitted that she really hadn't thought of this, because she genuinely didn't understand the difference between having a pillow and not having one. But as its human owner, it should really need to, and it will pay attention next time. But that doesn't stop it from being unhappy after being trained. Meow, going to sleep. Kaikyu wasn't angry, but it felt it had made a mistake, so it wasn't in a good mood and wanted to take a nap next to its owner. As for snakes and birds, it doesn't care. As long as they don't bother its owner, it won't bother even if they fight. Go to sleep. Susu saw that Kayukyu had already crawled into bed and curled up on the headboard, falling asleep in the darkness that was now illuminated. Only after glancing at the sleeping children did Jumpy fly out through the half-open window and, by the light of the lanterns, survey the surroundings in the courtyard. Shenmue fell asleep, but a different atmosphere gradually filled the area around the house. After circling around a few times as a tiny black, it suddenly flapped its wings and landed on the ground, then scurried into the house on its two little legs. Kaikyu and Susu, who were originally asleep, got up and ran out with Xiao Yao after each of them had their wings flapped. On the second floor of the house, the person in bed was still asleep, but the three little guys on the wall were already busy. There are only 4 crossbows with automatic defense, but their attack range needs to be controlled. After pondering for a while, Kaikyu finally activated the fan-shaped trajectory with a maximum consumption but the widest attack range. Susu's size increased a bit, and after Kaikyu moved around one corner, she simply turned her head and sent it to the other side. Jump continued to circle in the air, repeatedly reminding everyone how many enemies had appeared, their locations, and what weapons they were carrying. Until some enemies got close to the courtyard wall, and the wall's durability dropped several times. A few more people suddenly appeared in the courtyard. 3 men and 1 woman stood directly inside the courtyard gate, looking at the courtyard, which was larger than they had imagined, and felt a little lost. Such a large plot of land. Is this really a grade 6 property? What should we do? What's going on with 9857? Where is he? The aloof young man carrying a longbow stood at the door, glancing at the indigenous people who were besieging them outside, wondering if they had come to the wrong place. This yard has been attacked so fiercely, yet the owner hasn't been seen at all? Perhaps something happened and they're trapped. Didn't we just get a notification saying that a teammate was in an unnatural state? Otherwise, the SOS message wouldn't have appeared. The clean-cut boy sitting on the white tiger's back looked worried. There were too many enemies, and it was a big question whether the 4 of them could defend against them. As for the original owner of this house, he must have run into trouble at a crucial moment. Seriously, it's not easy to find someone who can make food. Please don't let anything go wrong. If something happens to this person, then they'll really only be able to eat bread and drink bottled water. He absolutely does not want to live that kind of life. So even if he has to pay for guns and ammunition himself now, he has to protect this person first. Chapter 96, I woke up to find guests at home. 2 guys with shields have appeared over there. 186, go over there and blow them up, otherwise the ones behind them won't be able to be attacked. Sister 13, please be careful. This explosive pack isn't used like that. You're wasting it. Brother Shunzi, can you please be a little more careful? Don't go out, don't go out. If you go out again, I won't be able to save you. Hey, Snake Boss over there, take a break. You're blocking the view. The irritable shouts of command came from the courtyard, making Chun-Mu think he had entered a new dream the moment he woke up. But after seeing a series of information prompts, he paused for 3 seconds in a daze, then grabbed his equipment, put it on, and ran straight out of the second-floor window. The Level 6 property defense battle is about to begin. Since you are in a team, please make a choice within 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The player did not make a selection, and the team mode was selected by default, increasing the difficulty of the defense battle. The grumpy natives have set off. Players can now assemble a team. The enraged natives have approached the manor. Players can now form a party. The aggressive indigenous people are already destroying your courtyard walls. Do you wish to form a party? When a player is in an unnatural state, team recruitment is automatically initiated and a countdown begins. Team recruitment is now open. Team members can come to assist in battle by issuing a recruitment order. Team members are responding. Teammates 13, 183, 186, and 1234 enter the player's manor. A series of information prompts appeared, including some about the ball adjusting the automatic defense crossbow platform, changes in durability, and a series of drop information. But Shenmue temporarily filtered out that part. He was simply amazed that this property guardian had managed to gather other players together. While running to the courtyard wall, Chenmu turned on the electrical equipment he had prepared, and the lights on the wall instantly illuminated the area within a 10-meter radius. What? Suddenly the lights came on, blinding 1234. He immediately ducked and took a step back, covering his eyes to ease the discomfort. He was standing directly under a light bulb, looking up in the direction the little bird had pointed out, when suddenly the light, which had been unused, turned on. Are you all right? Chenmu jumped onto the courtyard wall, looked at 1234 who was covering their eyes with their heads down, and was a little worried, so he came over to check on them. It's all right. You're awesome, boss. Why didn't you turn on this light sooner? It was pitch black outside, and we almost got attacked by those guys outside. After a slight pause, my eyes quickly returned to normal. After seeing Chenmu by his side, they finally had nothing to worry about. They all thought this was an unnatural state, which is why they insisted on preventing the indigenous people from getting close in order to prevent the repair materials from running out and not being able to replenish them. But now that people are out, they don't need to be so careful. As long as people are here to control the situation, the repair materials can be replenished even if they run out. Meow, meow, meow. Master, you're finally awake. These people came over and started helping, and they don't seem to have any bad intentions. As soon as Chenmu came out of the house, Kaikyu ran over from the other side, jumped up, and pounced into Chenmu's arms. Meanwhile, Su, who had been outside the wall, raised her large head. One head was still spraying frost at the natives, while the other head had already moved closer. Jumpy kept flying in the sky, and it was faster, but it only circled Chenmu a few times before continuing to fly up into the sky to observe the enemies that were still appearing. It's all right now. Let's eat something first and then continue. I'll go buy some more repair materials. We can still afford them for now. Chenmu reached out and patted Su's big head, signaling her to come back first. Then, holding the cat in his arms, he called the others to jump down from the wall, set up several tables in the yard, and put a lot of food on them. The attacks by the indigenous people are just the beginning. There will definitely be more trouble to come. So, since they're coming to help, at least we should make sure they have enough food. Boss, I've always been curious about how you make food. 186 stared at the dining table, made up of several tables put together, which was full of food, including some that he had never seen before. He patted the white tiger's head as it leaned closer and asked the question that had intrigued him from the beginning. Actually, he tried quite a few things, whether it was grilled meat, boiled eggs, boiled meat, or boiled vegetables. I can't do the difficult ones, but I've tried almost all the simple ones, and the results have been the same without exception. Let's eat something first. It's actually just a pretty normal meal. I've always been curious about this. Chenmu set out the bowls and chopsticks, and also took out the stools from the warehouse and set them out. Then they started eating. In addition to the seats for the 5 of them, Chenmu also prepared 4 seats for the pets, but because the white tiger was too big, he could only use a basin as a bowl for it. In the past, it was considered extremely impolite to have guests and pets dine at the same table. But now that we're here, everyone knows what a pet represents, especially something that transcends humanity, like the white tiger in 180SXS house, or the 2-headed white snake in Chenmu's house. So the 3 people without pets not only had no objections, but were actually a little envious. However, there was no need to discuss this at this time. They quickly sat down and started eating, and were particularly unreserved when it came to certain foods they had never tried before. But they were also waiting for the answer to 180SXS question, because they were all in the same boat. If they weren't buying food, they would only be left with bread and bottled water. They considered many possibilities, but they simply refused to believe that it could really be completed through normal production, as Chenmu claimed. Hey 9857, would you mind making us some soup now? The 183-year-old boy always felt this was impossible. His living conditions were different from those of ordinary people, so he had also studied cooking. But as it turned out, he only retained his combat and survival skills from those past experiences. Seeing Chenmu's nonchalant attitude, he didn't know if he was just fooling them, but since he had said so, he would let them take a look. If that's true, then they can finally give up completely. I have 2 eggs here. If you don't mind, I'll just make a simple egg drop soup. The scarcest material Chenmu currently possesses is eggs. I have another one here. Let's make them together, although the shell seems a bit hard. 1234 took out the egg that had been sitting in the package for several days and immediately asked Chunmu to take it as an extra meal. But when he took out this egg, not only did Chunmu not want it, but the 186 centimeters tall boy and the white tiger also immediately turned their gazes away, exchanged a glance, smiled, and lowered their heads to continue eating. They were unsure whether to say it or not, but this guy kept complaining about why he didn't have a pet, and there was actually a personal reason for it. Chapter 97, Why? Is he the only one who can cook? Are you sure you want me to use this pet egg to make egg drop soup? Chunmu shook his head and rejected 1,234 suggestion. Skillfully, they built a fire on the ground, lit it, and then went inside to set up the pot and its stand. They then began adding water, ingredients, and eggs. During this process, he only glanced at it and didn't want to pay any attention to 1234 at all. Unfortunately, he didn't want it, but 1234 felt that there was no use for him keeping the egg and was even preparing to stand up and hand it to him again. A pet egg. 1234 quickly withdrew her outstretched hand and hugged the pet egg to her chest, afraid that she might accidentally drop it. He's had this egg for many days now, and all it shows is that it's an egg, but he didn't know it was actually a pet egg. You got this from opening a box? The 13-year-old girl looked up at the pet egg, hesitated for a moment, and then took one out of the package as well. However, hers was a bit big, with spots, and each egg weighed about half a pound. I have some too. 183 also took one out of his bag, but his was as small as a quail egg. The three of them exchanged a glance, their expressions extremely strange. It seems they do exist, they just don't know it. Pet eggs can be hatched using item contracts or by placing them on your bedside table. However, placing them in your inventory will have no effect. Chunmu looked at the three people's reactions, shook his head, and gave them a general explanation of how to hatch them. At the same time, he thought of a possibility. Every player in this world will get a pet shortly after the game starts, just in different ways. It could be a pet egg, or it could be taken home directly. Regardless of the type, each player will encounter one or more opportunities. I'll incubate the eggs when I get home. Whatever's inside will be my future partner, and I'll take good care of it. 1234 was someone who almost went crazy from loneliness, and now he's holding the pet egg and rubbing it against his face. Seeing his strange state, both 13 and 183 simultaneously put away their pet eggs and turned to look at Chunmu, who was cooking. You've tried it before, right? It's so simple. Just get a container, boil a pot of water, and then... Seeing their reaction, 1234 carefully put the pet egg back into the package, then sat back down and looked at the egg drop soup that was gradually being made. As they watched the steam rising from the pot, the expressions of the four men gradually became serious. It seems they really should give up now. Yes, a pot of water, and then 186 ladled a large portion of chicken soup for Behu, letting him eat it slowly along with the chicken meat. Then, looking at the egg drop soup that was about to be served, a hint of frustration flashed in his eyes. They used to think it was just that their methods were wrong, but now they understand. Each person seems to be given a certain characteristic after entering this game world, but other directions are cut off. All right, the portions are limited, 1 bowl per person. What's with those expressions? Chunmu prepared the egg drop soup, took out a bowl, filled it, and brought it over. He then saw that all 4 of them had pale expressions, as if they had experienced something desperate. The egg drop soup is a bit hot. Boss, can I borrow your pot and stove for a bit? Then you'll know why. The 13-year-old girl stood up, looked at the pot and the fire, walked over and stretched her limbs, deciding to show this culinary master what the normal food preparation results in this world are like. Go ahead and use it. I really want to know the result too. After sitting down, Chunmu opened the property control panel, added more consumable materials to the automatic crossbow platform, and then stared at 13 Miyazi and the simple stove, waiting to see why this was happening. First step, add water, normal. The water has boiled in the pot. So what's the next step? What materials do you need? I have some that I picked myself, or you could go directly to the planning area over there and pick some. Seeing that the 13th girl had finished adding water, and then nothing more, Chunmu suddenly realized that they might be out of ingredients, so he kindly offered to provide them with freshly picked ingredients. But after he finished speaking, the girl was quiet for a few seconds, and then shook her head. No need to waste materials, the results are already in. The 13-year-old girl sighed, and told Chunmu to go, and see for himself. Chun Mu curiously leaned closer, and then he too was stunned. This thing, could a human possibly do that? Wastewater, not potable, not processable. Don't expect anything from it. It's completely useless. Wastewater? Chun Mu had no idea that water poured into a pot and boiled briefly would turn into wastewater. It was simply an amazing operation. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. After taking the pot down, Chun Mu placed a simple grill on it and then took out a chicken wing tip. There wasn't much meat on it, so he didn't mind wasting it. Let me try. I guess I haven't experienced that kind of despair, so I can't understand it for a while. 1234 put down the bowl in his hand and took the raw chicken wing from Chun Mu's hand. Then, burnt charcoal ash, useless stuff, even dirt is more useful. The familiar complaints left Chun Mu dumbfounded, but he had truly witnessed how the chicken wings suddenly turned out like this after being placed on the grill. Just like the transition from night to day, it doesn't give anyone any time to prepare. It just changes abruptly. Let's eat. We still have work to do after we eat. This meal isn't for nothing, so let's get to work. 186 hugged the white tiger's head and rubbed it, then continued to serve his tiger a large bowl of meat and soup. It's rare to have unlimited food, so it's okay if he eats a little less, but his dog, Dabai, absolutely has to eat as much as possible, since such opportunities are few and far between. Let's eat. I'm just suddenly a little shocked. Chun Mu put away the grill and left a makeshift fire burning there, knowing it wouldn't spread to the planting area. Today brought him so many shocks that he didn't know whether to comfort these people or try to find out the reason for this. I was actually quite desperate at the time because my philosophy since I was little has been to eat, drink, have fun, and enjoy life, with eating being the top priority. While eating, 186 glanced back at the gate that had been quickly repaired after the attack, and then continued to talk about how sad and desperate he felt when he realized he couldn't make food. As a foodie, he felt at that time that his future was bleak. The way you talk makes it sound like you're all grown up now. 1234 considers himself the oldest, although he is only 26. However, he always thinks that 186 and 183 are just kids. If it were the old world, they wouldn't have graduated from high school yet. Chapter 98, after a satisfying meal, the battle is about to escalate. I'm not young anymore. 186 snorted and then continued eating. He was referring to his childhood, which was probably before he was 10 years old, so there's absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. All right. Hurry up and eat your fill before getting back to work. Even if the big boss has plenty of repair resources, we can't waste them like this. The crossbows can't attack enemies at close range, and there are already dozens of natives accumulating outside. The girl suddenly chuckled, and only after she started eating the 4 happiness meatballs did she urge them to be more serious. Eat more. Although the effects don't stack, these level 3 meatballs made from 4 kinds of meat are enough to greatly increase her attack power and stamina. Big sister, please leave some for us. 183 immediately grabbed one. He had been eyeing it because it looked particularly tempting, but hadn't taken it because everyone was discussing cooking. Whose fault is it that you're slow? Let me tell you, when you find something delicious, you have to be quick and decisive. Why are you all staring at me? Look at that guy. His tiger has already eaten 6 bowls. And those are the super big bowls. The girl pointed to the 186 guy, saying that no matter what he was doing or talking, he never missed a chance to feed the tiger. He was the one who cleared out most of the empty spaces on this table. Having a pet isn't so great, is it? Why get back? I'll hatch one too, and then I'll feed it. Watching 186 interact with the big white tiger, 1234 was once again certain that his first task upon returning would be to hatch pets. Chirp, chirp. Master, I'm full. I'm going to check on the situation first. Jump Jump had finished eating the food Chun Mu had placed in front of it. Since it still had work to do, it decided to take a walk around and check things out first. Go, but don't fly out. Those people have weapons too. Chun Mu reached out and gently tapped Tiao's little head twice, and then the little guy flew away happily. I'm so envious. While eating, 1234 couldn't help but sigh. His biggest wish was to have a companion who could always be by his side, regardless of species. I'm full. I'll go check the wall first. You guys hurry up too. 183 wasn't particularly attached to food. Now that he had filled his stomach and received the most effective buffs, he picked up his longbow and set off. He walked quickly, and when he reached the wall, he leaped lightly grabbed the edge of the wall with his arms, and flipped himself onto the wall. The speed and agility of his movements made the others envious because they couldn't do it. It's not about whether your combat strength is enough, but rather that the fluidity of certain movements cannot be mastered in a day or two. Meow. Master, they're here. Those half-human, half-beast creatures have appeared. Kaido, who was about to take a bite of a meatball in front of it, suddenly stopped, twitched its ears, and raised one of its front paws to point in the direction for Shenmue. That's behind the courtyard, in the direction of the cliff below. This is different from the emergence of indigenous people, because these indigenous people all emerged from the surrounding hillsides and did not have an absolute origin. But the Frankenstein monster came out from the direction of the valley. It seems this is the main event. You all eat first. I'll go over there and prepare something. Shenmue was full after a few bites. After greeting the three people who were still eating, he picked up Kaido, let Susu cling to him, and then ran in that direction. He was already very fast, and now with the effects of the 2 intermediate enhancement potions, although there were many failures, he still managed to raise his combat power to 96 points. With the added advantage of this equipment, he reached the wall in the blink of an eye, and with a push of his feet, he jumped up. The group of people who were still eating were dumbfounded by this method. It's like an ordinary person watching a martial arts movie. They think, look at these moves, it's just stomping and jumping around, right? We're full. I'll go take a look over there. You guys can do whatever you want. Looking at the wall over there, 186 also wanted to give it a try. Of course, he himself is definitely not capable, but Big White, let's go. After he stood up, he braced himself against the table and jumped outwards, landing directly on the back of the white tiger. The moment he sat down, the white tiger transformed into a white light and shot out, leaping onto the courtyard wall before the 2 dumbfounded people could even see clearly. The ladder, which had been placed aside, seemed to be ignored for the time being. Why don't you have one too? 1234 patted his face with both hands, gesturing for 13 to go too. He can't do it anyway. He needs to climb a ladder. Moreover, we've already suffered many blows, so one more won't make a difference. If you can do it, then you do it. I can't. The girl glared at him, picked up her sniper rifle, and headed towards the ladder. She's just a normal person. She doesn't compare herself to those guys. Moreover, there's someone else who's just as weak, so there's absolutely no psychological pressure. I like ladders. Criticism is welcome, but the steps of 1234 have not been delayed. As for the unfinished food, no one was in the mood to pay attention to it for the time being. Something has been placed on the wall over there. It must be some kind of strange thing. They're going to kill the indigenous people who have already come down to the wall and are causing trouble. Brother 857, what is this thing? The 186 centimeters tall boy looked at the thing Shenmue had assembled, and it looked like a cannon no matter how he looked at it. No way, really? A disposable turret that could be used for 3 hours. Hopefully, it can handle those stitched monsters, otherwise it will be troublesome. Shenmue equipped the automatic defense turret. This thing can only defend against long-range attacks, and its range is even longer than that of a crossbow. Of course, its attack range is also large. I checked the shop before and didn't see this item. Is it a newly unlocked purchase item? The boy raised his hand and shot a few times, killing the indigenous people who were attacking outside the wall. Then he continued to stare longingly at the cannon and the cannon that was automatically aiming. This thing attacks automatically. That's so cool. The reward I received after the district was announced was the same for those 4 crossbow platforms. However, those are permanent, so you need to consume materials to attack them. These don't require that. You could just set up the defensive range and fire directly. Shenmue adjusted the defensive angle and then started the turret to attack automatically. The stitched monsters that had just climbed over the hill behind the mountain were blasted into existence by a single shot, killing 2 of them instantly. Because it was dark, Shenmue couldn't see the specific situation there and was relying entirely on Kaiokyu and Taoxiao's guidance to make the setup. Even kill information is calculated based on the loot dropped after a kill. Although I'm envious, I still think it's more comfortable to just quietly develop. Brother 857, you'll have to work hard and keep pushing forward, but please be careful. That player number 1 is so famous that people are always pestering him to be their slave, but everyone knows what their real purpose is. The 186 centimeters tall boy remembered player 1 and decided to offer a few words of advice. Even though he knew that this person hadn't achieved much beyond running a shop, he certainly wouldn't be so easily fooled. As he spoke, he aimed his sniper rifle several times, and every indigenous person who came into view was accurately shot in the head. This left the white tiger, who had been feasting and displaying its might, looking back at its master with a displeased expression after jumping out and realizing it had no chance to use its power. But this didn't dampen the boy's good mood, because he was always worried about Big White getting hurt in close combat, so he would always take care of the enemy beforehand unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 99, The Quiet Moment Before the Appearance of the Stitches. The existence of slaves is inherently about mutual scheming. One party doesn't want to spend money, while the other wants to find opportunities to seize other people's assets. This kind of operation is not surprising. When I was browsing chat channels, I saw someone named 8383. Are you friends with that person? Shenmue knew some things about Player 1, but only from individual statements. Now he thought of someone else. One person claimed to have confirmed that slaves could indeed become women who murdered their masters and seize control of a household. The person who can confirm this is definitely not the original master, so this woman must have risen from slavery to become the master. I don't know her, but I saw some information from their chat before. It seems that this woman is familiar with many capable people, while someone like me, who usually plays the victim, would definitely not be the one to add me as a friend. The 186-foot-tall boy thought about the information about 8383. Generally speaking, even in the era of typing and chatting, he was still a powerful figure who could profit from multiple men. That girl, 8383, added me as a friend, but she asked if I wanted slave. I had just been stripped naked by the natives and was dirt poor, so I refused outright. We never spoke again after that. But I have to say, that girl is really beautiful. Looking at her profile picture, she has such captivating eyes. 1234 ran over from the side and overheard the discussion about the woman. They immediately came over with great enthusiasm and gave a rough description of the woman's appearance. She is undeniably beautiful, but her behavior makes it impossible to get any closer to her. It seems you really have that intention, but unfortunately, what they want is your family fortune. You poor wretch, you'd better just stay put. The girl with the 13th gun ran over with a sniper rifle, rolled her eyes at 1234, and then stared ahead, wanting to see what the so-called Frankenstein's monster actually looked like. She lived by the river, and, apart from things in the river and the sea, she had never really seen anything else. She added me on WeChat, but I ignored her. 183 came over carrying his bow, still having some recollection of that woman. But at this moment, his eyes were fixed intently on the automatically defending cannon that was attacking. Unfortunately, this is only temporary, and it only comes from a special gift box. You've all been added by them, huh? So it turns out I've been playing the victim all along, so everyone thinks I'm a genuinely poor guy who's not worth their time. Looking at the two people who had been clicked, 186 shook his head and hugged the big white tiger back on the wall with a big smile on his face. He was actually in a very good mood. He doesn't actually like to bother with scheming against people, so it's best to stay far away from that kind of person. You rich guy, how dare you? I thought you were so pathetic, but it turns out. 183 raised his hand and shot an arrow, taking down a native who had reached the wall and was about to cause damage. Then he turned and glared at 186, completely ignoring this most extravagant but most pretentious guy. As it turns out, I really had a terrible time. I'm not lying, I really couldn't get a single food item there. 186 lifted his leg and climbed onto the back of his dog, Big White, grunted twice, and then went to patrol the other side. He had actually figured out. The main reason he hadn't gotten any food was that he was in a zombie virus-contaminated area, so it was understandable that he wasn't getting any food. But in return, he can get a lot of other things. Let's go take a look too. If any of them rush over later, remember to call us, so we can see what this Frankenstein's monster looks like. After watching for a while, the 13-year-old girl realized that there was nothing for her to do here, so she quickly went to other directions to defend. Perhaps due to the appearance of the Frankenstein monsters, the natives' offensive has weakened a lot. At least they're no longer moving forward while hiding behind their shields like before. That wave of troublesome attacks really made things difficult for them. No problem. These are just some initial spider-stitch monsters, and some simple spiders as well. Although we can't see them, they'll be shown in the loot information. Under Tiao's guidance, Chunmu made another minor adjustment to the angle of the automatic turret. Although they attack automatically, these stitched monsters possess a certain level of intelligence. They even veer to the side when coming down from the mountain. Although he is blind, both Kayukyu and Tiao have night vision, so the pitch-black night cannot block their vision. However, Su doesn't seem to have that ability, at least not now. Master, can I eat this cow? Su only ate a little bit of food tonight. Now it can finally smell the scent of edible animals, but it has to ask first before it starts eating, just in case its owner wants to leave some beef. You can eat whatever you like, but don't go to the mountain top. It's too far and too dark there. Chunmu watched as Su transformed into a size of over 20 meters. This was not its true form, but the lighting was limited. If it were to revert to its original form, it would become extremely sluggish. I'm not going out. Nodding, Su indicated that it would look for food within the range of the light. Although there's a possibility of being accidentally injured while competing for a target with the crossbow is its own. The arrowhead will disappear when it touches it, and its scales are not something that ordinary wooden arrows can damage. Unless it's that boy with the longbow. His arrows are not physical objects. They can be generated simply by drawing the bowstring. This must be a special ability that he has evolved. How big is the snake in your house? When you were asleep, it was at least 50 meters long outside the wall. 183 stood to the side, watching Su shake her two heads and move towards the corner. Suddenly, he became curious. Since this snake could control its size at will, what was its true form? What we saw at the very beginning probably wasn't the real thing, right? Yeah, it can't use its main body when it's at home. It always says it's afraid that if it flips over, it will crush the house. Chunmu was quite busy at the moment, but he was in charge of operating the entire manor's defense system and replenishing materials as needed. However, this did not prevent him from chatting casually for a while. He wouldn't explain Su's true form in too much detail, but he could tell them. Su's physique is really big. Chapter 100, The Disobedient White Tiger. What kind of strange creature is this? The girl suddenly let out a roar, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The two closest people to her, 185 and 1234, quickly ran over, only to be dumbfounded. Stop staring. Kill him first, and then talk. 186 felt disgusted, but the best way to avoid seeing such disgusting creatures was to kill them. A Frankenstein's monster. This is probably a centipede Frankenstein's monster. Chunmu quickly ran over and took a look. After using Kayukyu's binding ability, he took the head off the person on the centipede with a single shot. Without its rapid regeneration ability, the centipede was finally taken down by 186's headshot. But this thing is really ugly. Previous examples of the spider monster design involve a spider's body with half a human form growing from its back, or simply a transplanted head. However, this centipede-shaped monster is actually a complete centipede body with human hands and feet transplanted into the gaps between the original legs, and then a human head is added behind the centipede's head. This thing, let alone 13-year-old girl, even Chunmu, who had seen several Frankenstein's monsters before, felt disgusted. I thought it would be a centaur-like form, or at least something like that, but this. The girl, 13, stared at the disappearing corpse under the light. She truly hadn't expected such a stitching method. And this thing can climb walls. She hadn't noticed it before, but somehow it climbed up the wall from somewhere and ended up right in front of her. It's all right. You'll find out soon enough that this isn't an isolated case. Be prepared. I'll go back and adjust the turret's orientation to take down more of them, which will save us some trouble. Chunmu glanced at 13's condition, said hello, and quickly left. This woman seems angry. Keep your distance to avoid getting involved. You too. Go keep an eye on things, or this thing might crawl onto your faces. The girl gritted her teeth, glanced at the two men still watching her, snorted, picked up her sniper rifle, and began searching for a target. She was furious that they dared to launch a sneak attack, so she was determined to find these things and kill them all. Sister, keep going. Let's go look for it, but don't let it touch the wall. 186 patted Big White's head, and the two of them ran away in an instant. Meanwhile, 1234, who remained in place, followed along with the others with a helpless expression after being glared at by 13 Miyazi. Although this thing doesn't seem difficult to fight, its self-healing ability is really troublesome. It would be more convenient if two people work together. However, it's only the two of them who need to cooperate because 186, who has a pet, can cooperate with the white tiger, and 183 can draw his longbow to its fullest extent, forming two special arrows that can lock onto two directions at the same time. As for Chenmu, things were even easier. Su wandered around the area, eating whatever tasted good and freezing anything unpalatable with a single bite of frost, which Chenmu could then eliminate with his sniper rifle. Sometimes, when it noticed that Chenmu was busy, it would keep an eye on one of them, spitting out a frost and then a flame, completely crushing the self-healing abilities of these stitched monsters to death as they failed. There really are all kinds of species here. Chenmu sighed and allowed the turrets to attack freely. The Frankenstein monsters are now so strange that they don't even need to adjust their angles. They can kill multiple enemies with a single shot every time. However, the number of these Frankenstein monsters appearing within the light's illumination range is also increasing. Hiss hiss hiss. Master, these insects are really disgusting. After Susu couldn't resist eating a snake-like stitched monster, she suddenly felt nauseous. Eating this is completely different from eating snakes. Especially after swallowing it, this thing turned out to be poisonous. Even though a small number wouldn't cause any trouble, it shook its head, trying to get rid of the nauseating feeling. It's okay, we won't eat this. We'll only pick the good food, and we'll just kill the ones that don't taste good. Chenmu reached out and stroked Susu's large head as she leaned in, offering gentle words of comfort. The touch of his hand lessened Susu's discomfort somewhat. After being upgraded, the soothing skill not only calms emotions, but also provides a mild healing effect and a chance to dispel adverse reactions. I'll try them all. If they're okay, I'll eat them. If they're problematic, I won't touch them. Susu felt all her previous discomfort disappear and instantly regained her energy. Although it really wanted to eat only meat, which would be so delicious, the reality was that the number of these stitched monsters was increasing. Even if it picked and chose to eat the meatiest ones, there were still a lot of them, making the people on the wall quite tired. Roar! Not far away, the white tiger watched as Susu began choosing and eating again. Unable to bear it any longer, it bumped its head against 186's shoulder, and then, under 186's frustrated gaze, jumped off the wall. The moment it landed, the white tiger, which had been standing at just over a meter tall, suddenly grew larger. Although it was only twice as tall, its size was still quite intimidating. Those originally large-sized stitched monsters suddenly seemed a little small in front of this white tiger. How do you feed your pet that can grow so big? Or are all pets like this, able to grow big or small as they please? 183 temporarily put away his longbow and sat on the wall to rest and recover. But as his gaze swept over the tiger, which was slightly taller than the wall, he couldn't help but ask about the pet. Previously, the white tiger had never gone out and hadn't changed, so I thought it was just the same old appearance. But now this one is nearly 3 meters tall, and even without the tail, its body length exceeds 5 meters. If you were to encounter it in the wild, it would be really difficult to deal with. No, my Kaiko isn't very big. It probably depends on the type. To avoid misunderstandings, Chenmu emphasized the point again, lest they all think that pets simply evolve to become larger. If they fed them with that expectation, they would most likely be disappointed. But, did Kaiko really not grow up? That's not quite right. It's just that even as Kaiko grows bigger, he can still hold her or let her rest on his shoulder. That stupid Bimax. It doesn't have any resistance to poison. 186 is no longer in the mood to care what others think. Big White was almost killed by the zombie virus before, and now it's going out again. Is it really not afraid of being infected again? But it wasn't afraid, and didn't it realize that its owner would be worried? It wasn't even in a truly dangerous situation. So why was it being so disobedient? Roar! Just as 186 was worried, the big white tiger lowered its head and tore apart several stitch monsters, then also ate them. Just as 186 had feared, he had suffered mild poisoning. Chapter 101. Tigers need to practice toxicity resistance. It's all right now. Chenmu awkwardly reached out and stroked the white tiger's head repeatedly. This big white tiger is something else. It actually came looking for him after being slightly poisoned, making 186 roll his eyes at it. Fortunately, the soothing skill is useful. Although I can't understand what the white tiger is saying to 186, at least it can remove negative effects a few times. Meow. Master, do you like Big Meow? Caillou, perched on Chun Mu's shoulder, became instantly annoyed as it watched its owner pat the big white tiger's head. This belongs to their family. Why should someone else take care of this one? Is it because they think it's too small? This is the best way for Ball Ball. I'm just clearing its poison state. Chun Mu, naturally, took the time to explain why his pet was jealous. Otherwise, he'd start to worry that one day he'd wake up one day to find his pet dog had grown to that size. While large felines can be cute, he prefers the smaller, more petite type like Kyukyu, which he can easily cuddle and pet, rather than the possibility of being petted in return. Meow. Okay then, considering it's a teammate, I'm not angry anymore. Kaikyu stared at the white tiger for a couple more times, then turned around, rubbed against Chun Mu's face, and meowed to indicate that it was no longer bothered by the matter. In response, Chun Mu tilted his head and bumped heads with Kyukyu, which was considered an agreement. This is a special way for them to bond with their pets, which can immediately make the ball put aside any dissatisfaction or unhappiness. Boss 857, your ability is amazing. 186 watched his white tiger run away with a smug look on its face, put away the sniper rifle in his hand, and decided not to make a move for the time being. Although it's a bit unpleasant for Bimax, who used to be a body pillow at home, to eat those disgusting creatures, 186 can't stop him now, and even wants Bimax to eat more. After mild poisoning, as long as no more serious injuries occur, resistance to the poison can be increased. But in the past, this was impossible because poisoning could cause harm, so it was definitely not something you could gamble on whether you would gain or lose. So now that he saw that the slightly poisoned Whitey had its bad condition cleared, 186 suddenly became interested. If we can ensure there are no dangerous consequences, we can hone the white dog's resistance to toxins, giving it a better chance of survival when it returns home in the future. But he still didn't understand. Everyone has pets, so why did it have no effect at all? Even though he hugged Big White and cried his eyes out, let alone petted its head? I guess this ability only came about because I don't have a warlike nature. Chun Mu really liked his evolutionary path, since his ability was to protect his pet. But he certainly wouldn't say it directly. Instead, he showed a hint of helplessness. Although it's definitely not suitable for direct combat, I'm still envious. Tonight, I'll trouble Brother 857 to take care of my Big White. I'm going to find him over there. 186 sighed twice, glanced again at the giant white monster that had been torn apart and eaten, a hint of heartache flashing his eyes, but still picked up his sniper rifle and ran over to 13 and 1234. There's gain and loss. His dog Dabai was right. If they don't even try their best during this follow-up treatment, then when it faces this stitched-together creature alone in the future, it will truly be beyond saving. After he left, the white tiger ate several large pieces, then shook its head with a disgruntled expression, turned around, and ran back to Chun Mu. Although it can swallow so much and quickly convert it all into energy, the more it eats, the more severe the absorption of toxicity becomes. This feeling was very uncomfortable for the big white tiger, but it had to endure it time and time again. Don't push yourself so hard. If you really get injured, your owner will be crying. Chun Mu looked at the large white tiger approaching and sighed a couple of times, but he didn't stop it. The palm gently stroked the head of the large white tiger, repeatedly using its soothing power to expel the toxins. In fact, under such circumstances, not only can the white tiger undergo anti-toxicity training, but can also enhance its soothing skills. When I play with the balls, the skill I use only lasts a little longer, and sometimes it doesn't even last long. But it's different now. As long as some of the negative status effects are removed, it will directly increase by more than 10 points. Hiss, Master, is this big tiger doing this on purpose? It's stealing all the food I left over. I don't know what it's thinking. Susu circled the courtyard wall, swallowed dozens of stitched monsters, and then returned to Chun Mu's side. Seeing the white tiger's listless appearance, it couldn't help but want to complain. If I keep eating like this, I'll definitely feel even worse later. It's practicing its poison resistance. Chun Mu watched as the white tiger ran out again after the toxins were cleared, and then reached out and rubbed Susu's big head. Although the snake's head feels cold to the touch, after spending time with it, you start to find that it feels quite nice. It's really tough. Its owner doesn't even have the ability to take care of it. Su Su shook her head, and after feeling more comfortable, she muttered a complaint before turning back to deal with the Frankenstein monsters. Jumping in air continued to point the way for the group, while Ball remained quiet, staying by Chun Mu's side and showing no intention of leaving for the time being. With two large pets that seemed to have dimensional stomachs cleaning up, most of the Frankenstein monsters could no longer get close to the courtyard wall. But time slowly passed. Chun Mu checked the time and asked Tiao Chiao to bring food, giving each person a serving of 4 happiness meatballs made with level 3 meat. Although there was still food on the table in the courtyard, it had long since gone cold, and no one had the time to eat it anyway. After eating, the group felt a bit better, and they thought things would get easier from there. But after only a dozen minutes of cleaning up the Stitch monsters, they suddenly saw a blinding white light burst out from the hill behind the house. In the pitch-black night, this thing suddenly appeared. This is clearly a boss spawn. Meow. Master, it's huge, taller than our house. Kau, who had been perched on Chun Mu's shoulder, saw the white light and clearly saw it before anyone else could figure out what it was. Susu, grow bigger. That guy is huge. Chun Mu frowned instantly, shouted in Susu's direction, and then began to prepare to buy grenades. It was bigger than a house. This thing reminded him of the statue in the indigenous tribe. Could it be that the thing came to life and ran away? Chapter 102. The final boss is an egg? Who isn't a big one now? When Susu heard that the one coming was large, she immediately became unhappy and walked away a little. Then, in a dimly lit area, a giant white snake appeared, sweeping out with its tail and crushing the approaching stitched monsters. Even those that were not dead were crushed into meat patties as it moved. Such a ferocious physique and terrifying strength. The girl, number 13, arrived not far from Chun Mu. She shifted her gaze from the white light on the mountain top to Susu's enormous size and wondered how much a pet that big needed to eat in a day to be full. No wonder he can eat so much. 1234 muttered something under his breath, but he was still looking forward to his pet hatching. At this moment, everyone stood on this wall, waiting for the supposedly enormous creature that also emitted a white light to appear. After seeing Susu's size, the 186-year-old giant white dog seemed to feel too much pressure or a little inferior. In any case, it quickly shrunk and jumped back onto the courtyard wall. Now, only Susu is outside, and the white light is slowly approaching from the mountaintop. Judging from the movement of the white orb, this boss-like monster is somewhat slow. And immediately after the white light appeared, the stitched monsters that were still in the darkness seemed to vanish completely, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. What if something suddenly jumps out of the darkness and charges at us? Holding the white tiger's head, 186 stared nervously into the surrounding darkness. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, he couldn't help but mention some potential dangers. But before he could finish speaking, a dark shadow suddenly fell from the wall next to them. The dark figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, its claws gripping the edge of the wall. If it weren't for the invisible barrier above the courtyard wall, this black, leopard-shaped stitch creature would have darted straight into the yard. What? You jinxed it. 1234 glared at 186 with annoyance, aimed his sniper rifle, and fired a shot that knocked the Black Panther stitched-together creature to the ground. Chirp! What's wrong with the crow? Jumpy hadn't rested much all night, and now that the enemy was only appearing from this side, it could finally land on Chun Mu's shoulder and rest for a bit. But just as it ate a piece of meat that was fed to it, it heard 1234 mention Crow's beak. Although it knew it would evolve into a golden crow in the future, it was still a crow for now, so it was naturally somewhat dissatisfied. So what if it has a bad mouth? It's always been very well behaved. Sorry, I forgot you're a crow. 1234 really likes pets now. Whether it's his own unhatched ones or his teammates' pets, he cares about them very much. So when he saw Jump flap his wings at him, he immediately apologized. Chirp, chirp, ignoring him. Tiao turned around, deciding not to dwell on the matter of her jinx for the time being. Now that big guy is coming over, so it will eat a few more bites so it can continue to point out the big guy's location and weaknesses to its owner. Don't worry. Even if they're big, it doesn't matter. Are there any flying enemies among the enemy? Chun Mu continued feeding the birds with dried meat. But then it suddenly occurred to him that since Jump could fly while holding a ball, could it also fly away carrying a bomb? We don't dare give the jumpy thing hand grenades for now, since it's not capable of doing that yet. But a bomb that explodes as soon as it lands is definitely no problem. Meow. No, I'm sure they can't fly. Kaiku perched on Chun Mu's shoulder, raised its kitten face, and smiled so much that its eyes narrowed. Chirp, chirp. Master, that looks like an egg. Jumping and flying out, it circled around for a while, and then suddenly felt conflicted when it came back. It wasn't too close, but when I went over to look at it just now, it just looked like a huge sphere. Is that an egg? Chun Mu was dumbfounded, and after he said it, the others were also a little confused. After playing all night, the other side just pushed an egg at us? What is this for? Is this food delivery service or a joke? But since it's a battle to defend our homeland, this can't possibly be an ordinary egg. Or rather, this should be the ultimate weapon prepared for the indigenous people and the Frankenstein's monsters. Meow, meow, meow. Take me there to see. Ball stretched out its paw at Jump, then shrank even smaller in a ball of dark light, until it was about the same size as Jump. Chirp! If only this had been done sooner. Jumping and flying, it stretched out its two claws and grabbed the ball, then flew into the air. They flew out and circled around, and in less than half a minute, the two little guys were back. Meow, 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 meow. Master, that's an egg. There's a live one inside. The other stitched monsters are moving around while performing a strange ritual, like a sacrifice. Kaiku returned to Chun Mu's shoulder, completely disregarding the need to return to its original state. It stood upright with its small body and waved its two front paws continuously, roughly drawing a strange shape for Chun Mu to see. The sacrifice must have been for hatching that egg. No wonder it moved so slowly, given its shape. Chun Mu took out a triangular dagger, found an empty space on the wall, and quickly drew a shape. This is the shape that Kaiku just made. Although it looks to others like Kaiku is just randomly waving its paws, Chun Mu can clearly see the trajectory of the two paws. As expected of a master, he can actually understand it. 1234 stared blankly as Kaiku and Qiao Yao flew around in a circle, then watched the kitten imitate human movements in a series of rather funny ways. As a result, this person was able to draw the cat just by observing how its paws moved. Just how deep must the understanding between them be to achieve this? It's simply unbelievable. I've seen the totems of indigenous tribes in survival manuals. They're like this. By offering enough sacrifices, they can summon the gods to help them in battle. 183 looked at the totem, thought about it for a moment, and then remembered what it was. Compared to other people's hobbies, he likes to read when he is quiet. But so far, the only book he can read is the survival manual. This was his pastime, so after nightfall he would often keep the chat channel open to gather information, repeatedly flipping through his survival manual, and occasionally teaming up with 186 to play the victim. Therefore, he had read through almost all the information in the survival manual, and he had repeatedly imprinted information about various creatures that might be enemies into his memory. Chapter 103 wasn't a centaur after all. Their god is a centaur, so does that mean that this pure white, glowing egg contains a centaur that is hatching? What would happen if we caught this egg and kept it as a pet? 1234 is obsessed with pets, and now he's thinking about that egg containing an unhatched centaur. He's even considering capturing and hatching this powerful boss-level creature. Meow. Has he gone mad? Kaiku understands what others are saying, so it looks at 1234 with a shocked expression, its tail swishing twice behind Chun Mu, as if wondering if its owner's teammate is out of his mind. Putting aside the question of whether they'll be obedient after hatching, the sheer number of stitched monsters surrounding them makes them impossible to catch. Now those Frankenstein monsters are actively sacrificing themselves. If someone were to disturb them, the power they unleash would be even stronger than before. Your cat is disgusted with me. Although they couldn't understand it, 1234 miraculously felt the cat's disdainful gaze this time. It thought you were crazy, otherwise it wouldn't have thought of bringing that thing home. Chun Mu kindly conveyed Kaiku's message, and without even looking at the frustrated 1234, he switched the automatic defense turret to manual mode, preparing to give the centaur that hadn't yet hatched a little something extra during the last few minutes the turret was still in existence. Don't hit him. 183 watched as Chun Mu adjusted the turret, not expecting him to start firing immediately. So even though he tried to call for a halt, it was too late. What's wrong? Upon hearing 183's words, Chun Mu instantly realized that he had also made a foolish mistake. But he didn't say it just now, and he really doesn't know why he can't fight. It seems that if the sacrifice is interrupted, there's a chance of turning into a god of death, but nothing seemed to have changed just now, so it should be fine. Seeing Chun Mu's nervous look, 183 shook his head, feeling that the chances of this mutation were probably not high. Besides, that's just a legend. It doesn't mean it will definitely happen. I have a feeling that I've gotten myself in a big trouble. Chun Mu shook his head, turned back and stared intently at the spot emitting the white light, a sense of crisis beginning to rise in his heart again. He didn't feel any danger all night, so now it's clear that his shot really unleashed a mutated, violent killing machine. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a few streaks of blood-red lines suddenly appeared in the white light. Then the lines multiplied, and as the crimson lines increased, the air became filled with a bloody stench. Roar! The white tiger, standing beside 186, was disturbed by the bloody aura. It shook its head irritably and roared at 186. It's all right. Even if it really has mutated, we can still kill it. At worst, we'll bring out our family's most treasured possessions. We're not afraid. 186 didn't care whether it would reveal his secret about having a baby and started rubbing Big White's head repeatedly. That thing has mutated, but since it's already a done deal, there's no other way. If we're really pushed to the limit, we'll have to use it. But that has to be done to a certain extent, such as when their lives are truly in danger. As expected of a true tycoon, he has quite a few treasures. However, 183, you'd better tell us properly what you'll become after the mutation. The girl with the number 13 gave 186 by disdainful look, and after complaining, she immediately turned around and stared at 183. He was the one who said all of this, so he should explain it more clearly now. I don't know the specifics, but the survival manual says that if the gods worshipped by the indigenous people are interrupted during a sacrifice or summoning, they will slaughter all living beings that the gods can sense, which is why they have the title of God of Slaughtered. 183 was also helpless about this situation. At this moment, he could only try his best to recall the contents of the survival manual and quickly explain it to the others. If he had finished speaking in one breath, there wouldn't have been any preemptive attack. Unfortunately, he spoke too slowly, and someone else's hands moved faster. Slaughtering all living beings within its perception range. That makes sense now. So this is slaughtering those Frankenstein monsters, isn't it? Chun Mu gently stroked the ruffled ball, and after it was calmed down, he looked at the strange red light and reached out to call Susu back. The red mark is getting deeper and deeper, and it should soon completely cover the white light, at which point it will blend into the darkness and become impossible to observe. In this situation, he couldn't let Jump go out again, because no one knew whether the mutated centaur would have other forms, such as growing wings. Master, there's the scent of snake in there. If it can weaken it to the point of near death, I can try swallowing it. Susuriten tochen muesrist. The little white snake raised its head and locked its gaze on the black and red light that was rapidly approaching. A snake? Not a centaur, but a snake. Chun Mu was suddenly dumbfounded. Now that the so-called god of the indigenous people had hatched, it naturally revealed the information about beasts. Susu is a snake, so she is extremely sensitive to the scent of snakes. Snake? Isn't that a centaur? 183 and 1234 were stunned. They had seen them from afar and had heard that the indigenous tribes in the area were centaurs. But now, how come it suddenly turned into a snake after hatching? Could it be that during mutation, even the species changes? Whatever it is, be careful later. This thing is still very big, and it will definitely cause a lot of damage to the wall when it charges. 186 didn't care whether it was a centaur or a serpent. He only knew that this thing was no longer easy to deal with. No matter what it is, just kill it first. It's coming. Chun Mu took out a box of hand grenades he had bought, placed it on the ground, grabbed two, and threw them into the darkness in the direction Su pointed out. Roar dash. A roar that had nothing to do with snakes rang out, and the half-human, half-snake hybrid that was halfway up the mountain before the red light turned completely black was now 2 or 3 meters away from the light's range. A huge creature could be vaguely seen appearing and then disappearing. Damn, it really is a snake. I think I just saw it. Its scales are much bigger than your Susu's. The girl stared intently outside. Now she saw the snake-like shadow disappear back into the darkness. Comparing it to her earlier discovery, she felt her hair stand on end and had no desire to face that creature in battle. Unfortunately, this battle was neither something they wanted nor wanted from the very beginning. Chapter 1:0 for the weakness of the human-faced snake is not its face. Be careful. This snake is still slithering in the surrounding darkness. The wild beasts that were hiding in the shadows, preparing to ambush us, and the stitched monsters have all become its food. Chunmu listened to the sound around him. Large snakes were slithering across the ground, and he was very familiar with those sounds. Because he was familiar with the area, his eyes followed it closely, afraid that he might accidentally see a huge snake tail lashing out at him. Careful! While pacing back and forth in the corner, trying to find the direction the snake was moving, 183 was suddenly tackled to the ground. A much smaller white tiger was behind him, with one paw pressed against his back. Being attacked by his teammate's pet, even with a warning, made 183 feel incredibly frustrated. At the same time, 186 threw a grenade, which collided with a face that suddenly rushed out of the darkness. Roar dash. The moment the dark blue face appeared, the grenade exploded upon contact, emitting a piercing scream. The half-human, half-snake amalgamation that was about to launch a sneak attack was once again blasted back into the darkness. This face, 1234 was frightened by the scaly face, but still stepped forward and pulled up 183 who had been tackled. This guy was unlucky, as he ended up blocking the way between 186 and a half-human, half-snake creature. In order to get 186 to throw the grenade, the tiger really showed no mercy and directly pinned the troublesome 183 to the ground. It only has a human head, while the rest of the body is in the shape of a snake. This is not a simple stitching, but a complete fusion. 183 stood up, his longbow fully drawn, and as he complained about the human-faced snake, the spirit arrow on the bowstring gradually turned from its original light white to red. This state clearly indicates that he is about to unleash a powerful attack after becoming enraged. Kyoto, when that snake comes out again later, can you freeze it in place? Shenmue looked at 183's condition and tilted his head to ask his own Kaiokyu about the situation. The snake was extremely fast, so hitting it with a single arrow would be very difficult. Meow meow meow. It's okay, don't worry, master. Kaiokyu shook its ears, quite confident that it could keep the snake under control for a little while. Chirp chirp, I'll take you there. Jumping down from the sky, its two paws outstretched, grabbing the shrunken body of Ball, and once again carrying it away. This time, however, it didn't fly very far. They just circled around within the range of the lights outside the courtyard wall. It turned out that the two of them were going to act as bait. Roar dash. After a few seconds of shaking, as expected, a gigantic maw appeared along with a roar, and an enormous human face burst out of the darkness, opening its mouth to swallow Ball and Jumpy Hole. But at the same time, 183's long-planned arrow was also fired. Meow. Restraint. The Ball let out a sharp cry at the giant human face that rushed in front of them in an instant. Beams of light wrapped around the human face, freezing it for a little over a second. But in just a little over a second, it was enough time for the red glowing arrow to pierce the face of the human-faced snake, and for Jump to fly back to Chunmu's shoulder with Ball. A roar dash. The snake-faced creature, its face pierced by a red arrow, let out a roar after a brief pause, and the tremor from its bouncing body as it landed was an extremely disturbing sight. But the more this is the case, the more we must continue to fight. If we don't kill this human-faced snake, they may eventually be unable to defend themselves. I'll rest for a bit. That arrow will leave a mark, visible even in the dark. Just aim for that one. After catching his breath, 183 sat down on the ground and asked Chunmu for some food. While eating, He explained to them what the greatest use of this arrow was. Besides its strong penetrating power, the most important aspect of this arrow is its marking ability. After the human-faced snake returned to the darkness, a red mark could indeed be seen moving back and forth. But the sound of snakes moving around continued, while the head of the human-faced snake remained directly in front of them. I don't know if it's because of an injury that prevents me from moving, or if I've been making this kind of noise to disturb everyone's hearing before. At this distance, a sniper rifle can hit it. Chun Mu patted Kokyu and Tiao Yao on the head, then picked up his sniper rifle again, aimed at the spot, and prepared to fire. By this time, the crossbow platform in the corner had long since stopped working, and the cannon platform had disappeared without a trace after the time was up. They had no other choice but to use the weapons in their hands. However, when Chun Mu aimed at the vertical red marker, he only paused for a few seconds before the previously absent comment finally appeared. Amalgamation monster, human face serpent, a mutated snake-like creature, an evolved form of the stitched monster. Isn't that oversized human face easy to hit? Don't get too excited, because its weakness is the heterochromatic scales on its tail. No matter how many times you blow its head up, it won't stop it from regenerating. The familiar sense of tutsal, tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical remarks, was there, but after confirming that he'd seen it clearly, Chun Mu put down the sniper rifle in his hand. Actually, he genuinely thought that the enormous human face would be easy to hit, and he had always aimed for the head when fighting amalgam monsters. Who knew that after this thing evolved into a fusion monster, it could transfer its weak point specifically to a scale on its tail? That's way too much to ask. What's wrong? 183 had just swallowed his food when he saw Chun Mu's strange expression. He stood up and walked over to him. 183 looked at the position and realized that even without a sniper scope, he could still hit the target with a single shot. So, is there any need to hesitate about this? Hitting its head won't work. Its weakness is the unusually colored scales on its tail. Chun Mu didn't hide this information, because this was a battle to protect his property. These people wouldn't normally need to face this danger, but they came. As the property owner who received the help, Chun Mu gave a general overview of the information about the fused monster. But he wouldn't say how he knew, and these people were smart enough not to ask. Everyone has their own secrets. Everyone knows that. No wonder it never rammed its body against the wall, and the sound it made wasn't to confuse us, but because it was worried we'd lock onto the special scales on its tail, so it really was moving the whole time. The girl with the 13th birthday is quite perceptive. When she heard that it was going to remove a certain scale on the tail, she immediately realized what the snake with the human face was doing. This is probably why the snake with the human face was afraid of the brightly lit areas. There are still several hours until dawn. It's definitely too late. 183 is very good at observation, analysis, and various judgments for wilderness survival, etc. Looking at the time on the attribute panel, it's only a little past 3 a.m., almost 5 hours before dawn at 8 a.m. Since the siege starts at night, if it's still not over by dawn, it's uncertain whether other unexpected situations will arise, such as increased difficulty due to laziness or other reasons. Chapter 105, Su rushes into the darkness. I've been thinking about the unusually colored scales on its tail. Is it because it's so determined to hide them, because those scales are actually very easy for us to see, or even hurt? Thinking of this possibility, 186 excitedly hugged his dog, Dabai, and rubbed against him. As he spoke, he glanced at Big White to make sure his idea was met with disapproval. This is the unspoken understanding between him and Bimax. If Bimax doesn't dislike him, then it's generally true. Very likely. But the question now is how to make this snake-faced creature's tail appear under the light. Looking at the mark in the shadows directly in front of them, 183 was eager to try. If the snake's tail came into the light's beam, could he hit it directly? Unfortunately, there are no high-intensity lights available now. Is it because the standard is not high enough? Yes, Master, I'll go get it. Susu had been observing the snake with a human face since earlier, and now that everyone was struggling with how to make the snake with a human face appear under the light, it wanted to give it a try. It knows very well that it can't win a head-on fight, but just because it can't win doesn't mean it can't do something else. Moreover, it had been eyeing the human face snake for a long time, and it would actually feel embarrassed if it didn't do something. Go ahead, Let jump and ball assist you in the air. If there's danger, just run. We don't have to succeed on the first try. Chunmu stroked Su Su's little head with his fingers. At this moment, he seemed to have no other choice. And it's not a big deal if it's just lured over, or rather, force the snake's tail to appear within the light's range. Hiss. I'm going, please don't hit me, especially the one shooting the arrow. Before going down, Su Su didn't forget to give a few words of advice. At least for now, it was quite afraid of the special arrow that guy had condensed. Go ahead, I'll talk to him. Chunmu reached out and let Su Su go down the wall, then turned to look at 183. It said, aim your arrow carefully, don't let it hit it. It's afraid of pain. Chunmu didn't see anything wrong with relaying messages for his pet. But after hearing his words, the 183 centimeters tall boy's eyes suddenly turned a little strange. If it hadn't offered itself up, I probably wouldn't have been able to hurt it. My accuracy isn't that bad. 183 believed his archery skills were quite good, but now a snake was questioning them. If the timing weren't so bad, he wouldn't mind showing off his precise archery skills and letting the snake see what he was made of. Although he dislikes arguing with others, he is also the one who hates having his abilities questioned the most. Talk is useless. Get ready, it's about to start. 186 smiled to himself. He knew a little about 183's obsession with certain things, but it wasn't the right time to dwell on it. Besides, it's a snake. You're a grown man. How can you argue with your teammate's pet? I'll be careful. 183 turned around and glared at 186, still feeling a bit of disdain for this close friend of similar age. Don't think he didn't notice. This guy's eyes were mocking him. Once he's done with his business, he'll find a way to swindle some good stuff from this rich guy. Just as they were staring wide-eyed, Su Su, who had arrived outside the wall, suddenly grew larger and rushed towards the Redda. Su Su, whose white scales reflected the light under the lamp, also quickly disappeared into the darkness. But soon, the two red markers began to fluctuate rapidly, gradually changing from slow shaking to flashing quickly. Amidst the flashing light, the beam of light above the human-faced snake's head was actually moving towards the distance. Oh no, it's trying to run away. 183 had already drawn the bowstring taut, ready to unleash his power, but when he saw the human-faced snake trying to escape, he couldn't help but want to release it. Get ready. The human-faced snake is trying to escape, and Su Su is pulling it by the tail. Chunmu could sense the distance of Su Su's location. At this moment, he raised his sniper rifle and continued to aim at the direction in which Su Su would appear. He couldn't see what Su Su did, but he could still see that his pet was injured in the battle information. Meow. Jump, let's go. Kayakyu and Tiao Yao could see what was happening in the darkness, and once they determined it was time to set off, they finally left Chunmu's shoulder. After Chunmu's reminder, everyone else raised their weapons, and evened up, I jumped out, growing larger to prepare to catch Su Su. Roar, 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 dash. The mark on the snake's head was sometimes far away, and sometimes suddenly very close, but its roars gradually revealed despair. Roar. The moment I saw Su Su appear, it pounced and bit the snake's tail, which was covered in bluish-black scales. With its 4 claws, it pulled the snake's tail towards the area of the light. Although the great white tiger is no longer the size advantage, it is a white tiger, so its strength is naturally very great. After it joined, Su Su, who was missing a head, and the huge bluish-black snake tail were outside the wall in the blink of an eye. At the same time, everyone finally saw what the so-called heterochromatic scales were all about. In the tail area of the human-faced snake, a white scale, several times larger than normal scales, is emitting a faint fluorescence. Go to hell. The black arrow that 183 had been charging up for a long time was released the moment he saw it clearly. At that moment, Chunmu and his sniper rifles were also aimed at that spot, firing a shot and preparing for the next attack. But the snake with the human face whose tail appeared under the light, knowing it was about to be attacked, opened its mouth once again towards Su Su's remaining head. If it really bit down, Su Su would lose both of her heads and be truly dead. Meow, meow, meow. Restraint. The ball, which had been suspended in the air, suddenly burst forth, this time using its binding ability to freeze the ball in place for 3 seconds, giving Su Su a chance to shrink and run towards the wall. Seeing this, the big white tiger wasn't stupid. It turned around and jumped onto the wall, afraid that if it was a step too slow, it would be in trouble. But the 3 seconds passed quickly. As Chunmu and the others fired their second shot, the human-faced snake also began to move. With a single twist of its massive tail, the wall's durability dropped by over 300 in an instant. Previously, the attacks from those Frankenstein monsters only caused single-digit damage to the walls, and the repair process didn't consume much resources. Now, although the automatic repair has caught up, the human-faced snake is ramming into the wall like a madman, and its energy consumption is rapidly increasing. At this moment, the human-faced snake showed no change in appearance, but it no longer attacked the people on the wall. It seemed to have only the frenzied, destructive power of a dying creature left. Chapter 106 really swallowed it. Roar dash. The human-faced snake roared repeatedly, but even though it kept crashing into the wall, its final frenzy was ultimately rendered futile by the repeated activation of its automatic repair system. This human-faced snake is about to die. Susu, can you still swallow it? Chunmu looked at Susu, who was rapidly recovering her strength in his palm. Although she wouldn't die as long as she had a head, she was still too badly injured. No problem. I'll swallow it to repair my previous injuries. Susu raised her little head and rubbed it against Chunmu's palm. There was a red dot below her head, which was the scar left after one of her heads was bitten off. Even though it has shrunk, the scars cannot be hidden away. Seeing the human-faced snake launch a reckless retaliatory attack, a red light flashed in Susu's eyes. Its remaining head was originally powered by flames, but in order to swallow this big guy, it had to painstakingly transform itself once more. The red light flashed twice, and a chilling aura gradually emanated from Susu's body. If it wants to swallow this human-faced snake, the most important thing is to make the human-faced snake unable to move. Although Kaifu could help it restrain the human-faced snake again, it would feel more at ease if it were simply frozen. Hiss. Master, pour water down here in a bit. The more the better, and throw in all the remaining ice cubes too. Although she was a snake, Susu still knew how to use tools. It needs water now, but ice would be even better. No problem. We'll need 13's help with this. Susu needs water and ice later. Do you have any? Chunmu didn't feel the need to be polite at all. In order to increase the success rate of his Susu, he didn't mind owing favors. Moreover, once you've accumulated enough debt, you won't have to worry about it anymore. Yes, my package is mostly water and ice. The 13-year-old girl was surprised to find that ice was needed and excitedly exclaimed that she had an unusually large amount of ice and water. I'll be right back. Chunmu, carrying Susu and Chiyo, jumped off the wall and returned to the house. He took all the water and ice stored in the food cabinet and then quickly jumped back onto the courtyard wall. He was so fast. Before the 13-year-old girl had even finished sorting out the exact quantities of ice and water, he was already back. I have some here too. Let's use them together later. Anyway, Sister 13 can continue to prepare after she goes back. 186 also checked his own package. Although it wasn't much, having a little more was always good at this time. Thanks. Just tell me what to put in, and everyone else will follow. Chunmu stroked Susu's head again with his fingers, and then prepared to begin. The first step is to throw ice cubes, which requires Kaioku to come first. Meow. Restraint. After resting for a while, Kaioku hadn't fully recovered its energy, but since it was related to Susu's safety, it completely exhausted all the energy it had managed to recover. When Jumpy caught it and brought it back to Chunmu's side, Chunmu and the others threw all the ice blocks out of the package. The snake with the human face was outside the wall. Although it rolled and rammed against the wall repeatedly, it was now much weaker due to the severe injuries to its vital organs. This time, it was controlled for a full 5 seconds. As numerous ice blocks of varying sizes fell, they completely covered the snake's head and the surrounding body. Then, Chunmu told them to pour water, which was poured onto the ice blocks and quickly bound them together. Susu, who had been swimming down the wall since the beginning, suddenly sprang up, her small body flying far away. In midair, she transformed back into her original form, and her huge snake mouth opened, spewing out cold air towards the head of the human-faced snake. When fighting desperately, One's original abilities are unleashed to the extreme, and this breath of cold air completely freezes the water and ice into a lump. But the 5 seconds had already passed by the time it landed and released its afterimage. The human-faced snake was destined to die, but just couldn't break through this seemingly flimsy wall, and its frustration and resentment reached their peak. Upon seeing Su-Su's appearance, it raised its enormous head, opened its mouth, and was about to turn around and bite Su-Su's head off. But the power of freezing wasn't as simple as it thought. Although it wasn't frozen in place, it couldn't turn its head or even open its mouth to bite immediately. As it struggled to smash the ice around its head against the wall and shatter it, the enormous phantom behind Su-Su was already prepared. After the eruption, the phantom instantly grew larger until it was even bigger than the small hill behind the house. The two phantom heads opened their mouths and bit down. One bit the snake's tail, and the other bit its head, which was still frozen and unable to break free. Although it's a phantom, it can actually swallow food. The enormous human-faced snake, whose size was already terrifying, now seemed to be swallowed up like noodles in front of this phantom. Meow. Master, we should be safe now. I'm going to take a nap. Kayukiyu watched as the phantom behind Su-Su swallowed most of the human-faced snake. Finally, exhausted, she swayed on Chun-Mu's shoulder, and with her last bit of strength, she pulled open his collar and crawled inside. Go to sleep. Chun-Mu felt a little one in his arms, quickly took off the armor, held the ball in his palm, and then put it back on. This is armor, designed to fit his body perfectly. If Kayukiyu were to fall asleep inside, he'd probably turn into a paper-thin cat when he woke up. But Kayukiyu was really tired, so Chun-Mu could only take out the previous knitted sweater, wrap Kayukiyu inside, and then hold her in his arms. Su-Su continued outside the wall. The human-faced snake had no chance to struggle anymore. After its tail and head were swallowed, it was just a lifeless corpse. The two illusory snake heads continued to devour the snake until their mouths met. Suddenly, the two illusory heads pulled hard, tearing the snake-faced section of its body in two. As she swallowed the last 2 bites, the phantom behind Su-Su shook its head, glanced in Chun-Mu's direction a few times, and then slowly shrank and merged into Su-Su's body. Sure, stupid snake. Jumpy was busy tonight, but since it didn't use any special power, it was still quite energetic. Upon seeing Su-Su rapidly shrink, it flew directly off Chun-Mu's shoulder. Just as Su-Su disappeared, Tiao Yao landed, stretched out its claws, grabbed the little white snake, and flew back. Chapter 107. The defense battle is over. Let's open the chest together. Again, 1234 let out a huff, picked up his sniper rifle, and took care of the indigenous people who rushed into the light. Seeing this, the others didn't bother to check on their teammates' pets. They returned to their positions and dealt with the newcomers of the natives. Meanwhile, Chun-Mu, inside the knitted sweater that had been ripped to almost unrecognizable, was holding a cat and a snake while simultaneously sniping and killing the indigenous people attacking from outside the wall. But the attack by these indigenous people was just a one-off event, and they were wiped out in just over 10 minutes. This battle to defend the house was finally over. Player S2-99857 successfully completed the level 6 property defense battle. Each team member received 1 support gift box and 1 team rally order. This message was heard by everyone in the team, and then they discovered that there was an extra purple gift box and a red card in the package. The 4 of them sat down next to Chun-Mu and prepared to open the gift boxes one by one right there on the courtyard wall. Chun-Mu, however, was different from them. In addition to this reward, he also received a private reward after completing the Homeland Protection battle. Player S29, ID 9857, successfully protected their property against the overwhelming offensive of the indigenous tribe and has begun the defense rating process. The rating is complete. Player S29, Zone 9857's protected property battle rating is SSS level. Rewards: Courtyard wall durability plus 800, house durability plus 400, courtyard area plus 100 square meters. Kill a high-level fusion monster without taking damage. Reward: 10 combat power points plus 1 pet evolution pill. Player S29 server 9857's battle power exceeds 100 points. Reward. Battle power breakthrough, chest +1. After giving the reward, Chunmu picked up the evolution pill and fed it to Susu. Because Susu's condition is not very good. Pet. Susu, evolving, devouring a human-faced snake while lacking a head. Do you really like snakes that have grown human heads? With just this one hint, Chunmu could only give the evolution pill to Susu. Because he didn't want his pet to have that human-faced snake look like before, it would give him nightmares. Sure enough, after Susu consumed the evolution pill, the notification on her body immediately changed. Pet. Susu, evolving, with the help of the evolution pill, it will repair its defects and bring different surprises, though these surprises may not be to your liking. Although there is still a slightly uncertain surprise, Chunmu can at least rest assured that there won't be an extra head on his Susu's head. Hey, 857, come look. We all have rewards, and they look pretty good. Plus, there's this token, which can be used to gather teammates for a teammate boost. 186 sat on the ground, leaning against his dog, Big White, and began to show off the rewards they had received. Although they knew that the owner of the manor definitely had more valuable items. With each of them having a rally token, they could easily ask for help if they encountered any trouble in the future. Moreover, it might even trigger another reward. I don't have this one. Did you open yours? Chunmu looked at the gift box that everyone received, thought for a moment, and then took out his own combat power breakthrough treasure chest. Regardless of whether he gets something enviable, he really needs to take advantage of the aura of a lucky person right now. We're planning to come together, 857. That treasure chest you're holding looks a bit like a bronze treasure chest. The 13-year-old girl noticed that everyone else looked the same except for the bronze box that Chunmu had taken out. She felt that the previously harmonious atmosphere had suddenly been broken. It's not like you worked so hard to defend your homeland, and all you get in return is a bronze treasure chest, right? My reward is 10 combat power points and an evolution pill. I've already fed the evolution pill to Susu. If I don't give it to her, the human-faced snake's head will grow on her body. Chunmu placed the knitted sweater in his arms, where two small figures were sleeping soundly. It was so big before, but now that it's asleep, it looks adorably small. It suffered a great loss this time. Having its head bitten off must have been incredibly painful. The 13-year-old girl, who used to be a bit hesitant about snakes, now feels an itch to touch Susu, who is sleeping peacefully. But these were just thoughts. She didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. As long as they were teammates, this distance was the safest and most comfortable. Thinking back, Susu, now without a head, dragged the human-faced snake's tail out of the darkness. The scene evoked many emotions in those present. I hope it recovers soon. Although it exists as a pet, once they form a contract, they become our most loyal partners. Why get back this time? I'm going to start hatching eggs. I really want someone I can trust unconditionally. 1234 leaned over for a look and was truly moved to tears by Chunmu's 3 pets, and how they all fought so hard to protect him. People who fear loneliness want most of all a partner who will never betray them, and whom they can always trust. If before he only thought having a pet would keep him from going crazy with loneliness, now his thoughts have changed. He's thinking more about how to treat any future pets he might have better. They'll be fine once they've evolved. They're just tired now, they just need a rest. You guys are going to open the boxes, right? Let's all open them together. I'm just filling in the numbers, hoping to share in your good luck. Chunmu stroked Kiku and Susu's heads with his fingers, and then put Tiao Yao, who had come closer, into the same place. Then he picked up the power-up treasure chest and prepared to perform the synchronized opening ceremony with them. Come on, let me count down. We'll start together. 3, 2, 1, start. 186 moved forward a little, holding the box to bring everyone closer, and then, during his countdown, everyone opened the box together. The moment the box was opened, 4 beams of light of different colors shot into the sky, 1 gold and 3 silver, creating a spectacular sight. The moment Chunmu saw the light, he had no doubt that the gold color must belong to someone who was 186 centimeters tall. Sure enough, turning around, I saw this person holding a glittering golden animal hide, opening his mouth several times in excitement, but unable to utter a word. The other 3 are 183's newly acquired longbow, 1234's suspected pet egg, and 13's transparent ball. The three of them offered what they needed. In Shenmu's hand, there was only a roll of grayish-brown paper. Chapter 108. The battle is over. Let's have a big meal to celebrate. Brother 857, you've got amazing luck. Looking at the completely dull paper in Shenmu's hand, and then at the golden formula in his hand, 186 suddenly wondered if Shenmu had stolen all the luck. The difference is enormous. You're overthinking it. What you have is at most a recipe, while Brother 857's is a secret scroll that can be cultivated, which is essentially a skill book for this game world. 183 glanced at it only once before looking away from the dusty roll of paper. He had seen this before, and he learned this ability to transform spiritual energy into arrows from it. My combat power reached 100 points, so I got a breakthrough treasure chest. It really does contain skill books and training methods. Shenmu looked up at 183. He hadn't thought of this before, but after seeing the contents of this cultivation scroll, he suddenly understood what the kid's method of power was. But this kid's combat power is increasing incredibly fast. If I may ask, what was your initial combat power? I only had 13 points at first, and even now, using all sorts of obtainable items, I've only just reached 80. I'm still quite a distance from 100. The girl didn't find it strange that 857, the manor owner, could reach 100 combat power after this defense battle, but if she remembered correctly, this kid's house had only just been upgraded to level 5, right? I arrived at 6 o'clock. Before I came here, I was a student and someone who absolutely disliked exercise. 186 also mentioned his initial combat power value, which overall is quite weak at 6 points. That's good enough. When I first arrived, I only had 5 points. Did I say anything? I was the weakest one. 1234 glared at 186, feeling conflicted that he had actually lost to a teenager who didn't like sports at all. Could it be because he sits all day after starting work and has to work overtime regularly, thus exhausting his body? I was at 8 o'clock, which should be considered average, right? As Shenmu listened to them report their initial combat strength, he also thought of the evaluation the system had given him. It's not too weak after all, but the initial combat power of the 13th girl is also 13 points, which is really, what a coincidence. Don't look at me. I was an athlete before I came here, a national level one. My physical fitness is definitely incomparable to that of an average person. But I'm just curious, what did this 183 centimeters little brother do before? His initial combat power must have been extremely high, right? The 13-year-old girl didn't feel embarrassed at all about being stared at. She had guessed from the beginning that she was physically strong. The training back then was something not everyone could endure, so there's nothing to hide about it. My initial combat strength is 52. You don't need to be so shocked. I was trained in a special organization. Although I'm not capable of scaling walls, the elites, they're all at about this level. So in the past, there weren't many things that made me feel dangerous. Looking at the shocked crowd, 183 shook his head and explained to them the kind of organization he had been in before he came here. This was truly an elite-level organization with an average combat strength of 183 per person. Although there were no absolute numerical values displayed before coming here, we all came from the same training camp and knew each other to some extent. A ruthless, truly violent boss. 186 gripped the formula tightly in his hand, suddenly realizing that he had oversimplified things. Were they really brought here from the same world? Or perhaps everyone is actually from different worlds, brought here by the guy who created this game world. Then their groups were rearranged and scattered across different regions. I'm not violent. I was actually planning to escape the organization because I didn't want to work. If I hadn't been suddenly brought here, I might be facing assassination attempts within the organization right now, which would be far more dangerous than this. 183 equipped the silver longbow in his hand, his fingers already on the bowstring as he spoke. After testing the feel of it, he revealed a relaxed smile. For those who used to live in comfortable areas, this is a dead end. But he didn't really think there was anything wrong with it, because the place he originally lived in was a place of extreme danger where 9 out of 10 people could die. Regardless of the past, we're teammates now, so let's not dwell on it. 857, there are still 3 hours left in the countdown. Shall we grab something nice to celebrate our successful defense and this rare get-together? 1234 is quite adept at creating a lively atmosphere. At this point, they placed the pet egg down and found a topic that everyone was interested in. Yes, get some food. Brother 857, do you have enough ingredients? My dog, Dubai, said he felt awful after eating that junk food and wants to have a proper meal later. 186 patted Big White's head and expressed his own desire to eat in Big White's name. However, Bimax didn't refute it, because those Frankenstein monsters really were just too awful to eat. If it weren't for practicing its resistance to toxins, it really wouldn't want to eat a single bite. No problem, you guys rest first. I'll go prepare a big meal. Chunmu carried the 3 little ones down the courtyard wall, returned to the house, and put them on the bed on the 2nd floor. Then he went downstairs and moved all the cooking utensils, such as stoves, grills, and cutting boards, into the courtyard. Although he really wanted his teammates to rest inside, there are too many workbenches in the house, and they wouldn't be able to move around if they came in, especially since there's a huge white tiger there. Brother 857, your house is pretty well equipped now. So, can you make weapons too? 186 stepped into the house and glanced inside. He was filled with curiosity, a touch of envy, but mostly a sense of sadness at the sight of the various workbenches and other items scattered around the room. Although he didn't know what these things were for, there must be an equipment crafting table among them, since he traded it after he unlocked it. So, is his formula usable now? We can make weapons, but we're unsure about the materials. Are you planning to make that golden formula? Chunmu set up the grill and everything, then turned around and saw 186's expectant yet conflicted gaze. After making a rough guess about what the recipe was, he glanced at the white tiger with a somewhat speechless expression. With such an owner, the white tiger must be constantly looking down on it, right? The materials are fine, but I'll only provide my own set. I don't care about theirs. 186 nodded and leaned over to hand the golden formula to Chunmu. He desperately wanted the weapon made from this formula. Ever since he opened the online store and bought the semi-finished product production table, he regretted it so much that he hugged the big white tiger for comfort, crying and making a fuss for a long time before he could heal the wound in his heart. The price of even a semi-finished crafting table was already painful for him, not to mention the equipment crafting tables that weren't even sold in the store. At first, he was still proud of how much he had made, but as it turns out, he really lost a lot of money. Chapter 109, what is a tahao? A term for a nouveau riche. And ours too. 183 and the others were picking fruit to eat in the yard when they heard 180's words and immediately perked up. They were actually a little envious of this guy's good luck, but they couldn't possibly covet the recipe he gave them. So when they heard 186 talking about crafting equipment, they were all listening quietly, eating fruit to ease their envy. Unexpectedly, this guy even charged them all a share. Materials and such can be bought. Even if they are a bit expensive, they will definitely not exceed the value of the equipment itself. Ultimately, the formula is the most crucial element. Especially for some advanced recipes, there are restrictions, and basically only one batch can be made from one recipe. This is a high-grade recipe, enough to make 5 servings, so everyone who sees it will get one. Consider it a small gift to you all. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, 186 raised his head, looking so smug he was practically shoving his chin down at them. Woofin truly deserves to be called a lucky charm. If you weren't so lucky that you couldn't even afford a loaf of bread, I might really have to make a memorial tablet for you and enshrine you. 1234 was naturally happy to get the weapon material, but that didn't stop him from giving this kid a hard time. That smug look of his, he just needs to be taught a lesson. Don't bring up such sad things. Do you know how miserable I was back then? Everyone else was building wooden houses, but I had to use materials to search the trading interface for who was selling food and rush to buy it just in case. Although not much time has passed, the boy feels that every day he lived here is a time to reminisce about the past. At that time, Big White sneaked into his house, such a small house, and such a big tiger. He was terrified at the time, fearing that one day, when there was no food to feed him, he would become the white tiger's reserve food. Your Big White is the one who's really pitiful. You thought you could finally find someone to feed it, but instead you ended up with a poor guy whose treasure chest is never full. It probably didn't eat you and then find another owner. I guess your Big White is just too kind. 183 hadn't forgotten the time he was ambushed by Big White, so he seized the opportunity to criticize 180's painful experience. No, that's not it. I just didn't get to eat anything, but I have other ingredients that I can exchange for lots and lots of food. 186 reached out and hugged Big White's head, glaring at 183, unwilling to admit that he was only alive now because Big White disliked human flesh. Although he knew that Bimax originally wanted to find a master, Bimax, being a proud and aloof person, would definitely not admit it. So compared to Chen Mu's heartwarming daily life with his 3 pets, he and his dog, Big White, often teased each other. The stew is simmering in the pot, and you don't need to turn it over on the grill yet. Have some drinks first. I'll go check what ingredients are needed for this recipe. I reckon it won't be simple, considering its level. Chen Mu watched the group bickering and then opened the beverage machine to get fruit juice, vegetable juice, and other drinks. He then began to study the ingredients needed for the recipe. This is a weapon, and for them, it's the best weapon to use in conjunction with a sniper rifle. Most importantly, it doesn't require slow reloading or intervals between shots when attacking. Submachine gun, gold increases combat power by 20%, requires 50 combat power points to equip crafting materials. Submachine gun crafting recipe 5-1, high temperature fusion material 11-10, high temperature metal parts 3-10, perfect animal hide 0-10, perfect alloy 0-10. The sheer number of materials left Chen Mu somewhat dumbfounded, because he couldn't even make a sniper rifle right now, precisely because these types of materials were so rare. Of course you can buy them, but it would cost way too much money to buy all of these things. I can get all these materials, big brother. From now on, you're my real big brother. Here are the materials. Make me a copy. Upon hearing the ingredients required for the recipe, 186 excitedly opened his package and began searching. He was short a few of the high-temperature materials, but he simply bought them from the store. In short, he exuded an aura of nouveau riche, making the people around him roll their eyes. What a find's a big shot. This guy got his status by throwing money at it. Put into work first. This will take 3 hours, but the ammunition consumption will be a problem. Chen Mu put the valuable materials in, selected it as the first item to be crafted, and then waited for the countdown to end before he could take out the weapon. Since this submachine gun is gold-colored, its stats must be pretty good, but the ammo consumption issue is a problem. If I remember correctly, the store does not sell submachine gun ammunition. I have a submachine gun ammo box here, which I got when I killed some Hercules. I can use it to craft it now. There are no restrictions on it, so I should be able to craft it without limit later on. Upon hearing Chen Mu mention the ammunition issue, he rummaged through his inventory and pulled out a purple recipe. Ammo boxes are a type of resource replenishment item. Normal ammo boxes can replenish most guns, but sniper rifles and submachine guns require special ammo to be filled. Thanks, bro. 186 walked over, reached out and grabbed the formula for the ammunition box, then blew a kiss to the formula with a smug look on his face before turning around and running to hand it to Chen Mu. He was just thinking that if the submachine guns were really made to use the ammunition bought from the store, these 100 rounds probably wouldn't even last a few minutes, right? So even someone as wealthy as him suddenly felt the chill of poverty. But now, he's not worried anymore. Homemade items are always cheaper. The only difference is the materials, which are much cheaper than buying bullets, so there's no need to worry about that. You really dare to steal anything. Seeing the guy's smug look, 183 clenched his fist. His gaze swept over the white tiger beside him, and he wondered if he dragged this bastard aside and beat him up right now, the white tiger would immediately identify him as an enemy and attack him. Even knowing that 186 centimeters has a somewhat carefree personality, this is still excessive. Although he shared his information with everyone, it doesn't mean he can be provoked like this. Let's find another way to settle the score with him. That tiger's there. We can't beat him. The girl with the number 13 walked up to the guy with the number 183, a smile in her eyes, and patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to compete in terms of physical strength. Even if his combat power is much higher, that guy is a tycoon. Even if he hasn't reached the 100-point threshold yet, he definitely won't be short of money. Most importantly, that white tiger. If no one wants a life or death struggle, apart from the snake that evolved after being severely injured, no one else can beat up that arrogant little brat under the protection of the white tiger. Although she actually really wanted to beat him up. The camaraderie forged through shared battles will not change, but that doesn't stop them from wanting to recapture the frustration and anger they felt during casual conversations. Unfortunately, no matter how much they thought about it, they had no choice but to give up because that tiger was too ferocious. Even if they weren't hurt, being rubbed on the ground by a tiger's claws was extremely uncomfortable. Having experienced this before, they would never even consider trying it again. Chapter 1, Tin the Sleepy Cat Wants to Eat the Snake. You'll be going home in a little over 2 hours, so eat up now. I'll prepare some more later so you can take it all home. Chun Mu has now completed his mission of protecting his home. Kayukiyu and Tiaotiao are both recovering normally, and Susu is evolving steadily. Once he relaxed, he began to prepare gifts for his teammates. Putting aside the level of danger they faced, the sheer amount of ammunition consumed that night was an outrageous figure. But he couldn't very well ask someone to settle the price and then return it. It wasn't just that he couldn't afford to return it, but if he directly calculated the price, things would become less harmonious when people went to help others in the future. So after thinking it over, besides food, the only other options were furniture and other household items, but he decided to discuss that later. The juice tastes really good, brother. Please prepare more of this next time. I'm tired of drinking plain water. Drinks are so much more refreshing. 186 was enjoying the chilled watermelon juice and felt so relaxed that he couldn't help but want more. He didn't want to miss out on any of the delicious food and drinks. Indeed, additive-free juice tastes so good. Hey bro, how about some hot pot? I haven't had hot pot since I got here. The 13-year-old girl looked at the steaming pot and suddenly thought of something she used to love but almost never dared to touch because it didn't meet her standards. Hot pot requires you to cook the food yourself. Are you sure you can manage, sister? 183, eating the cut fruit, immediately took the opportunity to return the favor after being speechless by 13-year-old girl. With so much delicious food available, why are you planning to eat hot pot instead? If they could make hot pot, would they still be unable to cook a single edible dish? Sister 13 definitely didn't expect this. Instead of comforting her, you're just making things worse. If this happened where we live, you'd never find a girlfriend. 186 continued drinking the juice, feeding the tiger while also bickering with 183. However, 183 was a bit too hot-tempered today. That's not necessarily true. At least I'm handsome, unlike you, so soft and weak, even weaker than a girl. You were just lucky to be picked up by your white tiger after you got here. Otherwise, you'd definitely be destined to be single forever. Seeing that guy interacting with the white tiger, 183's temper flared up again. He was pinned down by a tiger's claws and couldn't break free. This was an unprecedented humiliation, but given the circumstances, all he could do was thank the master and pet for their help. It was truly a difficult situation. What happened? 183, did you get hit by a grenade? 1234 originally thought that since he was the oldest, he wouldn't participate in the children's bickering and fooling around. But what's wrong with this brat? Did someone shove a grenade in his mouth? He's so angry. Does anyone have any ice cubes they could give him to cool him down? Cherry smoothie. We still have a few left from when we made it. Eat some to cool down. Chun Mu was busy cooking the whole time, and he just listened to their conversation. But this guy did have a bit of temper. He went inside, rummaged through the food cabinet, and brought out a few servings of cherry smoothies that were still steaming cold. Brother 857. 183 took a cherry smoothie, ate a few mouthfuls, and looked up at Chun Mu, who was preparing barbecue for them. Suddenly, I had a feeling that his behavior of making trouble for no reason might be seen by this person as a child throwing a tantrum and needing to be coaxed with treats. However, after seeing that 186 had taken several portions by himself, 183 snorted and quickly grabbed a few portions to put away. The personal parcel compartment is great. You can put these refreshing desserts in there and take them out whenever you want to eat them, and they'll still be perfectly fresh. Chirp, 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 chirp. Master, your cat is half asleep, and it's biting a snake. Just as Chun Mu brought the barbecue to the table, a small black and red creature suddenly flew out of the second-floor window. Its cries were filled with impatience, and even though they didn't understand what it was saying, the others realized that something serious had happened. Ball! Chun Mu released the barbecue in his hand, turned around, and jumped directly to the second floor. The others exchanged glances and quickly followed. Meow, meow, meow. Master, the stupid snake is poisoned, poison meow. When Kayukyu saw Chun Mu coming over, It snuggled into his arms with a pitiful expression, deciding to ignore that stupid snake. Everyone's told me not to eat so much, but I just won't listen. Now it's clearly poisoned and things are going to get serious. It even took 2 bites, but the idiot still won't wake up. It's alright, it's just evolving. The ability of this third head is probably related to poison. Shenmue held Kaiukiyu and stroked Susu's body. Although his soothing skill had reached level 3, it was ultimately unable to alleviate the changes that were occurring during the evolution. The process of evolution can only be overcome by Susu herself. Meow. So I worried for nothing? Kaiukiyu blinked, poked its little head out of Shenmue's arms, and tilted its head a couple of times, seemingly finally realizing that all its sadness was unnecessary. It was clearly that scary, but this is actually normal. That's too much. Evolution is fine, but why did it have to evolve into a venomous snake? Chirp, chirp, chirp. So, it's not that the stupid cat is going to eat the stupid snake. Tiao Yao, perched on Shenmue's shoulder, also realized that it was overthinking things. But in the situation just now, Kaiukiyu woke up and immediately bit Susu's tail, which terrified Susu. After all, in its inherited memory, it seems that cats eating snakes is not uncommon. It's alright, I'll carry you downstairs. That way, if anything happens, I can see you immediately. Shenmue took off one of the wristbands and held Susu on his wrist. This little guy was indeed still able to wrap around her even when he was unconscious. Brother, your house is decorated really nicely. Can you still make these pieces of furniture? 186 stood on the stairs, glanced at the second floor, and then turned and walked down. After Shenmue came down with his 3 pets, he asked about the furniture after being prompted by the others. Actually, he did have a bed. After trading a few bedding sets, he was able to sleep comfortably ever since. But compared to that, the old one was already a bit rudimentary, and he still wanted to make his life more comfortable. Not only that, there are also various shelves, cabinets, and so on placed along the walls. In short, he wanted to change the set at home. Moreover, it wasn't just him who wanted it. These guys all wanted it too. But they were probably too shy, so after 186 expressed his disdain for them, he still thought that he was more thick-skinned, so he decided to let him say it. Chapter 111, the teammates and such, are pretty good too. I was planning to ask you if you wanted any more while we were having breakfast. I made all the furniture myself, and I even have some new recipes lately. Let's eat first, and I'll give each of you a set tomorrow after we've finished setting up the house. Shenmue nodded. He certainly didn't lack this thing, and he himself needed to upgrade it. 5 copies will be made, and 1 copy will be sent to each person after they are made. He will also exchange them for one of his own. As for the previous ones, they are not useless to him. Since there will be workers, their living conditions need to be improved. Only when the workers are well fed and clothed, and their comfort and mood are high, can they do their jobs more diligently. While puppets and the like won't betray you, they still have their own traits. They can be cunning and lazy, and they might give up learning how to do a new job. In short, it all requires management and planning to motivate him to buy back the puppets he's assigned tasks to and make them work even harder. New? More advanced. 186 pinched Big White's ear with his fingers and suddenly felt that this happiness had come too suddenly. More upscale furniture means his comfortable life is about to improve even further. While it's not impossible to buy them, after all, some players can make them. The ones sold in player shops are too expensive, and in terms of quality, they're just barely acceptable. But if it really costs tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to buy a set of these, even a tycoon like 186 would absolutely not be willing to spend the money. I'm also planning to replace mine with something more advanced. Oh, and don't throw away your old ones either. We'll need to add workers to the manor in the future, and their housing will need to be at least basic. When Shenmue told him about these things, he had already opened the pot that had been simmering for a long time. The meat was taken out of the pot, quickly sliced on the cutting board, and then the cooked sauce was poured in. A large bowl of meat was served directly, and the aroma made everyone's eyes light up instantly. The meal they ate before midnight was already very satisfying, but this freshly made food, even though the preparation process wasn't particularly refined, was a visual and spiritual enjoyment from beginning to end for a group of people who couldn't cook. Although hot pot is out of the question, we can still cook something in the broth. What vegetables do you like to eat? I'll add them to the pot and cook them. Seeing how eagerly these people were eating, Chunmu felt it was necessary to make sure they ate even more comfortably. He wanted to eat hot pot, but even though he couldn't have a proper hot pot, he could still cook some of the vegetables and meats he already had. But this pot of broth can't be used entirely. Some of it needs to be set aside and water added before cooking other dishes. I want to eat cabbage leaves, potato slices, and spinach leaves. The 13-year-old girl was happy to hear that she could eat hot pot ingredients, even though she wouldn't be cooking them herself, as long as she could eat them. They quickly ordered almost all the vegetables that Chunmu had in his yard. What a great girl who maintains her figure. Are you planning on a vegetable stew? And some sliced meat, preferably lamb or beef. 1234 sighed, and then started ordering food. However, the lamb and beef he ordered earned him a glare from both 186 and 183. That's really meticulous. But before they could even complain, they noticed that Chunmu had indeed taken out beef from his cutting board. And there was also a portion that looked like lamb. Don't ask them how they know. They just wanted to eat it, so they looked into it. Brother, you've worked hard. It's not easy for us to get together tonight. So let's celebrate with some drinks. 186 held up his drink and raised his glass. A sumptuous breakfast was ready. And at this point, no one was going to be polite. They ate all the food on the table. Except for the girl in question, who was a little more restrained, the others were all slumped in their chairs, some even rubbing their stuffed bellies. Hiccup, brother, we should head back now. Thank you so much for your hospitality today. Let's get together again if anything comes up next time. Don't forget to bring your cooking utensils. It's so comforting to have a good meal after a battle. 186 hugged his dog, Big White, even though he didn't want to leave, but his time to assist in the battle was about to end. Moreover, although this place is nice, it is ultimately not their home. But that doesn't stop him from thinking about the future. After all, he's already established himself as someone with thick skin, so there's nothing he can't say. Besides, he's not the only one with these thoughts. Don't worry, I plan to go out and explore more in the future, so I could draw more maps. Maybe I'll run into you guys in the wild sometime. Chunmu looked at the few people who seemed reluctant to leave. Although he knew they were reluctant to part with the food, he had made the food, so it made no difference. With only a few seconds left on the countdown, Chunmu stood opposite them, watching as spatial portals appeared behind each of them, enveloping them and taking them directly back to their respective homes. Brother, I'm home. Let me know when the furniture and everything are ready. I'm not going out today. I need to tidy up the house first. Just as I teleported away, 180, the success voice came through. The team is still active, so you can continue chatting in the team chat channel. I knew something felt off. Since everyone in the team can still chat, why were you leading the sentimental conversation? Were you doing it on purpose? The girl in question was genuinely saddened by the separation after their brief reunion. But now, upon reflection, that sadness seems somewhat awkward. Thinking back to the 186 centimeters tall man with his expressive face and sorrowful words, she suddenly realized that she had been led astray by that boy. It would be really strange if he didn't cause trouble. 183 didn't say anything just now, so there's no need to worry about it, since he's always been someone who doesn't show much emotion. I'll go tidy up and then start making furniture. I've sent you the materials for the submachine guns and ammo boxes. Collect them when you have time. Hearing them start complaining about each other again, Chunmu could only talk about the important business first, and then start tidying up his own house. The tables and chairs in the yard were all put away and stored in the cabinets inside the house, and then the kitchen utensils were put back in their original places. While doing all this, he listened to the noisy chatter of the group and roughly understood the guy who went home to start incubating the eggs. Although he enjoys being alone, keeping pets, growing vegetables, and cooking. But after fighting together last night, and then having dinner and chatting together afterwards, he suddenly felt that this was pretty good too. They don't bother each other in their daily lives, yet they can help each other when needed, and their personalities are such that neither of them will offend the other. It would be great if this relationship could continue. Chapter 112 bought a puppet. Meow, stupid snake. Kayakyu was originally perched on Chunmu's shoulder, watching him tidy up the furniture and set up various furniture combinations at the workbench. But the Su that was originally on Chunmu's wrist suddenly flashed with white light, and a small snake turned into an egg, falling straight to the ground. As Chunmu reached out to catch it, Kayakyu sped up even faster, jumping down and growing larger as it landed on the ground, cradling the egg in its arms. Fortunately, Chunmu wasn't much slower. He bent down and reached out, letting the ball fall directly into his palm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Silly cat. Your owner wouldn't bear to let this clumsy snake fall to the ground. I really didn't realize you were so fast. Jump folded its outstretched wings, jumped onto the food display case next to it, tilted its little head, and began to stare at Ball. It always thought that Kayukyu was quite slow, just like a normal cat. But just a moment ago, it realized that the cat's speed was not much different from its own, which was strange. It's all right. Su will continue to evolve. Chunmu stroked Kayukyu's little head with his fingers. This little guy's sudden outburst was quite ferocious. However, Su turns into an egg every time she evolves. If she evolves again in the future, she will need to be placed in a stable place. What just happened was truly frightening. Although the eggshell of this evolving creature was definitely not something that could be broken by simply dropping it on the ground, he still didn't dare gamble with Su's safety. Meow meow, the cat was startled. Kayu lazily rubbed its little head against Chunmu's palm a couple of times, then listlessly climbed onto his shoulder, clutching the patterns on his clothes, and lay there quietly, not wanting to move. A burst of speed is possible, but it's not specifically about the speed of evolution, and I really don't want to experience the weakness that follows. Let me take you upstairs to rest first. We won't go out today. Let's get a good night's sleep. I'll tidy up the vegetables in the yard, and then go buy a puppet. Chunmu carried Tiao Yao on his shoulder, then held the snake eggs in his hands, and put them all in a quilt after going upstairs. Susu has plenty of time to evolve, so let's deal with the manner issues for now. Susu's evolution this time is normal. The Xiong Liu inheritance requires evolving into 9 heads, and this is only the 3rd one. I don't know when the next evolution will be. Moreover, this time, it was actually a forced evolution. Because Susu's previous self-cultivation and the energy she gained from eating were clearly not yet at the evolutionary stage, there was a high probability that her evolution would fail if it weren't for the evolution pill. After settling the 3 little ones upstairs, Chunmu went to check on the breeding area. This area also needed construction, but since there were only a few chickens that could be raised at the moment, they would leave it as it was for now and renovate it when they had new animals to raise. The workers' quarters need to be properly arranged, because he wasn't sure how many workers he would recruit next. 5 workers and 2 guards. That's really too many, because the planting and harvesting in this yard can be done by a maximum of 2 people. This is even with his courtyard having twice the number of upgrades compared to normal. Otherwise, only 1 would be needed. There's 7 in total. Just buying these will cost at least 700,000, plus the materials. Chunmu looked at the different options for the workers' huts, ranging from wooden cabins to 2-story dormitories. The difference was whether the owner wanted to use more materials or save some. The 2-story workers' dormitory could be furnished with 10 single rooms, 1 kitchen, 1 dining room, 1 bathroom, 2 toilets, and 1 laundry room. Although a lot of materials were needed, Chunmu looked at what he had and decided to build a larger one. Because the other dormitories below this level either have a certain number of single beds or bunk beds. Although they were puppets, Chunmu had seen them and knew that while they lacked memories, they still possessed the thoughts of normal human beings. Loyalty, diligence, and even the ability to be nurtured all require a good environment to develop. The 2-story workers' dormitory is complete. Workers' initial loyalty increases by 5. As a square, 2-story building was erected. A message flashed before Chunmu's eyes. Initial loyalty, that's something interesting. Since there's a dormitory available, there's no need to wait any longer. He'll just buy a puppet and assign it a work position. Level 1 puppet, priced at 100,000. Attributes are random. In the mall, the lowest price for a puppet is 10,000, and that's with random attributes, even if it's a regular level 1 puppet. I'm poor. After clicking buy, Chunmu looked at the remaining few thousand yuan and felt saddened by his poverty once again. Just look at that lucky young man. He just pulled out so many materials without batting an eye. No wonder the others wanted to beat him up. Showing off wealth in front of poor people is utterly heartless. Level 1 puppet seal contains 1 level 1 puppet. Break the seal to make it your worker. After the purchase, a square puppet seal, resembling a small cage, appeared in Chunmu's inventory. The faint white light indicated that this puppet's aptitude was not very good. But this was all Chunmu could afford. Holding the puppet seal in his hand, he saw a ball of white light appear the moment he opened it, and then a person appeared in front of him. The cage-like seal also transformed into points of light, adding a worker information bar to Chunmu's attribute panel. Worker, Level 1 Puppet, S29, 663 Puppet, can be renamed. The puppet was a young man, over 1.9 meters tall, much taller than Chunmu, who was 1.85 meters tall. This puppet was quite tall and imposing, but when Chunmu was considering assigning him to the guard position, a prompt appeared above the puppet's head. S29, Puppet number 663, awaiting job assignment. It looks very big, but it can't even swing a hoe. It's probably only good for raising animals. The familiar Tutsao, Tu Chao, a type of online comment/criticism, notification appeared again, and Chunmu's face darkened instantly. Such a large puppet, and it can only be raised as a livestock? However, he couldn't see the puppet's attributes right now, because it remained inactive as long as no job was assigned to it. This couldn't be more outrageous. Please select a puppet job. Guardian, crafting, breeding, planting, exploration. Faced with 5 job options, Chunmu wanted to try something different, but ultimately gave up the struggle. He only has enough money to buy 1 puppet, so he should make the most of it and not waste it. Chapter 113, The Silly Chicken Coop Keeper. S29, Puppet number 663 has been activated. It is a worker for raising livestock. Its loyalty is 55, its combat power is 3, its breeding talent is 4, its planting talent is 0.5, its crafting talent is 0.5, its search talent is 0, and its combat talent is 0. It seems you didn't have any reason to send it into battle. The puppet was activated, and the large man who had been frozen in place instantly came back to life, and his attributes were displayed in Chunmu's information bar. It is indeed a creature that is almost useless except for raising animals, but its 5 talent values are too unbalanced. A level 1 puppet has 5 talent points across 5 professions. If these were evenly distributed, each profession would have 1 point. However, this guy currently has 5 attribute points, 4 of which are allocated to animal husbandry. The puppet job has been determined. Job modification can be performed by consuming 30 loyalty points. If you open the job information again, you can change the job, but it will consume loyalty points. Chunmu has just bought the puppet back, and he hasn't figured out how to increase its loyalty yet. But this fully equipped 2-story worker's dormitory only gives plus 5 points, which seems to be telling him that loyalty is difficult to increase. Master, the chickens are hungry. I'm going to feed them. The giant puppet blinked and bent down when it looked at Chunmu. After hearing the chickens clucking in the breeding area, he greeted them and quickly turned and ran over. However, when he arrived at the warehouse, he walked out looking disappointed. Master, there is no feed. The big guy felt a little wronged. He has no memory of what he's supposed to do, but when he runs over to get started, he finds he has no tools and, more importantly, a lack of feed, while the chickens are still hungry. We're out of food for now, but let's take a few cabbages to feed them. Being looked at with such a sad gaze by such a grown man sent chills down Chunmu's spine. But he really didn't have chicken feed or anything like that. He used to feed the pheasants cabbage or melon rinds. Master, I need some tools. A kitchen knife, a winnowing basket, and a bamboo basket. The giant golem was completely unreserved. After deciding what the feed would be made of, it started asking for more feed-making materials and other items needed for feeding the chickens. I'll do it right away. By the way, from now on you'll be called Big Black. Although he didn't quite believe that this puppet with a crafting talent of only 0.5 could make feed, Chunmu had no other choice. While making these basic tools back in a room, Chunmu suddenly realized that they still needed to come up with a name. As for that number, without a second thought, that's the in-game ID of the puppet when it was alive. You may have seen each other in chat channels or trading channels before, but he died at some unknown time, so he became one of the puppets, waiting to be bought and used by the still-living players. While making the tool, Chunmu became even more determined to survive. Although he never thought of giving up, the appearance of this puppet made Chunmu realize that if he died, it was not as simple as just disappearing. After memories are erased, the soul should still be there, right? It must have undergone some kind of processing, becoming a completely new puppet operating core. Thank you, Master. I'll go prepare the feed right away. After receiving the dozen or so basic tools from Chunmu, Daehye thanked him happily and then ran off with him in his arms. This somewhat foolish behavior made Chun-Mu, standing at the door, glance at the corner of his eye, wondering if his family was about to encounter some problems. But after Big Black picked a few cabbages and made dozens of portions of simple feed, it happily fed the chickens, and its loyalty increased by 1 point. Farm worker S29, number 663, Big Black, has completed his desired job and is grateful to the manor owner for assigning him this work, increasing his loyalty by 1. With loyalty reaching 56, Chun-Mu was slightly satisfied. Back inside, I continued adjusting things on the workbench, and the production of the exquisite 6-piece home furnishing set that I had previously paused was resumed. This 6-piece bedding set includes a large, luxurious upholstered bed, silky smooth sheets, a soft and warm comforter, pillows that automatically return to their original shape, a soft, lint-free rug, and 3-layered curtains that can adjust the light. Half an hour later, Chun-Mu received the latest 6-piece furniture set. Once upstairs, I picked up the 3 little ones, folded up the bed, laid out the carpet, and then put down the brand new big bed and bedding. Then he hung up the curtains so that the room wouldn't have to have the same amount of light as the outside because of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Meow, so soft, master. This is so soft, meow. Kayaki jumped off the bed, ran 2 laps on the floor, rolled 2 laps, and then grabbed at it a few times to test its feel. Finally satisfied, it climbed up Chun-Mu's trouser leg, stood on his shoulder, and meowed to express its happiness. Now it can not only roll around on the bed, but also play freely on the floor. Chirp chirp. Master, this silly cat will scratch the floor. Jump Jump watched Ball frolicking around with glee, and stood at the window with a disgruntled expression, his little eyes filled with disgust. It just saw it. That stupid cat actually showed its claws and scratched directly at the soft blanket on the ground. Meow, meow, meow. No, I was just testing whether this thing is sturdy. When confronted about what misdeed it had done, it nestled on Chun-Mu's shoulder, its words revealing a hint of guilt. It's all right. It's not that easy to break. You guys play with it first. I'll rest for a while and see how to cultivate this thing. Chun-Mu laid down directly on the big bed, and indeed, the comfort level was high. As Chun-Mu took out the scroll, he suddenly realized that he and the 3 little ones could prepare food for each other at irregular intervals. But the worker was different from them. The change was made directly from the worker management department. The old set that was replaced was placed in dormitory number 1, and then Daikoku was assigned to live in that dormitory. They then placed water and bread in the restaurant, a considerable amount, so the workers shouldn't go hungry in the short term. After finishing all this, he greeted the others in the team who were already busy with their own tasks. After telling 186 that he would send the ammunition boxes over once they were made, he opened the scroll and focused his mind on the skill training scroll. Chapter 114, Cultivation. Strange phenomena after falling into a deep sleep. Purifying heart technique can be cultivated, can be used once combat power exceeds 100. Although the cultivation technique is a bit weak, it can still be improved with the right materials. The cultivation scrolls seem to be quite rare, but Chun-Mu is already quite fortunate to have one, and he can't possibly leave them unused. Moreover, there was a notification telling him that this cultivation technique could be upgraded. That way, there's even less need to worry about it. Player S29, server 9857, please prepare for the initial cultivation tutorial, which is about to begin. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The notification sound was still as unpleasant as ever, but Chun-Mu no longer cared about it. As the countdown ended, he suddenly sensed something strange. Spiritual energy, absorption, circulation, storage, and refinement. His body seemed to be transformed in an instant. After the faint spiritual energy was absorbed, he watched as the spiritual energy passed through the meridians and finally converged in a place that should be called the Danshin. Spiritual energy is not only stored here, but can also be extracted to strengthen certain areas, although the effect is minimal, almost negligible. But this is just a wisp of spiritual energy. The effects will become apparent with more of it. This process repeated itself in his consciousness until Chun-Mu's consciousness became increasingly exhausted, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Meow, get out here. On the large bed, Chun-Mu, who was fast asleep, was shrouded in a cloud of gray mist. Kaiku was originally watching from the side, waiting for its master to wake up after completing his cultivation. But the moment it saw the gray mist appear, its body suddenly transformed into a black phantom. The huge black cat phantom filled the space inside the house, and its paws slammed down on Chunmu's body. But this was just an illusion, so even though the claws were bigger than a person, they didn't hurt Chunmu when they slammed down. They just used the sharp nails to pull out that wisp of gray mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The gray mist seemed to come alive the moment it was pulled out, struggling to move around, but it was completely unable to escape the ball's sharp claws. Meow, 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 meow. Damn it. You dare eat my master? Did you really think I was dead when you let those guys out? Caillou, abandoning its previous soft and cute image, opened its big mouth and bit down on the still, sizzling gray ball. It doesn't like to swallow everything whole like some snakes do. Who knows if it will still bounce around inside its belly after swallowing it. Take small bites, chew them thoroughly, and then eat them. That's much safer. Once it had finished eating the entire gray ball, the big cat head moved forward a bit and made close eye contact with the terrified Jumpy. Meow. Little guy, you didn't see anything, right? The ball licked its lips and looked at the bouncy creature, which was smaller than its teeth, wondering if this only spectator would tell its owner what was going on. It didn't know why it could become like this, but its owner was in danger, and it did all this before it even realized it. The matter was resolved, but it had no intention of letting its owner know, because even it itself wasn't clear about the specifics, and it seemed a bit ugly in this state, and most importantly, not cute anymore. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jumpy is a good-for-nothing. He actually fell asleep while his master was diligently cultivating. Jumping head tilted, then suddenly fell onto another pillow on the bedside table, letting out two pitiful cries with its eyes closed. It thought that Snake was the most ferocious, but now it seems that it should not have underestimated the strength of the cat boss. As expected of its master's most beloved darling, this guy is terrifying, countless times more ferocious than Susu. Thinking about it this way, Jump's mood changed directly from fear to sadness, because it realized that if it didn't grow up quickly, it seemed to have no value in existence. Seriously, spoiling someone more than they spoils them is driving them crazy. Meow, go to sleep peacefully. Nothing happened today. Master just became able to cultivate. In an instant, Kaiukyu shrank, patted Taiao Xiao's body with its little paws, then turned around and went into Chunmu's arms, where it closed its eyes and fell asleep peacefully. It had neither seen nor eaten any invaders. But I really missed this taste. What went wrong? Why did I unconsciously refer to myself as this great one just now, and what about those guys? The words she had spoken had left her speechless. Kaiukyu rolled over in Chunmu's arms, deciding to put these thoughts aside for the time being, because she simply couldn't come up with a solution. Chunmu slept soundly for a long time until the next morning, when he woke up to a series of private messages. Friend 186. Bro, what's going on with you? Why haven't I heard from you again? Friend 186. Seriously, bro, reply to this message. Don't scare us like that. If you don't reply, we're going to issue a summons. Friend 186. Wait a little longer. If you still haven't heard from us by dawn, we'll really issue a call to arms. After reading only the last few messages, Chunmu was a little confused. Checking the time, he quickly turned on the team voice chat. I'm sorry, I went to learn that cultivation scroll yesterday, but somehow I've been unconscious ever since. Chunmu looked at the team information and saw that the voice chat of the 4 members was on, wondering if they hadn't slept at all. Big brother, you really scared me. I mentioned before that it might be some kind of cultivation evolution or something, but that idiot 183 said it was impossible. Upon hearing the sound, 186 immediately regained consciousness. He was planning to issue the team summons order at dawn, at which point he could pull the team members over. If they were unconscious, it might be possible to teleport them directly. After all, they were teleported there while the person was unconscious, so it should be feasible. I was just saying that when I was cultivating, there were no changes at all. My consciousness and behavior were not restricted. But I didn't say that brother 857 situation was the same as mine. You've been overthinking it all along. The voice on the other end of the line, 183, sounded tired. He didn't want to admit to taking the blame for 180 SIXS actions. But after hearing that the person who had been missing for so long was finally all right, he felt a sense of relief. But this cultivation scroll can make someone fall into a deep sleep for a whole day and night. This is completely different from his situation back then. Could it be that his cultivation direction is different? It seems that when he has time, he will have to talk to this big shot about topics other than food. Chapter 115, even a puppet that will never betray you still needs loyalty? It's good that you're all right. 857. Is the furniture finished yet? Ever since I saw your home's layout, I can no longer live the miserable life I used to live. A sigh came from the girl number 13, but then she asked a question that really caught everyone's attention. Comfortable, more upscale furniture. It should be ready. I'll go downstairs to check. There are also 186 submachine guns and ammunition boxes. I'll pack them up and send them to you later. Chunmu hurriedly got up, looked at Keku, who was still sleeping in his arms, put it together with Susu, and checked on Tiao Yao, who had suddenly run to sleep next to the pillow before going downstairs. The 6-piece home furnishing set was ready, and Chunmu sent one to each of them. Then he retrieved the completed submachine gun and 3 ammunition boxes containing 500 rounds of ammunition, took a look at them, and sent them to 186. The weapon is really good, but it's not his. Next, he needs to gather even more materials, whether it's sniper rifles or submachine guns. He has to prepare them himself. As for the changes in cultivation, for now, it's just a slight increase in combat power and an extra cultivation technique. Name, Chunmu, player number 9857 in server S29. The exposed big shot. Are you feeling the treatment of superstar? Race, human, very good. Stamina, 16 to 50. Cultivation will increase your stamina cap. Work and rest will both increase or decrease your current stamina value. Energy, 26 to 50. This is not just an increase in the maximum energy level. Now your energy can only be restored through training and rest. Combat power, 108. Finally able to train, although still very weak. Cultivation technique, mind-clearing mantra. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Skill, soothing. It's clear you have a lot of love for them. Assets, level 6 property, simple manner. Barely makes it into the top 100 overall, although there isn't actually a ranking list for you to see. Currency, 1102, just one word, poor. Equipment, leader's aura, leader's belt, trident, swift boots, quite a few items, but the quality is lacking. Pets, abandoned spirit cat, Susu, Xiong Liu inheritance, third snake head in the process of being generated, Tiao Yao, golden crow inheritance, undergoing second evolution. Worker, puppet no, S29, 663, big black. Not enabled. After carefully reviewing the personal information, Chunmu focused more on the familiar complaints and prompts. Because of his cultivation, his physical strength and energy have also greatly improved. Another issue is the manner. His current manner is definitely the best in S29 district, but it's not in the top 100 overall. So it seems like it's barely acceptable, right? During their chat yesterday morning, they also learned from 183 that not everyone has just a few initial stats like an ordinary person. Those with initial combat power of tens of points can develop much faster. Good morning, Master. Thank you for the food, but please give me some seeds. There's too much vacant land on our estate. I can plant some in my spare time. Don Han, simple and honest. Big Black stood outside the door, bowed and greeted Chunmu when he opened the door, and did not forget to thank him for the food he had eaten yesterday. But he didn't come just to thank us. He came to ask for seeds to plant. Although he only has a planting talent of 0.5, he cannot make simple feed without growing vegetables, and he absolutely cannot let his few chickens starve to death. I have some seeds, but forget about these. I'll set aside a portion for my own cultivation. You can take these seeds and find a place to plant them. Chunmu wanted to say that cabbages and the like could be bred directly after aging, but when he saw the messy area after the vegetables were harvested, he suddenly realized just how terrible his 0.5 planting talent really was. Generally speaking, being able to put the dishes away intact is the best that Daihei has ever done. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Big Black took the large bag of seeds that had been put into a cloth bag, bowed again, and turned to find a place to plant them. Although I lack talent, and the crops I grow don't offer any bonuses, at least the seeds can be made to sprout. Barely, It was a way of helping Chun Mu share some of the burden of planting. I made something simple this morning and sent it to you. I'm going to plant some crops now, and my workers are harvesting cabbages, but they look like pigs have rooted around in them. It's really disheartening. Chun Mu returned to the house, took out the food from the food cabinet, sent one portion to each of the 4 people, and hung the rest in the shop. He is currently extremely short of money, and even more so, he needs a worker who can do the planting. Even though it's a simple manner, it's no longer something he can manage on his own. Boss, your workers must be crying. They work so hard harvesting vegetables and then get criticized for not doing a good job. The numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 came through along with the sounds of him eating. This guy received the package and started eating right away. So workers are also categorized. 183 also started eating as soon as he received the cabbage, but his focus was on why the workers couldn't even harvest the cabbage. The thing can be pulled out of the ground. What other operations are there? There's a distinction between talent attributes. The one I bought only has a planting talent of 0.5, so even basic operations are a bit difficult for it. As Chun Mu spoke, he marked out an area and planted some seeds. This area is planned to be used as a seed breeding area. We won't let Daehei clean it up, so there shouldn't be any other problems. But complaining is one thing. With Daehei's help, he can indeed save a lot of time. The harvested vegetables were placed in the warehouse. He could transfer the vegetables and fruits in the warehouse to the food cabinet for cooking at any time, and he could also transfer them to the parcel bar for trading or to take them out for use. Are there many types of talents? 186 was already preparing for the house upgrade, so when he heard about the differences between the puppets, he suddenly became a little worried. What if someone has exceptionally poor talent? Wouldn't that throw everything into chaos? 5 categories. Chun Mu, who was planting vegetables, shared the general situation. By the way, even if it's an assignment error, it can be changed, but what I'm seeing is that changing jobs requires 30 loyalty points, while I only have 50 initially. I'm wondering if there will be any problems if I have less. When talking about talent and job classification, Chun Mu then explained the secondary selection process for that job. Ideally, you shouldn't replace it. If you do replace it, you need to find a way to raise the puppet's loyalty again. Something's not right. Puppets are supposed to never betray their masters, so why is there a loyalty requirement? You guys keep talking, I'll go check the survival manual. 183 is a book lover. When he sensed something was wrong, he immediately flipped through a book to check. Chapter 116, The Egg Cracked. Found it. The purchased puppets cannot betray us, but they will develop various negative emotions due to insufficient loyalty, such as being uncooperative, shirking their duties, and even engaging in self-harm or suicide if their loyalty is 0. 183 is indeed a good young man who loves reading. He quickly found the detailed information by flipping through the pages. After hearing the result, the group fell into a brief silence. As everyone knows, the puppet is transformed after the player dies. The significance of this loyalty seems to be more about restoring the original nature than loyalty itself. Nobody wants to be a puppet, so once their loyalty drops to a certain level, these puppets begin to seek another way to escape. We don't need any mercy. One wrong move, and we could become one of them. So, regardless of whether they still have the will to resist, we can only look after ourselves by a few puppets to work for us, and at the same time, keep them constantly on their toes. After Chun Mu finished planting the vegetables, he noticed that no one had spoken yet. After thinking about the key point, he decided to give these young people some advice. Although he is not very old, he had experienced hardships in his youth and has some understanding of certain things. Brother, I'm not worrying about that. I'm thinking that if we buy puppets to work for me, it would mean we'd have to prepare more food, which seems like a lot of consumption. 186 seemed to be stunned for a moment, but quickly smiled and told Chun Mu that he really hadn't thought about those things at all. Moreover, in order to make himself safer, he was not in such a hurry at first, but now he has decided to prepare enough materials to upgrade the manor and then buy a bunch of puppets to do his work. Most importantly, I hope some of them are suitable for combat, so that I can live a more comfortable life. Boss, the only ones who will be sad about this are Sister 13 and 1234. That heartless guy wouldn't be sad about the fate of a puppet. I just looked up some more information about puppets. Although there wasn't much, it seems that these puppets' talents are related to their initial attributes, which are what they had before coming to this game world. If someone was originally skilled in combat, the puppet they were transformed into after death would inevitably have extremely high attributes in either defense or exploration. However, anything learned after arriving here would be erased. After searching carefully for a while, 183 finally found the key to the puppet talent. Although sometimes you can't tell what a puppet used to do just by looking at it, you can at least get a general idea. My puppet has 0 guarding talent and 0 exploration talent. It's a burly man standing at 1.9 meters tall. Chun Mu spoke up somewhat awkwardly, explaining the height and condition of his dog, Dehe, to prevent them from judging solely by its size. But he was really troubled by this. How could someone so big have 0 combat skills? At 1.9 meters tall, all he can do is raise livestock. Even harvesting cabbage is like a pig rooting around in the ground. After hearing Chun Mu's words, 1234 seemed to recall some scene, and he uttered his perfectly good sentence in a jumbled mess. The repeated muting clearly indicated that he turned off the team's audio when he couldn't help but laugh, and then turned it back on after he finished laughing. Brother Band Shunzi, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Why mute it? Do you need to act shy in front of us? Your image has been ruined from the start anyway. So what are you afraid of? The girl in number 13 didn't think there was anything wrong with it at first, but she couldn't help but complain about the awkward laughter of the girls in number 1234. What's there to hesitate about when someone dies right from the start? If they weren't teammates now, she would have said the half-shot brother nickname without hesitation. He knew he was in trouble just hearing the beginning of 1234. Even though it was changed later, he still felt a little embarrassed. How incredibly stupid of him to blurt out such a bombshell, instantly ruining his own image. It's all right. Judging from the current situation, there's a possibility of merging servers in the future. You definitely won't be able to find a girlfriend here. You can find one in another server later, and we won't tell you. 186, always eager for drama, immediately pointed out the only way for 1234 to find another girlfriend. But despite saying that, they all knew that some things had already changed. In this world where death can be a constant threat, finding a girlfriend is less appealing than buying a puppet to keep safe at least. Others, any player, given the opportunity to seize another's assets, might resort to underhanded tactics. Even among these individuals, there is absolutely no involvement with the other party's assets, and they can only entrust a certain degree of trust if they would gain absolutely no benefit from resorting to underhanded tactics. But how much of this? Ultimately, it comes down to the interests of those involved and their respective needs. Egg. My egg is broken, cracked. The casual conversation was suddenly interrupted by a gasp. It's the 1234 side. Although everyone knew he started incubating the eggs as soon as he got home, his words, coupled with that shocked shout, still resonated with many. It inevitably evokes some unpleasant associations. After all, his image has always been somewhat abnormal. Be careful, there are 2 eggs. Don't let one crack and hurt the other. 183 yawned, clearly disgusted by 1234's excitement. However, he still holds the pet egg he's been carrying in his arms very carefully, hoping that a little life will emerge from it. You two are about the same. The girl suddenly felt awkward about what the two were saying. I have a feeling this egg might be a little shady. But the truth is, this egg is a legitimate pet egg. And she has one too. She just doesn't know when hers will hatch. It seems to be having a lot of trouble getting out. What should I do? I feel like I'm losing control in my hands. I really want to open this annoying shell for it. 1234 doesn't care what others think. All he knows now is that his pet is coming out, and he'll have a pet to keep him company from now on. But the eggshell had a crack, and then it shook for a while before stopping. It was distressing to see. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Hatching a pet egg is similar to hatching a chick. If you help it hatch, it could very well have a negative impact on it. 183 sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted to warn the guy to be careful. If they accidentally harm the pet while helping out, this guy will definitely cry to them for a long time. Chapter 117 Incubation in Progress. It's out, but it's cursing at me. About half an hour later, the sound of 1234 came again, and after the excitement came a lot of grievance. What did I say to you? Chunmu lay on the bed on the second floor, holding Kaikyu in his arms. He was basically used to 1234's sudden outburst today. But it's quite amusing that the pet scolds him right after it hatches. It resented me for just watching without helping and said I was laughing at it. 1234 felt genuinely wronged. He was just worried about hurting his future little pet. But who knew this guy didn't need it? And why would a husky hatch from an egg? That doesn't make sense. I think I can tell what kind of pet you have over there. Basically, I wish you good luck. Shenmue listened to the environment in which 1234 was speaking. It was a dog. Moreover, it was a dog that started barking at 1234 as soon as it appeared because the barking never stopped. Actually, it's very cute and handsome. From now on, we'll name our little one Xiao Air. 1234 really likes this little husky. As long as it's alive, won't betray him, and can stay with him forever, that's great. However, given his name, none of the people in the team wanted to talk to him for the time being. No wonder the pet scolded him. He was only spared because the dog was being lenient by not biting him. You guys continue. I'll go get some water and send it to you along with ice. Please process it as soon as you receive it. I'm still short of buckets. The girl in question didn't want to dwell on how this guy and Xiao Air got along anymore. She needed to fetch water to replenish her teammates' supplies. Fortunately, she had stored several warehouses of ice beforehand. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had any ice to supply these people. We can't do the big things, but we can do the small things. Shenmue carried Kaikyu downstairs and rummaged around the workbench. There was indeed a water bucket recipe, but the bucket was much smaller. Make me a few, boss. Just make buckets, not cups. The girl had always wanted to buy a few buckets to take home, but at first, no one was selling them on the local trading channel, and later, they were too expensive in other players' shops. Now that she heard that Shenmue could make them, she didn't hesitate to ask him to make a few for her to use. Regarding the material issue, she was going to fetch water and catch some fish while she was at it, so she could send them to her boss later. Some things are fine as long as we know that neither of us has lost out. We've never really bothered with the small details anyway. This is relatively quick to make. I'll send it to you as soon as it's finished. Shenmue chose to have it made. There are two types of buckets, wooden and iron. He chose the iron bucket for ease of use. A while later, several 20L tin buckets were sent to 13 girls. Later, he also received water, ice, and dozens of fish from the girl in the evening. The day passed relatively leisurely. Only 186 went out for a stroll, go to a zombie-infested area in the city ruins to test the power of his submachine gun. Otherwise, everything was peaceful and uneventful. By the afternoon, the pet egg on the 183 side had also hatched. It was a little fox, and according to him, it was a very affectionate little white fox. This made the 13-year-old girl extremely envious, especially when she hatched a lizard that could swim, travel, and fly. It's out. My second little baby has hatched. As night fell, the numbers 1, 2, 3 came again during dinner. Tonight's meal is grilled fish, fish soup, and stir-fried fish slices. While enjoying the delicious food and listening to his teammates' exclamations, Shenmue thought of the two little guys upstairs who were still evolving and decided to go upstairs and hold them in his arms later. Although it's uncertain, it's possible that holding on to this idea might help with faster evolution, and it might actually be useful. What is it? The 13-year-old girl was a little conflicted about her pet lizard, but she still wanted to build a bond with it. Everyone is curious about what his second pet will be, and whether it will also be a husky, given that he previously hatched a husky. He looks a bit like Xiao Air, but he's bigger, so from now on he'll be called Xiao Yi. That's it. When the next one comes, he'll be called Xiao San. 1234's tone was excited, but his naming ability, in all likelihood, you won't have a mistress. Just take good care of this second of your snowy trio. 186 roughly understands now. This guy's two pets are both dogs, and they even belong to the same series, which is quite interesting. I wonder if this husky can really protect its owner, or if it can give that guy a taste of the misery of having his house destroyed in this game world. That's hard to say. 1234 was happy to have two pets, but he was not satisfied at all. He was also aware of the nickname Snowy Trio. Although he had never raised any before, he now had two. If he could get one more in the future to complete the trio, it would definitely be a very happy thing. Listening to their bickering, Shenmue finished eating and carried the three little ones upstairs. After lying down, he held Susu in his arms. Ordinary pet eggs hatch in a little over a day, but why hasn't his Susu hatched yet? There's no countdown timer on the notification, making it impossible to judge the time. Meow. Master, it moved? Susu is moving. As midnight approached, Kaiju raised its paw and stomped on Shenmu's face a few times while he was cultivating and sleeping. It just sensed that the stupid snake was about to hatch, and it was about to see the stupid snake emerge. It did move, but don't worry, let's wait for it to come out on its own. Shenmu opened his eyes. Although he could fall asleep while cultivating, with the nourishment of spiritual energy, he now felt refreshed after only 2 or 3 hours of cultivation, sleep. Looking at the egg that was shaking slightly, he was also a little curious about what Susu would be like after she hatched. It's a small white snake with 3 heads, just like before, without any change. Chirp chirp. Master, there's poison. There's poison gas. Jumpy had been evolving while asleep, but when it suddenly jumped up, flames appeared on its wings. Fortunately, the fire was contained quickly enough to prevent the newly made quilt from catching fire. But its frightened appearance completely stunned Shenmu and Kaiju. Susu's evolution this time is related to poison, but this poison gas. Susu hasn't even hatched yet, so where would the poison gas come from? Chapter 1:18 Snakes Eating Toads is normal practice. It's alright, Susu hasn't come out yet. Shenmu awkwardly reached out and stroked the back of Tiao, who is still so small. This little guy has evolved again, but it seems that apart from having a bit of fire, nothing else has changed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Outside, there's poisonous gas outside. Jumpy, in a fit of pique, flapped its little wings twice on Shenmu's fingers. It knew that Susu was going to be poisonous, but it certainly wouldn't feel threatened because of that. The poison gas it's talking about now is outside the wall. Meow. Back mount. Kaiju was watching the commotion when she heard something was wrong. She jumped off the bed, went to the window, peeked through the curtains, and then jumped onto Shenmu's shoulder, urging him to go take a look. Something is approaching from the direction of the back mountain. The poisonous gas is already close to their house wall. Hiss! What's that? I just came out, and I heard you guys saying there was poison gas. Did you come to bring me snacks? Susu was still struggling with how to hatch the egg in a gentle way, but when she heard that something carrying poisonous gas was coming to attack their home, the eggshell instantly turned into pieces. One small head bobbed and looked at Shenmu, while the other 2 small heads had already eaten up all the broken eggshells around them. It is now a 3-headed snake. If things weren't so urgent, it would actually like to return to its original form, because it knows its owner doesn't like strange appearances. But now we're in a hurry, aren't we? As for appearances, once you eat the snacks, they're delivered to your door, and then act cute and charming. Your owner won't care anymore, right? Let's go see what that is. Shenmu reached out his hand, and Susu, who had finished eating the eggshell, wrapped herself around him. He then led them downstairs and headed towards the back of his house. After jumping onto the courtyard wall, Shenmu looked at the mist that filled the air. This mist, which smelled fishy, was very poisonous. However, the manor is protected by an invisible wall, so unless the walls are completely destroyed, it will not be harmed by any attack. So now, after the toxic gas spreads, the first thing it does is corrode the courtyard wall. Initially, it was just durability levels like -1 and -2. But a moment later, the number of notifications surged rapidly, with a dense barrage of information flooding his screen. Hiss! Master, I'm going to grab some snacks and I'll be right back. Susu shook its 3 little heads on Shenmu's wrist. It had seen clearly that this thing hiding behind the poisonous fog must be very delicious. Go ahead, be careful. Shenmu placed Susu on the wall, gave her some instructions, and watched her go down the courtyard wall. After landing, Susu did not grow larger. She remained a small figure as she moved about, becoming a white line in the light of the lanterns on the courtyard wall before darting directly into the darkness. Meow. Is Susu really that unpicky about food? Since Kaiju can see things in the dark, he naturally knows what Susu is doing. Under the cover of darkness, Susu didn't need to worry about her appearance scaring Shenmu. So at this moment, a huge head emitting a purplish-black light appeared and swallowed the giant toad that was spewing poisonous mist on the hill behind the mountain. It's perfectly normal for snakes to eat toads. Shenmu sighed softly. He knew what it was. Because, right after Susu swallowed the highly poisonous toad, he received a notification here. The pet Susu swallowed a highly poisonous toad and learned the skill, Poison Mist. The skill has been mastered, so it seems that this food is indeed suitable for vegetarians. Chirp chirp. Master, can you see me? Tiao Yao stood on Chen Mu's shoulder, watching Susu swaying back in the distance, and couldn't help but want to laugh. If the owner can see what it is, can he also see the smug look on this stupid snake's face? I can't see it, but I know Susu used the toad's poison mist ability. Shaking his head, Chen Mu didn't want his two family members to misunderstand anything. He lacks the ability to observe things in the dark, and if he lets them think he can, they might not keep up with reporting everything in the future. Meow. So the owner didn't realize how ferocious the stupid snake was. Meow. Kaiku rolled over in Chen Mu's arms, its little paws clutching his hand, its head nuzzling against him, looking a little more at ease. Although the silly snake sometimes makes the cat irritable, it doesn't want its owner to dislike the silly snake. It should tone down the blackhead thing next time. It's not sure if it's scary, but judging by its own aesthetic sense, it's a bit ugly. I can't see it, but I can guess what it is. Chen Mu looked up at the darkness where the lanterns couldn't reach. Susu must be removing the poisonous fog that was shrouding her yard. This recyclable, highly toxic substance is something I'll let Susu try out sometime. It seems quite interesting. Hiss, Master, I'm back. The poisonous fog dissipated, and Susu returned from outside the wall. The little white snake, now back to its normal form, lay on Chen Mu's wrist. The edges of its scales, which had previously only shimmered with a faint silver light, were now beginning to show a smudged effect spreading inwards. Given this situation, Chen Mu seriously doubted whether he intended to raise the white snake into a silver snake in the future. Let's go back and get some more sleep. Chen Mu carried Su and Chiao, with Chiao on his shoulder, who had closed her eyes as if asleep, and went back upstairs to continue sleeping. Get a good rest tonight. They must go out and take a look tomorrow. Chen Mu slept until 6 in the morning, feeling like he was back to his previous routine. He put the 3 still sleepy little ones in bed and went downstairs to make breakfast. Although the food cabinet can prepare food, he still prefers to cook for his own family. Skillfully chopping vegetables and meat, boiling water in a pot, placing a larger steamer basket, and then adding larger buns, this batch should yield enough for several more everyday recipes. But to be fair, he kept giving out rewards for this recipe, and even mentioned that it was available in the Games and Game Store. So far, he hasn't seen anyone else make it, nor has he found where he can buy it. Could it be that the game system hacked it? But these recipes aren't anything rare. Even if other players are restricted from cooking, this game system can still bring people from their original worlds and grab some recipes along the way. Is it that difficult? Chen Mu kept thinking about this problem while making breakfast, but he still couldn't come up with a solution after finishing his meal. Chapter 119, opening a shop isn't so easy. Brother, since you can make some furniture, why don't you put up for sale a shop? I've seen them selling it for quite a high price. It must be very profitable. After breakfast, 186 suddenly brought up the issue of furniture. He found it quite strange because he noticed that the food in Chen Mu's shop always sold out very quickly. If he hung up some furniture or something similar, it should sell very well, but it just didn't. At first, they thought the production process was very difficult, but after chatting for a while, they realized that some furniture making is actually the fastest and easiest. There are too many kinds of food. If we hang a little of each, it won't look good if we put furniture on the shelves, but can't sell it, and it just takes up space. Chen Mu had never thought about it before, but now that it had been brought up, he thought about it for a moment and realized that it was a bit of a blow to the reputation of his small food shop. Since the battle to defend his homeland that day, he knew that no one else could make food, so he doubled the price of the food with these attributes. Even so, they still sold very quickly. In just 2 days, he had earned nearly 100,000 yuan. If he hadn't wanted to make a submachine gun for himself first, he could have already bought another puppet. So since you have your own unique way of making money, there's really no need to waste too much energy on it. Moreover, he did sell some simple furniture. He would occasionally make a few pieces and then put them directly on the regional trading channel. The game store is great, but the high-level materials in the store are too expensive and the purchase price from player shops is not high. He trades with other players through the regional trading channel, and some people are still willing to trade for the furniture they want. That makes sense. Each piece of furniture takes up 1 shelf. It would be pointless to put several pieces there, but too many would interfere with selling food. It seemed that 186 was browsing player shops, and it took him a while to figure out the issue of selling these furniture items. Identical foods can be stacked, and identical materials can be stacked, but furniture is either a single piece or a set. It takes up too much space, and the price isn't low, but there are many sellers, so most people would compare prices from multiple vendors before buying it. So he was struggling with what kind of shop to open to make money. He couldn't just sell materials, could he? However, while he has a lot of materials, he doesn't have enough to sell them freely. Unless you have local specialties, there's really no need to open a shop. Putting aside the handling fees, just consider the money needed to open a shop. How long do you think it will take to earn it back? The girl's voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of water, indicating that she was fishing. She had considered opening a shop, but she found that selling water, ice, or fish wouldn't work. She was very conflicted at the time, but after thinking it through, she instantly realized that making money was important, but ultimately it depended on her own circumstances. Every region has people living near water sources, so there are many people selling water. Where there's water, there are naturally people selling ice. She'd also seen people selling hot spring water before. As for selling fish, the only person I've seen cooking is that guy. He hung the fish up there. Was he waiting for other players to buy it and eat it raw? There's no need. I've recently visited some shops, and even those that sell equipment have very low sales. People with money and ability either make it themselves or get it from opening boxes, while those without the ability simply can't afford it. 183 not only enjoys reading, but also likes comparing the sales figures of certain stores. But that's not surprising. After all, everyone wants to make money. He may not know how to do those things, but that doesn't stop him from wanting to know how to make money. The results that can be referenced are basically disappointing. Those shops aren't unprofitable. They just rely on luck. You can't make much money on low-price goods, but there are too many high-price goods. It all depends on whether wealthy people are in the mood for them. Unless it's a one-of-a-kind product, like this food that sells out no matter the price, you should probably think about how to improve yourself and find more resources. I'm not planning on opening a shop anyway. I don't have much money, and I'm supporting 2 food-loving girls. Do you have any fish? I'd like to try a few and see if they'll eat raw fish. In just one day, 1234 has already experienced how ruthless Xiao E and Xiao Air are. They're still little cubs, so they're not that destructive yet, but they eat a lot. The little food he had stored there had been completely robbed within a day. They cried and made a scene if he didn't get any. And if he still didn't get any, they cursed him as an unfit master. I sent it, but I think they might prefer meat. The 13-year-old girl sent a few small fish directly, but she didn't think it would be of any use. Her little one eats fish and even goes into the water to catch them for her, but according to him, raw fish tastes really bad. If it weren't for the necessity of survival, her little guy, named Fei Fei, said he absolutely wouldn't eat raw fish. Why is it so easy for you guys to raise your pets, but so difficult for mine? 1234 received the email, took out the fish with a sad feeling, sighed sadly, and wanted to express his feelings about how hard he had worked. But before he could finish his reflection, the 2 small dogs, which were not very big, protested against the fish he had taken out and pounced on him, grabbing his clothes and barking. I told you so. My cat can catch fish but doesn't eat them. So you expect your 2 to like them? You're really overthinking it. The 13-year-old girl couldn't help but laugh. She had asked her pet several times before she found out. That's really strange. Aren't the snakes over there supposed to eat raw? And quite a lot of them. My dog Dabai eats them too. 186 suddenly brought up Susu and his dog Dabai. Everyone witnessed how ferociously those 2 ate. Susu said it's a necessity for survival, not a hobby. Your dog Dabai isn't angry. Chenmu looked at Susu, who was clearly annoyed after he relayed her words. And while replying with 186, he also inquired whether Susu was all right after saying such a thing. After all, that white tiger really doesn't have a good temper. It's all right, it's all right. My big, white is the best. He led me out to find a treasure chest. Big brother, give me some extra good food tonight, and I'll trade you a treasure chest later. 186 replied with a laugh, but there seemed to be a strange tone in that laughter. Perhaps he was abused? Okay, I'll cook something delicious when I get home. I saw some bison. We'll have beef tonight. Chenmu had a rough idea of what was going on over there, but he couldn't care less if he said something wrong and got punished. However, he was certain that he would have an extra meal tonight. Not far ahead of him, a herd of bison was wandering on the grassland. If he couldn't take them down by the time they were in front of him, then he wouldn't be himself. Chapter 120: An Encounter in the Wild. A herd of buffalo and a pack of tigers. Beef? Go for it, bro. We're having a beef feast tonight. Steak, braised beef, beef. The voices from 186 were incredibly cheerful, and the others were also looking forward to dinner. But Shenmue had already turned off the team voice chat before 186 could finish speaking. He still preferred to find a quiet place to stay, and then secretly make his move against the bison herd. I definitely need to make a sniper rifle when I get home, but for now I'll just rent one. He will earn more money by hunting more cows. Chirp chirp. Master, there are many tigers near the cow. Jumping away, it circled around and returned, landing on Shenmue's shoulder and explaining the situation nearby. A tiger? Looks like we've run into someone trying to steal our meat. Shenmue shifted the direction of his sniper rifle and saw through the scope the tiger pack that had already begun to show signs of life in the distance. This is interesting. Should we hunt tigers or these bison? Hiss, master, I can freeze almost half the cows. Susu shook her little head. This evolution wasn't just about growing a head. Her range of abilities had also increased. Moreover, based on its use of poisonous fog, it has learned how to make freezing also a localized phenomenon. Go. Freeze the ones in the distance. Let's start by dealing with the ones closer to us. Shenmue temporarily gave up on the tiger. Although the tiger was a treasure from head to toe, the meat was more practical for him. With meat, you can make food and sell it. With money, it's not difficult to buy whatever you want. Meow. I'm going with the silly snake. Suddenly, Kaikaku jumped out of Shenmue's arms. It was worried that Susu wouldn't be able to freeze too many people on her own. So if any of them had problems, it could restrain a few of them. That could be several, right? I haven't tried it before, but I think it could be even stronger. Be careful, everyone. I'll stay here and take care of them one by one. Shenmue's sniper rifle was already aimed. Susu and Qiuqiu went down together. After Susu grew a little bigger, Qiuqiu jumped onto its head and was led closer to the herd of cattle. This bison was enormous, more than twice the size of the yellow cattle, Shenmue remembered. This is normal, though. A level 3 bison can't be that small. Level 3 bison. These creatures have thick hides. If you're using a sniper rifle, it's recommended to aim for their eyes. After staring at it for a few seconds, Shenmue saw the familiar prompt appear and pulled the trigger in a good mood. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling the herd of cattle that had been grazing and accidentally knocking over a few trees. Near the edge of the herd, one cow was stiff, blood dripping from its face, before collapsing to the ground after a moment. As the cow fell to the ground, it was as if a knife had sliced through it, rapidly disintegrating its various parts before it became ethereal and finally vanished completely. The surrounding cattle seemed not to have figured it out yet. Even after the cow's carcass disappeared, they still crowded around to examine the piece of land. This time, through the sniper scope, Shenmue saw for the first time how the carcasses of the hunted animals were transformed into the materials in his package. Killing a level 3 bison yields 42 pieces of beef, 3 pieces of tendon, 1 piece of bone, 1 piece of damaged hide, and 1 bull penis. After the prompt appeared, Shenmue shifted his sniping target and locked onto another large bull. That was a bull, but it didn't look like the biggest one. It probably wasn't a fully grown adult yet. Before the cows could react, Shenmue aimed and fired again, his accuracy so impressive that even he himself had to admire it. He was truly awesome. Killing a level 3 bison yields 28 beef, 5 tendons, 1 bone, 1 damaged hide, and 1 bull tail. The cow was so big, but the amount of meat given was much less than before, which made Shenmue a little conflicted. Randomness was definitely a factor. How annoying. However, this time, the cattle finally realized the problem. The panicked herd of cattle prepared to flee, but Susu had already reached the vicinity. The herd had only taken 2 steps when a huge creature suddenly appeared and blocked their path. Even without Susu freezing them, these cows were already too scared to move for a while. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shenmue hunted down a few more. The cattle realized their path was blocked and turned to flee, but Susu wouldn't let them get away. She sprayed out a mouthful of frost, freezing the cattle in front of her in place. Now, the cows behind rushed forward but could only crash into it several of them falling over in a chaotic mess, and the rest couldn't get past it either. The cattle herd was getting increasingly chaotic, but Shenmu's attacks never stopped. By specifically targeting the eyes, the hunters successfully hunted the herd of over 40 cattle without any deviation. He's really enjoying shooting games more and more. Especially after his combat power increased, he found that he almost never made mistakes in aiming or prediction. Chirp chirp, Master, the one with the bow and arrow has appeared on the hill behind the tiger. Jumpy kept flying around in the air. This time it had undergone a small evolution. It didn't have much power, but its speed had increased a lot. As for the ability to fan out flames by flapping its wings, Jump Jump had already witnessed Susu's flame-breathing ability before, so it had temporarily ignored its own little flame. Everyone was busy at the time, and all it could do was fly around scouting for enemy positions. So after circling around a few times, it quickly spotted a nimble figure nearby. Once they got closer and realized it was someone they knew, Tiao Yao quickly flew back to report to Shenmu. He arrived so quickly. After the bison hunt was complete, Shenmu checked the team chat and turned on voice chat. Should we hunt down these tigers? Shenmu didn't try any tricks with 183, because with Su's size, it was impossible for 183 on the other side of the mountain not to see her. Yes, tigers are valuable from head to toe. Big White from Family 186 needs to eat more tiger bones and such to evolve. He can't come, so let's kill him and give him to him so he can prepare materials for our submachine guns. 183 didn't think Shenmu had noticed anything wrong with him. The little black and red crow had flown around twice. It would have been strange if it hadn't noticed him. But this time he set his sights on the tiger pack, not because he needed it himself, but because he wanted to make a quick buck from 186. Sure. As long as you can help my Big White evolve successfully, I'll give you not only materials for the submachine gun, but also 2 ammo boxes for each of you. When 186 heard it was a tiger pack, they instantly got excited. He could get Big White to hunt tigers, eat them, and evolve, but the problem is, he was on the edge of the city, with farmland and various roads on the other side. Even if he wanted to find a tiger pack for a feast and evolutionary action, he didn't have the conditions. Moreover, he didn't believe that Bai could really escape unscathed from a level 3 tiger pack. If he could exchange supplies and materials for it, he would be 100% willing. Chapter 121, Digging a Hole, Hunting a Tiger. Great idea. It's settled then. Brother 857, these tigers don't just use physical attacks. The Tiger King can breathe wind blades. I saw it from afar a few days ago. Tell your snake to be careful. 183 thought 186 would negotiate the price with them. After all, it was weapon materials for 2 people, which was definitely not a small amount. But those rich people aren't short of money, so he doesn't know whether to laugh or get angry. He's getting constantly slapped in the face. Regardless of how many others have, at least his submachine gun is now secured. But when he saw a larger white tiger emerge from the pack and quietly approach the large white snake, he suddenly realized what the Tiger King was up to. He had seen it before. The Tiger King's wind blades could slice rocks in 2, which was probably beyond the range of a level 3 beast. Susu, come back. Shenmu waved to Susu, and then saw Tiao suddenly fly out. When the black and red streak flashed through the air and returned to Shenmu's shoulder, Tiao was holding a small black cat in its paws, and a small white snake was wrapped around the cat's body. These 3 little ones are getting better and better at working together. Hey, 57, after you deal with the tiger, could you ask your guys to keep an eye on my little one? 183 was worried that the snake would be attacked if it moved too slowly. But it turned out that there was someone on the other side who was moving very fast, so fast that he didn't even see clearly that the area around the tiger pack was completely empty. Thinking of that cowardly kid and his family who only ever hides in his arms and never comes out, I suddenly felt a little sad. These people really can't be compared. Being with his teammates, his former sense of superiority was shattered day by day. Gentlemen, I'll also go out and familiarize myself with the terrain. Which direction are you in that centaur tribe? I'll wander around the area and see if I can find you after your battle. Thinking back to the previous terrain analysis, if 183 could get there by now, it must be that he is not far from that indigenous tribe. It's about 3 kilometers to the left of the centaur statue. When you come over, take a detour so that the original inhabitants of this centaur tribe don't find out. Their numbers haven't decreased at all, and there are traces of some hybrids appearing in this tribe. Before coming here, 183 had visited that tribe. He originally wanted to go in and investigate, but there were some unpleasant things, so he gave up for the time being. Don't worry, my little ones will protect me. I'm off now. You guys do your best. See you later. You can hear two dogs barking in disgust on the other end of the line, 1234. After saying that he was leaving now, he temporarily went silent. There's nothing we can do. The barking of those two dogs is just too chaotic. 1234, who used to chat with his teammates to pass the time, has now become the one who barks the longest. The tiger was dumbfounded. How should it fight now? Should it attack from both sides, or should it be confined somewhere? Shenmue had no objection to 1234 coming to scout ahead. He just told Tiao Yao to be more careful and then started discussing with 183 how to kill the tigers. The bison herd was easy to deal with because they are herbivores, their brains are a bit slow to react, and you can see the surefire shooting positions. But these tigers are different. Although the tiger pack hasn't been attacked yet, they've been moving around irregularly, clearly taking turns. If you manage to kill one tiger, the others will inevitably hide. Moreover, with a pack of tigers moving around at any time, it becomes much more difficult to aim and kill them with a single blow. Kill the Tiger King first. Once we kill the Tiger King, your snakes can grow larger, and then we can control them. 183's love of reading always brings a lot of knowledge, and this time, facing the tiger pack was no exception. The Tiger King is unique in a tiger pride, and it will not allow any member of its kind to exist that could threaten it. Therefore, it can be confirmed that only the Tiger King in the tiger pack can use the wind blade attack. Only after the Tiger King dies, and a few days later, will a lucky awakened one emerge from the tiger pack, and then a new Tiger King will appear. What they need to do now is to kill the Tiger King first, and then wipe out the entire tiger pack before a new Tiger King appears. Ball can temporarily restrain Tiger King. I can aim at one of its eyes. Can you aim at the other eye? Shenmue stared at the Tiger King for a while, and after the notification appeared, he decided to attack its eyes. No matter what kind of animal it is, as long as its eyes are on its head, attacking the eyes can directly damage the head. So, if you can restrain yourself for a while, aiming at the eyes is always a good idea. No problem, lure it towards the center of our position, one person on each side, and kill it. 183 moved the longbow in his hand, looked at the nearby trees, and went to stand on a branch at the top of a tree in a position that satisfied him. He now has a brand new longbow, which, although not suitable for prolonged combat, will be enough to hunt down a dozen or so tigers after killing the Tiger King. But this is on the premise that the tiger doesn't run away. If it goes beyond its attack range, then there's really nothing that can be done. Jump, take ball over there, and be careful to dodge the wind blades. This tiger's wind blade attacks are very strong. Shenmue glanced at the Tiger King, which was still showing as level 3, but now had the King level elite tag. He was still somewhat uncertain about whether this guy could be killed in one hit. Level 3 Tiger King, King level elite. The eyes are the weak point of most animals, and even the Tiger King is no exception. But be careful of the wind blades it spits out, which are a huge threat capable of cutting through rocks. This hint is not much different from what 183 said, but he was certain that the wind blades couldn't hit them while they were hopping by, unless it was a lock-on tracking attack. Ready eyes. From 183 onwards, one could hear Shenmue making arrangements for the two pets. He drew his longbow to its full extent, and a transparent arrow, shimmering with silver light, quickly materialized. He could actually kill with a single blow, but there's always a chance of something going wrong, so he could ensure his own safety. Shenmue was also looking at his eyes, his sniper rifle already locked onto the approximate location. In the air, Jump flew around in circles, clutching the ball. After confirming that the Tiger King had spotted them, it quickly flew forward. They didn't fly very high, just a little beyond the Tiger King's attack range, which made the Tiger King, feeling provoked, erupt in anger and leap towards them. Just after it left the protective range of the tigers that were constantly moving around, Jump suddenly stopped. After Kuiu meowed at the Tiger King, Tao Xiao's wings flapped again, and as the tiger unleashed its wind blades, it soared into the air, far away from the Tiger King's attack range. Chapter 122 Fire Tornado. Player 1 appears. Roar Dash. As a bullet and an arrow with penetrating properties appeared simultaneously, the Tiger King's eyes were pierced in an instant, and its roar echoed throughout the valley. Even with its eyes destroyed and its head damaged, the tiger was still not killed outright. The dying tiger suddenly went berserk, and the vegetation around it was destroyed by a sudden tornado, which even tore off chunks of soil from the ground. The tornado's target was the bouncy creatures in the sky. It knew that the two who were secretly trying to kill it were not these two, but these two had lured it out, and they were the enemies it would never let go of, even in death. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This tiger has gone mad. Stupid cat, you better hold on tight. This bastard really thinks crows are easy to bully. The aerial hops were pulled by the fluctuations of the tornado, and their flight path clearly deviated. In its rage, it flapped its wings, causing the ball to instinctively grab its claws. Gathering its strength, it flapped its wings with all its might against the tornado that was already unwittingly approaching. Flames gathered beneath its flapping wings and spread rapidly along with the tornadoes. Only 2 small sparks were seen falling, but unexpectedly, they ignited the several colliding tornadoes in the next moment. The fire ignited the tornadoes, and the 4 colliding tornadoes were emitting flames, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. Now, the tornado no longer has any gravitational pull on Jumpy, and it directly directs the burning power of the flames on a Tiger King. The Tiger King, who could have held on a little longer, was burned to death in agony and shock. But after the Tiger King died, the tornado dissipated and turned around, heading straight for the Tiger Pack, circling around and surrounding them. Brother 857, have you had any more gains over there? That fire tornado shooting into the sky, is it going to burn everything to ashes? The person on the other end of the line, 183, asked the question haltingly. He was genuinely terrified. He could understand the tornado, though, since it was the Tiger King's last stand before its demise. But this flame, why are you so angry about such a small bird? Moreover, the original plan to hunt tigers and then exchange tiger bones and meat with 186 may be completely ruined. With a fire that big, the tornado swept the entire tiger pack into it. There's a strong possibility that not even ashes would remain. Submachine guns, out of the question. That's not a crow. That's an angry bird, the kind that stirs up trouble. It contains the inner core of the Tiger King. Shenmue was also somewhat dumbfounded. His little fire, which was supposed to be a bit. He was completely dumbfounded as he stared at the fire tornado that was now merging into one. The little one is so tiny. The flame wasn't even as big as a lighter. This is a fire tornado shooting into the sky, its size exceeding the area of his house. How did it even manage to do that? As for the materials from the tiger carcasses, those are definitely gone. Even the Tiger King only left him with 1 Tiger King inner core. The rest, not even a trace was left. You two are making a huge commotion, setting the mountain on fire. You should be more careful with these things. If the fire gets too big, all of our homes will be in danger. The water at Sister 13's place might not be enough for us to put out the fire. 1234 also saw the fire tornado, sighed weakly, and could only urge his little one to speed up again. Since things have escalated this much, at most everyone will just have to work together to deal with any potential indigenous people who might appear. It's not a big deal, and it's not the first time this has happened. I think I roughly know your location. It's not particularly far, but I'm sure I can't get there. A reply came from 13 as well. She didn't live nearby, but they could tell where she was. It would be good to use this as a signal for fire tornadoes and the like. Hopefully, they can control the fire. So, I'm the one who's far away. 186 feels abandoned now. They were all nearby. Even number 13, who couldn't connect to the number before, could be seen, so why couldn't he see anything? Roar. Big White roared, then rammed 186 with its head, making him sit on its back before suddenly growing larger and carrying him as it raced toward the tallest city landmark in the vicinity. Fire. How big a fire did you start? After being carried by Big White to the tallest building in the city ruins, 186 stared blankly at the red expanse in the distance. Was that the shocking scene created by those guys? Although the distance is quite far, it seems to be only a few mountain ranges away. If Jump were to fly over, it wouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, that little jumper is too small, At most, it can only deliver messages and cannot carry people, so it's not very useful. Nothing else burned, just a fire tornado. It's not completely burned yet. Chunmu looked at the still rapidly spinning fire tornado. The flames were indeed only causing destruction within the fire tornado's sphere of influence, leaving only scorched earth in their wake, but no flames were visible and spread to other areas. There are other players around here. I saw someone riding on the back of a big white bird, flying from diagonally above my house towards your area. Suddenly, a gasp came from the girl's side. She had seen the other people. Although she couldn't see the person's face clearly, she was certain that she hadn't mistaken his equipment and the sniper rifle that flashed by. A sniper rifle that only players have. This definitely means that a nearby player noticed something amiss and went to investigate. The white bird? The one riding the white crane? He's already arrived. Chunmu looked at the player flying in the air, observing the fire tornado from afar, and he actually saw a prompt on this person as well. Human, number 1, a guy just like you, but with better equipment. Is this really the same player number 1 who's always been easily recognizable in the regional chat channel? 1. Younger than them, little brat? Indeed, one cannot easily trust the actions of certain individuals. No matter how you look at it, it's hard to believe that this is the same player number 1 who came here shouting about starting a guild and always wanted to be the leader. Is that kid Behi number 1? In the daily chat channel of 183, looking up at the white crane, he remembered what number 1 had mentioned before, raising cranes to become an immortal. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. I always thought number 1 was a middle-aged or elderly man. 1234 sat on the back of his little one, holding the little one, and they were almost past the Centaur tribe. It would only take them 10 minutes or so to get there. Although the younger children were a bit noisy at home, this speed was a real surprise to him. Chapters 123 and 1234, Bullied. So, number 1 is a little boy who lives near my house. The 13-year-old girl looked in the direction she couldn't go, then looked down at her beloved pet dog, wondering when it would be able to fly. And then there's number 1. He was so enthusiastic during the chat that everyone basically assumed he was a middle-aged man. It seems I need to go out and explore more. Simply staying by this one river is no longer an option. Whether he smells bad or not, I don't know, but he's definitely a young boy. Unless he has other health problems, he should be between 13 and 15 years old. 183 jumped down from the tree with his longbow and quickly moved towards Chunmu. He is very worried now, and it is completely uncertain whether the appearance of this player 1 is good or bad. Age doesn't always mean anything. 1234. He's heading in your direction. Be careful. Chunmu now had to keep an eye on both the tornado and the boy riding a white crane in the sky. When he saw number 1 flying towards the direction of 1234, he quickly reminded the team. I saw him. 1234 replied quickly, confirming that he had indeed seen it. However, with his little one carrying him on the ground in such a zigzagging, irregular pattern, it would probably be quite difficult for the white crane in the air to appear directly in front of him. If only my Bimax could fly, I could fly over to find you too. It's okay. Actually, Bimax is fine as it is. If he could fly, I'd worry about my acrophobia acting up. When 186 heard player 1 riding the white crane over, he was genuinely envious, but what he said next clearly made Big White angry, so he quickly tried to appease him. However, it must be said that most people still really want a flying mount. Jump, jump. Can we put this fire out now? Chunmu remained standing in the tree, watching the enormous fire tornado that had already destroyed many areas, and worried that if it continued, it would attract even more players. While players aren't necessarily enemies, no one can be certain. Player 1 alone is already making players 1234 rush to get there. If a few more flying ones come along, he's really not prepared to shoot at the players. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Doesn't the owner like it? Then I'll try it. Jumpy stayed in the air, moving with the fire tornado, and seemed to be having a great time. Only when Chunmu urged it did it let out 2 hesitant cries before rushing into the center of the fire tornado. Meow, 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 meow. Stupid bird, I'll bite you. Compared to the joy of jumping, Kayokyu was a bit conflicted. It's still stuck in that stupid bird's claws. Doesn't it have any sense of public decency? It's a cat, so being caught and flown away is one thing, but its fur will be burned off. Chirp, scared now. Serves you right for bullying me. Jumpy's voice rang out with a hint of smugness, but it was just showing off. In reality, the flames never actually burned Ball. As its tiny wings flapped twice in the center of the fire tornado, the fire element was drawn away, and without the support of the flames, the tornado quickly disappeared without a trace. Little Jumpy, clutching the fluffy ball, flew back to Chun Mu's side as the fire tornado disappeared. But when it tried to put the ball back in Chun Mu's arms, the ball suddenly refused to let go. Meow, you silly bird. You did this on purpose. Now you're staying here with me. Suddenly, Kaikiu's size increased a little. Its front paws were still holding Taiao Xiao's little paws, but its body was already curled into a ball, completely encircling Tiao Yao. Then it released its two front paws, only letting Jump's little head peek out, while its body and wings were tightly hugged by Jump. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, this silly cat is bullying the bird, isn't it? Jump knew it couldn't break free, so it didn't struggle at all. She raised her head, blinked her small, round eyes, and complained directly with a hint of grievance. It was just trying to scare the silly cat a little, since it had been threatened by that silly cat before. Meow. Can't take a joke? I'm not playing with you anymore. I was looking forward to seeing the little bird struggle, but to my surprise, the little guy got smart and went straight to his owner. That's too much. I'm not playing with it anymore. Honey, let's go check on 1234. That guy's being watched. We can't let him get bullied in front of us. Chunmu reached out and tapped the two little guys on the head. They had indeed frightened him, but thankfully nothing serious happened. If he had actually burned off a few tufts of Kaikiu's fur, he wouldn't know how to comfort him when he got home. But since my two teammates are fine, I should go check on that teammate who seems to be having some problems. Chirp, chirp, silly cat. Let me go. I'm going to check if that guy is in danger. Jump originally wanted a rest. Although it wasn't in control of the flames, reclaiming the fire elements had made it somewhat tired. But since it's the owner's teammate who's in danger, it's fine for it to just fly over and check the situation. In terms of speed, it didn't think the white crane had anything to brag about. Meow. Don't need help. Despite the commotion, after letting go of its paws, Ball shrank and stared at Jump, still hoping to go with him. After all, it was something that could fly, and it was quite large. It would be a little sad if its little one got hurt. Chirp. It's nothing. We're not fighting. I'm just watching. Jumpy stretched out its wings, flapped them, and soared high into the air, already far away in the next moment. It dares not say it is strong in other aspects, but in terms of speed, it absolutely cannot allow itself to lose. Brother 857, let's go over there too. That guy's even having trouble breathing now. I wonder if he's being watched closely. The voice of 183 came. At this time, he had arrived at a position not far from Shenmue, but his target was the direction of 1234, so he did not have time to come over to meet up. Everything will be all right. Let's go. Shenmue also jumped down from the tree and quickly moved forward through the woods. Before, 1234 could still talk to them, but when the fire tornado disappeared, his voice chat was still on, but all that could be heard was the panting of running and the occasional whimpering of the two puppies. At this point, it's probably not that he couldn't speak. More likely, he didn't want the guy chasing after him to know about the team voice chat. Whatever the reason, it's always safer for them to go and keep an eye on things. Chirp, chirp. Master, your two dogs are being bullied. The sound of jumping came from the air, and the meaning it conveyed made Chunmu hesitate for a moment. Bully? You should explain this clearly. It's easy to misunderstand. But when they ran out of the forest and saw 1234 being chased and intercepted by white cranes on the flat ground, they suddenly understood. This is like treating a person as big as 1234 as prey that has already been captured, playing with them before killing them. I heard that cats like to play like this when they're catching mice, and this boy number 1, it's really annoying. Chapter 124 teaming up to give player 1 a surprise. Brother 857, I don't have any defenses. You go and distract him, and I'll cripple his white crane. 183 felt quite good about these teammates. Now, watching that guy holding two dogs in his arms, being pecked and scratched by the white crane every now and then, he couldn't help but get angry the moment he saw that miserable state. Be safe. Shenmue couldn't stand it any longer, so he rushed out of the woods and ran towards 1234, which was only a few hundred meters away. Not far behind him, 183 was slowly drawing back the bowstring, hidden in some bushes. Is this the person you insist on waiting for? He's just a brute. He can't even make a move in secret. By the way, Maybe he came over to say hello first, because he didn't want to kill anyone. You guys are really something. Player 1 was a teenager, and the equipment he wore had a faint glow that protected him completely. Because of the protection provided by this equipment, he didn't feel there was anything to worry about even when he saw Chun Mu rushing over. He had just offered this man, who owned 2 dogs, to be his slave, but the man not only refused, but also only wanted to escape. If it weren't for the fact that he kept 2 dogs, and that people with fighting pets are quite rare in this area, he would have killed the man long ago. But it doesn't matter. Once he takes care of this guy who's charging at him, he'll see if this guy can still resist his recruitment after he's seen what death is. Even though I'm a slave, it's better than being dead, isn't it? Don't even think about it. 1234 can hear the team's voice chat, but he can't let this guy know, otherwise he'll never get rescued. This kid always had that delusional attitude of wanting to be a big shot in the chat channel, and he was very resistant to taking slaves home. But in reality, he not only took in slaves, but also used this method to force people to sign agreements. Although he didn't consider himself a smart person, he could still see through the kid's thoughts. He was simply trying to force him to comply because he saw the existence of his 2 younger children. Moreover, this kid dared to let Bai He humiliate him like this because he had absolute confidence instead of directly grabbing a weapon to attack him. If it were known that his teammate was the one who created that fire tornado, this kid would definitely kill him to silence him and then run away. Be careful. There's something wrong with his equipment. You can't cut through it. Seeing that Chun Mu was already in front of them, 1234 also shouted out, telling the kid not to pay attention to the hidden 183 for the time being. They're both young people, but this kid looks 2 or 3 years younger than the 183 centimeters and 186 centimeters guys. How come he's so ruthless? Really? We absolutely cannot let this kid escape. Otherwise, we'll have to worry about being shot in the back at any moment. Sizzle. The triangular dagger slashed past with a piercing sound. Chun Mu used the force of the blade tip to leap up and land directly next to 1234. Player 1, whose shoulder had been slashed by his triangular dagger, was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a mark left on his shoulder equipment. The sheer strength of their defenses instilled in them a strong sense of crisis. You're really stupid, running straight over like that. Is your sniper rifle ruined? 1234 made a comment, stood up from the ground, and pressed the 2 puppies in his arms directly into Chun Mu's arms. The sniper rifle in the package was already in his hand. When the white crane saw someone approaching, it flew in the air and stared intently, seemingly waiting for the boy's command. With his equipment, how could a sniper rifle be of any use? Chun Mu snorted, reversed his grip on the triangular dagger, and hurriedly tossed the 2 puppies onto his shoulder. At this moment, Tiao Yao was already in the air, and even though Kai teased Tiao Yao several times, she was still carried up with it. Susu was not visible inside her sleeve. So, judging from this alone, he seems quite like a player without a pet. Whether it works or not, we'll have to try to find out. Don't let them fall. I'm protecting them so carefully, and you really don't care at all. 1134's original idea was that Chun Mu had many pets, so he would naturally know how to protect them. But now he's blatantly putting it on his shoulder, and looking at how he hasn't shown any interest in his pets. She glared at him unhappily, but she also guessed what he was planning to do. Honestly, can't you give a heads up before acting? You might actually hurt his little brother and sister. If you give it to me, I promise I'll feel bad about it. Chun Mu adjusted the triangular dagger in his hand with his fingertips, and as he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the white crane over there. But if the white crane is in the air, unless it can fly, it absolutely cannot be injured by a 3-edged dagger. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to sign the slave contract? If you still don't agree, I'll kill this person first, then slaughter your 2 dogs, and finally cripple your hands and feet, making you its lunch. The boy number 1 looked over coldly. In his eyes, Chun Mu's combat power was so weak that he was considered trash, and he had been completely regarded as a waste. At this moment, he was still staring at 1234, his purpose clear. He only wanted to take him home as a slave. This way, you not only get 2 canine pets, but also all the resources that person has accumulated over the years. Of course, he couldn't take the house with him, but all his supplies and money would become part of his warehouse. He became completely enamored with the benefits of owning slaves from the moment he first learned about them. But this guy, dressed in plain white clothes, carrying only this weapon, and with some kind of thing tied around his waist, really didn't seem to have anything of value to him. He wouldn't even bother to take anything with such limited resources. Don't get cocky. I was too busy to shoot you earlier, but now that I have a gun, even if I can't kill you, I'll kill your bird first. 1234 snorted angrily, raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the white crane, and prepared to fire. The moment his bullet left the barrel, the white crane dodged and flapped its wings at him from the side, its eyes filled with the same contempt as its master's. Shoot birds at close range with a sniper rifle? Do you really think birds can stay airborne and you can shoot them at will? But just as the white crane was mocking 1234, a black death suddenly appeared in the sky, and a meow rang out above its head. Meow. Stay put. The ball's binding skill landed, directly locking the white crane in place. Before anyone could see clearly, Jump had already carried it back to the sky once again. The bound crane, unable to flap its wings, fell vertically downwards. Just as it was about to hit the ground, the defensive light on boy number 1 flashed, and he rushed over to catch the white crane. But the white crane did not land in his arms as he wished. A blade streaked across the sky from afar, leaving a silver trail in the air, and pierced directly through the white crane's head. Chapter 125, How Terrifying Are Pets Once They Learn to Cooperate. Who goes there? Show yourself. Number 1 watched as the white crane he had finally obtained was killed in one fell swoop, and he turned around in a rage, a weapon appearing in his hand. Regardless of whether there were 2 other people around him, he opened fire with his submachine gun in the direction from which the arrow had come. You 2 hurry up. This submachine gun is too dangerous. The voice from 183 came through the team voice chat. He sounded completely unharmed, but he was still very unhappy about being sprayed with bullets by a submachine gun. Damn it. I've only ever killed mosquitoes in my entire life, and today they're forcing me to kill someone. I'll go to hell. They want to make me a slave? You better die. 1234 fired a sniper rifle directly at number 1's head. Even though it was a life-or-death situation, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment and wanted to cry. This is someone just like him. He has actually reached the point where he has begun to take action against people of the same race. Woof woof. When the 2 puppies saw 1234 shooting at the man, they jumped off Chun Mu's shoulder, grew larger, and pounced, biting one's 2 ankles respectively. You're asking for it. With his ankle bitten, number 1 turned around and pointed his submachine gun at numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. He missed the guy in the distance, but he could kill these 2 first. As for those 2 dogs, they can't break through the defenses anyway. He spent a lot of money to buy this from a player's shop in the mall. As long as he has enough resources, he can convert it into money and continue to replenish the energy of his equipment's defense. With the energy he currently possesses, even 10 or 20 sniper rifle attacks wouldn't be enough to break through it. Meow. Restraint. Chirp chirp. I'll burn you to death. Suddenly, cat meows and bird calls came from the air. The sudden appearance of these sounds caused number 1 to raise his submachine gun slightly, but before he could raise his head to fire, he was frozen in place. Following the restraints, a ball of flame appeared and fell towards his head. However, the binding effect remained, and the flames did not completely burn away his defenses. Within number 1's line of sight, he saw the defensive energy rapidly depleting. However, he wasn't worried. Even though the energy was being depleted quickly, the binding force was gradually disappearing. As long as he could move again, he could kill all of them. He had a good plan, but when he saw a huge snake head appear before him and a cloud of dark green mist enveloped him, the protective shield suddenly started to deplete rapidly. Not only that, but the submachine gun in his hand was swallowed whole by another snake head that appeared from the side and snatched it away. This gun is a good thing, Susu. You can keep it for me, it's all right. Shenmue realized he had no chance to make a move, and Susu's bite destroyed the gun. The submachine gun was a good thing, but unfortunately it was just a weapon. After Susu swallowed it, it was immediately corroded and destroyed. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to stop it. Hiss, master, I'm used to it. Susu's 3 heads, one spewing poisonous mist and the other spewing frost, along with Chio Chio who had jumped onto its head, completely immobilized the small person. The remaining head, the one that swallowed the submachine gun earlier, is a white snake head with red scales on it. This is the head that controls the flames. Although it can convert elements for use in times of crisis, it is very tiring, so most of the time they each have their own tasks. Now that its head has turned back and it sees Chun Mu's helpless expression, it probably realizes just how valuable this thing is. It's all swallowed, but I can't spit it out. Besides, it's all dissolved. It's okay. We have someone to provide the materials for our submachine gun. After this guy dies, we'll go home and wait to make one. Chun Mu reached out and patted the big head that was leaning in. He just felt it was a bit wasteful, but in the situation just now, Su Su swallowing the submachine gun whole was indeed the fastest way to get rid of the danger. If the delay gives number 1 a chance to counterattack, neither he nor numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 have equipment with such a defensive shield, and they might get hurt. Hiss, 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 that puts my mind at ease. Hearing Chun Mu say it was still possible, Su Su shook her big head, then turned around and breathed fire at number 1. Its flames cover a large area, but they are completely different from the leaping flames. The jumpy creature is small, but the flames it creates from its wings can burn elements. Just like the flames it's spewing now, as well as the poisonous mist and frost, all of these can be consumed by the little flames that jump around. Just like the previous tornado, unless Jump actively retracts, it will only extinguish after all the elements have been burned away. The fire of the Golden Crow is ferocious. That incredibly arrogant number 1 was burned to ashes in those flames. Woof, 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 woof. Beside 1,234's feet, 2 puppies were clinging to his legs, whimpering pitifully, clearly terrified. It's all right, it's all right. Those are your seniors. Be good when you see them in the future, and maybe they can teach you how to become stronger. 1234 made no attempt to hide his desire to gain some experience in pet ownership, just like other people's pets. This ferocious attack power, this unpredictable, coordinated attack. Although his 2 kids are a bit slow-wit, they're still his own treasures, and he certainly can't let go of any opportunity to get some benefits from them. Are you sure your 2 kids won't destroy the house after they finish learning? A hand rested on 1,234's shoulder, and 183's melancholy voice rang out beside them. He was just targeted and fired at. He almost lost his life to a submachine gun. To avoid the machine gun fire, his Geobai is now listless and looks like he's sick. As a result, this bastard not only doesn't care whether he lives or dies, but now he's even thinking about teaching his 2 dogs fighting skills. This guy's got me itching to grab him. Probably not. They destroy things because they have too much energy and nowhere to expend it. I'll take them out to run around every day from now on, and I definitely won't let them get so bored that all they can do is destroy things for fun. 1234 gave a very serious answer. He only brought them out in the morning to prevent any problems from happening at home. That's when they discovered something was wrong here, and that's why they came over. We finally succeeded. It wasn't easy. Chun Mu ignored what they were talking about, took a few steps forward and stood in front of the still burning flame, reached out and let Su Su wrap her wrist around his, and caught Kokyu and Tiao Yao, who jumped into his arms. Surrounded by ice, restraint, poisonous fog, and flames, Player 1 ultimately failed to escape without even a chance to fight back. Chapter 126, the distance isn't far, so let's go get a free meal there. Kill player number 1 in S29 area. You can accept 12 slaves. Do you want to accept them? A prompt suddenly appeared before Chun Mu's eyes, with options of yes or no awaiting his confirmation. Slaves? No way. Chun Mu hesitated only slightly before giving up on accepting these slaves. Just as he gave up, in a courtyard that wasn't very large but was very luxuriously furnished, the men and women in the 12 iron cages suddenly received a notification that their master had been killed and they were no longer slaves. But before they could even rejoice and cheer, they felt their consciousness fading away. When a master dies, the slaves are not accepted. Their fate is to be transformed into puppets after their death. Abandoned 12 slaves. Gain plus 120,000 coins. Chun Mu received another notification. After he abandoned the 12 slaves, they actually gave him money, but it was only enough to buy 1 puppet. 1/10. It's so dark. Chun Mu sighed. Although he felt it was a huge ripoff, he didn't know there would be a reward at first. Having received 120,000 coins, is already extra income. Player number 1 is a big spender, but killing him only resulted in some unwanted slaves, which is a real ripoff. Even dropping some equipment is a token gesture. What's wrong? 183 was playing with the 2 puppies at 1234's house when he suddenly heard Chunmu's sigh. Curious, he came over to see if something had happened. Such good equipment. Not a single piece dropped, but it gave me a prompt that it could accept 12 slaves, so I gave up. Chunmu looked at the still burning fire and didn't let Tiao Tiao, who was too tired to move, take it back. He turned to look at the 2 men and briefly explained what he had gained after killing player number 1. 12 slaves? That's brutal. 183 approached and glanced at the ball of flame, making a casual remark, but since no equipment dropped, he wasn't surprised. This fire is outrageous. If the equipment and such could be preserved, it would probably be an absolutely super powerful treasure. However, I gave up the slave, but because of it, I received 120,000 coins. When I get back, I could buy a puppet to do some farming. Chunmu believed that they would hunt down other players in the future as well. So rather than letting them discover it on their own later, he decided to say more now. 120,000? That's so little. 186's sarcastic remark came through, sounding somewhat disdainful. He hadn't dared to speak earlier, because the situation seemed too tense. Now that he heard the problem was solved, he finally didn't have to worry anymore. As for that number 1, I did add him as a friend, but I guess he always portrayed himself as a poor person, so we never chatted. Now, looking at the death farewell message sent from a friend's chat, this guy is truly dead. Giving money is fine. After all, slaves have their own thoughts, and might even kill their masters if they're not careful. Even if you don't give them money, it's better not to keep them. 13 breathed a sigh of relief, picked up her pet lizard Fatty, and returned to the water's edge to catch fish again. Let's wait until her baby is a bit older before going out. Otherwise, if she encounters danger, it might be too late to be rescued. That guy 1234 was just as strong as her, and he even had 2 pets with him, yet he was still bullied so badly. Her chubby cat can only catch fish now. Although it's said to be an amphibious creature, it hasn't evolved yet. Don't make things difficult for it, since it's so young. It's alright now, you don't need to worry. I'll send the Tiger King's inner core over later. 186. You can see for yourself whether you can help to buy advance. Chunmu was just making a casual comment. Now that everything was fine, he simply sent the only remaining Tiger King inner core to 186. Looking down at the 3 little ones in her arms, Susu seemed to be in good spirits. Kayakyu was a little sleepy, but Tiao Yao had fallen asleep as soon as she was held, clearly exhausted. The flames are powerful, but the energy consumption is also extremely high. At this point, it's safest to go home as soon as possible. The indigenous people of that tribe haven't shown up yet, but no one can say for sure if they're on their way to check on the situation. There's still time. Let's go to Brother 857's house first, and then go back after we've rested up. 183 is currently preoccupied with his sleeping little fox, Jiobai. Although it's wrapped in his clothes, the little guy suddenly erupted earlier and got a bit tired while dodging machine gun fire with him. Going home is the fastest option right now, but he also wants to learn how to raise a pet. He, as the owner, was completely clueless about what his little fox needed to grow up. The survival manual contained a lot of information, but he couldn't find a direction for his fox's evolution. After all, the nine-tailed fox only has a name and a legend about it, but how it is raised from cub to adulthood is really unknown. Let's go. Let's grab some lunch while we're at it. 1234, holding his 2 dogs, came over and urged Chunmu to go home quickly. He's been bullied so badly. It's not unreasonable for him to ask for a free meal, right? You just wait. Sooner or later I'll be able to freeload off you too. Hearing that the 3 people here were actually going to have lunch, 186 put away the Tiger King's inner core that he had just taken out, climbed onto his dog Dubai's back, and asked Dubai to take him home. When his beloved dog can actually fly someday, he might be willing to freeload off someone. Let's talk about it when your big white can fly. We're going to freeload a meal for now. 183 followed beside Chunmu, and his little white fox was also taking out his clothes, held in his arms to wake it up, and let the little fox greet Susu, who was still awake in Chunmu's arms. As for the 2 puppies on the other side, 183 doesn't plan to let the little fox interact with them much for the time being. If they learn to destroy things, it will really not be a good thing at all. We're here already? It's actually quite close. After Chen Mu opened the door and let them into the yard, he put the two puppies on the ground and let them play as they pleased. He then ran off to find the cherry tree so he could satisfy his cravings himself. Don't forget, we ran all the way here. If you had a whole day at the beginning, could you have run this far? 183 placed the little fox on the ground and watched with some concern as his little guy wobbled along. But taking care of the little guy doesn't stop him from complaining about 1234. It seems simple now, but that's only because they are strong, and this guy traveled on his pet's back before the encounter, so of course he felt relaxed. Chapter 127, An Unusual Lunch, Everyone's Doubts. Your initial combat strength was definitely insufficient, but you weren't much better off back then. By the way, have you guys thought about this? We're so close now. Are there other players around here who may have died for some reason or been captured and enslaved? On the now-grown cherry tree, 1234 leaned against the trunk, eating the cherries right in front of him, and began to talk about some issues he had been pondering. That guy could force you to be his slave, so he must have received some benefits from slavery. But before Brother 857 ushered in the new era, there were no team formation or team recruitment functions. The most likely reason these slaves came from, besides being tricked by him, is that he went out hunting. 183 went to the field next to them and picked 2 watermelons. He put them on the table that Chun Mu had brought out and waited for Chun Mu to cut them up for them and also to give them some watermelon juice that was absolutely genuine. 12 slaves, that might be the only ones who survived so far, but whether any of them died is anyone's guess. If what you're saying is true, then I was lucky I didn't run into this guy before otherwise. 1234 leaning against a tree trunk, the cherry in my mouth suddenly didn't taste so sweet anymore. I thought I was very strong now, but how come I'm being hit hard by reality so quickly without even a moment to feel complacent? Have some juice first. I haven't had lunch yet, but this is an exception for me today. Chen Mu took out the chilled cherry juice and watermelon juice, poured a glass for each of them, and then went back to continue preparing lunch. I just got some beef, so I'll have a beef feast today. Beef buns, beef balls, beef soup, beef noodles, beef. In short, except for the things he hasn't learned how to do yet, he should try his best to make a copy for everyone. With a recipe, the food cabinet can process food in bulk. As new recipes appeared, and he was rewarded with ingredients for baskets and other items, Chun Mu's doubts rose once again. What exactly did the system do with all these food recipes? Big brother, my dog Dabai is evolving. The Tiger King's inner core is a good thing. I'll prepare the materials I promised you to before and mail them to you later. After returning home, 186 fed the Tiger King's inner core to Big White. After receiving a notification from a game, he was resting while holding Big White, who was evolving, and then he told the rest of the team about the situation. Although those materials cost a lot of money, he kept his word. Now that Big White has indeed evolved, he will prepare all the materials. He can still earn more money, and this won't deplete his savings. At most, it will only consume less than a third of it. But he would never say such things aloud, things that would make others envious and jealous. You're something else, kid. 183 was drinking watermelon juice when he heard 180 SXS words and almost choked. A Tiger King's inner core can actually evolve directly? What incredible luck. However, it's just a bit of envy. The fact that an inner core could still be left behind under the flames that had the power to burn everything must mean it was something special. And after the materials were made, he would get a share. I wonder when we'll be able to get a fox's inner core. That would be a real treat for Jobai, right? The beef buns are still in the pot. I'll send them to you when they're cooked. Have a bowl of beef noodles to satisfy your cravings first. Dishes made with this level 3 beef are truly delicious. Chen Mu was cooking. The ramen was made from previous batches. After cooking it, he cut the first pot of tender beef that had been simmering into large chunks and added it in, along with some chopped green onions. That was it. Thanks. I'll go catch more fish with Fi Fei and send them over before dinner, since I'm not interested in eating fish for lunch. The 13-year-old girl sat by the water, putting away a large fish that her pet, Fatty, had pulled out of the water. As she spoke, she let it go back into the water. There are quite a few treasure chests underwater, but the items you get from them are rarely anything particularly good. Now, her only use in the team seems to be as a weak fighting force when fighting together, and the only other thing is to provide fish food. To achieve any further development, It seems she can only wait until she reaches 100 combat power points, at which point she will receive the cultivation scroll. Whether we become strong or weak in the future is like opening a blind box. Joy or sorrow can change in an instant. 13th sister, your voice sounds a little strange. Is it because this big bowl of beef noodles isn't to your liking? Hearing that 13, who usually doesn't react with any spoiled attitude, was actually speaking with a sad tone, 186, holding a big bowl of hot noodles, asked curiously. I'm thinking about how to reach 100 combat power points as soon as possible. I've used up all the low-level enhancement potions, and I only got one mid-level one from a box. The shop doesn't sell them either. Are there any other ways to improve my combat power? The 13-year-old girl was a little embarrassed by the question. She had just taken noodles out. This big bowl of noodles was covered with a thick layer of fragrant beef chunks. If she had taken out the bowl of noodles earlier, she definitely wouldn't have been in the mood to dwell on those useless things. Open chests regularly, train more when you have free time, and hunt monsters you've never seen before. You'll have a chance to get rewards. While cooking, Chen Mu explained the issue of increasing combat power to this girl who had hardly ever left the house. However, her combat strength must be quite high. She should be able to understand this kind of common sense that she has survived to this day, right? I previously gained combat power mostly by digging for ice and fetching water. I would get a notification after accumulating a certain amount. Another way was by catching rare fish. As someone who stays at home, 13 Miaiza says that her way of gaining combat power is completely different from others. Speaking of this combat power increase, I'm reminded of something strange. I'm on the edge of a city ruin, so it's understandable that zombies spawn around here. But you all live so close by. So why were the first troubles you encountered all different? As 186 listened to the differences caused by their respective locations, he suddenly thought of another time, though it wasn't long ago, that gave them a sense of nostalgia for the past. Compared to the food connoisseur's poor communication skills, 186 believes he has talked to many people and therefore knows a lot of different information. These three people who are preparing to have lunch right now are all around the Centaur tribe. So why is everything different for them? The locust plague should have been widespread, but only one person experienced it. There was a violent storm at 183. Even at such a close distance, the weather was different. And then there's the part with 1234. It's like he was blessed with incredible luck. He said nothing happened, which made a lot of people envious. Chapter 128 Speculations about this world. It is indeed strange. The locust swarm's passage causes great destruction, but everything is refreshed after dawn. I remembered something I'd forgotten, the wood I chopped down before the locust plague wouldn't respawn. While cooking, Chenmu heard 186 bring up this topic and thought about it seriously. He had thought about this question before, but then he got so busy with other things that he forgot about it. So close, yet facing completely different things. For 3 days after waking up, chopping wood didn't refresh, which is more like the real world, or perhaps there was no refresh function at that time. It won't refresh? Could it be that the game world wasn't fully constructed at that time? 1234 squinted, his fingers suddenly clenching. Although he wasn't a programmer before, one of his friends was a game GM, and during the initial testing phase, all sorts of bugs would appear. Then, after repeated exploration, discovery, and experimentation, it will officially begin. That might be true, but there's another possibility. When playing games, there's a character creation process. Some games start with a new player village and a map with other players, but others require players to go through a tutorial map first. After a preliminary growth and getting used to the basic game controls, a player can officially enter the game. 186 used to be a student whose life revolved between school and home. But the fact that he doesn't go to internet cafes with his classmates doesn't mean he doesn't play games. Hearing the topic being discussed now, he suddenly realized that damned sense of familiarity. That morning, the notification said it was the official start. The previous 3 days seemed to be a newbie protection period. But if that's the case, there's still a question. Before we first woke up, were there some other things that happened that we didn't know about because we weren't conscious of them? 183 and 186 are about the same age, but he has hardly ever played games because the difference in their environment and status is too great. But the fact that he hadn't played those types of games didn't stop him from continuing his reasoning. If there's a protection period at the beginning of a game's creation, what about before that? Perhaps there are also creation phases, as well as teleportation and adaptation phases to this world. Perhaps there are. Judging from the current situation, it seems that no one has encountered anyone they know. Chunmu took the fried beef balls out and continued the conversation while taking a short break. He used to be a homebody, so he didn't have many relatives or friends. After buying that small courtyard house in the suburbs and settling down, he had even less contact with people. But people like him are ultimately a minority. Previously, many people posted messages on the chat interface, searching for their relatives. Some introduced themselves, while others revealed their birthplace and the city and street where they lived. But no matter how many times those people posted information, no one ever went to claim the relatives. He paid attention to the area in his spare time and saw some cities with familiar names, as well as many completely unfamiliar places. Perhaps he knows too little, but it's also possible he's from some other world or a parallel world. Regardless of whether they were familiar or strangers, at least in their district, no one had ever successfully reunited with their relatives. Is it really such a coincidence that there are 10,000 people and not a single one of them is from the same city? Is it possible to find 10,000 worlds and then pull one person from each world to form a region of 10,000 people? The 13-year-old girl was fishing and drinking the juice that had been sent to her when she seriously pondered the following question. She didn't see any messages from people who seemed to be acquaintances. Even when someone claiming to be a celebrity introduced themselves and asked to befriend her, she didn't know them at all and had never even heard of them. Of course, this is a bit of stretch. She was just saying it casually. If it were true that 10,000 people came from separate worlds, then the creator of this game world would be too powerful and too boring. If that's the case, then we must come from different worlds. We don't have anything else to do today, so let's continue our conversation, recount the dates we came here, and share any news that's practically common knowledge. 1234 bent down, picked up his 2 dogs, fed them pitted cherries, and then began his leisurely tea party. After everyone reported their times, they discovered that the times they had arrived at were all correct and identical. Next up are the news stories. Who won which competition, which celebrity had a scandal, and so on. Everything is the same. So, before we came here, let's divide the city according to its location. I'll draw a map. 183 went to the ground to the side and used an iron rod to draw on the ground. In no time, he drew a world map. Although not everyone remembers it very clearly, Chunmu and 1234 nodded in affirmation after watching it. This was the world they once lived in. They all live in a province located in the eastern part of a large country in the east. Following their directions, 183 went to the side again and drew a new map. This map was not as detailed, but it still showed the general distribution of several cities. I was in the suburbs of this city around this location. Chunmu walked over and took a look, then tapped one of the spots. It's a city near the coast, but it's still some distance from the sea. I'm here. 183. You're around here, right? 1234 walked over and clicked on the location of the city where he used to live. After thinking it over again, he drew a 120-degree angle with the provincial capital as the center, and he considered the position of 183 to be in the area outside the intersection point. This is roughly the area, and then there's Sister 13. She should be here right now. And before she came here, she lived in this area where the river flows into the sea. 183 nodded and pointed out the approximate location where he used to live. Following this logic, they quickly found the city where a 13-year-old girl used to live. Finally, there's number 186. He lived a little further away, in a city in a neighboring province. In terms of distance, it's about twice the distance from number 1234 to Chunmu's house. If this is correct, then we were divided into regions based on our original world, and someone was pulled from each of those regions here. The region we're in is a miniature version of the original world map, and our original location is still a certain point in that miniature version here. After seeing the distribution points of the 5 people, 1234 instantly understood the connection between the world where they were born and raised and this game world. I live in the suburbs, and they just dumped me in the wilderness. As Chunmu ate his meal, he glanced at the map drawn on the ground beside him and suddenly felt a pang of emotion. They were just dumped in the wilderness because it was in the suburbs. If they had originally lived in the mountains, who knows what kind of environment awaited them. Chapter 129, How to Eliminate That Centaur Tribe. If what was once a province is now the difference between an indigenous tribe and me, then why am I the only one on the outskirts of the city, while you were all in the city or on the surrounding area back then? 186 still felt that the map division was a bit strange. If it was because he lived in the city center that he had to go to the edge of the city to face these zombies, then he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The problem is that everyone used to live in cities, so why don't they face urban ruins? The terrain and location are similar, but not all of them are cities. Otherwise, at this scale, we might not see any forests. By the way, I didn't live in a city back then. I lived in a base in the mountains. 183 glanced at the map he had drawn, and then he was a little conflicted about 180 SXS question. They told him it was scaled down many times over. If the new map were made based on the original environment, then there would be no forest or indigenous people here. After all, most people these days are distributed across big cities, small towns, suburbs, and villages that are moving towards urbanization. We're an indigenous tribe here, so this can't be used as a reference. We'll go out and explore again in a couple of days to see if there are any other city ruins around. The area where 13 Girl lives is near a water source, and we've seen both freshwater and saltwater creatures, but that doesn't seem to match the features of city. Shenmue picked 2 watermelons, cut them into pieces, packed them in a box, and sent them to the 2 people. Then he put more on the table. Standing aside and glancing at the map, I noticed that the location of these 13 girls was quite strange. He knew that there used to be a large port city in that area, but according to her description, now her house is surrounded by water in front and mountains and forest behind it. It's hard to say. What if there's a dragon palace underwater? 180 SXS sudden inspiration resurfaced, leaving everyone stunned for a moment. Urban ruins don't seem to necessarily have to be on land. So, the treasure chest I fished up and the treasure chests I found in the shallow waters around here could all have come from underwater ruins. The girl in question, 13, was a bit conflicted about what she said. A large part of her yard is built on water, but thanks to the protection of her own yard, there has never been any danger in the water. Even the fish she catches are mostly edible fish that don't pose much of a threat. That's why she dared to let her pets swim all the time. If there really is an underwater city ruin, could there be powerful creatures inside? Mutated fish, sea monsters, zombie fish, zombies that can move in water. If these things really exist, is the water here still drinkable? Don't listen to his scare tactics. Even if there are ruins, you live by the river now, so you won't be able to reach the area of underwater ruins. Just go about your business, and don't be afraid of things that may or may not even exist. 1234 wanted to comfort 13, but it was clear that what he said would not only fail to comfort anyone, but would also make people more concerned about whether such a thing existed underwater. We know the approximate location now. In a couple of days, we'll head in that direction. If it's really as we suspected, we should make preparations early and try to find and eliminate any dangers beforehand, such as that centaur tribe that's likely to cause a lot of trouble. Shenmue looked at the map he had drawn. The centaur tribe that was currently highlighted was the place where the natives almost cooked and ate 1234. This kind of thing was definitely not just directed at 1234 alone. Moreover, in his previous battle to protect his homeland, these natives appeared with the Stitches and the Amalgam. Destroying this centaur tribe has become their common goal. Yes, we must get rid of this centaur tribe. When I was captured by them, these natives not only lied, but also stole our packs and even tried to cook me as a sacrifice to their god. 1234, thinking back to the time when I twisted my arm and ran home. Looking at my arm that recovered automatically after I went home to rest, I still feel lingering fear about that moment filled with despair. In their eyes, the indigenous people are strange and are the enemy. In the eyes of the indigenous people, these players were simply sacrifices to be captured, offerings that would bring them blessings from their so-called gods. Given this kind of relationship, rather than being targeted and captured by the indigenous people in the future, it's better to eliminate the other party first. I've been observing for several days now. Completely wiping them out won't be easy. The most important thing is the world's refresh issue. To destroy their tribe, we'd probably have to destroy that centaur statue first, and we simply don't have that capability right now. 183 sighed, unable to suppress the frustration in his heart, even while eating watermelon. He had tried to secretly hunt down an indigenous person who was out on patrol before, but when he went there the next day, he still saw the indigenous person patrolling along the same route. Moreover, the first time it was killed, it was one person, but the next day it turned into two. The two indigenous people walked one after the other. The one in front was the same one who had died yesterday, while the one behind him was carrying a weapon and keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. They will have a way to revive the dead villagers, and then they will also lay bait and make arrangements to seduce the villagers. After serving the dishes that were ready, Chunmu listened to 183 recount the events of that time and began to ponder where the resurrection point for the indigenous tribes might be. In the games I used to play, players could respawn infinitely after death, but now their players become puppets after death, while the native inhabitants can be resurrected. I suspect it's related to their so-called god, that Centaur. 1234 was once arrested, so when it comes to understanding indigenous people the most, no one can compare to him. How about we find an opportunity to blow up their god? After a moment of contemplation, 1234 suddenly had a brilliant idea and immediately thought of the statue of the Centaur tribe. Since the villagers have been offering sacrifices to that so-called god, it is very likely that the Centaur gave them the ability to resurrect. Anyway, it's just a trial. At worst, after blowing up the statue, we'll be attacked again by the natives and the Frankenstein's monsters. Protecting our home is something that was bound to happen sooner or later. It's not impossible, but these things can't be rushed. That newly hatched human face snake was already so difficult to deal with. These centaurs will definitely be troublesome. Let's focus on strengthening our forces first, and then go and annihilate that centaur tribe once we're all in a state where we can cultivate. Chunmu didn't want to follow 183's idea and blow up the god worshipped by the indigenous people, and also blow up the indigenous tribe. But he still hoped things would go more smoothly, so that at least after the explosion, if a centaur amalgamation were to emerge, they could either kill it or escape unscathed. Chapter 130 Cat and Dog War? Impossible. Let's eat. Let's talk about this after everyone's combat power exceeds 100. The beef smells so good. Thank you, brother. After receiving the various beef dishes and rice sent by Chunmu, 186 excitedly shouted and then turned off his microphone to start eating. Of course, he only turned off his own microphone, so you could still hear him. It'll be soon. I feel like I can upgrade my house in a few days, which should increase my combat power. Now I just hope my property guardians won't be too overbearing. You can hear the 13-year-old girl eating, but she's much more refined in her manner. Although not everyone was gathered together, the meal ended with casual conversation, thanks to the team's voice chat. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they got back to their own business. Chunmu carried the three little ones, who had rested, downstairs and let them play in the yard with the little white fox named Jiobai and the two dogs from 1234's house. The little white fox was a bit better. It had a gentle personality and seemed a little timid. When Su took it aside for a private chat, it listened obediently. But the first and second grades of the 1234 families are a bit frustrating. Although Kayokyu isn't a cat, it's actually not that different from one. When I see the two puppies jumping around happily in the yard, I always want to raise my paw and scratch them a couple of times. Or perhaps the cats and dogs just didn't like each other, because after jumping around a few times, the two puppies actually came up to Kayokyu and started to provoke her. They deliberately changed to their original size, and the two large dogs, nearly a meter tall, stood in front of Kai. Xiao'er even raised his paw to press down on Kayokyu. Of course, it didn't have any bad intentions. It knew that its owner's or teammate's pet shouldn't hurt the other. But that doesn't stop them from wanting to play, wanting to step on this little thing, and see it unable to break free. Meow. What the hell? How dare you? Kaido glared at Xiao'er's smug look and the dog's paw that was already approaching its head, then meowed and disappeared from their sight. Woof woof. When its paw missed, Xiao'er tilted its head and looked at Xiao-E, asking if it had seen clearly. But as soon as it turned its head, it felt as if it had been hit on the head with a stick, and its vision blurred as it fell directly to the ground. As it fell to the ground, it saw a little one next to it. It was only brushed by the tail of the little black cat, but it also fell to the ground and was about to hit it. This cat, they seemed to be completely untouchable. Meow, meow, meow. So weak. Kaikyu landed back on the ground, patted the two dogs' heads that were lying together with its little paws, and twitched its whiskers, clearly trying to chuckle. How dare they play with it? Don't they know how weak they are? These puppies, only 2 days old, are going to teach them a lesson about strength and weakness. Woof woof. Lying on the ground, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er felt the spot on their heads where they had been slapped, blinked, tilted their heads, and looked to their owner for help. They misjudged the cat. Their attempt to bully it failed, and the cat easily defeated them with a single tail strike. The owner, meanwhile, was just watching the spectacle, failing to intervene when they should have. Why are you all bullying the cat? Is that a cat you can mess with? 1234 was watching 183 draw a map of the surrounding area with pen and paper when he heard the noise and turned around, only to find the miserable state of his two dogs. Meanwhile, the black cat Cuckoo tilted its head, raising its paw to look at the two of them, as if wondering why they were so weak. Although I didn't see exactly what happened, I get the feeling that his two dogs were being disliked by the cat. Woof woof. Xiao Er whimpered twice, then suddenly pushed away Xiao Yi, who was pressing down on its leg, and ran over to bark at 1234 a few times in displeasure. It was bullied, and its owner didn't even offer a word of comfort. When it gets home, it'll definitely give its owner a piece of its mind. You two idiots, do you even know how powerful those little guys are? They wiped out that guy you couldn't even bite. Didn't you two idiots see that? After being scolded a few times by his own dog for being heartless, 1234 realized he was already used to it. But he needed to make his two idiots understand that, as smart dogs, they should know what not to mess with in the future. Woof woof. The husky, standing in front of it, glared at it unhappily. But then I thought of the scene before, of that person who looked like he was wearing a turtle shell, being burned to death. The big dog that was so imposing just a moment ago suddenly shrank to a tiny puppy about the size of a palm and lay on 1,234's feet, rubbing against his trouser leg. You've worked so hard with these two at home. Chunmu and 183 were outlining all the mountains and rivers that could be identified on the map. Although it wasn't particularly artistic, the map was meant to show everyone the terrain, not to be aesthetically pleasing. Now, taking a moment to look back, I saw 1234 already holding the two puppies and shook my head, expressing a tiny bit of sympathy for them. Meow. Master, why doesn't he discipline these two? Kayuku, he glanced at the two animals that had already gone to find their owner, then jumped back into Chunmu's arms with a look of disdain. It believed that its owner's teammates knew its strength, but those two stupid dogs still dared to provoke it. This must be because its owner hadn't trained it properly. Having just hatched, it needs some challenges to understand the world. Chunmu hugged Kayukiyu and rubbed its head. He couldn't very well say that the two dogs were inherently naughty, could he? You can't say that so directly in front of the dog owner. Meow. Okay, I'm gonna go play with Jumpy. I'll ignore them. Kayukiyu rubbed its little head against Chunmu's palm, and then hopped and ran towards Xiao, who was squatting on the cherry tree eating cherries. It now particularly enjoys the feeling of being carried through the air, but until it evolved the ability to fly on its own, it can only rely on Jump to take it for rides. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I don't want to play, I want to eat. You stupid cat, go away. Jump was exhausted before, but after waking up and having a big meal, it's time for a post-meal snack. It doesn't want to take this silly cat out to fly again. Meow. I'll take you to find the flying eagle. Chirp, 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 chirp. I'll go again tomorrow. I'm tired today. Chunmu shook his head as he listened to the cat and crow's conversation in the tree. Catching eagles isn't difficult, but finding this one is indeed hard. But since Jumping is a descendant of the golden crow, what would it want the flying eagle for? After hearing that they had decided to go out tomorrow, he stopped keeping an eye on the two seemingly restless little ones. Sit down on the stool, pick up the little white fox next to you, and take care of 183 for a while with the help of the soothing skill, while continuing to improve the map as much as possible. Chapter 131, The Second Puppet, is actually number 1. I've gathered all the ingredients, bro. I'll send them to you. Just give me 183 when it's done. My dog, Dubai, is doing great right now. I'm going to come over for lunch tomorrow, too. We need to start making lunches here from now on. When everyone was preparing to go home in the afternoon, 180's voice suddenly rang out in the group. The cheerful tone and the meaning behind his words all indicated one thing. His beloved dog, Dubai, could fly. Its grown wings. Chunmu handed the white fox to 183, And he was also very happy to see 180 SXS excitement. Because once their pets can fly, they will be much more confident in dealing with the Centaur tribe in the future. He doesn't have wings, but my Bimax can walk on the wind now. Bimax is amazing, so cute. It makes me so happy. The materials have been sent over, and 186 on the other end is still praising how wonderful his dog, Big White, is. However, everyone understood that this guy had upset the tiger before, and if he didn't coax it properly, he might get punished. Walking on the wind is a good direction for evolution. We'll be going now, and we'll discuss what to do tomorrow. 183 was a little envious of that guy's pet being able to fly, but his fox was just as good, so it didn't matter if it couldn't fly. After saying goodbye, he and 1234 split up and quickly headed home. Chun Mu, on the other hand, put the materials up at home, and he could get the latest submachine gun and 2 ammunition boxes first thing tomorrow morning. Now that everyone had left, he looked at the 3 little ones who were already playing freely, went to the crafting table to make a simple, low-level bed and put it in place, and then bought a second puppet. S29, puppet number 1, awaiting job assignment. Does it look familiar? But you should know that it might be more suited for exploration than guarding. When Chun Mu saw the puppet appear in front of him, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. This guy was just killed half a day ago, and yet he just happened to buy him back? And that prompt. Explore, huh? Then let's explore. Anyway, this number 1 is definitely not the type of plan he wants. S29, puppet number 1, is activated. It is an exploration worker with a loyalty of 55, combat power of 29, and talents in animal husbandry, planting, crafting, searching, and combat. 0, 0, 4, 1 respectively. After activation, the attributes are displayed. The loyalty remains unchanged, just the initial value, but the initial combat power is quite high. However, figuring out exactly how to arrange his work for this exploration was still a bit of a problem for Chun Mu. Master, please prepare my exploration suit. I'll go back and rest first, and set off after dark. Puppet number 1 bowed to Chun Mu, then turned and walked towards the dormitory. He has lost his own memories and thoughts. Now he is just a worker who, once assigned a task, will start working hard at it. Exploration suit. Chun Mu had never seen this before, but after opening the worker information, he found detailed information about it. Adjustable brightness flashlight, sniper rifle, sickle, melee weapon, equipment, etc. Workers venturing out to explore need to be fully equipped to maximize their gains and ensure greater safety. Perhaps because he was satisfied with the environment after returning to the dormitory, he added 5 points to his loyalty after eating a few pieces of bread. This change, just like the previous one involving Big Black, reassured Chun Mu somewhat. This guy died from the combined attack of his 3 pets. If it really had some strange attributes, then even if he wasted 100,000 yuan, he would still have to destroy this puppet. Fortunately, the puppet has indeed been completely transformed, so let him try his best to explore and gain something for himself. Prepare the exploration kit and place the equipment directly in the worker's information. This sniper rifle is currently rented. After looking at the tens of thousands of yuan he had, Chun Mu couldn't resist buying the materials he needed for the sniper rifle and putting them on the equipment manufacturing table to wait in line. Renting it once or twice isn't expensive for him individually, but if he keeps using it, it becomes a real waste. I just bought a puppet. It's number 1. After dinner, Chun Mu rested with the 3 little ones in his arms. After lying down, he suddenly remembered that he should tell his teammates about the situation. Otherwise, if I saw him in the wild or at his house, I might accidentally take action. What? Upon hearing this news, 1234 spoke as if he were in a state of extreme shock. Loyalty level hasn't changed. 183 wanted to know even more whether the people who were killed and turned into puppets would retain some other differences. Nothing has changed. He's no different from the big black guy from before. I assigned him to be an exploration worker. He's already gone out, and we'll know what he'll bring back for me tomorrow morning. Chun Mu lay in bed, hugging and rubbing Kai. While chatting in the team chat, he suddenly realized that he hadn't checked the regional chat channel in a long time. Open the chat channel, and you'll see the number representing the number of active users. 1936. I haven't checked for only 2 or 3 days, and the number has already dropped below 2,000. Of the original 10,000 people, 4/5 have died. 83. So what if I use a scheme? He dared to force me into being a slave and try to take advantage of me. He should be prepared to be killed. I'm not one to be trifled with. As soon as Chun Mu opened the chat interface, he saw this message. It was that woman who claimed to be certain that the slaves could successfully fight back and kill her. Scrolling up, I found that her story of being a slave and then successfully turning the tables had been exposed, and many people were cursing her for being shameless. 9991. Okay, stop arguing. Whether you're the one hurling insults or the one being insulted, you're chatting privately. If you don't like it, just add each other as friends. You can insult each other however you want in private. Before, when everyone was discussing whether they could contact people nearby to take down that Tiger King, no one cared if you didn't participate. But interrupting is going too far, isn't it? Seeing that the commotion was going nowhere, this person whom Chun Mu had seen a few times before posted a message, seemingly about his previous plan to take down the Tiger King. But Chun Mu scrolled through the chat messages again, and after a long time, all he saw were these people constantly hurling insults at each other. A lot of new messages kept popping up below, so he stopped looking. Scrolling to the bottom, Chun Mu watched as the conversation gradually shifted to the Tiger King, and he began to read carefully. Tiger King is a title, but it's not a real tiger. It's a regional monster with a tiger's head and a human body that led a group of natives and destroyed many players' homes. Chapter 132 Marine Creatures Attack, Crisis for number 13. Have you guys checked the chat channel? The area where that tiger-headed guy is located seems to be near 13. 13, you should keep an eye on things more often. Chun Mu simply glanced at the various statements in the chat channel and organized the information. He concluded that the tiger-headed people's area was located at an estuary. And of their group, only 13 were at the estuary. I just want to check. According to them, it's on the other side of the river. I sold some of the materials tonight and just started upgrading my property. If there's trouble later, I might issue a troop call-up order, so everyone shouldn't sleep too soundly tonight. It took 13 minutes for the girl to reply. It seems she went to check and confirmed the situation. The river outside her door was so wide that she could never have seen the other side before. As for whether she'll see it in the future, we'll have to wait until she upgrades her house, successfully defends it, and receives the reward. She now only hopes that her combat power will reach 100 after successfully defending the house. If that's not enough, she'll just have to slowly save up money and then see if there are any medicines that specifically boost combat power. You've already collected all the materials? I was just about to. I'll wait a bit longer until your defense is complete. Then I'll show you what a zombie siege looks like. He had just bought the materials on the 186 side, and at that moment he was somewhat relieved that he hadn't upgraded directly. But this also made him a little conflicted. Why didn't this woman say so in advance? That way, he wouldn't have to buy the materials yet. After all, if it's a defensive battle tonight, he can still get some rewards. It's a pity, since the purchase is already made. If there are extra materials, we can wait until later. They'll be useful sooner or later anyway, and their value won't decrease. You two are rich. Where did you get so much money? I'm at least 100,000 short to gather all the materials. 183's tone carried a hint of envy and conflict. He knew from the beginning that 186 had a lot of money, so there was absolutely no problem with that. But why is it that even the 13th sister, who can only sell water and seafood, managed to gather all the ingredients? That's just too much. My chubby baby seems to really like gold. He brought me 6 glittering golden treasure chests today. The girl's voice was a little shy. She only realized today just how wonderful her money-grubbing pet was. Every time she returned with a golden treasure chest instead of catching a fish, she would excitedly want to hug and kiss the little guy. But Fatty is addicted to finding treasure chests, and he always abandons them and runs away, not even wanting to leave the water. Did it venture out of its protective zone and into deeper waters to find it? When Chun Mu heard that someone else's pet had brought back 6 golden treasure chests, it was impossible not to feel envious. But according to what 13 said before, this treasure chest could not possibly exist in the safe zone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to wait for her pet to search for it. I used the protective shield I got last time on it. As long as it doesn't attack first, it won't get hurt by the monsters underwater. But I'm not entirely sure where it found it. Maybe when I get stronger, I can go down and check it out myself. The 13-year-old girl didn't hide anything about this. Moreover, this kind of thing can't be faked. After all, no one has ever seen a box fall down within their own security perimeter. That's not a lizard in your house. I seriously suspect it's an immature dragon. Otherwise, why would it only like this golden and shiny stuff? 1234 looked at the two dogs sleeping beside him, still thinking of kicking him off the bed, sighed, and became more and more envious of them. Hopefully, when he gets another pet, it will be more considerate and cuter. He's always being bullied by the two dogs. He's really had a tough life. Let's rest for a bit. If anything happens, let's talk. If a team summoning prompt appears directly, then we'll save the summoning order for later. Hearing the excited or sighing voices of these people, Chenmu told them to stop making a fuss and that getting some sleep to recharge was the most important thing. To successfully defend a house, one must be full of energy and spirit. Tikonop, tikonop. I kept the sound on. Just call me if you need anything. 186 agreed the fastest. He was really sleepy. I'm asleep too, but I'm leaving the sound on. Go to sleep, everyone. I'll try to get some sleep. 183 and 1234 spoke at the same time, but one of them was somewhat joyful, while the other was somewhat conflicted. Chenmu glanced at the chat channel a few more times. The topic had shifted from the Tiger King to some of the monsters they had recently encountered. Occasionally, people still mention him, expressing some sentiments about this bigwig who was publicly ushered in a new era, but there are also many who directly hurl insults. People can be rational anywhere, but there are also those who are insatiably greedy. Chenmu took a short nap and slept very lightly, but he didn't hear 13 calling for help all night, nor did he receive any other prompts. He got up early the next morning to make breakfast, and just as he was about to send it out, a sudden exclamation came from 13, Miai's side. Holy crap! You all need to prepare yourselves. What kind of creatures are these? Did those monsters come all the way from the bottom of the river last night? The 13-year-old girl completely disregarded her image and let out a startled exclamation that surprised everyone. What she said next made everyone even more curious. What kind of strange thing could have appeared that could cause her such distress? But when everyone saw the rally message appear and was teleported over, they were dumbfounded when they saw the creatures outside the wall. This thing, if Chenmu was just a Frankenstein's monster at that time, and it wasn't very clear because of the night, then it was still understandable. But now, the wild beasts surrounding the courtyard wall, as well as the half-human, half-beast creatures, are all carrying various kinds of seafood, which is a bit of a shock. For example, not far from the main gate, a black tiger, about the same size as the big white tiger, was being ensnared by several large octopuses. Before the black tiger could even attack the courtyard, it was already on the verge of death after being tightly bound by the octopuses. Oh no, these beasts aren't the main problem. The underwater creatures are the biggest threat. Look, their blood is flowing into the sea with the current. Overnight, some marine creatures might be attracted to it. Chenmu stared intently at the black tiger, and with his concentration high enough, the notification appeared again. The dying black tiger king, poor tiger, the flow of its blood has made the guards in the sea too excited. They have become food for the sea creatures before they have even finished their mission. Octopus, Sea Clan patrolman. Be careful. The sea creatures have all sorts of attack methods, and they may be within the hunting range of some sea creatures even up to 100 meters in the air. Upon hearing these two prompts, Chenmu reached out and stopped Tiao Yao, who wanted to go out and patrol. His gaze swept across the water outside the wall, where the darkness might have already been occupied by some sea creatures. However, because they're underwater, even though Kaiukiu and Tiao Yao can see in the dark, they cannot see through the barrier of seawater. Chapter 133, What Lies Beneath the Dark Waters? This is a huge problem. The girl shook her head sadly. She never expected that simply upgrading her house, which didn't require the kind of grandeur that the big shots experienced, could cause such a troublesome situation. Last night, after upgrading her house, she lit the lantern on the wall and has been waiting ever since. Everything went smoothly all night, and it wasn't until almost dawn that we finally received the news of the attack. It'll be dawn in 50 minutes. Let's kill these things first, at least enough to turn them into materials for the package and stop the bleeding. Chenmu held Kaiukiu, trying to calm it down for a while. After calming down Kaiukiu and Taiao Shao's belligerent spirits, Chenmu took the submachine gun he had prepared and prepared to start firing at the animals that were already banging against the courtyard wall. Submachine guns and sniper rifles are very different. Although they can fire continuously, they cannot kill with a single shot. Even though most of these animals were already in a weakened state, they would still need 2 to 3 bullets. Fortunately, these ammunition boxes require fewer materials to make, making them much more cost-effective than sniper rifles overall. You three have gone a bit too far. I'll get ready when I get back. I need to get my hands on the gun first. Holding their sniper rifles, 1234 observed these 3 guys who seemed completely unconcerned about ammo consumption and could only choose to snipe at animals that were a little further away. Tormented by marine life, these siege beasts are very weak in combat, thus reducing the consumption of repair materials. But precisely because she's consuming less now, the 13-year-old girl is even more worried. These marine creatures are far too powerful compared to wild beasts. They're so powerful that she can't even judge whether her preparations are sufficient. Take a break for now. Everyone should eat some of the beef meatballs I made yesterday. The problem will be even bigger when it gets light. After circling the courtyard wall a few times, Chunmu looked at the sea creatures that had retreated back into the water, took out a bunch of food, and handed it to them, telling them to eat it right there on the courtyard wall. This wasn't his home, and half the yard was flooded. He didn't really want to jump in. There's still 5 minutes left. Let's wait a little longer. 186 sighed, hugged his dog, Big White, and sat a little further away, his gaze repeatedly sweeping across the wall outside. The group sat on the courtyard wall, each of them holding their pet, and ate a simple meal together. Given the limited conditions and the fact that half the courtyard is flooded, apart from the 13th girl, no one else really wanted to go down to rest. What do you think could be in this water? The 13 girls not only live by the water in the game, but they also have some knowledge of aquatic life before they came here. Looking at her teammates beside her, and then at the darkness in the distance, she had absolutely no idea what she might face next. Although she has always been resilient, she felt that she might not be able to be fearless on her own if it weren't for her teammates by her side. Even if you're afraid, you still have to face it. It might make you feel a little more at ease. There's no need to experience that kind of pain and torment in life. It can't be some kind of deep-sea monster, can it? Like those legendary giant octopuses that can drag ships to the bottom of the sea. 1234 sat down with his 2 dogs and began to reminisce about some movies he had watched. That giant deep-sea octopus, just thinking about it. Damn it, shut your stinking mouth. 183 raised his gun towards 1234, and before he could finish speaking, he cursed and fired. After firing a barrage of shots, she glared at him angrily before sitting back down. You scared me to death. He stood there dumbfounded, waiting for everything to end. After confirming that everything was all right, his finger pointing at 183 was trembling. He was just fantasizing and talking about monsters that might exist, wasn't he? That brat. To scare him like that. He almost peed his pants. Just now, there was an octopus tentacle on your back. Girl 13 sighed, took out the materials that had fallen out of the package, pointed behind 1234, and told him where these things came from. Fortunately, there was an invisible wall protecting the courtyard. Otherwise, this guy who was still daydreaming would have been dragged away by the monster that was smaller than he described, but was still an octopus. Behind me, 1234 didn't think these people were trying to scare him. He quickly turned around, holding the 2 dogs, with his back to the direction of the yard, looking at the spot where he had just been, still feeling lingering fear. Even if you weren't hurt, this is still terrifying. Those things are all in the water. How did they suddenly climb up to his back? Could it be that the octopus monster's plan was to appear quietly, and then? Let's wait and see. We'll find out what's in the water when it gets light. Chunmu held the 3 little creatures in his arms, stroking their little heads with his fingers. He felt a mix of anticipation and worry for these sea creatures he had never dealt with before. Most of the creatures brought out by the beasts this time were octopuses. If a giant octopus monster really appears, what method should they use to kill it in case it happens? After all, octopuses seem to be able to regenerate their severed tentacles, right? Hey bro, interested in some takoyaki right here on the spot? After inspecting the package, the girl suddenly laughed. She seemed to have thought of a few excellent dishes, but unfortunately, the timing wasn't right. Otherwise, having a seafood feast would seem like a very good idea. Let's talk about teppanyaki later. Look, is that the Tiger King they were talking about? This seems a bit tragic. After scanning his surroundings, Chun Mu found the Tiger King struggling back and forth between the darkness and the light of the lanterns in the sea ahead, but it was clearly being dragged backward. This dangerous creature, which players were eager to eliminate, now seems to be so weak that it can only become food for the sea creatures. Aside from a largely pointless struggle, they couldn't even muster the slightest attack. If we kill it, could we obtain another Tiger King's inner core? Suddenly, 186 felt a pang of longing for the title Tiger King. Previously, a single Tiger King's inner core was enough to evolve his great white, and now this. Give it a try. The men gestured for him to try firing. Anyway, it's almost dawn, so it doesn't make much difference whether we fire or not. Then I won't stand on ceremony. 186 put away his submachine gun and took out his sniper rifle again, firing a shot at Tiger King, who occasionally managed to struggle his legs toward the light. The first shot yielded no results, so he fired again when the time was up. After several shots, he stopped, somewhat disappointed. The tiger's legs were still wobbling and struggling forward, but after firing several shots, he received no response. Even 13, who was standing to the side, kept staring at the prompts, but also got nothing. Chapter 134. Why is the Sea Clan so quiet? The Tiger King is long dead. He was just a deception used to fool us. Chun Mu stared at the leg that occasionally appeared for a few moments, and after the prompt appeared, he couldn't help but lower his head so that no one could see the twisted expression on his mouth. The remains of the fused monster, Tiger, a creature in the sea, is using this remains to fish. No, to fish for people. Dismembered limbs? Fishing for people? As for what exactly is in the sea, since he can only see the remains of the Tiger King, no detailed clues have been given. But the one who could control this Tiger King fusion monster to deceive them is most likely the giant octopus that 1234 just mentioned. These sea creatures actually know how to use illusions to deceive people. 1234, looking at the legs still swaying in the water, the way they struggled looked so real. Nothing is impossible, and it's hard to say what kind of sea creature it is. Maybe it's a human head and a bunch of octopus legs. Looking at 1234's distorted face, 183 immediately began to describe some rather disgusting images. Who told this guy to mention giant sea octopuses first? He hates those kind of things the most. Kid, shut up, you're disgusting. Even the 13 girls couldn't help but speak up to stop him. This brat was just too disgusting. Octopus with a human head. No, it's not hard to imagine that this is far more terrifying than other Frankenstein's monsters. What he said is probably true. There's nothing wrong with it. Chun Mu put away his submachine gun, picked up the rented sniper rifle, stood up, and prepared to start the battle. The sniper rifle at his house will be ready in a little while, but unfortunately, there's no time for me to go home and wait until I get it before coming back. The sky turned from black to white in an instant, and those enormous tentacles emerging from the water. I wasn't mistaken, they really were giant octopuses. What? Giant deep-sea octopus, damn it. What kind of foul mouth do you have? When the group saw the tentacles emerging from the water and swaying on the surface, their first reaction was to criticize 1234's prophetic words. However, they can no longer say jinx, a Chinese idiom for being a jinx, since that jinx was quite powerful. Actually, all I know is that these things exist in the sea. I've never heard of any others. Holding 2 dogs and trembling, 1234 said he was truly wronged. Besides the giant octopus, he only knew a little about sharks and whales among these sea creatures. But there's a river ahead. Even if it leads to the sea, those fish shouldn't be able to cross it. Stop fooling around. Prepare for battle. It's dawn, and these things have already started moving. Chun Mu aimed his sniper rifle and shot through the tentacles of the creature, still attached to half of the tiger-headed man's body. We haven't seen the octopus attack yet, but its regenerative ability is terrifying. The tentacles, which had just been destroyed by bullets, were simply severed off by the octopus itself, and new ones grew from the broken ends. This change happened under everyone's watchful eyes. The process of the antennae breaking off and growing back was shown to everyone. Level 4 Mutant Chapter. It's just a tiny squad leader of a Garrison 4 stationed overseas. All you have to do is blow its head off. It's that easy. The prompt in front of Chun Mu's eyes left him in a dilemma. Yes, it's very simple. Just blow their heads off and it's over. The problem is, where is this thing's head? In deep water, what could be used to attack its head? And with these tentacles appearing from multiple places on the river surface, it's impossible to know where the octopus's head is hidden. Big brother, can we think of a way to pull this thing out of the water? Although you can't see the prompts for 186, you can attack from a sea. But if this thing is taken out of the water, it will definitely be easier to deal with. There are some fish in the water that can shoot water jets. If you fly out as bait, then no one can save you. 183 realized that this guy's pet could fly, but when he saw the small fish that occasionally spit out water jets to attack the courtyard wall, he immediately shook his head and stopped 180's idea. Fly out to be used as a target? Let's just forget about this. It's not easy for us to have survived until now. There's no need to take such risks. The water arrows have an attack range of about 10 meters. We'll test the distance later. For now, let's observe for a while. These sea creatures don't seem to be planning a direct attack. The 13-year-old girl stood up and watched for a while, then sat down again, hugging her chubby dog and starting to think about the sea creature's purpose. Although the house defense battle hasn't ended yet, these fish are only attacking occasionally, and the durability only needs to be restored by single digits. This doesn't make sense, or rather, the fish in the sea aren't actually the monsters that are attacking her yard. Not even an underwater attack. Chamu looked at the water. The octopus was indeed a bit strange. If the attack isn't from above the water, what about underwater? Half of this courtyard is built on the water, and there are also air walls for defense underwater. However, apart from the 13th girl, no one else knows whether underwater attacks are calculated in the same way as aerial attacks. No, so far, the underwater isolation zone has not been attacked at all. Some fish are swimming around, but they're not interested in my side. Because it's currently in defense mode, 13 girls can see some of the attacked areas. After carefully checking twice, she confirmed that she hadn't been attacked by the sea creatures, except for the water arrows that kept spitting at her from the front of the courtyard. If their goal isn't to attack your house, could it be that they're actually hunting? Shinmu sat down, hugged Kaiku, and petted it for a while, somewhat unable to understand the behavior of the sea creatures in the water. It's common knowledge that monsters will attack people or their houses. But the octopus never moved. Besides attacking players and native inhabitants, these animals also hunt each other. So, those monsters that were supposed to attack my house are still crossing the river. The 13-year-old girl twitched her lips, seemingly oblivious to her image. She seemed to understand. The sea creatures didn't attack her house because there was enough food in the water for them to hunt, so they didn't bother with these humans. If that's the case, then they'll have to wait until the monsters they face in the siege are all eaten before they turn their attention to them. I can't feel happy at all. 186 lay on Big White's body, burying its head in the pure white fur and rubbing against it. He barely slept last night, just waiting for a good fight, but now it's been hijacked by an even more ferocious monster. Not only that, they also have to face this group of sea creatures who have eaten and drunk their fill. They wonder if these sea creatures will advance in rank after eating so many of the besieging monsters. Chapter 135, the defensive battle, was completed so easily. Just wait, 13th sister, prepare some more materials. It's going to be a tough battle later. 183 continued flipping through the survival manual, and after a while, he suddenly looked up, greeted 13, and told her to get ready again. What clues did you find? 13 first bought a batch of basic repair materials, and then looked at 183, wondering what key information this guy had found. Sea Clan, a legendary super powerful race existing within the ocean. Their population distribution is even more complex than on land, with a strong sense of hierarchy, and they also rule over many different regions. Holding the survival manual, 183 started by talking about the big picture of the sea creatures, and then went on to talk about the different levels of the Outer Sea Patrol team that the octopus that might appear here belong to. This octopus is just a squad leader in the Outer Sea Patrol team. He seems to be at the weakest level. Shenmu looked at 183 centimeters tall, who was looking very serious, as if he were a teacher giving a lecture, and explained the octopus's job title to him. The lowest tier, but for them, getting here is a disaster. The difference is truly enormous. Even the weakest ones are like this, but it doesn't really matter. One characteristic of the sea creatures is that they cannot go ashore. Even if some can occasionally move on land for a short time, the time is limited and their combat strength will be suppressed to a very low level. 183 sighed and continued telling them about the sea creatures. In short, as long as you don't go into the water, there's really no need to be too afraid of sea creatures. After all, no matter how strong the sea creatures are, they're still powerless against the land. It's a pity the house can't be moved. Looking at the swaying octopus tentacles, the 13-year-old girl felt even more conflicted about 183's words of comfort. For others, no matter how strong the sea creatures are, it's not a problem, because as long as they don't get close, they'll be fine. But she couldn't simply hide from it. It can't be moved now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Maybe one day it will become possible to move the property or even to build it together. 186 began his prophetic pronouncements again. After he finished speaking, the others looked at him with a sudden, twisted expression. What this guy said seemed a little strange. They previously mentioned that they might enable friend mode or private chat, and it happened shortly afterward. He later said that they might release a team mode, where everyone might meet up or something, and then, now, he says he can move the property. Perhaps we can look forward to it. Shenmue glanced at 186, trying hard not to doubt the guy's identity. With such good luck, what are you still complaining about? Something will come out soon. Although he wasn't the only one being talked about, combined with this ever-present aura of incredible luck, it was as if this player was playing with cheat codes. Right, big brother, you also think that this possibility exists, right? When Shenmue agreed with him, 186's eyes lit up. If he really becomes able to move his home, then he'll have to move to live near his older brother, and then he won't have to worry about getting meals from him anymore. Enough of that. Think about how to deal with these guys first. If I could transfer the property, I'd definitely move to a mountaintop. Looking at 186, who was already fantasizing about the future, 13 sighed helplessly and looked at the sea outside, feeling a sense of helplessness. Although lightening the mood might improve everyone's spirits, she still can't help but feel conflicted. This time, in the battle to protect our homeland, we also have teammates who can help. But these sea creatures are not monsters that defend a home, which means that she may face the threat of the sea creatures every day in the future. She had worked so hard to build her home, and naturally she didn't want these things to destroy it. If she were truly in dire straits, she didn't know if she would choose to become a slave, but if she did, she would definitely kill her so-called master afterwards. Therefore, she had to prevent this from happening in the first place. She really liked these teammates, so she didn't want to lose them. No ruse. Let's wait until your battle is over, then we'll see if we can give you any rewards. This world is full of dangers, but it also creates opportunities for people to survive. Shenmue tilted his head and glanced at her before offering a few words of advice. The girl seemed to have been somewhat gloomy just now. However, it only lasted a short while before returning to normal. Perhaps it was thinking about something unpleasant. Perhaps there's a way to control these sea creatures. Let's leave it at that for now and wait for the results. 13 looked up at Shenmue. She suddenly felt a little guilty towards this food tycoon who wasn't the oldest, but was always the most composed. She just suddenly became pessimistic. They waited and waited, and another hour passed, until suddenly a beam of light appeared on the 13th girl, and then a small box appeared in her hand. Shenmue and his group also received rewards for their assistance in the battle. Is the defense complete? Holding the box in her hands, 1234 still felt that this was a bit too unbelievable. But just now I did give him a combat tip, and their support and defense were executed perfectly. Done. Open the box first. Next step is to prepare for battle and resolve all combat within 3 hours. After Shenmue finished speaking, he opened the box in his hand, and then, bait egg. And it was a huge jet black pet egg that you had to hold in both hands. Egg. Give me an egg too. Seeing the pet egg in Shenmue's hand, 1234 excitedly shouted twice. And sure enough, he opened a pure white pet egg, which was a bit small in comparison. Your mistress is really coming. 186 and 183 shook their heads at the same time, looking at the egg in 1234's hand, wondering if it would hatch into the last of the 3 snow idiots. However, they also opened the treasure chests in their hands, which contained a pet accessory for 186 and a personal accessory for 183. There were only 13 girls, and unsurprisingly, what they got after opening the scroll was the same scroll that Shenmue had used to defend against the last time. Put away for now. Let's prepare for battle. Shenmue put the egg that was causing him so much trouble back into the inventory, not wanting to take it out to incubate it for the time being. An unknown pet egg. Surprise. What a surprise. Could it be a sea creature? If it were a normal pet egg, Shenmue wouldn't have any objections, but this one swimming in the sea really scared him. He doesn't hate all sea creatures, but he worries that he might be unlucky enough to hatch a baby giant octopus. If that happens, he'll definitely be a bad master. Chapter 136. Hand grenades blow up ingredients, not a loss. Get ready. Those sea creatures are already heading this way. The girl put the scroll away first. This wasn't something she could learn just because she wanted to. The octopus tentacles, which were gradually closing in, were definitely heading straight for them. I've already set the team's acquisition method to random. If we kill the same prey together, who gets it will depend on luck. I'm making this clear beforehand, so you won't find it strange later. 186 is the team leader. He initiated the team formation, and the position has remained unchanged ever since. Regarding the issue of loot distribution for the team, he consistently adjusted it to a random distribution mode. However, since everything lost in the property protection battle belongs to the homeowner, he didn't mention it to Shenmue. Now that the defensive battle was over and it was time to hunt, he worried that if he didn't explain things clearly, it might cause some conflict later. No problem. It's all about luck. We've never had a bad run. 1234 is quite satisfied with their luck, although it's not as good as this lucky person's. But they're all teammates, so he's just taking advantage of their good luck for now. Don't make a fuss about what you hit. I'm going to that corner over there. You guys keep an eye on that octopus. Shenmue switched to a submachine gun again. In situations like this, the spray from submachine gun was always more effective than from a sniper rifle. The two who didn't have submachine guns continued to snipe at the sea creatures that were a little further away. Meow. Master, are we really not going to participate in the battle? With a hint of curiosity, nestled in Shenmue's arms, its large cat eyes revealing a touch of grievance. It wanted to help, but its owner seemed genuinely unwilling to let them out for any activity. The octopus in the sea hasn't come out yet. We'll talk about it when it does. Shenmue patted Kikyu's little head, then pressed it back into his arms before rapidly firing at the fish outside the wall that were leaping out of the water and crashing into it. Submachine guns are indeed useful. These fish, which are not small in size, will automatically turn into food and appear in the package after being hit. As for the issue of multiple people killing the same target and being randomly assigned, that's not necessary right now, at least not. This situation didn't last long. A creature with a tiger's head, human arms, and a fish's tail climbed up the wall, causing Shenmue and the others to pause in their work. Among these sea creatures, Frankenstein's monsters have actually begun to appear, and it's this kind of multi-segment suture. Mutant fusion monster. Fish. A sea fish swallowed a fusion monster and was killed. The monster was not fully digested in its stomach, and its regenerative ability was activated, thus creating this strange creature. The notification came just in time, but Shenmue had no interest in knowing how this mutated fusion monster came to be. Stop arguing, just kill him first. 183 aimed his submachine gun at the fusion monster's head, and after a burst of fire, the multi-segmented monster turned into a corpse, fell into the water, and disappeared as specks of light. There seem to be quite a few of these. As long as we prevent them from having a chance to repair them wirelessly, it won't be difficult to kill them. After taking care of one of them, 183 shared his combat experience. Compared to the interval between sniper rifle shots, submachine guns are really effective against this kind of thing. Because sniper rifles have short intervals, they can quickly repair these monsters, while submachine guns can kill them instantly before they even have a chance to repair themselves. Go back and get the materials. I need to get my submachine gun made as soon as possible. Holding the sniper rifle, 1234 was truly envious. But since the recipe exists, he should go back and continue gathering the materials. With the appearance of the first amalgam, both stitched monsters and amalgam monsters appeared in greater numbers afterward. The group ran around on the courtyard wall, because extra materials for the automatic repair had been prepared in advance. Even though the consumption was quite high, there was nothing to worry about. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours, until the octopus tentacles that had been observing from the vicinity finally couldn't resist moving. Bang! A loud bang suddenly came, and the huge octopus tentacles above their heads slammed down. Even with the barrier of the air wall, the courtyard wall still trembled a few times. When the octopus's tentacles appeared before everyone's eyes, they discovered upon closer inspection that the tentacles were thicker than a person's, and the suckers on them were firmly attached to the air wall and the courtyard wall. Its durability is dropping too fast. Break its tentacles. The girl initially thought she had prepared quite a lot of materials, but now that she saw the durability drop to the point where the courtyard wall could barely withstand it, she shouted in panic, stopped what she was doing, and quickly went to buy another batch as a backup. She now finally understands just how much preparation 183 meant. In just 1 second, her wall lost a third of its durability. If it weren't for the efficient auto repair, it would have been destroyed. Boom! Chunmu flicked his wrist and threw a grenade, which landed directly on the octopus's tentacle. After a moment of explosion, the octopus's tentacle was severed. The tentacle that was half stuck to the wall turned into a speck of light and disappeared, and a piece of food appeared in his package. Big Brother is awesome. 186 gave a thumbs up, and several grenades instantly appeared in his hand. He knew how to deal with these things. He hadn't even thought of grenades before. What a mistake. Hey guys, those grenades are pretty valuable. Be careful. 1234 watched as 186 blew off the tentacle that was lashing out at them again, let out a wail, and then, clutching his sniper rifle, struggled to fight off the small fish. He's poor and can't afford it. We haven't even gathered enough materials for submachine guns yet, so we can't throw grenades around like this rich guy. You don't understand, do you? Grenades are valuable, but once this tentacle is severed, it becomes a food ingredient, and a level 4 one at that. I'll have my brother cook into a dish, so don't complain about the price when you eat it. 186 grunted twice and continued throwing grenades at the octopus tentacles that were beginning to go berserk. He could tell that the octopus was indeed very strong, but it seemed to lack intelligence. It could only lash out at them and had no other attacks. Something's not right. Before, this octopus could at least wriggle around with half a corpse on its back for us to see, but now it knows that coming here will only get it blown up, yet it keeps attacking like this. 183 put away his submachine gun, muttered a couple of times, and then turned and ran to find 13. This silly thing coming to deliver food now is definitely not the octopus's real purpose. Chapter 137, The Eyes Watching Them Underwater. Be careful. Things might not be so easy to deal with underwater. Chunmu watched as the two exchanged a few words and quickly jumped into the yard, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. The two were preparing to go underwater to investigate, but even with the water sphere-shaped equipment that 13 girls had obtained last time, the octopus monster at this time was not an ordinary fish. If attacked, the two will face great danger in the water. Brother 857, we've seen it. The octopus's head is underwater. It doesn't seem ready yet. Several small tentacles that have just appeared are attacking the underwater shield. This poisonous fog is unbearable. Could you ask your snake to come down and help? The number 183 came a few minutes later. The octopus attacks underwater with several tentacles, and these tentacles are also venomous. In this situation, only Su from Chunmu's family has resistance to the poison, and there's also the prerequisite that she can absorb the poisonous mist. You all come back first. I'll take them down to take a look. After glancing at the octopus tentacles that were still swaying in front of them, Chunmu did not immediately tell Su to go down, but decided to take a look for himself first. His teammates are reliable most of the time, but he can't bear to let Su take risks. Even if Su really had to leave the protective barrier to face the octopus monster's poisonous fog, he would have to stay by her side and take Kyukyu with him for extra protection. Only Sister 13 can control that equipment. Brother 857, I'll keep an eye on things here. You guys have to work hard. As long as we can kill that octopus, we'll have one. After 183 returned, he also used grenades to deal with the octopus tentacles that kept lashing out. Seeing Chunmu preparing to jump down, he gave him a brief reminder about the underwater equipment. He almost made a fool of himself when he went downstairs just now. I'm not going to fight her for control. Be careful. We're going down. Chunmu glanced back at him, replied, and then jumped down, landing directly inside the spherical equipment as he fell. This should actually be considered a submersible, but apart from the special outer layer that isolates it from the water, The inside is completely empty. 857, hold on tight. The girl, number 13, watched Shenmue jump in and stand there motionless. She smiled and began to manipulate the water sphere to sink. Just now, after 183 came in, he took a few steps. When he entered the water, the ball was spinning, so that kid almost fell right down. Now that the water balloon is rapidly entering the water, standing still in the center is the safest course of action. As they descended to the bottom of the water, the light outside the water sphere disappeared, leaving only the beam of the flashlight in 13's hand, which was scanning the surroundings. Meow. Master, that thing's eyes are looking at us, right next to your right. Kayukyu can see in the dark, and this is not limited to nighttime. It can also see underwater. This time, Chunmu left Xiao Yao outside, since it was a bird and it was too difficult to get into the water. As for the ball, he didn't plan to take the ball away from the sphere's protective area, because cats don't like water. As Kayukyu's cries rang out, Chunmu reached out and pressed down on the hand beside him that was still waving a flashlight, telling 13 Miaizen not to move for the time being. They had gotten close to the underwater air wall below their home, and the eyes that Kukyu saw belonged to the octopus monster. At this moment, the octopus monster was sticking to the outside of the invisible wall and watching them. If a flashlight were shown directly on them, not only would the two of them see the octopus monster, but it would also trigger the octopus monster's defenses. Tell me in detail what that thing looks like. The closer it is to us, the easier will be to kill it. Shenmue turned around, speaking to Kaikeu, but also reminding 13 to avoid her moving around and provoking the octopus monster. Meow, 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 meow. Its head looks a bit like Bimax's, but bigger, with two protruding fangs, and its eyes are about the same size as my old head. Kaido nestled in Shenmue's arms, tilted its head, looked at the octopus monster glaring at it, and meowed as it described the creature's general shape to Shenmue. Finally, to sum it up, he was extremely ugly. The approximate location has been determined. Now it's just a matter of whether we can kill him with one blow. Susu, are you okay in the water? Shenmue looked at Susu, whose little head was peeking out from his wrist. This octopus monster was a level 4 monster, and although Susu was also level 4, she was not a water snake. If we let it go out and swallow this thing now, it might be able to devour some of the fighting power in the water. Although you may not need it, not using it doesn't mean you can't do without it. And, since Susu has a very strong ability to devour, it would be a real shame to waste such good materials. No problem, master. Don't forget, I'm not that easy to kill. Susu was already quite upset about losing her head last time, and now seeing her owner always trying to protect her, she instantly realized that if she didn't perform well, she might only be able to act cute in the future. Its little head shook. If its owner hadn't been waiting, it might have already rushed out to fight that ugly octopus monster. Although, relying solely on its own abilities, it is basically no match for. I'll make it first, then you can swallow it. Don't rush. Shenmue released Susu, letting the little creature wait to the side, before taking out a bucket with a lid. Although the bucket had a lid, it was bound to leak. All he needed was that instant when he passed through the wall, so that the explosives and grenades wouldn't be destroyed by the water at that moment. From an angle where the octopus monster couldn't see him, he loaded several explosive charges and grenades, closed the lids, and took out a submachine gun. I'll count to 3, 2, 1. You cancel the effect of this equipment, and then activate it after I throw it out. Shenmue confirmed with the girl again to make sure she understood before they began. 3, 2, 1. After shaking his fingers a few times to confirm the force, Shenmue counted down. The instant the protective shield of the underwater equipment disappeared, he slammed the barrel full of explosives and grenades into the side, picked up his submachine gun, and opened fire on the barrel of explosives. Water rushed towards them in an instant, and Ball cooperated by simultaneously freezing the octopus monster, whose eyes darted around as it tried to escape. Then, after the bullets were fired, the protective shield once again enveloped the person and the cat. In just a moment, the gunpowder barrel left the underwater protective layer and smashed directly into the eye of the immobile octopus. Due to the resistance of the water, only half of the bullets fired in quick succession landed on the explosive barrel, but that was enough. Chapter 138, The Courtyard Wall Collapses and the Gluttonous Snake. What were you doing underwater, bro? How did this thing blow up the wall? Hurry up and get to the house. After a loud bang, 186 jumped onto the back of his dog, Big White, and casually threw 2 ropes to 183 and 1234. After they grabbed them, he flew up with them. They all know about explosives and how powerful they can be when combined, but they don't think that could blow the courtyard wall down. When they flew to the top of the house and landed, looking at the 2 people emerging from the water in the yard, they couldn't help but laugh, even though the situation was dangerous. Even though they were protected by water balloons, how come these 2 still looked like they had been pulled out of the water? "Pa, this is definitely seawater. It's too salty." Holding Ku, Chun-Mu grabbed the rope that had been lowered down after coming out and jumped onto the roof. I took out a cloth, picked up the ball, and wiped it clean, finally making the little guy less listless and limp like a water rat. As for Susu, Susu is currently out of danger, but it's uncertain when she'll be able to devour the octopus monster completely. The culprit that caused the courtyard wall to collapse was the octopus monster that went berserk after half of its head was blown off. They just blew up the octopus monster's strange head, but the octopus monster didn't die. In fact, the moment it was attacked, all of its dozen or so tentacles stuck to the air wall at the bottom of the water. It was precisely because the destructive power of these dozen or so tentacles erupted simultaneously that the durability of the courtyard wall instantly reached its limit, giving it no chance to repair itself. Cough cough, that was too ferocious. Luckily, Susu went out and blocked it, otherwise there wouldn't have been a chance to escape. The 13-year-old girl came out carrying her pet lizard, Fatty. Instead of climbing onto the roof, she stood on the shore watching the giant white snake churning in the water. This is the first time I've seen a courtyard wall collapse. It's truly brutal. 186 sat on the roof, looking at the courtyard wall that had collapsed into ruins. It was truly a case of being completely dismantled in an instant once its durability was exhausted. Without the protection of the courtyard wall, the fish in the sea could only swim to the water's edge, but apart from those that were washed ashore by the waves and thrashed about waiting to die, none of them were able to get out. And Susu's battle with the octopus in the water. It's less of a battle and more of a brutal way for Susu to eat. The poisonous head bit the octopus's head, while the other 2 heads kept tearing at the octopus's tentacles. One by one, the octopus tentacles were torn off and eaten, and then they grew back. The only abilities of an octopus's head are regeneration and spitting venom. The venom was eaten by Susu. As for the regenerated parts, if it weren't for the continuous regeneration effect, Susu wouldn't have been taking it for so long and still not finished. "Hiss, Master, can I keep this? It's so delicious." After eating for a while, the head with the red glow opened its mouth and breathed fire, roasting several tentacles. After swallowing it again, she suddenly turned to look at Chun-Mu, feeling a little reluctant to part with the octopus that tasted delicious even without any added ingredients. "We don't have room to raise them at home. We'll talk about it later when we have the means." Chen Moshuk his hid, sambat helplessly rejecting his suggestion. Keeping a mutated octopus as a pet? He refused. Hiss, then I'll eat a little longer. Susu wasn't too surprised by the result, but since a new way of eating had been discovered, it wasn't going to let it go. It has 2 heads, one of ice and one of fire. One moment it breathes fire to warm you up, and the next it freezes you with frost. The little captain, sent by the sea creatures, who was perfectly fine, made the others hungry just watching it eat so slowly. "Big brother, why can your Susu cook too?" 186 wiped his drool and suddenly remembered this very serious problem. If pets can they cook for Bimax? That's called an attack. Your Big White can do that too. Use wind blade to slice meat, but remember to slice it when the hostile monster is alive. Chun-Mu was a little embarrassed by the question, but he still explained the situation. Attacking and cooking are not the same thing. Moreover, he strongly suspected that the octopus tentacles Susu grilled probably weren't very good. At least, we're not familiar with each other. Never mind next time. I'll wait until I see something edible. All I see around my house are zombies and ruins. Shaking his head, 186 indicated that he was no longer thinking about it. His dog, Dabai, knows a little about wind blades, but his accuracy is questionable. I estimate it could cut off half a zombie's head. The thought of it makes me nauseous. Let's avoid developing in that direction. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, this stupid snake is full. Shall I go help? Jumpy had been idly watching the excitement, but now that Susu still couldn't eat the octopus head, it couldn't help but get a little anxious. This octopus's head is mutated. It's definitely not a good thing. Rather than letting Susu eat it and cause some uncertainty, it's better to let it be burned. Go ahead, eat what you can eat, and burn what you can't eat. Chenmu knows his little ones very well. Looking at Tai Xiao's eager expression, he knows what it wants to do. After letting it go, Susu heard it clearly and immediately tossed the octopus monster's head, which she had been holding in her mouth for a long time, onto an open space on the shore. As Jump swatted a ball of fire, the octopus monster, which had been so weak that it could only grow small tentacles a dozen centimeters long, was instantly ignited. Once lit, the strange-looking head squeaked and squealed, and no one present could tell what kind of animal it belonged to. It's finally over. Everything's calm now. I've even given out a reward, this courtyard wall. The 13-year-old girl sat on the ground, not having time to pay attention to the others for the time being. After sorting out the rewards from the sea creature attack, she hurriedly rebuilt the courtyard wall. She had never heard of anyone's courtyard wall being damaged before. So could this be considered precedent? Most of the courtyard walls were destroyed. Their homes were gone, and their people were gone too. Sitting on the roof, 1234 listened to 13's complaints about rebuilding the wall and felt compelled to remind her. This isn't unprecedented, but in most cases, the person killed also dies after the damage is done. I knew that. I was just complaining. Oh no, the boss's snake is still outside. The girl in number 13 looked up and glared at number 1234. She just hadn't quite grasped the situation. Now that the wall was built, she glanced back at it and suddenly realized she'd forgotten to let the white snake in before construction. This is supposedly a huge white snake that ate too much, so it probably can't shrink back down, right? So, she actually turned away the biggest contributor, which was a little awkward. Chapter 139, The Lucky One Who Couldn't Catch a Fish. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Master, the seafood is delicious. Susu was caught by Qiao Yao and flew back. After being thrown into Chenmu's arms, it rubbed its head against Chenmu's face, which was rare for it, before obediently lying back on his wrist. But now that it's too full to move, that doesn't stop it from praising the delicious meal. Seafood is so delicious. I'll go to the beach to catch some more when I have time, but let's rest for now. Chenmu tapped Susu's little head with his finger, and then Susu took the initiative to rub against his palm again and again. Having enjoyed so many delicious food for the first time, Susu was in such a good mood that she couldn't help but fidget. Meow. Master, is what that silly snake said true? The seafood is delicious. Kayukyu's fur was completely dry as it perched on Chenmu's shoulder, filled with confusion about Susu's behavior. It also wants to try seafood and such. I'll cook for you when I get home. There's still more than an hour before it's time to go back, so I can catch more fish here. I won't have time to come back to catch fish after I get home. Looking at Kayukyu's expectant eyes, Chenmu opened the store and bought a fishing net. A fishing net can only be used 10 times, but it costs 10,000 coins. But now that this is a rare opportunity, Chenmu felt embarrassed to skimp on the money for the sake of his pets. Standing on the courtyard wall, Chenmu threw the fishing net out, watched it land in the center of the river, and then slowly began to pull it back. For non-professionals, the first catch usually yields only small fish and shrimp, but at least it allows Chenmu to prepare several dishes. Time and again, Chenmu looked at the haul in the package and realized for the first time that fishing could be a super profitable business. Of course, this only applies if he can cook fish into dishes and then convert them into money. Meow, meow, meow. My owner is so amazing. Looking at the last few normal octopuses hauled up in the net and the golden box surrounded by them, Kayukyu happily bobbed her little head back and forth. With a golden chest, we won't lose money. Looking at the golden chest, 186 had previously thought this guy had gotten a huge loss, but now, even if the materials found here aren't the best, they'll be enough to get back that 10,000. Thinking that he had always been lucky, but had never actually retrieved anything from the sea, he couldn't help but rub his hands together, then jumped on a big white's back and flew out to cast the net over the river. It was just his luck. You're really lucky. But when are you going to be able to pull something normal out of the water? Chenmu only used a net, and after putting away the treasure chest, He didn't do anything more. Sitting on the courtyard wall, the group ate the fruit salad Chenmu had brought out, watching the persistent 186 repeatedly cast his net above the river, only to haul in piles of materials or treasure chests. Only, there is no fish that could be used for cooking. This is outrageous. All I wanted was some ingredients. Why am I still being treated like this even here? After using up 10 networks in a row, 186 finally let out a wail and chose to give up. He roughly realized that he was completely out of luck when it came to food. Although this time they amassed over a dozen gold chests, dozens of silver chests, a pile of iron chests, and a considerable amount of materials. But there were no fish. He kept comforting himself that the reason he didn't get any food from opening the boxes was because his area was full of zombies, so it was normal that there was no food. But the facts have proven that no matter where he goes, he has absolutely no affinity for food, or rather, he is completely immune to food and ingredients. Shut up and give me the box. I'll give you a package of fish. The 13-year-old girl was incredibly envious as she watched the piles of treasure chests being taken away. As a result, this guy is still here with a long face. Doesn't he know that everyone has been discouraged by him? I'll open the box as soon as I get back, and then I'll ask my older brother for lots and lots of delicious food. Since it was confirmed that he wouldn't get it, 186 just complained a little and then accepted the fact after a short while. He couldn't get any food, but his older brother could. He just opened chests, exchanged the materials he found with his brother for a bunch of good food, and kept it to eat anytime, anywhere. If you don't give him food, he'll buy it. How can that possibly stump him? You brat, if you show off like that again, you might lose your suitcase. 1234 was reluctant to spend money on a fishing net. After all, he wasn't sure if he could catch the gold chest. And as for the fish can only be exchanged for money in the hands of certain people. Forget about him. It's not worth it. It would be better to go back and organize the materials, then quickly make the submachine gun. That way, we can hunt more and gather more materials to exchange for money or food. In short, he simply can't afford to gamble on luck right now. It's almost time. I'm out of lunch today. Everyone should get some rest when you get back. I'll make some food tonight and send a few portions to each of you. Chenmu checked the time. There were still a few minutes left before they were teleported back, and they should prepare to go home. As for lunch and such, he's going to get a good night's sleep when he gets home. Lunch is out of the question. No problem. If there are no other issues, I should upgrade my property tomorrow, and then everyone can come with me to face the zombie horde. Before he could even finish a sentence, 186 couldn't help but chuckle. He finally had the chance to let everyone experience what a zombie carnival was all about. However, I saw the Zombie King last time. Will I see the Zombie Emperor next time? It's terrifying to think about. Those things are just too difficult to deal with. I hope you can organize the information about the zombies in advance. We don't want to have to go through the survival manual again to find out what the zombies' weaknesses are. 183 and 186 were bickering, and when they heard that he also wanted to upgrade his homestead, they couldn't help but want to tease him. This guy is too cocky. I'd feel uneasy if I didn't bully him a little. Don't worry, I've compiled a lot about the weaknesses of zombies. When we get back, I'll find them and share them with everyone one by one. I promise you won't need to go through all that trouble, you bookworm. 186 waved a gold box in front of 183, put away, walked to Big White's side, and glared at him smugly. He couldn't really explain why, but ever since they became friends, they'd become like this. One moment, they could be perfectly in sync with each other in public, and the next they'd be attacking each other. Perhaps it's because they are about the same age, but have had completely different experiences in the past. He envied this guy's inherent strength, and he also understood that what you can't have is always the best. His past comfortable life was something 183 centimeters couldn't have even if he wanted it. In the past, we would never have any interaction, and we might even have come from different worlds. To meet here and to be able to trust each other is a rare and precious fate. Chapter 140, When the Three Snow Fools Gather. Takoyaki, octopus. After returning home and taking a nap, Chenmu had an octopus set meal for dinner and sent several portions to each of them. Listening to the others praising the delicious food as they ate, Chenmu finished his dinner in a good mood, then went to tidy up the equipment of puppet number 1 and sent him out again. After going out last night, puppet number 1 didn't return until dawn this morning, bringing him a golden treasure chest and a bunch of ingredients. There were some mushrooms, some mature crops, and dozens of hunted spoils. But what satisfied Chunmu the most was a recipe he brought back. Grinding machine formula. Chunmu had previously obtained soybean seeds and tried to grow bean sprouts, but what he wanted more was tofu. Unfortunately, he didn't have a grinder, and, after several unsuccessful attempts, he had to put it aside for the time being. When he came back this morning and saw this, he put in the production process. Now that it's finished, I took it out and put it somewhere. Then I went to the players' shops in the store and bought some ingredients for making tofu. Now I'm getting started. Dinner was already over, and Chunmu was going to try out the ingredient ratios tonight. After several failed attempts, Chunmu finally succeeded in making the tofu before midnight. Unfortunately, this tofu cannot be processed in bulk directly from the food counter. It must first be ground into soy milk using a grinder. Chunmu felt that this was just one extra step in the process, but it didn't dampen his good mood. After a good night's sleep, the group received a unique breakfast the next morning. Hot soy milk, chilled soy milk, tofu pudding, crucian carp, and tofu soup, braised tofu, mapo tofu, tofu with scallions. Brother, did you rob the tofu seller last night? 186 made a surprise joke, then shared a portion with his dog, Big White, and started eating. He used to dislike tofu, but now, looking at these dishes, he suddenly realized that all his previous dislike was just a lie. These dishes smell so good. The reason people don't like tofu is because they eat it every day, which is why they get tired of it. The tofu beauty didn't know that the grinding machine, the first step in making tofu, was brought back by number one. Although there are some aspects that are indeed unpleasant, he does manage to find useful things when he goes out to explore. While eating breakfast, Chunmu started talking about the situation of puppet number one. Most people wouldn't like number one, but this guy always seems to encounter good things when he goes out, which is pretty good for an exploration-type puppet. From this perspective, many of his slaves were probably found by him when he went out. When the girl in number 13 started talking about the slaves left behind by number one, she suddenly realized that she should buy a puppet to work with after she finished eating. Although half of the yard is water, the puppet can not only be used for farming, but also for raising fish or even fishing. Slaves are too dangerous. Let's save up to buy puppets. 1234. What's the situation on your end? There's been no movement all morning. Are you still asleep? Thinking back to the day he met number one, 183 still felt that the kind of person was a bit difficult to deal with. Speaking of number one, 1234, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. But the sound is strange. Sometimes it's a silly laugh. Sometimes it's a dog barking. What's going on? Good morning, everyone. My egg. My egg is hatched. Can you guess what it is? Laughter from 1234 rang out, the silly voice revealing a deep sense of pride. But what hatched from the third egg? Is there even a need to guess? The three dogs over there are barking. Anyone with a brain knows that this guy has hatched another puppy. Moreover, it is highly likely. The three snow idiots are all here. The third one is a Samoyed. After collecting all three, I received a reward. 1234 was still grinning foolishly, and no one found it strange that it was Samoyed. But since there's a reward, it must be something really good, right? Reward me with a sled. I don't need to find snowy terrain. As long as all three of them pull it together, my sled can fly. Looking at the small sled model in his hand, 1234 felt so happy to receive this reward that he could wake up laughing in his sleep. What does it mean to have a stroke of good luck? He has it now. He no longer needs to envy the luck of someone who is 186 centimeters tall. That's definitely lucky, but I feel like this is Santa Claus. The 13-year-old girl sighed, her disdain for the guy's laughter. Flying sled. She doesn't even know where to begin complaining about this development. That's true, but now that you can fly, you won't have to worry about being chased and beaten when you go out anymore. No, you'll become the target of even more people, right? 186 originally wanted to praise him, but then he thought of the three dogs pulling a sled overhead. Anyone who saw this would want to shoot it down and see what it was. At the very least, he would want to shoot it down or have Big White fly up with him to see what it is. Well, the laughter stopped abruptly. 1234 looked at the three dogs in front of him and suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. It's uncertain whether these three can even pull the sled, and if he becomes a target in the air, he won't be able to dodge. Such a great reward, but he suddenly felt a little hesitant to use it. Alternatively, let these three grow a bit, and in the future, when they have other defensive capabilities, then, actually, there's nothing to worry about. Try flying around your neighborhood a few times and see how it goes. If it's too slow, be careful of being ambushed. But if it flies very fast, it's not necessarily dangerous. Chen-Mu felt a little aggrieved when he heard the guy's voice and helplessly reminded him to try things out first. He hadn't even tried it yet, so how could he know he would definitely be ambushed? Besides, if it really flies super slowly, then why not just ride his little one away? If it could be faster, I could come visit you guys later. You guys go ahead with your work, I'll go give it a try. They didn't even have time to eat. 1234 turned off the voice chat and went straight to conduct the experiment with the 3 dogs and the sled. As for the experimental results, everyone was eating, waiting for him to come back so they could have a proper talk. I waited, and more than half an hour passed, but I still didn't receive any response. Chirp chirp, master, a few silly dogs are flying down from the sky. Jump Jump had already eaten his fill and went to pick cherries in the yard to eat. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and flew over, pointing to the sky and urging Chen-Mu to look. Chapter 141 saw other players on the way here. Kumin. Chen-Mu opened the courtyard gate and let 1234, who had been outside his door, in. After landing, the guy put away the sled, hugged the 3 shrunken puppies, and grinned foolishly. It's clear that this sled is quite useful. At least it's not slow. How about that? Pretty fast, right? It only took 20 minutes to fly here. Along the way, I noticed there was another player's yard in between us. That yard should be about the same size as mine, and I saw that it had lots of flowers planted in it. After entering, 1234 let the 3 little guys play freely, then turned on the team voice chat and talked about what he had discovered along the way. That person's residence was on a mountain top, and in terms of distance, it was located directly opposite 183, centered on the Centaur tribe. But he had no way of knowing the person's number, nor was he interested in going to greet them now. A yard full of flowers? Could this be a girl? The girl in question is a woman herself, and she knows that some girls like to grow flowers and raise small animals. But this wasn't certain, so she only thought about it briefly. It's hard to say. Those flowers look so misty. I even suspect there might be too much pollen, and if they clump together, they might produce some kind of toxin. There's still a lot to say about that courtyard. But when he saw Chen-Mu pick a watermelon and cut it open, he forgot all about the yard. He couldn't miss the fresh watermelon. Hey, can you finish what you're saying first? I can hear you eating watermelon even through the phone. 186 was waiting for news, but instead he heard this guy slurping watermelon. I doubt their table manners are very good. Wait a minute. I've been flying for so long with my heart pounding. Let me eat some watermelon to calm my nerves first. What's a rush? After replying with a single sentence, 1234 once again immersed himself in the deliciousness of the watermelon. The 3 puppies in the yard, for some reason, got bold and went to find Kayakyu again, but well, this was the result. Kayakyu said that swatting 3 puppies away with one paw is no big deal at all. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 puppies were run over, then turned around and hopped to the feet of 1234, hugging their legs and starting to play the victim. You guys all said not to mess with them, so from now on, when you see that type, behave yourself whether they're small or big. Seeing its 3 puppies being crushed, 1234 smiled awkwardly at Chen-Mu, then squatted down to comfort the 3 puppies. However, he suddenly realized that among his teammates, it wasn't just this little cat that he couldn't mess with. There was also a big cat that could crush all 3 of them with a single paw. In order to prevent his 3 younger children from being completely outmatched every time, he decided to give them another lesson. Any feline is not to be trifled with. Actually, my Bimax really enjoys playing with your little ones, but given Bimax's size, if he were to swat at you, it might. 186 knew those bastards were troublemakers, so he didn't mind giving 1234 a heavy blow. Who told him to be so smug just now? Cutting off halfway through saying something important? That's really frustrating. Actually, that's all I saw. It was just flying overhead. What more did you expect me to see? Realizing that these guys were annoyed that he only said half of what he meant, 1234 gave a somewhat helpless explanation. It's not that he didn't want to talk. It's that he really had nothing left to say. We'll go take a look when we have time. For now, let's get everything ready. My house needs upgrading. We don't know when the battle will start, but it definitely won't be until tomorrow. 186 was supposed to start in the morning, but because 1234 wanted to try out his new item rewards, he waited for the time being. Now that there was nothing more to say, he directly confirmed the upgrade. After upgrading the house, 186 tidied up the yard and then went to the store to buy several wooden automatic defensive crossbows. After installing them, he also installed electric lights, as well as lookouts and other defensive devices for the yard wall that he could currently buy. Let's wait and see. I'm not sure when it will start. I can't go now even if I want to. I'll go see what number one brought back for me. Chunmu ate the freshly cut watermelon and checked on the workers. The big black chicken actually gained 10 points of loyalty because it had a comfortable diet and a high level of safety, and the chicken's eggs were laying, hatching, and growing very well. In fact, this loyalty is more accurately described as the puppet's love for life. This change left Chunmu somewhat conflicted because he really hadn't done anything. Even the food he ate consisted of only some bread and bottled water. But more is always a good thing. At least you don't have to worry about the puppet suddenly dying one day. This number one, despite always having complete equipment when going out to explore and receiving the same treatment as Big Black in other aspects, has never received a raise. Fortunately, he was able to find some treasure chests and materials when he went out, so it was barely considered normal. That's all for now. I'll leave it at that for now and come back to study it more carefully once 180 SXS defense is complete. Chunmu shook his head at 1234, who had a curious look in his eyes. He was just checking on the two puppets. What did this guy think he was doing? Where did number one go? Looking into Chunmu's eyes, 1234 knew he had misunderstood. He was curious because he didn't see number one here, so he wanted to ask if he could see the current number one puppet. After all, this was the guy who once made him lose all face. Now that he's a puppet, just looking at him can offer some psychological comfort. He will rest during the day, but he can still come out. Chunmu looked at 1234's expectant eyes, which were just as eager as his own Xiao heirs. However, this is indeed a problem. What number one did in the past was extremely unpleasant, and now that he has become number one's puppet, it would be unreasonable not to let his teammates take a look. The sniper rifle was just finished yesterday, so it can be used by number one, eliminating the need to spend money renting it for daily expenses. Master, is there something important that you woke me up during the day? After being awakened by Chunmu through the contract, puppet number one walked out of the workers' dormitory. He still looked like the boy he had been before, but his face showed a bit more displeasure. Moreover, because Chunmu woke him up outside of work hours, his loyalty dropped by 5 points. This temper is excessive, and even becoming a puppet hasn't changed it. Chapter 142, The Puppet's Hobbies, The Role of the Workers. Here, take this. 100 bullets a day. You don't have to worry about them being taken back at dawn. Chunmu didn't think much of the drop in number one's loyalty, since the guy wasn't exactly reliable to begin with. Now, we'll hand the sniper rifle directly to him, and the ammunition will be rationed according to time. Whether he uses more or less is up to him. Thank you so much. It would have been so much better if you had been this generous sooner. I wouldn't have needed to secretly hide the bullets. Puppet number one took the sniper rifle, a barely perceptible smile appearing on its face, but Chunmu still clearly saw the sudden increase of 10 points in loyalty. Sure enough, each puppet has different preferences. It seems I need to find a way to learn more about them and increase their loyalty. Go and rest. We can leave an hour later tonight as an exchange for your current situation. Chunmu told him to leave, and seeing that the loyalty level hadn't changed at all, he was certain that this guy wouldn't increase just because he was a little lenient with him. If that's the case, then there's a possibility of improvement in equipment configuration. It's really troublesome. Sure enough, even as a puppet, he's still incredibly unpleasant to look at. Don't you ever feel like punching him? 1234 watched as puppet number one appeared, and then went back to rest, and he could see all the changes in expression and reaction during this time. He suddenly felt a little bit of sympathy for Chunmu for having such an annoying puppet in the house. Exploration is useful, but how much more infuriating would it be to see this every day? Most importantly, this was purchased with money, so you can't afford to lose money when you're angry. It's okay. His schedule is different from ours. If I don't want to see him, I can simply never see him again. Chunmu's act of giving the number one sniper rifle was completely unnecessary, because as long as it was placed in the corresponding package in the worker list, the number one puppet could naturally obtain and use it. But at this moment, he was also eager to try and see how to increase the puppet's loyalty. That's better, but I still think your big black dog is better. Look at him, such a big guy, yet he's so gentle with small animals. 1234 was also waiting for 180 SXS defense battle to begin. So since there was nothing else to do, they started to take a look at the situation at Chenmu's house. Number one is definitely not going to be seen, but that big black guy isn't afraid of being stared at, and after being stared at for a while, he'll even turn around and give them a silly smile. If I told you that since he started working as a poultry farmer, I haven't been able to get a single egg or slaughter a single chicken, would you still think that's okay? Sitting on the opposite stool, Chenmu told 1234 in a different way what he had been doing but hadn't done yet. We can't take it and eat it. His initial sentiment faltered instantly, and 1234 realized that he was even more conflicted about the existence of the puppet. These are all so unique. This big, clumsy guy, doesn't he let the owner of the house go get the ingredients? Yes, but it might hurt his feelings or lower his loyalty. So I'm waiting for him to voluntarily hand over the eggs and chicken. I just don't know when that will happen. Shaking his head, Chenmu looked at the big black dog over there, who was paying close attention to the chicks. He had indeed considered this. Unless the chicken coop is full. Otherwise, sighing, 1234 felt that something was still off about this matter. In his mind, this food connoisseur was never a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to raise a pet that looked cute, but was actually so ferocious that it sent chills down your spine. So why would someone like that give up retrieving the ingredients just because of a puppet? It doesn't make sense. Oh no, I can tell from what I'm listening here that you've been completely fooled by your older brother. 186 sat in his yard waiting for the zombies to attack, stroking the head of the big white tiger, thinking to himself that pets follow their owners, and then gave the tiger a slight reminder. No wonder they can raise the three idiots. This one isn't much different in level from the other three. I know there's something wrong with what you're saying, but you need to give me some time to think about it. You're not even here. How would you know what's going on? 1234 knew he was a little slow on the uptake, but that didn't mean he could remain silent after being called a simpleton by this kid. You made a stupid mistake without even thinking about it. Your brother only bought that puppet a few days ago. Has he had time to make any egg or chicken dishes in the last few days? This guy's stupidity made him want to laugh, but 186 thought he should try to control himself to save face for him. This person is really not thinking straight. 1234 looked down at the three snow idiots playing at his feet and suddenly realized that although a lot had happened in the past few days, only a short time had passed. Seafood, beef, and then more seafood. Indeed, they didn't give the chickens and eggs any time or opportunity to make a difference. I didn't lie. Chenmu glanced back at the breeding area, where there were already dozens of pheasants and more than a dozen eggs still incubating. All of this rapid growth is thanks to Daehei's breeding habits. With dedicated keepers, the pheasants in the breeding area seem to have been accelerated and doubled in number, producing more eggs and hatching them much faster. I knew something was wrong. There are way too many chickens. This isn't something that's happened in just a few days. He went over and took a look. 1234 confirmed it. What he couldn't figure out earlier was this quantity issue. There were only 4 or 5 during the defensive battle. Even with their breeding, they wouldn't have reached this large population in just a few days. Workers have attribute bonuses, so workers should be assigned to positions they are good at, so that their abilities could be converted into benefits for them. Chenmu looked at the wide-eyed 1234 and explained in detail how quickly the number of chickens had increased and their relationship with Daehei. This is all he knows for now, but he really doesn't know when Big Black will voluntarily put the eggs and chicken in the warehouse for him. Even if it's not necessary, he still quite likes to eat chicken and eggs. Chapter 143, let's take a look at the home of Tycoon. Everyone get ready. I've spotted zombies. They'll be at my door in less than 10 minutes. 186 waited and waited, and finally the zombies appeared. For some reason, he let out a joyful shout in the team voice chat. You're going to be surrounded by zombies, not be given a free gift. 183 was speechless at the guy's joy. How could someone be so happy while being surrounded by zombies? Is there a difference? He chuckled twice, and as the zombies approached, 186 truly felt as if all sorts of treasure chests and riches were beckoning to him. However, zombies are indeed quite dangerous, so it's best not to let Big White go out. He can't bear to see Big White get hurt again. Get your weapons ready. We're going to check out what a rich man's house is like. Chun Mu remained silent for half a minute in the team voice chat before speaking, truly speechless at the annoying ability of that lucky player. I have a feeling that after watching this, I might want to beat him up even more. 183 has now seen both of their properties, including places he likes and places he doesn't like. But regarding the 186 companies, he could roughly imagine that this guy would definitely try to show off his nouveau riche status to them at every turn. This time, they didn't have to wait long. After chatting for a few minutes, a team summons notification appeared, and the four of them were teleported there at the same time. Then, damn rich people. Excessive. If I'd known this beforehand, why would I have rented a sniper rifle? After being teleported, the group was stunned when they saw the various devices on the courtyard wall. So, our role is to attack the leaders of the zombies? Chun Mu, holding his three little ones, jumped onto the courtyard wall and took a look, managing to ask a relatively normal question. This guy, I really don't know if he gathered everyone here just so I could show off my wealth. His family was initially rewarded with 4 automatic defensive crossbow platforms by the game system, but this rich guy, he bought 20. The zombies didn't even have a chance to get close before being wiped out by crossbow bolts. So far, not a single zombie has been seen to reach the outside of his courtyard wall. Brother, look at this setup. Doesn't it instantly make you feel incredibly safe? 186 observed the reactions of these people and smiled to himself. He can only gloat for now, because these things can't defend against zombie kings, or even zombie emperors he may never have seen before. But he won't talk about that now. Let him experience the satisfaction of this burst of nouveau riche energy first. No, I have a feeling that what's about to appear is something these things can't handle. Chun Mu bluntly exposed his arrogance. This kid was too cocky, and if he wasn't put down, he'd really get cocky. And the 3 men were already itching to beat up this clueless nouveau riche. Brother, are you going to expose it? That thing won't appear for now. Let's rest and eat something to replenish our tributes, so we can better deal with those special zombies that might have skin and bones of copper or bones of iron, or even attack with various elemental attacks. 186 wasn't bothered by his little scheme being exposed. He'd achieved his goal, so now he'd just observe the situation and continue eating and drinking as usual. You really are something. You never forget about food. The 13-year-old girl jumped onto the wall and slapped the 186-year-old man on the head. She has already learned the cultivation scroll, and although she can't do it as easily as 183 now, jumping onto this courtyard wall is still very easy for her. Moreover, she has also developed her own special ability, but it is somewhat ruthless, and she does not plan to use it until she has mastered it. Sister 13, I just want to make things a little easier for everyone. After all, bullets are so expensive, and this wooden crossbow stand only uses the most basic materials. These things are very cheap. 186 covered his head and glared. This woman was getting more and more violent. And this thing of his really wasn't expensive. It only cost a little money. Rich guy, watch out. I might take 2 of these apart and install them on my wall. 183 walked over to him, bumped his shoulder against his arm, and then went to the crossbow stand to examine it, wondering if it was really necessary to buy it and keep it at home. His family isn't in a hurry to upgrade, not because they lack materials, but because he's still preparing and wants to wait until his combat power increases a bit before trying. No. Turning his head and snorting, 186, in a good mood, went to find Chun Mu to ask for food. As for the guy who was inspecting the crossbow platform, no wonder he can't take it down. Young master, stop focusing on eating. What are you growing? My 3 kids are practically out of control. 1234 was still in the yard, but he couldn't climb the wall now because his 3 little ones had somehow disappeared into the dense grass and wouldn't come out. Seeing the group of people already eating and drinking on the courtyard wall, he was instantly conflicted. When did his 3 little ones become so fond of grass? That's foxtail grass. I got it from opening a box before. It's not very useful, so I planted a patch of it so Big White can lie on it and sunbathe. 186 was drinking juice when he saw 1234 struggling to catch the 3 dogs in the yard with both hands, and he almost spat out the juice. Does this foxtail grass have the property of attracting canines? That's really interesting. Foxtail grass isn't very appealing, but these 3 little ones probably haven't played in grass before. They're really addicted to it now. Chun Mu also thought that the foxtail grass had some special characteristics. But after staring at it carefully for a few moments, he was certain that the three dogs were just having fun and it had nothing to do with the grass. Sure enough, the three idiots are just that. They don't care about anything when they're playing. It's tough on 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 13-year-old girl ate her fruit salad, watching the zombies still being cleared outside the wall, and then looked back at the happy family of 4 in the yard. What a joyful life. It seems that after forming a team, their lives lost their previous tension and caution. Even when her yard was demolished yesterday, she didn't feel it was an absolute crisis. Is this why people like to live in groups and have companions? It's fine, although I myself wouldn't want to face this kind of life. Chunmu shook his head and stopped looking at the 4 happy pets in the yard. Fortunately, his 3 little ones are all exceptionally well-behaved and adorable. If they were like the 3 idiots, unimaginable. Wouldn't that cause a breakdown? Chapter 144, The Tragedy of the Crimson-Feathered Golden Eagle. Meow. Master, look over there. Isn't that an eagle? Kaiku was originally perched on Chunmu's shoulder, watching the 3 dogs in the yard making a ruckus, its whiskers twitching with laughter. But suddenly it turned around, looked at the sky in the direction of the city, and suddenly noticed a different black dot. That's a red-feathered golden eagle. Chunmu stared at the black dot for a moment, and he was quite happy that it could give him a clue even at this distance. However, this thing is not an eagle, but a golden eagle with red feathers. Although he didn't know anything about the crimson-feathered golden eagle, this one had that name, and it was Level 4. Level 4 raptor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, I want to eat it. Upon hearing Chunmu's name, Tiao Yao excitedly flapped its wings, ready to fly away. It only wanted a flying eagle before, but this one is so much better than a flying eagle. Can you eat it? Chunmu looked at the little creature bouncing on its shoulder. Its small size was quite different from the other animal. Simply put, if a hoppy creature were swallowed whole by its opponent, it probably wouldn't even feel a thing. Meow, meow, meow. Master, it can swallow, it can swallow. Jumpy can burn this thing to death, and then swallow the remaining inner core. This one has an inner core. Kaiku and Tiao Yao had somehow discussed it, and now they were determined to capture the approaching red-feathered golden eagle. They don't care about level 4 at all. As long as their owner lets them go, they'll make sure they finish eating and fly back safely. Sure, Chunmu looked at the current situation and realized that they didn't need the zombies for the time being. He could go out with Kaiku and the others to try. But he was worried about the 2 of them going out alone, so if they wanted to go, he would have to borrow Big White, who is 186 centimeters tall. Meow, 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 meow. Master, please let us go. There won't be any problems. Seeing hope, Kaiku kept rubbing its little head against Chunmu's face, perfectly embodying the adorable feline way. We're not comfortable letting these 2 go out alone, since we're borrowing your Big White as a ride once. Chunmu turned to look at the curious group and directly asked for the Big White he needed. No problem. Just prepare some more good food for Big White later. 186 pushed Big White forward a bit, readily indicating that there was no problem at all. His dog Dabai had asked before, since the food connoisseurs couldn't fly, if it could ride them around a few times, would it be able to get a free meal? Of course, he was definitely too embarrassed to ask on behalf of Dabai, but now the opportunity had presented itself. No problem, there's plenty of delicious food. I'll make you a few portions separately when we get back. Chunmu looked at the tiger's head that was blinking its big eyes as it approached, patted its head, promised it some treats, and then stood on the Big White tiger's broad back with the 3 little ones. When Big White leaped off the wall and soared into the air, its body changed once again. Its already broad back expanded further, so that even if Chunmu lay down, there would be room for it. If we head towards the golden eagle, its target should be us too. Let's deal with it from slightly farther distance. Chunmu raised his hand to let Tiao Yao move freely. As for Kai, after being carried by Jumpy many times, the little guy didn't need to say anything. He had already shrunk to a tiny size and was clinging to one of Jumpy's paws. The daily interactions between these 2 made Su quite unhappy, since it wasn't really suitable for her to be taken out flying around to play under normal circumstances. Roar. To Chunmu, Dabai's roar was just like a tiger's roar, but Dabai was quick and immediately flew towards the golden eagle as Chunmu had instructed. As they took off at high speed, a tuft of silver hair on the Big White head glittered and a cover enveloped them, protecting them from the wind caused by the high speed. Meow, meow, meow. Master, Grenade, blow its head off. When the golden eagle was already not far ahead, Canoe, who was being carried through the air, suddenly cried out a few times. As for grenades, it only realized their power after seeing the strange octopus's head blown up. I understand Grenade. Shenmue thought he really didn't need to do anything, but it turns out that Kyu had already expected him to come along. He waved the grenade in his hand, tapped the back of the giant white bird twice with his toes, and then swung it at the head of the crimson golden eagle. The first grenade was dodged by the crimson-feathered golden eagle, but it still hit its wing and exploded. Before the golden eagle could even land, Shenmue had already thrown the second grenade, which exploded on the eagle's head. However, being a level 4 raptor, it possessed strong recovery and defense capabilities. At this moment, it was only falling downwards, but after circling twice, the golden eagle seemed to want to take off again. Chirp, chirp, master, leave it to me. As Tiao Yao flew past Shenmue, the ball on its paw was dropped, and at the same time, the crimson-feathered golden eagle that had just taken flight was also momentarily restrained by the ball. As the crimson-feathered golden eagle regained its mobility and prepared to take flight again from its near-ground height, the hopping bird that had landed on the back of its head suddenly pecked at it, spewing a ball of fire from its mouth that landed directly on the small wound where the skin had been pecked. Let's go back. Shenmue, holding Kukyu, who had fallen into his arms, greeted Dabai, and, ignoring the crimson-feathered golden eagle and Xiao Yao, who had fallen to the ground, flew directly back to the courtyard wall of the 186 family. Hey bro, where's your little tumbler? 186 hugged the big white head that had returned to him, looked at the little black cat in Shenmue's arms, and then at the little silver snake head that was still peering out from the cuff. One of them was missing. Don't let the little one get lost while you're out dealing with that golden eagle. Over there. Shenmue sat on the wall, hugging and rubbing Ko, his eyes fixed on the small ball of fire that was faintly lit in the distance, eagerly anticipating the moment when Tiao Yao would return from the flames. I suddenly had a strange feeling that my defensive game was about to end. 186 stared in that direction for a few moments, then suddenly tilted his head and laid down on his dog, Big White, rubbing against him. His battle to defend his property seems to be truly coming to an end. The fire. If he wasn't mistaken, the fire wouldn't go out, and that area was precisely where the zombies had appeared. The defensive battle on Side 13 was intercepted by the sea creatures, and now his defensive battle here is about to be thwarted by a fire ignited by a bird. His treasure chest, his money. Chapter 145 Jump Jump is advancing, but the direction is unknown. So what are we supposed to do? 183 carried his little fox over and placed it in Shenmue's arms. Then they sat down together and looked at the ever-growing flames, wondering if their repeated defensive battles were just feeding the pet. Last time, it was the white snake named Su Su who tore the octopus apart and ate it. This time, it was the little crow who ate the red-feathered golden eagle. What about next time? When we get there, should we prepare to give this little ball-shaped cat an extra treat? Sure enough, she's the only one who can cook. All her pets are foodies, and there's nothing they can't eat. He'd be happy if his Jiobai could have such a good appetite. After being taken care of for a day last time, Jiobai's condition improved a lot. Since there's nothing else to do now, I'll take care of him for a bit. After all, holding a cat and a fox isn't a big deal for him. My chubby dog will help hold it for a while too. It seems a bit sleepy today. I wonder if it's about to advance to the next level. Seeing how 183 had so readily boarded his pet, 13-year-old looked at hers and promptly let her pet stay there too. There's no difference between hugging one and hugging two, so adding another one shouldn't make much of a difference. As for that slightly guilty look in her eyes, she just needs to keep it hidden from others. After eating too much seafood, it needs a nap. Whether it can advance is still uncertain. Shenmue looked at the little fox winking at him in his arms, and then at the lizard that was about to fall asleep on his arm. It seemed like he was being treated as a pet boarding officer. His dog, Kaito, even snuggled up to his shoulder, looking disgusted, even though he could just hold it and let him pet it a moment ago. Or, petting a fox? This little guy is quite cute, completely different from that aloof guy who's 183 centimeters tall. It's alright. I saw it liked it, so I gave a little extra. The girl in number 13 scratched her head awkwardly. She figured eating more would help her advance in the next level, so she fed herself several times the usual amount of food after receiving it. Who knew there could be someone who overeats? Other snakes eat so many octopus tentacles, it's really incomparable. The flames are getting stronger and stronger. They're about to form a sea of fire that will directly block the zombie horde. 186 lifted his head from his big white dog's fur, glanced at the flames spreading in the distance, and didn't know whether to be excited that he was out of danger or to sigh that his treasure chest was completely lost. I should probably be happy. After all, treasure chests can be found outside, but if a horde of zombies surrounds you, everyone will have a hard time, and you'll also consume a lot of bullets. But it still hurts. The treasure chest right at the door is gone. How about I make it behave a little and let the zombies make way? Chun Mu glared at the kid. He hadn't even mentioned how hard Tiao Yao had worked to stop the zombies. Yet this guy still looked aggrieved. No, get out of the way. I can go out with Big White to find treasure chests anytime. For now, let's just get through this battle safely. I don't like being surrounded by zombies. Not at all. 186 rubbed against Big White's head for a while, whimpering, and when it heard Chun Mu's suggestion, it turned around and looked at him with a look of horror. He's just agonizing over it. Isn't that pointless? So please stop scaring people like that. He doesn't want to face the endless zombies at all. Not at all. You ungrateful brat, who got away with this? If my family could just sit back and watch the monster get stopped so easily, I'd be happy to sing a song for everyone. 1234 finally caught the 3 puppies in the yard, put them in his clothes, and climbed to the yard wall. Then he saw 180 SXS squirmy and hesitant manner, which made him feel disgusted. We might believe you if you had your 3 little ones sing a chorus, but forget about it. The girl suddenly felt a chill run through her body. She didn't want to hear any grand singing, because people who talk like that usually don't have any expectations for the outcome. Brother 857, is your jumpy dog advancing in rank? 183 watched as the flames in the distance grew larger and larger, and he felt that something was wrong. Based on the previous situation, if the outbreak continues, the little crow will be exhausted, and it's impossible to let it risk its life outside. At this moment, the person in charge looked completely relaxed, clearly not worried at all. After much thought, there seems to be only one possibility. The stronger the flames burn, the more advantageous it is for the little crow. He can't think of any other possibility besides advancing. It is advancing. Jumping is originally a golden crow, and fire is its innate attribute. Its advancement is also more special than that of other species. Looking at the flames in the distance, Chun Mu acknowledged 183's conjecture. His little one hasn't advanced yet, but he's not far off. Moreover, the flames were not caused by Jump's advancement, but rather by the need for enough flames to burn around before Jump could digest the crimson feather golden eagle's inner core. Kayakyu told him this, but there's no need for others to know such things. I'm so envious. With such strong attributes, if they were to grow up, a single breath of flame would create a sea of fire. Holding his 3 puppies who still wanted to go out and play, and seeing how much noise other people's little crows could make, it was impossible not to feel envious. But everyone's pets are different. He still loves his 3 dogs very much, even though they can be so mischievous that it can drive you crazy. Hiss, Master, will Jump get bigger this time? Su ran out of her sleeve, wrapped herself around Chun Mu's hand, and raised her head high to look towards the sea of fire. While its owner was asleep, the cat and bird had discussed catching eagles, and the cat had overheard some of it. Jump and Ball insist on catching the eagle and swallowing its inner core, so that they can grow bigger and fly into the sky with their master. Although this one isn't an eagle, the Crimson Feather Golden Eagle is better than the goshawk they were targeting, so growing bigger shouldn't be a problem. It's uncertain. It depends on what evolutionary path Jump wants to take. Although there's only one evolutionary path for the golden crow, the order of evolution can likely be adjusted. With one hand occupied by Su, Chun Mu could only use his other hand to alternately stroke the little fox in his arms and the lizard lying on his arm. As for Jump's next move, he only hoped that it wouldn't return with a firebird that couldn't control its flames. After all, even as its master, he found the little guy's flames a bit of a headache. Chapter 146, The Ultimate Illusion of Origin, the Special Abilities of the Golden Crow. Chirp! A high-pitched bird call came from afar, and the flames that had spread over a large area converged in an instant, and a huge firebird emerged from the center of the flames. Three-legged golden crow. With a flap of its enormous wings, the zombies that were still on their way were blown away, landing in the midst of flames among other nearby zombie hordes. One by one, a series of ignited zombies flew out, igniting flames all around, which quickly spread and then reconnected. Big brother, are you sure you're not going to do anything about it? How many levels has it advanced to? If this continues, half the city will be burned down. 186 watched as he flew up on Big White's back, glancing at the direction of the city ruins in the distance, and felt that his future was becoming increasingly bleak. He used to look for treasure chests on the outskirts of the city, but now that the outskirts have been burned down, does that mean he should look for them in the city center from now on? Or should we go around in circles and search in other directions, in case we encounter other players? The more I think about it, the more I realize that I can't continue to have an easy life from now on. In order to avoid a bleak future, he went back to the courtyard wall and sought help from Chunmu. That's not jump, that's just a golden crow illusion summoned during advancement. Chunmu tilted his head and glanced at 186. This was truly beyond his control. And his son, Tiao Yao, hasn't finished advancing yet, so there's no way he could do anything to stop him. Golden crow illusion? I thought this was your Jumpy. I was thinking that the advancement was too fast. This should be the complete form, right? 186 immediately deflated upon hearing that it wasn't Little Crow jumping. Clinging to the back of his beloved dog, Big White, he looked on with a wronged expression at the Golden Crow, who was still fanning the flames against the city ruins and zombies, but could only wait for the outcome. Let it burn. At most, he'll just go find treasure chests elsewhere. With Big White protecting him, he definitely won't lack those things. Being able to summon the ultimate illusion of the origin during advancement, your Jumpy has advanced beyond its level, and even unleashed its primal power. Holding the survival manual, 183 once again found some information about pet advancement. This time, he directly sought out the advancements and changes in the Golden Crow inheritance, and he actually found a part of it. It activated its primal power before, but it was too weak, so using it would cause it to collapse from exhaustion. Looking at the Golden Crow illusion in the distance, Chunmu wasn't concerned about whether Tiao Yao had activated its primal power again. He just wanted to know if his house would be able to support a firebird once they got home. Just as they can eat fruit from their own garden, this flame can also ignite other items, such as plants and trees in their garden. Meow. Master, don't worry. Even if it turns into a firebird, it can turn back into itself. Kaikyu perched on Chunmu's shoulder, nuzzling its little head against Chunmu's face to make its presence known before explaining the situation to Tiao Yao. It's definitely a golden crow, and the flames are fine too, but jumping around definitely won't hurt its owner or cause any damage to the house. If it can't even do that, then it wouldn't mind keeping Jumpy outside first, letting it learn before bringing it home. However, there's no need for the owner to know about this. Fine, you two have been plotting for who knows how long while I was asleep. We'll find out when it gets back. Chunmu had heard that someone had hatched a phoenix, but he didn't know exactly what it looked like. But this golden crow illusion looks somewhat similar to the phoenix he had heard of before, with golden feathers shimmering with red light, enormous wings and tail feathers, and those 3 very prominent bird claws. If it weren't for its claws sticking out, people would really think it was a phoenix. After all, very few people have ever seen a phoenix. Meow, 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 meow. Don't be angry, Master. We wanted to give you a surprise, but we couldn't find an eagle. This one is still good, it's just that jumping around will be a little bit tiring, really just a little bit tiring. Kayukyu's repeated emphasis made Chunmu narrow his eyes. This little bit. It must be sarcasm, right? To put it simply, it will be extremely tough, since this is considered a leap forward. But now that the Golden Crow illusion had appeared in the flames, Jump was certain that he was out of danger and had even gained a great benefit. Holding Kayukyu in his arms and rubbing it for a while, Chunmu didn't say anything more. He just kept stroking the heads of his own and other people's pets, quietly waiting for Tiao Yao to come back. They waited for several hours until it got dark, but it still wasn't over. Big brother, judging from the state of the flames, your Jumpy is definitely all right. 186 was no longer as relaxed as before. Looking at Chunmu, who remained silent, he didn't know what to say to cheer him up. At first, People could joke that his defensive strategy was so simple, but now they have hardly participated in the battle, but it seems that all of this has been carried out by that little crow. Even knowing that the little crow was evolving, as time slowly passed, their emotions shifted from joy to confusion, and now to deep worry. It's fine. It's just absorbing the remaining power from the flames. Shenmue looked at the flickering flame in the darkness. That was where Jump Jump was. It was already dark, and apart from the area around the house, everything else was pitch black, but he could still see the firelight from where Jump Jump was. Although it was very faint, it was still the fire of the Golden Crow, and its light could not be blocked by the darkness of night. It's all right, don't worry so much. Relax now, and when it comes back, we'll prepare a bunch of good food for it to eat and recover. 1234 had been quietly waiting on the sidelines, and now that he saw everyone starting to chat again, he came over to offer a few words of comfort. But then he mentioned food, and Shenmue suddenly realized that he had forgotten to prepare dinner for these people. Although they used to buy things with their own money, since they form a team, everyone has gotten used to him sending them 2 meals a day or eating together. Forgot. Shenmue took out some food and shared it with them, then shook his head and smiled, continuing to stare at the distant light. That's not what I meant. Holding the food, 1234 felt instantly awkward under the gazes of the others. He really just wanted some comforting words. He wasn't planning on wanting any food. However, his embarrassment didn't last long, because the light in the distance finally moved. What? Is it dawn? The group gasped in surprise, put away their food, and stood up to look at the light illuminating the darkness ahead. Shenmue put down the pets he was holding and stretched out his hand towards the ball of light in front of him. Jump Jump has advanced and returned, bringing him an absolutely unimaginable surprise. His previous hesitation vanished in an instant. Now, all he could think about was how to reward the little one who had worked so hard for so long. Chapter 147 Evolution returns. Is the defense battle not over yet? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master hug. Like a little son, Tiao Yao returned and immediately snuggled into Shenmue's arms. However, it is no longer as small as before, but has grown to be almost as tall as a person, with wings and tail feathers tinged with the color of flames. Where it flies, the illuminated areas are slowly swallowed by darkness, a process that is both heartbreaking to watch and intriguing to watch. Is it hot, brother? 186, watching from the side, was conflicted and reached out his finger to try and check the temperature of the jump. But as soon as he got a little close to the jumping feathers, the sudden heat made him immediately stop. He dared to hold that scalding hot breath in his arms. He pulled his hand, which had almost been burned, behind his back, and raised his other hand, giving Shenmue a thumbs up. Seriously, aren't you afraid of the heat? Its temperature doesn't hurt me. At most, it feels like hugging a heater, which is quite nice. Shenmue held the enlarged Jumpy, stroking its head that rested on his shoulder, then its wings and feathers, patting everything he could reach to get a general idea of the little guy's size after it grew up. As for the temperature that could burn people, it's just the Golden Crow's power left over from its previous evolution, not the level that Jump Jump itself can emit. And jumping is not yet the Golden Crow. Jump Jump, Golden Crow inheritance 50%, a level 4 fire attribute raptor, can be used as a riding pet. Shenmue glanced at the information about Jump and got a general understanding. The little guy was indeed evolving in the direction they had originally planned. It can grow larger, carry people, and take him flying. It really is because of Kaioku, right? It seems that as long as you have a good relationship with it, you can get some kind of bonus from it, which can make certain wishes come true. But seeing this ball only made Shenmue feel heartbroken. How afraid must one be of losing their value to do everything possible to fulfill his expectations? Or perhaps it's to meet the expectations of Jump Jump and Susu. Meow. Master, do you like this surprise? Kano noticed Shenmue's gaze fixed on it, jumped from the side to his shoulder, rubbed its head against him with a hint of ingratiation, and then lay on his shoulder waiting for its owner's praise. They considered it for a long time before choosing the eagle, even though it's a hawk, not an eagle, but they're similar. From now on, when they want to go out, their owners won't have to work so hard on their own 2 legs. They can simply sit on Jump's back and go to places they want to go. Thank you for your hard work. You can tell me about your plans next time. As your owner, what I really want is for you to avoid taking risks. Chun Mu released Tiao Yao, tilted his head and rubbed it against Kaikyu's little head, responding in a way that Kaikyu liked. Meow, meow, meow. As long as the owner likes it, that's fine. There won't be a next time. I won't pay any attention to this smug bird for the foreseeable future. Kaikyu's eyes narrowed with joy. She rolled over and hugged Chun Mu's face with her little paws, acting cute while also complaining about Tao Xiao's exaggerated performance earlier. It wasn't even its full power yet, but by borrowing the lingering power of the Golden Crow, it put on a stunning performance for its master and his teammates. That's ridiculous. It shouldn't pay any attention to that stupid bird, at least not until tomorrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why? Why aren't you talking to me? When Jumpy heard Ball say to ignore it, it tilted its head in confusion, wondering what had upset it this time. However, it didn't matter that it couldn't understand. After shrinking again, it jumped to the side of Ko, not much bigger than when it was a little crow, and rolled into Chun Mu's arms. If it ignores you, then stick to it, and see if it can still ignore you. Meow, meow, meow. You stinky bird, get away from me. Choo-choo. No, then no. Chirp. Silly cat. You can't even be upset about something like this? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Master, what are those two doing? Su nestled on Chun Mu's wrist, tilting her little silver head to look at Tiao Tiao, who was flapping its wings, and Xiao Xiao, who was clinging to its owner's wrist with a pitiful expression. She really couldn't understand why these two had suddenly started arguing. They're probably a bit tired and need a rest. Chun Mu looked at his teammates, who were just as curious as Su, and while answering Su's question, he also explained the situation to them. You can't exactly say that your pet suddenly changes its attitude, going from loving and affectionate to disgusted and resentful in an instant. Can you? Let them rest for a while. The battle to defend my property isn't over yet. Let's all eat something and wait. I have a feeling this is never going to end. It's like some incredibly powerful creature is still waiting. 186 clearly didn't believe that the two who were jumping around so happily were tired, but since they had said so, he couldn't call them out on it. Looking out over the courtyard wall illuminated by the lights, he was eager to know what else awaited them in this ongoing defensive battle. Just as everyone was discussing and confirming that there must be some boss that hadn't appeared, they suddenly received a message. The defense battle was complete, and the assist rewards appeared directly in their hands. So what just happened? The 13-year-old girl looked at the 186-year-old who was staring blankly and wanted to ask him, where is the so-called boss? Did they leave behind some powerful move that instantly killed the boss upon its appearance? It was just a level 1 zombie with a missing leg. Because of the missing leg, it probably crawled over from the starting area. 186 looked embarrassed. He just received a message that all the attacking zombies have been cleared and the defensive battle has been successfully completed. The last zombie to be killed was the one-legged zombie. He couldn't think of any other possibility besides this somewhat awkward guess. 1234's lips twitched a few times. He wanted to laugh, but this really sounded like a lame joke. Is this for real? A zombie with a broken leg? Even with a broken leg, they still came to attack his yard. This is absolutely insane. I don't know either. It's right there. The body hasn't disappeared yet. 186 jumped up and ran a few steps, pointing to the one-legged zombie outside the courtyard wall that had been riddled with holes by wooden crossbow bolts, drawing everyone's attention. It was indeed a zombie with 2 missing legs. That really is something crawling up. Truly ruthless. Chun Mu couldn't help but make a comment. Like everyone else, he had assumed that a boss who had been hiding until now must be an extremely difficult opponent. But as it turned out, they were all overthinking it. Because the zombie crawled there, it was already on the side that wouldn't be affected when the evolution of the jumping zombie began. That's why we have to wait until it dies before the defensive battle can finally be considered complete. Chapter 148, A World Shrouded in Darkness. He wants to go and see it. Alright, the protection is complete. Everyone open the chests. 186 looked at the box in his hand, cheered, and called on everyone to do something fun. The zombies are now finished, so they naturally won't bother us again anytime soon. Even if the city ruins are burned to such an extent by the jumping, it will still take time for them to reappear. Open it. Open the box. I want money. 1234 opened the box as quickly as possible. But instead of the money he was shouting for, he found only a glittering necklace in his hand. The equipment is pretty good. 183 offered a word of comfort, then opened his own box. When he saw that it also contained a necklace, and a particularly cute one at that, he found himself unable to continue speaking. The necklace with its fluffy decorations was practically testing his mental fortitude. Having any equipment at all is good enough. Look at me, mine looks like a gem. The girl opened her suitcase, but her words of comfort were cut off. Because this gemstone is a bit too dazzling. At least, she didn't want to carry it with her. They're all pet accessories. Were you all hesitating about? Chunmu held the pet accessory he had just obtained and looked at the exaggerated expressions on the faces of the three of them. He suddenly felt that these people had all been corrupted by 1234. Whether it's being a drama queen or just adorably silly, these are both traits that can be a bit perplexing. They're not thinking straight. Look at me, brother. My cultivation scroll is a great thing. I can become a Taoist priest in the future. He opened the scroll of 186 and learned it on the spot. Then he raised his finger and performed a sword incantation. A transparent sword, no bigger than a finger, appeared beside his hand. With just one move, his face instantly turned pale, a result of his physical and mental exhaustion. Stop showing off, eat something, and calm down. Your ability should be considered sword control. How did you become a Taoist? 1234 handed the necklace to his little one. It was a defensive necklace, and his little one liked to be at the forefront, so it was naturally given to him. He walked over and supported the weak 186, his expression unusually serious. He took the octopus tofu soup that Chunmu handed him and fed it to the unreliable kid. Isn't that right? I remember in the movies I watched before, it was always Taoist priests like that. And then, after finishing the soup, 186 felt his energy and spirits had recovered somewhat, and he wanted to raise his hand to make another gesture. But as soon as he raised his hand, it was slapped down by the 183 centimeters guy next to him. You're really brainless. Using it without any cultivation? Do you want to experience the tragedy of extreme joy? 183 glared at the guy who called others stupid, but was actually about to do something brainless, and impatiently pinned him down on the big white tiger, making the tiger keep an eye on the fool. He was the first in the team to possess such a readily usable cultivation manual. Although he made a foolish mistake and almost got dried out, at least no one saw it, so he would never admit it. Seeing 186 making a fool of himself, he really wanted to laugh, but to avoid damaging the team's relationship, he held back for now. I'm just giving it a try. Don't worry about whether it's particularly difficult to use. Just tell me, isn't it cool? Bro, tell me, isn't it super cool? 186's hand that caused the trouble was caught by his dog, Big White, but that didn't stop him from continuing to show off how good his newfound abilities were. As for things that can't be used now, then we can use it later, it doesn't matter. It looks good, but it's too tiring. I'll practice it properly when I have free time in the future, and I'll use it less often until I'm sure I've mastered it. Chunmu looked at 186, who was eagerly waiting for his explanation, and reluctantly offered a compliment, but immediately emphasized the danger involved. Speaking of cultivation, he should also work harder on his own cultivation. His daily routine has been disrupted these past few days, as he has been engaged in guard battles for several consecutive days without getting any proper rest. Everyone, take a rest first. Get some rest when you get back. Tomorrow, 1234, and I will go check who that player is. They live so close by. If it's someone like number 1, we'll take care of them first. If not, we'll see. Back in the courtyard, the 5 of them sat at the table Chunmu had brought out, eating the watermelon he had brought and listening to him talk about tomorrow's plans. For the time being, neither 1234 nor 183 have any plans to upgrade their properties, so there's no rush to put this defensive strategy on hold. The player who lies between him and 1234 is someone who cannot be delayed, because living too close to them could have serious consequences if something goes wrong. There's also the matter of the Centaur tribe. Now that he and 1234's pets can fly, they'll discover something if they go out and explore more. The destruction of the Centaur tribe is an urgent matter that cannot be delayed. My Geobai can't fly, and that player is a bit far from me, so I won't get involved in this for now. Tomorrow I'll go check out the area around the Centaur tribe. Be careful. After considering his own situation, 183 decided that it was best for him to explore at close range. I might need to prepare for Fatty's evolution tomorrow. I was taken care of by 857 just now, and Fatty is not far from evolving now. The 13-year-old girl didn't hesitate. She lived far away anyway, so she couldn't participate in those things for the time being. Moreover, her chubby dog can't fly, and she doesn't know if it will have that ability after evolving. After all, it's an amphibious creature, so it should be able to, right? I won't go for now. Tomorrow I'm going to check out the city ruins. The ruins after the fire should yield some results. If I find anything good, I'll share it with everyone. 186 also has a brand new plan. He's going to find treasure chests tomorrow to open them and get more good stuff, which will make dealing with the Centaur tribe easier. That's settled then. We'll head back now. It's getting late. I need to get some sleep. Shenmue didn't wait for the 3-hour time limit, because after finding out the direction, he was already prepared to travel home at night. As for the dangers of the night, with Jump around, his world will no longer be filled with unchangeable darkness. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to see what exactly existed in the darkness that made it impossible for players to survive. Brother, this is too risky. 186 looked at Shenmue, who stood up to leave, and his face, which had just recovered, turned pale again. Traveling at night is really not worth it. It's alright with Jumpy here. I can take a look and see what's threatening the players in this darkness. Don't follow my example. Just wait patiently for the time to come and be teleported back. Shenmue reached out and placed his hand on 1234's shoulder, preventing the guy from following his example and taking risks. He could do this because with Kaiukyu and Tiao Yao around, he could ensure that there would be no trouble traveling at night. But forget about the others, especially that flying sled in Group 1234. It can fly, but it's ridiculously slow and has absolutely no offensive capabilities. If he had come along, he might have faced numerous dangers along the way. Chapter 149 Nighttime. An insurmountable crisis lurks everywhere. Brother, please be careful. If there's any danger, come back as soon as possible. The group of 186 people stood in the yard, watching the much larger Jumpy fly away, and couldn't help but start to worry. They genuinely couldn't understand why this creature suddenly wanted to travel in the dark. The previous Jumpy creature had illuminated its surroundings like a mini sun, but the one that had flown away now clearly emitted no light at all. But Shenmue, sitting on Tao Xiao's back, was completely different from what they had imagined. The light emanating from Jump didn't disappear. Instead, it subsided and enveloped him, directly preventing him from encountering the biting cold and eerie wind that would appear after he flew out of the 186th house. Not only that, the wind seemed to be laced with a deadly poison. If it weren't for the protection around him, Shenmue felt that he would have flown back to his home in 186 to save his life immediately. As expected, it's not a good time for players to go out at night. The wind alone is enough to kill a player. It seems the level 9 Zombie King is in for big trouble. Flying over the city ruins, Shenmue stared into the darkness that Kaiukyu had pointed out, and soon saw a prompt appear in the darkness. Level 9 Zombie King, the top-tier Zombie King, hidden within the ruins of this city, but won't come out during the day unless you get close. What a great clue. They don't come out during the day, so they must only be active at night, right? After glancing around the Zombie King a few more times, Shenmue looked at the continuous notifications and helplessly urged Jump to keep flying. There's only one level 9 Zombie King, but there are tons of other levels. Those densely packed name prompts were all for the Zombie King. It's a pity he couldn't find the game's creators. Otherwise, he really wanted to ask if the zombie royal family was mass-produced. They're all called Zombie Kings, just differentiated by level. There are many of them, ranging from level 5 to level 8, and they're scattered around the level 9 Zombie King. It is unknown whether they are cultivating or doing something else. Meow. Master, there's a super big snake over there, as big as a small mountain, much bigger than Su. After flying for a while, Kaiukyu pointed in a direction for Shenmue to look. They know their owner can't see through the darkness, but that doesn't stop them from wanting to tell their owner what's nearby. Tengshi, a level 9 divine beast, another evolutionary path for snakes, unfortunately not the one in yours, is not your enemy, but it hates being disturbed when it is cultivating. Tengshi, a divine beast. Shenmue gestured for Tiao Yao to continue flying. He now understood that these creatures were invisible during the day. It's as if the darkness can overlap 2 dimensions. Things that are invisible during the day may appear at night, and there are things that already existed there. The parasol tree, A level 10 divine tree. Want a phoenix? Plant a parasol tree first. Otherwise, even if you get a phoenix, it will lose its original divine status. Godhead, looking at that incredibly tall tree in the distance, I thought, this is level 10? However, it doesn't specify whether it's friend or foe, nor does it describe any characteristics. It's probably just a tree. As for why he knew it was super tall, it was mainly because he had to look up to see the tree's name. In other words, the height at which the hops fly is still below the tree. Chirp chirp. Master, I know that the divine essence is the symbol of a divine beast's identity. It is inherited, and when I evolve into a golden crow in the future, I will also give birth to a divine essence. Regarding this, Jump Jump, a half-golden crow who has already reached 50% inheritance level, knows a lot about it. It only made 2 calls before suddenly accelerating, carrying Chunmu a great distance before slowing down. Meow 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 meow. Stupid bird, don't talk, you'll disturb those guys we can't beat yet. Ball Ball glanced at the bird a few times, annoyed. Even if there were things it didn't understand, couldn't this stupid bird have waited until they got home to talk about them? It's fortunate that I spoke up now, or things would have gone wrong. It's alright, let's go home first. I roughly know what will happen tonight. The speed was too fast. Chunmu didn't even have time to see what was chasing them. However, judging from his situation, all kinds of creatures have their own territories, and even if you want to chase them, you can't cross those boundaries. After flying for a while, Chunmu saw the lanterns on the courtyard wall of his house that would light up every night. But before he could land in the courtyard, he suddenly saw a bright red light flashing on the small hill behind his house. After glancing at that area, Chunmu pressed down on Tao Xiao's back, causing it to land instantly in his yard. Dowdy, a level 10 ferocious beast, one of the top-tier ferocious beasts. If you encounter it, may you have a next life. Standing on the courtyard wall, Chunmu could still see that blood-stained notification flashing before his eyes. But in fact, after he returned to the courtyard, no matter how many times he stood on the wall and looked back at the hill, he could no longer see the sign. As expected, it was an overlap of different dimensions. Once he returned home, he was completely isolated from those ferocious beasts. But then he suddenly remembered the previous battle to protect his property. Perhaps the Guardian battle was just a dungeon, not the dark period of growth where planes intertwined. Meow. Master, what's wrong? Kaivu raised its little paw and patted Chunmu's face, somewhat worried that its owner might have been frightened by the guy from earlier. But that guy isn't actually scary. Although he really doesn't remember anything, it feels like that ferocious beast can be quite docile. It simply couldn't remember why it felt this way. I'm wondering, how long will it be before we have to confront those creatures again? Chunmu held Kukyu in his arms, lowered his head, and nuzzled its little head against his own a few times before letting out a soft sigh. Meow, don't worry, master. Even if you encounter them, I'll help you fight them off. When the ball's head was rubbed, it naturally looked up and rubbed back. It doesn't care about any ferocious beasts. If it really encounters one, anyone who dares to harm its master will be torn to pieces and eaten. But, Dowdy, even though I don't remember anything, there's a strange sense of familiarity, and I even believe it's a cute little one. Why is that? I'm home. On the way, I encountered some things that I couldn't see during the day, but I was in a hurry and only saw them. Chunmu turned on the team voice chat and told the others about what he had encountered along the way. He hadn't turned on his voice chat before to avoid being disturbed, since he needed to be fully focused at that time. He said a lot, but after seeing the blank look in Kyakyu's eyes, he still didn't mention that there was a level 10 ferocious beast behind his house. Since Kyakyu's transformation only occurred after he saw Dowdy, he didn't want anyone to know about Dowdy's existence for the time being. As for whether it posed a threat to him, that was clearly not in the same plane, so there was really no need to worry about it for the time being. Instead of worrying about these things, I should just take my 3 little ones home and get some rest. I'm really exhausted these past few days. Chapter 150, The Yard of Player Number 10,000. Good morning, brother. What are we having for breakfast? I slept soundly through the night, and at 6:30 the next morning, 186 came to urge me to have breakfast right on time. In the morning, each person gets a boiled egg, meat broth, takoyaki, and some vegetables. Chunmu was in the kitchen, and the boiled eggs in the pot had just been taken out. These were unhatched eggs that the hay had moved to the warehouse last night. Besides, probably because they have more chickens, Daihei also cleaned out 2 white-feathered chickens last night and put them in the warehouse. Thanks, my chubby cat is already in the advanced stage. I woke up to find it had turned into an egg. It really scared me. 13 was still somewhat shaken. She had just woken up, and there was a black egg with an irregular, stone-like shape next to her pillow, which was quite frightening. But since it was her pet after all, once she learned what was going on, all she could do was wait and see. No need to be so polite. Shenmue was used to receiving thank you messages in the past, but being thanked via voice message made him feel a little awkward. Although he did take care of her, he knew that he had basically used that time to level up her skill proficiency. Meow, meow, meow. Master, master, new buds have sprouted under our cherry tree. After getting up in the morning, the younger children were playing in the yard when Kayukyu suddenly ran in, hugged Shenmue's leg, climbed up, and squatted on his shoulder, urging him to go out and see the special little cherry sapling. Germination? Shenmue knew that cherry tree roots could sprout new buds, but since none had appeared for so long, he had long since given up on it. After Kayukyu urged him to go out and take a look, Shenmue carefully moved the new sapling out and planted it in the open space next to it. Mutant cherry tree seedlings. At most, they just taste better, but they won't produce cherry bombs. The sapling is mutated, but this hint. After shaking his head and loading the truck, Shenmue poured some water on it and went back inside to wash his hands and continue cooking. As for cherry bombs, he was certain he had never thought about that thing. Not even a little bit. Boiled eggs. I haven't had them in ages. They smell so good. Dabai, give me back my eggs. After receiving breakfast, 186 first peeled the eggs. Smelling the aroma of boiled eggs, he once again felt how delicious the food he used to hate when he was in school was now. He only took a small bite to taste it before Big White snatched the rest away. Thank goodness, my 3 kids are still asleep. 1234 listened to the situation on 180 SXS end and quickly ate the egg. They hadn't thought it was anything special before, but things are valued for their rarity, and this was the first time they'd tasted it here, so they couldn't let it be snatched away without them noticing. Especially his 3 cats. If they found an egg, he could already imagine how chaotic it would be if they all fought over it. It's almost dawn. I'll head out first to check out the area. Be careful when you go out. Although we've only found 1 player, we're not sure if there are any others around. After finishing his meal, Shenmue checked the time and decided to set off after dawn. That player is too close. If they're dangerous, then I'm setting off soon too. I'll take a few more trips around here when I have time. Now that I can fly, I need to learn more about the situation in this area. 1234 are feeding the 3 little ones who just woke up. Hearing that Shenmue was planning to act at dawn, he didn't want to waste any more time. As dawn broke, a flash of firelight appeared, and Shenmue, sitting on Qiao Qiao's back, observed the surrounding environment once again after flying into the air. Although he had already run around and looked at the area around his home, the view from high above was a completely different concept from the observation from the ground. The small hill behind that courtyard had been barren since the flood, but because of what he discovered last night, Shenmue felt a bit conflicted when he looked in that direction. Even if the planes are misaligned and it's impossible to see that ferocious beast during the day, it doesn't mean he can completely ignore it. Ferocious beasts and the like. I took a walk around last night, and apart from that sycamore tree that seemed to be completely harmless, the only other tree near his house that could reach level 10 was this one. The tree doesn't move, and it's not really his concern, but who knows if this level 10 ferocious beast might suddenly break through the dimensional barrier one day and devour him. Let's go see that spot he mentioned, the yard full of flowers. Shenmue glanced at it a few more times, then sent Tiao Yao flying toward the location indicated by 1234. Jumping is extremely fast. As it flies by at high speed, all the changes on the ground are fleeting and impossible for Shenmue to see clearly with his current eyesight. With just a flap of its wings, the hopping creatures hovered in the air, and directly below them was the courtyard, which appeared somewhat small due to the distance. A level 5 property in S29 district with a value of 10,000. A yard full of poisonous plants. If you want to visit, it is recommended to bring a gas mask. Sitting on Tao Xiao's back, Shenmue looked at the notification that appeared in the yard below, blinked, and then made eye contact with Susu on his wrist. It's filled with poisonous weeds and such. If Su Su were to go in and take a stroll, it would seem like a rare and joyful trip. Just this player. One of the special numbers in their district, the only 5-digit number. I saw this person appear in the chat channel before. They were always very low-key when chatting. Apart from the special number, they didn't seem to be anything special. But to be able to grow a yard full of poisonous flowers in this place, and to have warning messages all informing him of the danger of these poisonous flowers. This person is definitely not simple. Using the voice chat function, Chun Mu described the location of the courtyard and the unusual forms of the poisonous plants within it. Brother 857, I used to have a friend who also liked to grow these things. Why don't you come pick me up? I know a little bit about poisonous plants and flowers. After hearing Chun Mu describe the general situation of the courtyard in the team voice chat, 183 suddenly thought of an old acquaintance. He didn't understand this originally, but some people kept mentioning it to him, so he ended up knowing more than others. However, it's quite far for him to come, so he'll have to ask Chun Mu or 1234 to pick him up. Otherwise, the journey alone will take a long time. I'll come pick you up. Chun Mu determined the direction and sent Tiao Yao flying towards the direction of house number 183. It's good if someone understands this. At least we need to figure out just how harmful this toxin is.